What would it feel like to be a magical prodigy, only to be born with a crippling mana disorder? They say when one door closes, another one opens. Let's follow the journey of Luin Aden in this manhwa recap, a young man who fell into exactly that predicament. From the moment he was born, he was seen as a beacon of light destined to illuminate the world, and Luin was indeed very different from others. The story truly begins the day his butler and father were having a conversation. The butler was preparing to set off on a trip to gather marine resources when little Luin sincerely warned him. He told him not to take the path near the southern mountain range, because he sensed a strange flow of mana there. On the day Bane departed, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds and flashing lightning. It wasn't until late that night that he rushed back home. It turned out that Bane had listened to Luin's advice and taken a detour, a decision that ultimately saved him from a terrible disaster. Because according to what Bane had heard, that very place had been attacked by monsters. No one who took that path made it back alive. It was from this moment on that Luin's innate talent began to draw attention. Bane believed the boy could actually feel the mana in the air, although he didn't know how. His father sensed that Luin was the future of the Aden family, and he was right. The year Luin turned 6, he could already sense mana, and he managed to summon it just 1 year later. Then, by the time he turned 10, Luin became the valedictorian at the Xnit Magic Academy, the most prestigious institution in the JD Kingdom, earning him the title of a true genius. At that time, Luin was quite arrogant. He was certain he would elevate his family to new heights, but in the end, this was as far as he could go. On his very first day of class, Luin realized he was completely out of his depth. While the professor repeatedly urged him to cast a spell, Luin struggled immensely with the task. Even he couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For the first time, Luin and everyone else became aware that he suffered from mana disorder. In that instant, everything inside Luin shattered. His body lacked the ability to project magic even a single meter. For a mage, a body like this was nothing short of pathetic. And then, everyone realized he came from an unremarkable family and possessed no real talent. From that point on, their attitude towards him changed a full 180 degrees. Even an accidental shoulder bump in the hallway would earn him looks of utter contempt from 2 male students. To all the resentful students at Xnit, Luin was now just a magicless nobody, a useless failure. He was unable to cast spells in a magic academy, which of course made him the best new source of entertainment for all the bullies. During these times, Luin could only sob helplessly, asking himself if he could ever truly become a sorcerer. Luin Aden, the name that had entered the academy with the highest scores, the one who carried more expectations than anyone else, the one who had worked more diligently than anyone else. Thanks to the curse of mana disorder, he had become a magical cripple. Was this the end of everything? No. Luin thought everything had ended at that moment, but he had no idea that a miracle was still waiting for him. The story of the forgotten genius was about to continue. A new, challenging journey began to weave itself from the very depths of his despair. A ray of hope shone through as a dazzling system window appeared, announcing that a treasure had been activated. A system interface materialized, while Luin felt as if he were falling into the deepest part of the universe. When he groggily awoke, he had no idea where he was. The only thing he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep into water. An incomprehensible line of text appeared right before his eyes. It declared him the incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of worlds. This colossal deity, this was the being who had brought Luin to this place. His appearance was neither human nor like the heroes Luin often read about. He had absolutely no time to process what was happening. The being's lips moved as if it wanted to say something, and the next thing he knew, Luin's pupils dilated in absolute utter shock. Flashing back a few hours earlier, at the Xnit Academy training grounds, it was Luin's turn to practice. Professor Hido kindly told him to just do as he had been instructed, which was to create a fireball and strike the training dummy. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Luin knew full well that a fireball was a spell that any student could perform with ease. But for him, it was a different story. This time, Luin was still not sure if he could actually do it. At the professor's command, Luin resolved to succeed. An orange flame gradually formed in his hand, growing larger and larger, mirroring his fierce determination. The male students were slightly surprised that he could gather that much mana. For a moment, Luin thought he might actually make it this time. But then the familiar feeling washed over him. His hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite the desperate pleas in his heart, the thing called mana disorder had defeated Luin once again. He couldn't take it anymore and broke down, giving up. Professor Hido insisted he keep trying to cast it. Luin wanted to, but he feared it was impossible. According to Hido, he was now a final year student. If he couldn't even manage a basic spell like a fireball, how could he possibly pass the graduation exam? Even Luin felt like a complete failure. This training session was all about target practice. Luin couldn't even cast a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, his dream of becoming even a third-rate mage at this magic academy was utterly hopeless. Mocking laughter echoed around him again. They had branded him the disgrace of the academy. But Luin had grown accustomed to this kind of bullying. so he didn't pay it much mind. What truly crushed him was the feeling of hopelessness he'd had from the very beginning, all because of the curse that had plagued him for the past 6 years. Mana disorder. Although Luin had managed to endure all these years, he was now beginning to wonder just how much longer he could hold on. After that training session, Luin was trudging alone behind the crowd into the main hall. But trouble had a way of finding him. 2 male students deliberately cornered him. They started provoking him with sarcastic taunts, smugly calling him Luin the Dullard over and over. Their words escalated, becoming more vicious. They shifted from mocking his skills to insulting his home and territory, calling it a backwater place. They deliberately claimed the Ale family was a nobody, neither wealthy nor famous. Luin's patience finally snapped. He could tolerate insults aimed at himself, but he drew the absolute line at his family. The student was instantly silenced by Luin's powerful punch. It was so strong it sent the boy flying several meters. Luin was absolutely furious at him for running his mouth. Despite his bruised face, the student wasn't scared and shouted defiantly. Luin didn't hold back anymore. He knew the guy's name was Ben Phone, and he was nothing to be messing with his father and his family. The other student with Ben Phone recklessly charged forward. Unsurprisingly, he was completely overwhelmed by Luin's punch. He couldn't get up, collapsing to his knees like a dog. What Luin didn't expect was that Ben would dare to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no regard for the risk of expulsion, unleashing a massive wave of mana right at Luin. While Luin was a decent fighter in terms of mana, he was completely outmatched. His entire body was paralyzed. Professor Hido appeared to intervene, but he was 1 second too late. Luin was struck by the full force of Ben's enormous mana blast. He thought he was done, for a tragic end for this manhwa recap. But now Luin found himself standing before a colossal deity and a system window. He still couldn't comprehend what the hell was happening. Lost in a surreal space meeting, a mysterious man, he couldn't help but wonder what is going on. He strained his ears to listen, but he could only catch the last fragment of a word pass. The deep voice echoed again. This time it was clearer, and it was definitely his name, Luin Ale. And then from the void, another faint sound came, seemingly calling his name, Luin A. Luin A. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing the image of a blonde-haired woman. It turned out, it was the high-level healer Helen. Her face was filled with worry. "Are you awake?" Snapping out of his daze, he was startled. He slowly sat up. "Where am I?" Seeing this, she quickly supported his body, gently replying, "The recovery room. It's okay, you don't need to force yourself to sit up." He wearily held his head. "I'm fine. A little dizzy, but I can sit." As he spoke, he wondered to himself, "Did I just pass out?" Fragmented images flashed through his mind. A man. A mysterious man in a cloak, a strange space, a system voice. What was that? It's still so vivid. Thinking this, he immediately asked Helen, "How long was I out?" She replied, "Almost a full day." She continued, "You're very lucky it wasn't worse. The gods must have been watching over you." He was silent for a moment, then quietly asked, "Am I fully recovered now?" A flicker of concern crossed her face, and her words came out with a slight hesitation. "We still need to monitor you, but you look remarkably healthy for someone who was just hit by a direct lightning spell. There are no wounds, no burns, and no internal organ damage at all. I've never seen a case like yours." In his 10+ years of life, Luin had never witnessed anything like this, leaving him utterly stunned. What is this even possible? He stared down at the palm of his hand, falling deep into thought. Lightning was a terrifying magic that could incinerate a body in an instant. Moreover, he took a direct hit. So how was his body? Completely unscathed. Suddenly, Professor Hido walked in, interrupting his train of thought. "Pardon me, we need a moment." Hearing this, Helen bowed her head, reminding him, "The professor is here. I'm going to check on your results, so let me know if anything feels off." Just then, Luin instinctively looked up as the professor approached. He stood before the bed, arms crossed, and calmly inquired, "How are you feeling?" Luin replied, "I'm fine." The professor's usually stern expression softened slightly. "That's a relief." The professor then updated him on the situation after he had passed out, explaining that the faculty was holding a meeting about this very incident. He looked directly at Luin, while the boy simply listened in silence with his head bowed. First off, Ben Phone was to be expelled for using a powerful attack spell with lethal intent and for spreading false rumors about the Ale family, as well as for his unjust treatment and bullying of other students. The faculty's decision on this was final. Luin's expression darkened as he mumbled guiltily, "But I fought back against Ben too." The professor replied immediately, "Of course, you will also face punishment, considering what happened. You will be required to participate in the Magic Academy's volunteer program for 1 month." Luin nodded slightly. Understood. But it seemed the professor had something else on his mind. "One more thing I need to ask. Are you in possession of a treasure?" The professor's question made Luin look up sharply. What? Now you have to understand, a treasure is a legendary weapon left behind by an ancient sorcerer, possessing a source of limitless mana. Luin immediately waved his hands, denying it. "A treasure? There's no way. If I had something like that, I wouldn't have been getting pushed around." The professor narrowed his eyes, placing a hand on his chin. His voice grew deep. In any case, given its immense value and rarity, the head of the Ale family would have certainly used it for the clan's benefit by now. Unable to hide his curiosity, Luin had to ask, "But why are you asking me about it?" The professor fixed his gaze on him, his eyes deep and sharp, as if trying to pierce through every layer of thought. Saying nothing for a moment, after a brief silence, he recounted the scene he'd witnessed earlier. There was undeniably a red light that enveloped your body just before the lightning bolt made contact. It looked exactly like a high-grade treasure, activating to protect you, completely deflecting Ben's spell. Hearing this, Luin just stared blankly. "What are you talking about?" he thought to himself. "What treasure is he even on about?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait a minute. Don't tell me this is related to the dream I just had." He then immediately dismissed the idea. "No, that's crazy." The professor let out a soft sigh. "Even if I don't understand what happened, it's clear you don't possess a treasure." "Very well." He turned to leave under Luin's watchful gaze. "Get some rest." Luin stared thoughtfully at the professor's retreating figure. "I told him I didn't know what happened." But he didn't press the issue. What could he be thinking? Now alone in the room, Luin sat lost in thought for a long time. The entire experience felt like nothing more than a bizarre dream, and that strange voice. Treasure of Draka, the world destroyer, and the player. He tapped his forehead repeatedly, muttering, "I think there was another phrase." What was it? Luin uttered doubtfully. "Status window." Instantly, a glowing blue panel materialized in midair, causing his eyes to bulge in utter disbelief. As if he'd just seen a ghost, he instinctively scrambled backward, shouting, "Whoa, what the heck is that?" Hearing the commotion, Helen rushed back in. Seeing the dazed look on his face, she asked, with concern, "Luin, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" He pointed at the blue panel, hovering in the air, stammering, "No, it's not that. Don't you see it? The blue panel right in front of me." She looked confused. "What are you rambling about, Luin? There's nothing there. Are you sure you're okay?" Just then, an idea sparked in his mind. It can't be. If she really can't see it, then this is something only I can perceive. On the status window, his personal information was displayed. Luin Aden, incarnation of Draka. The world destroyer is the result of the pursuit of infinite power. The sorcerer Draka perished along with his world. For Draka, who was born deficient in mana strength, was the ultimate source of his power. The one who inherits the treasure of Draka can open the status window and can achieve infinite growth by completing quests. Strength 150, Agility 100, Wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, Luin quickly tried to play it off. "It's nothing, I'm just a bit out of it." She gave a helpless laugh. "Ha, that's not funny." Holding up the test results, she announced cheerfully, "Your results are completely normal. You're cleared to return to your dormitory." Luin smiled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Okay, thank you." Luin started to mentally sum up all the bizarre events of the day. He had survived a direct hit from a lightning spell, met a man with red eyes in some other dimension, and now, there was this status window that only he could see. This whole manhwa recap is getting wild. And then he recalled the very first status window he saw in his dream. It had called him the incarnation of Draka. Perhaps the treasure? Could it be that the power of the mage Draka had truly been transferred into him? In the blink of an eye, night had fallen upon the training grounds. A strange window materialized before him, making him jump. But his curiosity quickly overwhelmed his shock, compelling him to interact with it. Displayed on the screen was his very first mission. A repeatable quest, stating, "Because you have become a player linked with Draka, the destroyer of worlds, you must now train your body to prepare for your ascension to power. Punches, kicks, and turns. Each action must be performed 100 times. The reward was listed as +10 strength points, and a new skill unlocked. After reading it, he rolled up his sleeves, a look of skepticism and confusion still on his face. Punches and kicks, he thought. That's related to strength, sure, but how is this supposed to help me become a mage? But this wasn't the time for questions. He had to try it first. With that resolve, he took a deep breath. He threw a right punch, and the counter ticked up to 1, then a left, and it increased to 2. He let out a small laugh, a smug smile spreading across his face, as if victory was already his. Perfect, it's counting up. At this rate, I'll be done in no time. Riding that wave of confidence, he threw his next punch. Hiya, he shouted, with a strike, but the counter stubbornly remained at 2. He meticulously examined the quest description once more, his brow furrowed. It didn't increase that time. I guess it won't count as complete if my form is sloppy. That realization made him get serious. All right then, what is the proper way to punch? The moon climbed high, a silent witness in the tranquil sky. While everyone else was deep in slumber, he was panting for breath as if he'd been chased by a pack of wild dogs for a solid hour. Exhausted, he rested his hands on his knees. It's finally done, he wheezed, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. The status window reappeared. Quest complete. Granting reward. +10 strength points. Skill unlocked. Wiping the sweat that drenched his face, he glanced up at the screen, wondering what kind of skill is it. Suddenly, he felt a refreshing current of energy begin to flow into his body. What is this feeling, he marveled. It coursed gently through his veins, something even more fundamental than mana itself. He clenched his fist, his fingers tightening as his arm trembled with sheer excitement. I've actually gotten stronger. A new move had to be tested immediately. Taking a deep breath, he raised his fist and threw a powerful punch forward. Let's see what this can do. With that single motion, the very air in front of him seemed to rip apart. Feeling like he was on top of the world, he couldn't help but grin. The strength infused into his magic had made it exponentially more powerful. His speed, the force of his impact, and its destructive potential, everything had changed on a fundamental level. As he continued to marvel at his new power in this manhwa recap, a thought struck him. What about the unlocked skill status window, he called out. With just that soft command, the screen materialized in midair. It read, Innate Power Circle, replaced by Strength. The Mana Circle has been replaced by the Power Circle. From now on, all magic and movements will be influenced by the player's Strength stat. He mulled over the words, replacing the Mana Circle with a Power Circle. Placing a hand over his chest, he could feel his own heartbeat. So, does this mean my mana is being replaced by pure strength? He knew that anyone who sensed or learned to use mana had a circle surrounding their heart. The mana circle was crucial for releasing and amplifying mana, boosting a mage's stats based on its size and the amount of mana they could control. He closed his eyes, focusing on the faint sensation within his chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than most kids my age. But because of my defect, they've always been useless. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as a new sensation registered. His mana circles, they had actually vanished. The powerful, wildly spinning circle that had taken their place. It had to be the power circle. The realization hit him so hard he stumbled backward, completely stunned. That shock quickly gave way to a wave of confusion. A power circle instead of a mana circle. You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what a mana circle is supposed to, then what happens to me? A shadow of sadness crossed his face. Is my dream of being a mage at this magic academy going to end just like this? But he knew pessimism was pointless, and quickly shook off the doubt. No, it's too soon to give up. I have to test it. He held his hand out, focusing all of his will on a familiar incantation. Fireball. Instantly, a surge of raw power erupted from his palm, and in just the blink of an eye, a ferocious fireball materialized. Staring at the flame, he gasped, so fast. How is this possible? He couldn't tear his gaze away. It looked even more powerful. The moment he registered the sheer size of the fireball, he understood. A wide, triumphant grin spread across Luin's face. This was undoubtedly the power of the artifact he now possessed. Staring into the flames, he mused that magic typically has a fundamental activation process requiring around 10 seconds of charge time before it can be unleashed. But Luin calculated he could bypass that 10-second delay, entirely creating a fireball directly from the power within his own body. Just as you'd expect from the protagonist of this manhwa recap, he clenched his hand into a tight fist. This had to be the power of a sacred treasure. Then, without warning, something bizarre materialized right before his eyes. His curiosity piqued. What in the world is that? It turned out to be a system notification. What berserker mage Draka? Your inability to release energy normally has created this skill. Focus your mana into your body and your enemy. You are immune to the effects of your own magic. When you cast magic, an enhancement effect will be applied. Your magical attacks will also inflict additional psychological damage. Luin absorbed the system's information, pondering its meaning. Focus mana into the body for an attack. How does that even work? The question echoed in his mind. Thinking it over seriously, Luin realized that the guy named Draka must have had the same mana disorder curse as him. Did he really focus mana into his fists and feet? The more he processed it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Why would anyone create a fighting style like that? Right on cue, a quest notification popped up. Snapping back to reality, our hero exclaimed, a quest. The mission was to practice the Berserker Mage method, using a circle of power and mana to strike a target. For every target successfully hit, he would gain an additional 10 reward points. Luin was still a bit skeptical. Attack a target this way. He narrowed his eyes, having never considered such a bizarre method before. If this is what it takes to become a mage, at this magic academy, I have to try. Luin reached out his hand, closing around the fireball. He had to give it a shot. The orb of fire in his grasp pulsed with brilliant sparks, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. When it was over, a smile of pure satisfaction spread across Luin's face as the system immediately announced his success. Mission complete. Strength reward plus 10. In the end, Luin collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the starry sky with a deep sense of accomplishment. I finally completed the mission. He recalled all the times he'd failed just to release magic, never imagining he'd finally succeed. By using his fists. A new curiosity sparked in Luin's mind. Who exactly was this Draka? He wanted to learn more, but his body felt like it was made of lead. Suddenly, strange voices cut through the silence. Whoa, what's this? Did he just fall asleep out here? Looks like he trained until he passed out cold. But is he really sleeping here? Should we wake him? The voices echoed in Luin's hazy mind. What's happening? Did I die and go to heaven? No way, how could he be gone? He took a direct lightning strike and didn't even flinch. That's terrifying. The chatter continued, as Luin slowly pried his eyes open. What's all this noise about? He grumbled. The students jumped in surprise. Oh my gosh, you're awake, Luin. You nearly gave us a heart attack. Luin just stretched calmly. What's going on? Why is everyone crowded around here? Is this the first time you've seen someone sleeping outside? They all nodded emphatically. Well, yeah. What kind of noble ignores a warm, cozy bed to sleep on the hard ground? It's beyond strange. One of them asked suspiciously. Hey Luin, were you wasted or something? He waved them off dismissively. Wasted on what? I was just exhausted, so I went to sleep. Later, the group stood there dumbfounded and helpless as he walked away. They immediately started buzzing with gossip. Luin is like a completely different person. What do you mean? One asked, skeptical. Just then, a noble student glanced back and noticed something. His voice filled with curiosity. Hey, what about that scarecrow? It's been beaten to smithereens, only the post is left. You think? Luin did that. But they quickly dismissed the idea. Nah, no way. That's impossible. Back at the noble's dormitory, Luin approached a friend with blonde hair. Yeah, what's up, Luin? The friend asked. Were you seriously out all night? This was Jason's son Damon, a 6th-year student at the prestigious Xnit Academy. He pressed on. What happened? You've never been away from the campus for that long before. Our protagonist brushed him off. You don't need to concern yourself with my business. Don't let the blonde hair fool you. This guy was the eldest son of the Damon family. The Damon family, a renowned mining dynasty. But at least he treated a so-called failure like Luin with some decency. Jason kept teasing him. Don't tell me. You were out all night with some girl, were you? But this guy had a major flaw. He was a hopeless womanizer and a heavy drinker, frequently getting into trouble. Sneaking out of the academy. He chattered on. Hey, after that lightning strike, did you finally learn how to live a little? Come on, spill the beans. And tell me what you were up to last night. Luin just tossed something at him, retorting, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to take a bath. Inside the bathroom, Luin's mood was serene as he stretched out. Ah, this is the life. Suddenly he remembered something. Oh right, the quest. Let's check it. Luin called out. Quest. A notification board appeared, displaying a repeatable quest. Body training. Because you have become one who can connect with Draka the World Destroyer, you must train to strengthen yourself. Each punch, kick, or spin completed will grant you 10 strength points. The protagonist sighed. The reward is the same, but the quest requirements have doubled. He sank into the water, realizing that future quests would probably escalate just like this. He knew it. This journey wasn't going to be easy. But then again, if he could actually become a mage with this method. 1 month later, Luin was still training. His life had turned into a non-stop training montage, the kind you'd see in a manhwa recap. The quest could be repeated, a maximum of once per day, but while the reward remained the same, the requirements kept increasing. If I don't complete the quest on any given day, all my progress resets to 0 the next morning. But if I don't miss a single day, Luin panted heavily. The quest's demands wouldn't go higher than 3,000 reps per day. Any more than that, and he'd probably drop dead from the sheer workload. He pivoted lightly on his foot. Finally, the training quest board updated. All the stats for punches, kicks, and spins had been completed 3,000 times each, yet, the bonus was still a meager 10 points. For the entire past month, our hero had been training exactly like this, and he'd also acquired a new skill, passive body art, which enhances the body's capabilities. His body had become more agile based on his training regimen. At the dormitory during mealtime, everyone was buzzing. Luin's been strange lately, hasn't he? He never used to even blink in class, but now he's just passed out like that. Another student immediately shot back. Is that all you've noticed? He's practically been living in the training yard lately, doing nothing but kicking. Someone else chimed in. Hey, just leave him be. Is this the first time he's acted strange? The gossip continued. He's probably just doing it to cope with his mana disorder. It's not like it'll do any good anyway. For Luin, a month passed, just like that. I've completed the quests and gotten a small clue about Draka, but I can't find the name Draka in any of the records anywhere. Not only that, but terms like player destroyer, quest board, system, and status window yielded no clues whatsoever. He couldn't stop wondering, Draka. Who in the world is he? Just then, his status window popped up. Luin Aden, incarnation of Draka the World Destroyer. One question kept nagging at Luin. Who is the one granting me this power? Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Luin, over here. It was Jason. The protagonist looked over curious. What's up? Jason fired back. Have you heard? Luin was confused. heard what Jason's face showed a hint of concern. You must not know anything if you can just sit there so calmly reading a book like that. Luin pressed. Did something serious happen? Jason glanced over at the head of the Aden family, who was present nearby. Our hero's eyes widened in realization. What? Jason repeated. Luin, it's your father. The sound of heavy footsteps approached. Luin pushed the door open, panting breathlessly. Father. Everyone immediately turned to look. His father exclaimed, Luin, my son, you're here. The two chose a private spot to sit. The protagonist spoke first. It's been 6 years, hasn't it? Since I came to this magic academy, have you been well? Father. His father nodded. Yes, I'm fine. Luin didn't forget to ask. And what about Luina? His father spoke with pride. Your sister. She's grown so much. And these days, she's even practicing swordsmanship on her own. She says she's going to protect her weak older brother. Luin let out a big laugh. Ha ha ha, that's so embarrassing. His father waved it off. Hasn't she always been that bold? Luin's expression suddenly turned serious. Father, he stated firmly. I'm living very well right now. His father was confused. What do you mean? Luin emphasized again. I'm truly fine. I'm not hurt at all, physically or mentally. The head of the Aden family took a sip of tea, his voice impossibly calm. Luin, I actually came to the academy to ask your opinion on leaving this place, he said comfortingly. If it's too difficult, you can always return to our domain whenever you want. I know you're facing many hardships that you don't speak of. Am I right? Luin understood completely. I had a feeling. That's why you came here. But father, I think I've found a way. Luin pleaded, so please just promise me one thing. His father asked, completely surprised. A promise? Luin was resolute. On the upcoming practical exams, I will achieve a good score. In return, if I fail, from that day forward, I will no longer follow my own path, but will obey your every word. He knew that after vowing to ace the practical exam, his father had seen his unwavering determination and returned to the mansion after their talk. And just like that, the exam our protagonist had long awaited finally arrived. The proctor announced, all right, pay attention. Standing on the podium, the instructor began to lay out the rules. Today is the exam for the Introduction to Magic course. Be warned, any form of cheating will result in an automatic failure. A voice then echoed, you may begin the exam. Luin gripped his quill tightly. The exam at this magic academy was divided into 2 parts, a written theory test and a practical skills test. The practical exam itself was composed of 4 sections: target identification, magic, measurement, practical combat, and one-on-one dueling. As someone afflicted with mana disorder, our protagonist had always achieved perfect scores on the theory portion for the past 6 years. However, in the practical exams, Michael of the Gadghill family always dominated. Luin's hand tightened into a fist. However, this time would be different. Everything was about to change. He told himself again, this time would be different. Luin was willing to bet on it because he was absolutely certain he would take first place in this practical exam. After the written tests were completed, a voice suddenly called out Luin. It was Jason who approached him, saying, You've seemed a bit off lately. Do you have some kind of special plan for the practical exam today? Luin nodded. Yep, I'm going to approach it in a new way. Jason was shocked. Huh, really? What kind of method did you figure out? A contemptuous voice cut in. Luin, what do you think you're doing here? It was none other than Mikkel. He crossed his arms with a sneer. Don't tell me you're planning to use that useless body to take the practical exam. With your mana disorder, it's completely pointless. Luin touched his chin. So what, I came here to compete. But Mikkel had no intention of letting it go. Humph. Luin, as a model student, if I were to offer a piece of advice to someone who's failed the practical exam 6 times in a row like you. His voice was dripping with mockery. What would I say? Instead of coming here just to be humiliated, why don't you just give up now? Luin retorted. Who knows? I don't think your advice would be very helpful. Mikkel clapped him on the shoulder. I think you're misunderstanding something. Do you really think someone with mana disorder syndrome can complete this exam? Mikkel thought to himself in frustration. What's wrong with this bastard? He gritted his teeth. He used to be so meek and subservient. So, why is he acting so confident? All of a sudden, it's infuriating. He then issued a challenge. I'll show you in the one-on-one duel. Just you wait. Finally, the exam began, with the first section being target identification. Its official name was the multi-target takedown test. The method was simple. The test measured the number of targets that could be hit in a single casting. However, this year's test was different from the last, as the difficulty had been significantly increased. The targets were now in constant motion. As the students took their turns, and the organizers announced the number of targets they managed to destroy. First up, Hork, 1 target. Next, Angelina, 0 targets. The highest score so far was a mere 4 targets. As a result, the average score this year was terrifyingly low. The next student managed to hit 3 targets. The instructors watching from behind grimaced. Humph, we only increased the difficulty a little, and the scores have already hit rock bottom. The quality of this year's students is just too poor. But suddenly, a voice interjected. Professors, it might be a bit too early to be disappointed. It was Professor Alec, a professor in the magic potions department, and also Mikhail Gadgehill's uncle, who looked extremely proud. It's almost Mikhail's turn. Just you watch. Professor Alec was clearly anticipating a grand performance from his nephew. Here the boy comes. As Mikhail prepared to unleash his spell, a single thought dominated his mind. Watch this closely, Luin. He was supremely confident. I don't know what you're planning, he thought smugly, but this is the difference between you and me. He then unleashed his attack. A whole barrage of training dummies were struck by his devastating spell. Everyone who witnessed it gasped in admiration. Whoa, that's Michael for you. He hits so many targets in a single cast. He's definitely going to take first place again. Professor Alec sauntered over. What do you think? The boy is truly a worthy descendant of the Gadgehill lineage, isn't he? He continued to boast. At this level, Mikkel is the absolute pride of our Magic Academy. This is a Manhwa recap you won't forget. He will certainly be this year's student representative. A voice suddenly cut him off. That's quite enough, Professor Alec. Regarding the abilities of this year's class, we don't believe we need to see any more. The person who spoke was Professor Tion Xnit, the headmaster of the academy and a powerful 7th-level archmage. Still, Professor Alec refused to back down. Why don't we stay a little longer? It's almost Luin's turn. Professor T questioned Luin. You mean Luin? Andel. Professor Hilo confirmed. That's right. Is that kid really still at this Magic Academy? He agreed. All right, for the boy's sake, let's stick around and see what he's got. It won't hurt to watch for a bit. Meanwhile, Luin was seen calmly stretching his wrists. All right, this is a perfect chance to test my new power, Luin thought. The instructor called out, Luin, you may begin. With a fireball already formed in his hand, Luin nodded. Yes, sir. A brilliant flame erupted around him, shimmering as if gilded with gold. Everyone stared in utter astonishment. What in the world? What's with that casting speed? The students started murmuring amongst themselves. Whoa, look at all those targets. How many are there? I can't even count them all. No way. At that moment, Miko was grinding his teeth in a fit of rage. He sneered, reminding those around him. Hey, have you all forgotten? Luin has a mana disorder. Even if he tried 1,000 times, it's doubtful he could hit a single target. That useless piece of trash can't do anything right. But unbeknownst to everyone, a system buff had just been activated for our hero. Time refraction activated, distorts the refraction of time for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200%. Movement speed will be enhanced. You have moved beyond the time distortion. Cooldown 5 minutes. Luin recalled the skill he had recently acquired, time refraction, which allowed him to move with unnatural speed to any place he desired. In other words, he thought, right now, I'm practically unstoppable. The energy radiating from our protagonist was so immense, it overwhelmed everything around him. A brilliant flame enveloped and protected him as the professors watched with rapt attention. The students, on the other hand, could only stare with their jaws on the floor. Finished. Luin smirked triumphantly. It's done. Splintered pieces of wood flew through the air. Luin. 27 targets. The face of the supervising instructor turned pale as he broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Luin stood there panting as he stared at the pile of destroyed targets. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. What was that? Did he just cast magic on his hands and punch the targets directly? 27 targets, seriously, he just set a new record for this test. How could he possibly move that fast? Did he really use magic to strike the targets? There are just too many unbelievable things happening. But then the stunned silence was shattered by the sound of a single person clapping. It was the headmaster of the Xnit Magic Academy, Tyrion Xnit himself. He was the first to stand and give Luin a round of applause and words of praise. Luin was simply outstanding. While everyone was still dumbfounded by his achievement, which even surpassed Pixurb's record, the headmaster himself had given him recognition. The crowd erupted into cheers. That's right! That was amazing! Luin, congratulations! But mixed in with the congratulatory shouts, there were still those who refused to acknowledge another's talent. Some were angry, some were silent, and others were just plain confused. But what could they do? The results spoke for themselves. Oh, and of course we can't forget about Miko. Judging by the furious expression on his face, he clearly couldn't accept it, but he could only rage internally. Luin, that little punk. How is this possible? He was grinding his teeth so hard, his eyebrows were practically touching, but there was nothing he could do. The cheers of congratulations echoed all around. Luin just stood there silently, but inside he was rejoicing. To be praised and acknowledged by everyone. It was something he hadn't experienced for the past 6 long years. In all those years, he hadn't received a single compliment. My chest feels so warm, he thought. Luin stood tall, a gentle smile on his face, as the sunlight illuminated his youthful features. His eyes shone with pride in himself and the feeling of being recognized. That's right, he mused. This is the feeling I've always longed for. Later, in the meeting room, a displeased Professor Eric spoke up, casting magic on his hands and striking the target directly. You call that magic? I've never heard of any magic that works like that. You could tell just by looking at his sour, wrinkled face that he wasn't going to accept it. Hilo immediately countered, but as you know, Professor Magic has no limits. This is a field where anything is possible. His expression turned serious. If everything followed a rigid framework, it wouldn't be magic anymore. It would just be mathematics. Exactly. If you stick to the old ways forever, how can you ever level up? This whole manhwa recap is about breaking the mold after all. Eric still wanted to argue with Hello, but before he could finish, Tyrion signaled for him to zip it. The headmaster spoke gently. Today we have witnessed a student who has created a miracle. His face was alight with joy. It was a miracle of magic. How could it be anything but? We met. However, it seems the professors are at odds over this. A tense silence falls, a silent agreement with the headmaster's words. Eric, however, is seething, refusing to accept reality. Damn it, he thinks that Luin has thrown everything into chaos. Who could have predicted this mess? Meanwhile, Jason's son slings an arm around Luin shouting, "Yo, the Supreme Mage has arrived." Luin nearly collapses under the weight of Jason's arm, muttering under his breath, "Hey, cut it out." At the sound of his name, a few students start to gather around them. "Oh, it's Luin," they exclaim, greeting him eagerly. "Luin, hey, how on earth did you pull that off in yesterday's practical exam?" He manages a weak greeting, completely at a loss for words. The questions from his classmates just keep coming. "Luin, you remember my name, don't you? We've been in the same class for the past 6 years." He hastily excuses himself from the crowd, his mind racing. Just yesterday, he thinks I was a complete nobody in this entire Magic Academy. Turning his back on the crowd, Luin quickly tells Jason, "Hey John, I'm heading out first." Even now, he can't wrap his head around how drastically things have changed overnight. Everything's been turned upside down in a single night, and he just hasn't adjusted yet. Frankly, being alone feels way more comfortable. Still, he's keenly aware of one thing. There are definitely still plenty of people who can't stand him. He slowly pushes open the door to his room, only to find some blonde-haired punk standing inside. Hearing the door creak open, the intruder speaks up. "There you are," Luin retorts. "Wow, you break into my room, and that's your opening line. What the hell are you doing in my dorm?" Maiko's face darkens, his glare sharp enough to kill. He turns and stalks towards Luin, his voice dripping with contempt. "You scored a few points with that cheap trick, that's not even real magic, and suddenly, you think you're hot stuff. Your arrogance is nauseating. So I came here to put you in your place. Don't get cocky." The guy's words were so infuriating you just wanted to smack him. But Luin, unfazed, immediately fired back. "Or is it because you're embarrassed that your score is lower than the guy you've been looking down on for the last 6 years? Oh, so that's all it is. This guy's not so tough after all." Just that one sentence was enough to make him snap. Miko flies into a rage, lunging forward and grabbing Luin by the collar. "What did you just say, you son of a bitch?" But Luin remains completely unfazed, his expression an icy mask in the face of Miko's outburst. He calmly takes the hand, gripping his collar, and effortlessly pries it off. Without a hint of struggle, this calm, effortless display catches Miko completely off guard, and a tremor runs through him. He's visibly shaken his brow, furrowing in disbelief. What the hell, Miko thinks? Since when was this failure this strong? He can't believe what he's seeing. "Miko," Luin says, leaning in close, "we both need to graduate." His eyes flash with anger. "If you're so determined to put me down, then wait for the one-on-one combat exam. We can settle this in a fair fight." Luin's voice is just a low growl, but it's enough to make Miko break out in a cold sweat. He slaps Luin's hand away, glaring furiously. "You really think you're in my league? A loser who fails every class." Luin shoots back without missing a beat. "Just you wait. You'll find out soon enough whether I'm in your league or not." His gaze is unwavering, staring right through Miko's smug face. Miko turns to leave, but not before shooting one last dagger-like glare over his shoulder. "Just try to pass the next test, then we'll talk." As he storms off, his mind is consumed with thoughts of his newfound rival. That arrogant prick he sees internally, there's no way he's not going to fail today's practical exam, let alone the combat test. And would you look at that, Miko's angry little face is just so punchable, isn't it? Huh. Suddenly, Miko pulls his hand from his pocket, and you can see it still trembling uncontrollably. Is that guy even a mage, he wonders. No matter how many times you see this statue, it never fails to impress. A colossal golem statue stands imposingly in the center of the testing area. This is the site for practical exam number 2 mana output measurement. The statue itself is a treasure of the Academy, an incredibly rare artifact. On the entire continent, there are only a handful of these. Its name is Kingram, an ancient golem. 500 years ago, the great Archmage Far transformed the living golem into an artifact. Kingram is now bound within it, absorbing mana and serving as the ultimate magical punching bag. This Manhwa recap continues, with a mana output test, which requires students to cast spells on Kingram to earn a score. Luin turns to Jason and asks, "So all we have to do is hit that statue with whatever spell we're best at?" Jason replies, "Yup, pretty much sums it up. His score." But that elf examiner is notoriously difficult. Getting over 20 points is considered a huge success. In front of him stood a student with a hairstyle covering more than half of his head, wielding a deep purple power that looked pretty impressive. Violent storm meditation, he yelled, unleashing his magic toward the elf statue. The elf's voice echoed. Go back and study, you 1-point mage. It's not too late to drop out. Hearing that the student was completely frozen in shock, everyone started whispering amongst themselves. I thought he did pretty well, but I guess it's not that easy. Everyone was in awe of the elf's incredibly harsh grading standards. Next step before me. The student sulked back to his seat, his mood completely shattered, unable to believe it. A female student walked up next. Haha, now it's my turn, she declared, raising her hand for all to see. Brimming with confidence. Ice sphere, she cast her spell. The elf spoke. I certainly won't forget you. That was impressive. Overjoyed, she asked back, really? Kingram replied to her, yes. But before she could celebrate, he threw a bucket of ice-cold water on her hopes. This is the first time I've ever seen such garbage magic being cast. It's just so, wow, impressively bad. He bluntly gave the poor girl 2 points. Hearing this, she burst into tears, refusing to accept reality. No way. I did the best I possibly could. The other students continued to step up, but none fared much better. 5 points. Get out of my sight. Hearing a score like that? Who could take it? It's only natural to scream. What the heck? He continued his barrage of criticism. What is this bland magic? Did you mix it with water or something? It's 100% mana. The student was so furious, he started cussing out the damn elf. The supervising instructor quickly intervened. Jackson, no more shouting. Return to your seat. He managed to prevent a full-blown assault on the eardrums of the other students. Ah, it's not like that, Jackson said, scratching his head and feigning innocence as he scurried back to his spot. Next, Michael, Gary Hill, the instructor called out. The guy's face looked like he'd been through 50 marriages, 49 divorces, and caught cheating 33 times. It was as dark as a thundercloud. Oh, but it turns out that was just his expression before casting a spell. Waves of mana slammed into the elf statue. Kingram's voice rang out. Gary Hill. I'm a little disappointed. Are you the son of Jorge Gary Hill? Asked this, he proudly replied. That's right. I am the third son of George Gary Hill. The pride of the family, McCole Gary Hill. Pride, haha, the elf scoffed derisively. Your father was a sniveling fool who begged me for extra points. Mike Gary Hill, you are far more pathetic than your foolish father. 27 points. Hearing this, Michael angrily screamed in his face. You're just a worthless elf. Who do you think you are to talk such nonsense? The instructor immediately stepped in to stop Michael. Silence. Michael. The teacher then called the next person. Next up, Luin Aden. He responded immediately. Here. As Luin stepped forward, his face was a mask of calm, but inside his heart was a raging inferno of nerves. Phew, I'm suddenly so nervous. I just have to try my best. I can do this. A flame flickered to life in his hand. He looked up and introduced himself. I am Luin Aden. It is an honor to meet you. His gaze was firm. His expression unwavering, exuding a powerful aura. Ho, this is the first time I've seen your face, the elf noted with a hint of surprise. But no matter. Begin your test. He didn't seem to care much, but Luin and his magic were ready. The flame burned as brightly as his eyes, though I'm not really sure if that means anything. A student immediately identified Luin's magic. Is that Fire Tyrant? His face was a perfect picture of absolute jaw-dropping shock. A few other students also recognized it right away as a fourth circle magic spell. Another student exclaimed in disbelief. What? There's no way he can cast that. Kingram, however, just looked puzzled. What's with your stance? He asked. As Luin shifted his posture to cast the spell. Here I go. Luin leaped off the ground. The mana that was in his hand was now coursing through his feet. I guess Luin was planning to cosplay as Son Goku. You know, because Son Goku has that flying nimbus cloud. In a twist worthy of a manhwa recap, just when everyone thought he'd use his hands, he completely changed tactics, surprising everyone. Having channeled the mana to his feet, he used his 3-meter-long legs to deliver a powerful kick straight into the Kingram statue. The instructor was also utterly astonished by this display from the young man. Impossible. How could that boy channel mana from his hands to his feet and detonate it in an instant like that? He could only wonder in amazement. The crowd of students was stunned beyond belief. One of them spoke up asking, didn't you just say that was fourth circle magic? The other student immediately replied, no, that's not right. The energy from that attack had to be at least fifth circle. And with that, Luin landed after his divine kick with his 3-meter legs. Are you saying Luin is at least a fifth circle mage? 5 stars. Luin gasped for air, his lungs burning, as if this would be his last breath, his mind racing with a million questions. What went wrong? He was certain he'd cast Tyrant's Fire perfectly. A knot of anxiety tightened in Luin's chest. But why was Kingram's reaction so bizarre? Did he mess up a step? Just then the old man finally spoke, his voice a low growl. You, who are you? Luin was baffled. Sir, I already introduced myself. I'm Luin Aden. But before he could finish his sentence, Kingram interrupted sharply. Are you Draka? The question struck him like a physical blow, draining the color from his face. Instantly, Kingram's demeanor shifted. Draka, I have been waiting for you. Though only his blood-red eyes were visible, they conveyed an expression of utter desperation and profound longing. Kingram's voice echoed with a haunting quality. I have always been waiting for you, Draka. The words sliced through the stunned silence, spreading a wave of bewilderment through the crowd. The onlookers immediately erupted in hushed whispers, their prying eyes raising 1,000 questions. Draka, who in the world is that? Is he mistaking Luin for someone else? The curiosity was mixed with a healthy dose of skepticism that spread through the air, etching frowns onto every face. Meanwhile, Luin's mind flashed back to the 2 grueling months he'd spent poring over ancient texts. He remembered rummaging through every related document, turning every brittle page, and digging deep into ancient records. But he had found absolutely nothing. He thought to himself, I've scoured the archives for 2 solid months, and couldn't find a single trace of this Draka. Yet, somehow, Kingram knew the name. The realization caused Luin's expression to immediately darken, a shadow falling over him as he began to grasp the profound meaning behind the assessor's cryptic words. You know, of Draka? Luin asked, his voice a mixture of shock and a fragile sliver of hope. In response to the boy's searching question, Kingram uttered only a single definitive word. It was short, but it carried immense weight and certainty. Yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Luin decided to press his advantage. He quickly followed up, hoping to pry even the smallest scrap of information about this mysterious figure from him. Then, can you tell me more about him? A cryptic smile flickered across Kingram's weathered face as he murmured, How fascinating. To think I would meet his incarnation right here in this magic academy. His deep voice rumbled once more, his words maddeningly vague and without a clear beginning or end. Luin blinked, struggling to decipher the meaning. Incarnation. What do you mean by that? But just then, Kingram cut through Luin's train of thought with an abrupt question of his own. What is your name? Though taken aback, Luin answered promptly. It's Luin. Luin Aden, he replied to the sudden query. Very well, Luin. I will remember that name, Kingram stated, his words seeming to etch themselves into the very air. His massive frame was like a towering mountain so immense that it completely blocked out the sun from Luin's perspective, casting a colossal shadow that swallowed him whole. As Kingram turned to leave, a sharp voice cut through the air, halting him in his tracks. A determined voice stopped his intended departure cold. Excuse me, sir. Before you depart, could you please tell me my score? The question belonged to Luin. There are too many ears here. I will inform you later. This assessment is concluded. That magic is not something I am qualified to judge. Kingram's cold definitive verdict struck like a bolt of lightning. The other proctor immediately cried out in disbelief. What? What are you talking about? He couldn't believe his ears, his face a mask of pure indignation. According to the regulations of this magic academy, you are required to provide a score. This pact has been upheld for 500 years, ever since the great mage Xnit passed away. The man insisted, his voice tight with frustration. Enough. Kingram's roar cut him off, a terrifying sound that echoed across the grounds. It carried an incredible weight of menace. You dare speak of rules to me? For years, I have been forced to sit here and assess brats who barely look like they can even be called mages. Kingram's face was a mask of fury, his crimson eyes blazing with a rage that made the other proctor shrink back, his voice faltering into a stutter. I apologize. To hell with Xnit, I couldn't care less about him. Kingram snarled contempt, dripping from every word. But a pact is still a pact. Fine. I will give you a score. He then fell silent, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, causing the other proctor to swallow nervously, as cold sweat beaded on his brow. His anxiety was palpable. It's either a 0 or it's a 100. Which will it be? Little Destroyer. Kingram's low voice rumbled, directed squarely at Luin. Luin's reaction was immediate. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Without a moment's hesitation or a second thought about his choice, he met the old man's gaze with unshakable resolve. Of course, it was a perfect 100 points. The news spread like wildfire, buzzing through the halls of the Magic Academy. Hey, did you hear Kingram gave someone a 100 on his test? Immediately, whispers and chatter erupted. What, that Kingram? But who did he give it to? Another student asked, their voice dripping with disbelief. I heard he gave it to the legendary last-place student Luin. The surrounding students started buzzing, their faces a mask of pure shock as they processed this bombshell of a news. In the midst of the chaos, a stern voice cut through the noise, shattering the commotion. It was Professor Hido. He approached Luin with a scrutinizing gaze. You're causing trouble again. Startled, the boy whipped around towards the voice. Professor Hido, what are you doing here? Luin asked, a hint of surprise in his tone. Professor Hido crossed his arms, sternly closing the distance between them. The news of you receiving a 100 from Kingram has reached the ears of the headmaster. Upon hearing this, he has decided to give you a special reward, as something like this has never happened before. Professor Hido's words carried a particular gravity, highlighting the importance of the situation. Here, take this for now. With that, he handed Luin a scroll he was holding. Luin read the words on the scroll aloud, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. The treasure vault. What is this? Without another word of explanation, Professor Hido just beckoned with his hand and turned to leave, signaling for Luin to follow. After a rather long walk through quiet corridors and past mysterious doors, Professor Hido stopped before a room with a tightly sealed door. The door itself looked ancient and imposing, as if it had stood there for centuries. As he opened it, a blast of cold air rushed out. Professor Hido motioned for Luin to enter with him, and the two ventured deeper inside. Whoa, I had no idea a place like this existed here. Luin followed his curious eyes, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings he had just set foot in for the first time. Everything in this place was different from anything he had ever seen at the academy. Of course, Professor Hido explained, this is the only restricted area in the entire Magic Academy. Hearing this, a vague question formed in Luin's mind. The only restricted area. So why did he bring me here? A mix of curiosity and anxiety began to creep into his thoughts. Finally, they stopped at another door, one that was sealed even more securely than any of the others. Professor Hido paused and turned to Luin, his expression solemn. This is the entrance to the treasure vault. I am only permitted to go this far. Luin looked at him, a wave of worry and unease washing over him. So, I have to go in alone? Yes, go on. I will be waiting right here for you, the professor reassured him. Finally, he approached the door before him, his mind still swirling with countless unanswered questions. I don't know what's going to happen, but he did say it was a reward, so I might as well see what's inside. With a mix of courage and curiosity, he pushed the door open and stepped through. What greeted Luin was a room that was both empty and overwhelmingly vast, shrouded in an eerie, somber atmosphere. A dim light filtered in from somewhere, just enough for Luin to realize the sheer scale of the place. So this is the treasure vault. He glanced around. Although there were no items on display, he could still sense the presence of countless precious artifacts. There are so many treasures here that I've only ever heard of by name. This must be the vault of the great Archmage Xnit. As Luin was busy observing his surroundings, lost in the overwhelming grandeur of the vast, gloomy vault, a deep voice suddenly echoed from right behind him, causing Luin to jump in alarm. His whole body tensed as he spun around. You look rather lost. Who's there? Luin wondered, his wary eyes searching for the owner of the voice. The speaker continued, their tone profound, as if they could read the deepest thoughts hidden in Luin's mind. As if you don't realize your own true worth. It was then that Luin recognized the strangely familiar voice. It was Kingram, sitting composedly on a chair, placed right in the middle of the room. Kingram, what is he doing here? But what caught Luin's attention, even more stunning him completely, was the man's appearance. He was no longer a lifeless statue. Instead, Kingram was present, in a real, living human form, vibrant and powerful. He's not a stone statue anymore. As if reading Luin's mind with ease, Kingram explained, his voice deep and warm, yet still shrouded in mystery. This whole manhwa recap is getting intense. Is it because I am no longer a stone statue? This is the only place where I am permitted to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana filling this room, I can exist in my primal form, rather than just as an artifact. After hearing this, the boy replied softly, I see. Luin looked up at him, his eyes filled with suspicion about Kingram's earlier words. By the way, what did you mean when you said I don't know my own true value? Kingram's sharp fangs seemed to become more prominent, exuding a terrifying aura. As he spoke, I meant it literally. You have absolutely no idea what your true worth is. Even the magical artifact you're using is identical to Draka's. Kingram's next words hit like a dagger to Luin's heart, a plot twist worthy of the best manhwa recap, making him reel from a world-shattering truth. He knows about the artifact, Luin thought to himself, his mind filled with astonishment. The towering figure looked down at him, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through every thought. That is one of the rarest treasures in the world. How did you come to possess it? And what is your relationship with Draka? Kingram paused, awaiting an answer from Luin. However, Luin just stared back at him seriously. His voice held a mix of curiosity and a touch of helplessness. I'm wondering the same thing. Who is Draka? The giant being observed Luin in silence for a moment, before he began to explain, his tone carrying a sense of nostalgia and reverence. He was an entity who wished to ascend to godhood. One day he visited the Xnit tribe, where I lived. At the time he was small, short, and quite unsightly. Nevertheless, his power was so extraordinary that no one in the Xnit tribe could even stand against him. What's more, he grew stronger with each passing day, so even if all of us elves attacked him at once, we couldn't possibly defeat him. We came to respect him, and he lived among us, as if he were one of the tribe. He taught me the future chieftain, the language of magic, for nearly 100 years. What? 100 years? How can a human possibly live for an entire century? Luin stared up at Kingram again, his eyes wide with utter shock, and the rest of his body felt the same. Luin's mind could barely process what he had just heard. Kingram gave a sly grin, his sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light of the chamber. Perhaps because he was not human. This statement landed like a heavy blow, revealing an unbelievable truth about Draka. A revelation that would upend everything Luin thought he knew about his Magic Academy world. His true identity was the Black Dragon Dracagonia. Kingram's words boomed, delivering a massive shock to Luin. No way, Luin gasped, his voice choked with surprise. So dragons actually exist. He was immediately floored by this information. He asked again softly, just to be absolutely certain of what he just learned. Is that true? Yes. Did you not know that dragons are the very source of magic? He replied swiftly, without a hint of hesitation. Of course, Luin thought back. He had heard something like that before. But it was always just an unsubstantiated claim. I always thought it was just a myth. Luin's mind suddenly plunged into chaos. All his old knowledge crumbled before this terrifying reality. Kingram then cut through Luin's train of thought with yet another piece of information. However, Draka himself could not use magic. He interrupted the boy's thoughts with another revelation. That is also why he created a fighting style just like yours by channeling magic through his limbs. Do you understand what that means? Kingram paused, posing a question loaded with hidden meaning. A spark of understanding ignited in Luin's mind, connecting the scattered pieces of the puzzle. So, Draka must have been treated the same way I was in the past. He answered immediately, his mind picturing the mysterious cloaked figure of a man. I think I'm starting to understand a little. Kingram continued, speaking, his tone growing darker. Draka created a power that only he could wield, a way to turn magic into physical strength just as you have done. By mastering that power, Draka became the most powerful being in the world. However, he was still not satisfied with that and continued to expand his power to infinity. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. The boy was once again taken aback by this new information. He destroyed everything, so that's why he's known as the World Destroyer. I can't even imagine how strong someone would have to be to destroy the entire world. A sense of awe mixed with fear crept into Luin's heart as he pictured that terrifying power. Suddenly, a familiar system window popped up right before Luin's eyes with a new development. You have completed the achievement. Find traces of Draka. Rewards granted title, Comrade of Goblin's Skill, Goblin's Fury and the Spirit. Strang Embodiment of Power. With the Comrade of Goblin's title, your affinity with all goblin kind will see a significant percentage increase. Furthermore, the title grants you the ability to communicate with them. Reading the text, Luin stroked his chin, thinking, a communication perk out of the blue. Well, it's better than nothing. Despite his confusion, he accepted these unexpected gifts. The system window materialized once more, this time displaying the details of his new skill, a key element in this Manhwa recap. Goblin's Fury, an active skill that borrows power from a goblin's rage, instantly amplifying your strength to 300 for 30 seconds. The effect's potency will scale with your physical skills. Cooldown, 3 minutes. His face turned serious as he finished reading the details. This feels like a top-tier skill. Luin murmured, the kind of thing they'd only teach advanced students at a magic academy. The moment he extended his hand, a lustrous blue orb materialized, resting perfectly in his palm. But upon closer inspection, it was already marred by several cracks, as if it had endured ages of unseen damage. Strang, the embodiment of power. What exactly is that? And how did it just appear in my hand? Luin wondered, a mix of curiosity and apprehension swirling within him. Kingram rose from his stone throne, his colossal frame eclipsing a large portion of the light filtering into the chamber. It appears you've received your quest reward. Kingram's voice boomed. Draka used to do that, to stare into empty space and start talking. His words served as a startling confirmation. This erased any lingering doubt Luin had about the reality of his experience. Still cradling the blue orb, he looked up at the giant, his eyes filled with questions. If that's the case, do you have any idea what this thing is? Luin asked. The giant replied with booming confidence. Of course. Bring it here, let me see. He then leaned down to inspect the orb. The sphere was now pulsing with a brilliant light in Luin's hand. Kingram examined it meticulously before delivering his verdict. Yes. That is Strang. Do you know anything about this item? Luin pressed, hoping for more information. In response to his eager question, Kingram's voice took on a profound tone. Item. That is no mere item. It is an embodiment. Luin glanced back down at the orb in his hand, a wave of disbelief washing over him. What? You're telling me this thing is an embodiment? Kingram began to elaborate, his voice laced with certainty. It was the tone of someone who had seen it all. He was always by Draka's side. How could I not recognize him? Judging by its current condition, I'd wager Draka sealed him inside this spirit stone just before he passed. Kingram continued, explaining the true nature of Strang. He is an embodiment of power itself, though called a spirit. He is nothing like the common spirits you know. He's incredibly hot-tempered and constantly begged Draka to grant him infinite power. However, if you can satisfy his insatiable craving, he will in turn grant you a measure of that infinite power, Kingram concluded, revealing a pact of immense potential, yet fraught with immense risk. Are you saying that this embodiment will be reborn from this stone? Luin frowned, lifting the orb closer to his face. He noticed the cracks seemed to have multiplied since he first received it. A web of tiny new fractures had started to spread across its surface. Precisely. So you have nothing to fear, King Rum reassured him. But just as he finished his sentence, the unexpected happened. The orb suddenly splintered with even more cracks, the fissures widening rapidly. As the sphere looked ready to shatter completely, Luin held it tight, watching it disintegrate. His heart hammered in his chest. It's breaking, he thought in a silent panic. But instead of the explosion, he anticipated a tiny figure small enough to fit in his palm appeared the moment. The smoke and shards of the orb dissipated into nothingness. Luin stared dumbfounded at the creature. It's a bear. The creature immediately began rubbing its eyes, and then let out a string of curses, its voice shrill and utterly annoyed. You little punk, did you just call me a bear? To his shock, the bear could talk. How can a bear even speak? But Luin's repeated, astonished utterance of the word bear only seemed to fuel its rage, causing it to grind its teeth. I'm telling you, stop calling me a bear. This little brat, it shrieked, letting out a growl as its cantankerous voice echoed throughout the vast treasure chamber. Feeling that Luin's commentary was getting a bit out of hand, the bear strang angrily jabbed a paw right at his face. I said, stop calling me a bear. Luin could only reply helplessly, but you look exactly like a bear. Sheer astonishment and confusion were written all over Luin's face as a drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. But how can a bear talk? This sent the creature into a crimson rage. Hey, are you deaf or something? It planted its paws on its hips, steam practically puffing from its ears as it unleashed a rapid-fire tirade. How dare you compare the great me to one of those fuzzy simpletons? I am not a bear. Luin was utterly perplexed. So what am I? It crossed its two arms, giggling confidently. I am an incarnation. I become whatever I please, and I'm about to show you. It put on a face full of spirit and determination, declaring, watch this, I'll show you my power. Hearing this, the boy on the other side waited with great anticipation. However, absolutely nothing spectacular happened. The color drained from its face, leaving it utterly mortified. After a moment of awkward silence, it began to panic as if it couldn't believe the cruel reality before its eyes. Huh, what is this? Where did my power go? The boy's face screamed, what the heck? Wondering, what is it doing? Suddenly it spoke up. It must be because I was reborn, with an empty stomach. Give me food. The boy observed this, and thought, why is this little creature so rude? He then delivered some bad news. There's no food here, and I don't even know what you eat. The news struck it like a lightning bolt, as it shrieked in despair. What? Not even any food? How come? My master is so weak this time. The boy was baffled. Master me. The creature, too dejected to speak, ignored everything, curled up into a cotton candy-like ball, and drifted off to sleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy. Just remember to wake me when it's time to eat. The boy was 30% helpless and 70% confused. Huh, what's going on? It called me master, then said I was weak. He gently placed the soundly sleeping Chang on his shoulder. The innocent scene unfolding before him made even King Graham chuckle. Heh, it's true what they say. A leopard can't change its spots. Seeing it again brought back a wave of nostalgia for the king. Watching you with Chang really takes me back. He seemed to be lost in a stream of memories, remembering the days he faced off against Chang and Draka in the old land back when they were with the Sky Peak tribe. Snapping out of his reverie, he sat in the vast treasure room. Majestically on his throne, his gaze fixed directly on the boy. Luin Aden, the little destroyer who carries Draka's will. What do you intend to do? Luin immediately asked. Back about. What? The king quickly replied. The power you hold will make you stronger. It can set you on the right path, or it could just as easily devour you. I'll ask again. Once you become strong, what will you do? Hearing this, the boy fell into deep thought for a long while. The reason he wanted this power was to protect his loved ones from monsters, to bring honor to his family name, and to prove himself to those who had always looked down on him. He smiled with satisfaction. Yes, that's more than enough. I have too much to protect. I can't let this opportunity slip away. After clearing his thoughts, he looked forward with more determination than ever. I will live the way I want for my loved ones, my family, and for myself. Recognizing the quality of the young man before him, the king nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I will look forward to that future of yours. Thanks to King Ram, Luin learned more about Draka, and his days at the Magic Academy continued to revolve around daily quests. The only thing that changed was the scene at the training grounds. At this moment, Luin was training diligently. He wiped away the streams of sweat pouring down his exhausted face and called out, Chang, wake up. Are you planning to skip a meal, or what? At the mention of food, it woke up instantly, its eyes sparkling brightly, as drool streamed from its mouth. Food. It acted as if a single second's delay meant the food would vanish. It quickly scrambled onto the boy's body. While waiting for him to cast his magic, it had already opened its tiny mouth wide. Asterisk, gulp times. Luin glanced over at its gluttonous expression and felt a sense of helplessness. This little guy is crazy for food, and he eats so much. It intently lapped up the flames, blazing on the boy's 2 hands, with each stream of fire swirling into its mouth. After eating, it patted its chest in satisfaction and let out a loud burp. Ah, I feel much better now, Luin thought to himself. The food I was talking about is the power I gain from quests. Chang eats my power. Chang, the incarnation of a 1-star power, is the only spirit that reacts to the primal essence of power. The power is directly proportional to its vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged the 7 kings and the black dragon Draka before being annihilated. After it had eaten its fill, Luin's power points increased thanks to the special companion skill. He praised it. You're actually useful. It proudly puffed out its chest. Of course, Luin confirmed the details. Each time it powered up, he would receive a maximum of 100 power points. Ah, it explained, if I reach 2 stars, it'll be 200. 3 stars means 300. It just keeps increasing like that. Before I was sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing this made Luin's head spin. 31 stars. 3,100 power points. And I'm already this strong with less than 1,000. It's an insane power scale for this manhwa recap. It seemed what he just heard made him envious, wanting to quickly become as strong as it once was. How did Draka manage that? Besides quests, is there any other way to increase my power? Realizing what the boy was thinking, it let out a sinister laugh. Haha, now you understand the value. You want to know my secret, don't you? Well, that information's gonna cost you a drink, he shot back. Fine, have it your way. Just don't come crying to me when you're starving. Backed into a corner, the little creature finally relented shyly, beginning to speak. All right, I'll talk, it conceded. The creature then laid it all out. There are numerous paths to power, like tackling high-difficulty quests for superior rewards. You could also forge items to boost your strength, hunt for ancient treasures, or even brew elixirs from elf sinew. But then it completely doused his enthusiasm with a dose of harsh reality. Yeah, but none of those methods are gonna work for you, it scoffed. He was confused, why not with so many options available? The creature plopped onto his shoulder, crossed its arms, and shot him a mocking look. Because you need at least 1,000 strength points to even try any of that. Your power is spiking too quickly. Your body is basically still at the toddler stage. A toddler? Who even comes up with these rankings? His jaw tightened as he sank into thought. And here I was thinking I was finally getting strong, he mused. Turns out I'm barely off the starting line. So the new goal is to hit 1,000 strength points. With that, he had no choice but to return to his grueling routine. He trained relentlessly every single day, pushing his limits until his strength finally reached a solid 930. Just in time as the 3rd test, the practical combat exam, officially kicked off. The moment he stepped into the arena, Kang ran up to him. You're up for the combat trial today, right? Our hero was brimming with confidence. You bet, he replied. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. The announcer explained that mages typically attack from the back lines, creating a high risk of friendly fire during the chaos of battle. This entire test was designed to evaluate a mage's risk management skills, arguably the most crucial part of their training at this magic academy. At that very moment, Xnit Damon was stepping up to take his turn. He summoned every ounce of his strength to cast a massive fireball, but in a cruel twist of fate, it completely missed the monster and went soaring straight toward the supporting knights. They scrambled in terror to get out of the way. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop aiming at us. Even the monster just stood there, completely bewildered by the turn of events. The proctor, observing from the sidelines, could only shake his head and let out a weary sigh. Humph. Xnit Damon, you are eliminated. Utterly dejected, he shuffled out of the arena, his head bowed low against the jeers of his fellow students. A knight captain announced, Sir, the foreign knights are on standby to support the examination, ensuring student safety and evaluating inter-squad coordination. The exam was a 10-day ordeal, with students facing progressively harder monsters based on their accumulated scores. By the final day, only a total of 13 top-scoring students remained. Since it was the grand finale, everyone was on the edge of their seats, wondering what kind of monster would make an appearance. Suddenly the entire stadium began to shake violently, as if rocked by an earthquake. A look of pure terror washed over every face in the crowd. A brown-haired boy stammered. What was that noise? A colossal creature emerged, its towering form casting a shadow over the arena. Its face was a mask of fury, with sharp fangs bared in a deafening roar. Its sudden appearance sent the crowd into a panic. Is that a water fiend? Someone screamed. As this manhwa recap continues, we learn that water fiends live in herds scattered across the continent. They are many times larger than humans, possess a cunning intelligence, and are notoriously violent. This often leads to brutal wars between their kind and humanity. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Professor, are you sure this is safe? What if someone actually gets killed by that thing? Professor Hido explained calmly. You are all mages. You must remain rational at all times. Treat this as a real battle, and give it everything you've got." Though fear still clung to them, they all responded with a loud and clear, "Yes, sir." Moments later, the test officially commenced. The second the restraints were released, the monster let out a furious roar and charged. It swung a muscular arm toward the knights, forcing them to hastily raise their shields to defend, while they struggled to hold back the massive water fiend. Mikkel took the opportunity from the rear to unleash his ice magic. A volley of ice arrows shot from his fingertips, but they were just basic standard-issue ice bolts. Unfortunately, his aim was completely off, and the arrows just pelted the ground. The creature then launched a surprise attack from above. By the time anyone noticed, it was already descending upon them. "Look out above you," someone screamed. The professor, watching from the sidelines, yelled out in alarm, "Mikkel, get out of the way!" But the boy was frozen solid, his body trembling uncontrollably. Though he muttered about getting revenge for what happened the other day, raw fear had him completely paralyzed. Sensing the imminent danger, the professor was forced to intervene. Earth prison. Just before the monster's claws could reach Mikkel, thousands of thick vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the beast, much to the boy's astonishment. Enraged by this dirty trick, the monster thrashed and roared. Even while bound, its bloodlust was undeniable as it stretched a clawed hand toward him and let out another terrifying roar. Mikkel scrambled backward in pure terror, his face turning deathly pale. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost completely drained of color. The verdict for his pathetic performance came in Professor Haido's ice-cold tone. "Michael Gary Hill, you are eliminated." Nearby, his uncle Eric was absolutely livid. A fist slammed down on the table. "Damn it, another failure," the man gritted his teeth. Deciding to personally meddle in Luin's test, he turned to speak with Professor Tyrion Xnit. "Ah, headmaster, do you plan to continue the exam?" Hearing this, the headmaster turned in confusion. "What do you mean, Eric?" Then revealed his true intentions. "It's student Luin's turn next, isn't it?" the headmaster replied. "Yes." A sarcastic sneer spread across Eric's face. "Luin is the only one who received a perfect score from Kingram. It would be a bit unfair to judge the other students by the same standard as Luin. Wouldn't you agree?" The headmaster slowly stroked his beard. "I understand your point, but we don't have any other monsters." Eric revealed his true colors with a sinister smile. "Oh, but we do. When the foreign knights brought the water monster, they also brought a goblin along." The headmaster pondered for a moment. Using a goblin for an exam was extremely dangerous. But with Professor Haidu and a line of knights on the front lines, he was genuinely curious about Luin's capabilities. The scene shifts to a long torchlit corridor within the magnificent castle. Torches flickered, casting long shadows down the hall. Haido leaned wearily against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the young man whose footsteps echoed as he emerged from behind a large door. He called out softly, "Luin." The boy looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes, and greeted him back, "Professor Haido." The professor approached, one hand tucked casually in his pocket, and spoke quietly, "I have to tell you something before the test begins. Today, your part of the exam will be more difficult than everyone else's." Luin still didn't understand. "Huh? What do you mean?" Professor Haidu looked genuinely worried for him. "The Academy has high expectations for you since Kingram gave you that perfect score. Many are saying that if we let you and everyone else fight the same monster, it wouldn't be fair, so your test will be harder." This Manhwa recap is getting intense. This Magic Academy isn't playing around. Luin frowned. "Harder how?" The professor answered, "Your target won't be the water monster. You will fight a goblin." His words made both the boy and his bear companion's eyes widen in shock. "A goblin?" The bear Trang blinked its round eyes and replied briskly, "Aha, so your first real enemy is a goblin. This is going to be fun to watch." The scene then cuts to a massive, sturdy hand straining against a heavy iron chain. It belonged to a hulking orange-brown goblin, which was roaring ferociously. The two guards on duty watched it with fear in their eyes. A blonde-haired man turned curiously to Eric, who stood beside him. "Is this thing the leader of the water monsters?" The black-haired man snapped. "You idiot, that's a goblin." The blonde man grimaced in disbelief. "A goblin? No way." He tightened his grip on his sword. "I know my suggestion was a bit harsh and condescending, but there's no way they'd actually make a student fight a goblin in an exam like this. A student is only so strong. Goblins might look like monsters, but they're many times more powerful. They can shatter a man's skull and snap his spine in a single move." Eric gritted his teeth, glaring at the professor behind him. He was furious. "Are you sure about this?" Even knights struggle to capture them. Haidu, with a grave expression, replied, "I'm certain. Those were the headmaster's orders." Eric scoffed, "Ha, so he caved. I guess you're betting your life on this test, huh?" From the distance, the sharp click of leather shoes echoed as someone approached. A magnetic voice cut through the tension. "That's right. I am betting my life." Eric glanced over at the newcomer, his face a mask of surprise. And you are?" They stood face to face, the boy staring him down. "I am Luin, the candidate for this test." Eric repeated, "You." Eric scanned the boy from head to toe, his thoughts dripping with disdain. This scrawny kid is going to fight a goblin. How in the world is he supposed to take on that beast? Eric was still focused on Luin, thinking, the professor and I will have to protect him. But the boy coolly strode right past him. Eric was taken aback. Where is he going? His face hardened. Hey, you're going the wrong way. What do you think you're doing? Luin replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I'm preparing for the test. You're in the wrong position. You're supposed to be in the back. He snapped, clearly annoyed. Luin stated firmly, I will stand here. Eric's brow furrowed in confusion. What Luin's turquoise eyes were like chips of ice. His face was utterly serious as he explained, my spells are a little different. Eric shouted, if you stand in front, we won't be able to protect you. This thing isn't as easy to deal with as the water monster. Luin once again stood his ground. Yes, I know. But the man persisted with his condescending tone. Why are you treating your life like it's some kind of joke? Luin casually shrugged off his cloak, revealing a posture that screamed modern-day CEO. He looked completely unbothered. With no further explanation, he was out of options. He then began to walk towards the goblin. Seeing his reckless move, Eric couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. The man's brow had been furrowed so tightly it seemed permanently creased. I don't see any fear in him at all. He must be something different. Professor Hido, observing from behind, finally spoke up. Luin, get ready, he announced, then shouted. Your test officially begins now. With a snap of his fingers, a sharp times, click times, echoed through the air. Instantly, the massive goblin's shackles burst open and clattered to the ground, its freedom officially granted. The goblin erupted in a furious roar, its cries echoing everywhere. It charged straight toward a few soldiers armed with swords and shields, and directly at Luin. Our hero was already in a combat stance, his hands crackling with the sparks of fire magic. He launched himself into the air, soaring past the stunned soldiers beside him. Eric yelled out, trying to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Is he actually planning to face that goblin head-on? Don't. What is he thinking? But it was too late to stop him. The two goblin and Luin finally clashed, his blazing magic leading the charge. The goblin let out a massive growl. It raised its hands, gathering its own magical energy. Asterisk, crash times. The sound of the ground shattering rang out. Luin advanced shouting, as he hurled a fireball straight towards the beast. The sound of destruction was deafening. The fiery collision of the two magical forces was incredibly intense, lighting up the entire area. The onlookers couldn't even withstand the sheer explosive power of this battle. Everyone was swept up in the fiery shockwave from the clash between Luin and the goblin. Eric's gaze remained locked on the fight, his expression a mask of pure disbelief. Is he seriously using a close combat spell in a situation like this? Professor Hido casually waved away the dust and smoke clouding his view. He must have anticipated this very moment. Luin certainly wasn't disappointing his teacher one bit. Of course, Hido was the only one feeling that way. The others standing nearby were frozen solid, their eyes wide with terror. Even the dignitaries seated in the stands were in shock. The arena floor was now completely obscured by smoke and dust, leaving the soldiers standing motionless, blind to the situation. A mere student, daring to engage a goblin in close-quarters combat, they could only hope he was still alive. Just as everyone was reeling, a familiar silhouette in a black shirt emerged from the smoke. Even Eric flinched back in shock. He's still alive. The sight of the boy's face appearing through the haze only deepened his astonishment. Luin was still on his feet, was barely standing, while Luin was poised, ready to strike again. Professor Two-Face wore the same old expression, but now with a heaping side of smugness written all over his forehead. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto Luin's shoulder as a voice yelled, "Hey!" It was Eric. His face showed no sign of relief, only anger, as he loudly admonished the boy, "You were almost a goner." Luin calmly looked up at him, his expression still placid, almost bored, but he replied politely, "I apologize, but if I had told you my plan beforehand, do you think you would have let me charge in?" Hearing this, Eric was at a complete loss for words and could only try to ask another question, as Luin's gaze shifted to the enraged goblin. "We don't have time to talk right now. Let's just finish this test." The goblin was now visibly more furious than it had ever been. Eric moved past Luin, waving a hand dismissively. "Get back. I know you're strong, but this thing is incredibly dangerous." As if that wasn't clear enough, he spoke up to warn him again. His volume increased significantly this time. "Stay put, and let me handle this." Luin, however, completely ignored Eric's words and swiftly dashed forward. He stopped directly in front of the man, turned around with a deadly serious expression, and declared, "This is my test." Eric, acting as if he was deaf, repeatedly asked. What? Luin's resolute expression didn't falter for a second. "Let me complete my test." Just then, a colossal and ferocious monster appeared, its body absolutely massive. It was more than 5 times larger than before. Luin observed the monster with iron-willed determination. Behind him, Gutter also appeared quite tense, wary of a surprise attack. Luin remained intensely focused, completely unshaken. There were 2 reasons for his incredible bravery. First, he remembered the goblin's possession skill. The title he had earned from Kingram would allow him to communicate with it. The ferocious monster shrieked, "Stay away from me, all of you, set me free." Luin felt no fear whatsoever because he understood exactly what it was screaming. In the eyes of others, it was a savage beast, but to him, this goblin was utterly terrified, surrounded by mages and knights from this elite magic academy. The second reason was the urgent quest. He had just received attack first and defeat the enemy. The reward was a staggering increase of 30 strength points and the unlocking of the player's eye skill. A confident smile spread across his face as he charged forward without a hint of hesitation. This was indeed a worthy reward to chase in our Manhwa recap. He was sick of the same repetitive boring task every day, but this single mission offered the same points as 3 days combined. With a whoosh he shot forward, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He summoned a fireball lunging like the wind, much to Mr. Gutter's astonishment. In a split second, his fist collided head-on with the giant monster as it brought its own down. The impact created a massive shockwave, sending sparks flying everywhere. Taking a direct hit, the beast roared in fury. With a loud bang, a fiery vortex sent it tumbling backward. Swiftly, the objective to assault the enemy was complete. He smirked and taunted, "We're not done yet." The creature shrieked, its crimson eyes glaring and its sharp teeth grinding with murderous intent. "I will kill you." The monster leaped high into the air, channeling all its power into this one surprise attack. It bellowed, "I'll smash your head in." Its strike made the ground tremble violently, but fortunately, his nimble feet allowed him to gracefully evade. He meticulously observed the monster's every move, searching for its weak point. After landing safely, he used time refraction to close the distance. The captain was utterly amazed by his godlike speed. How is he so fast? While moving, he continued to cast fire spells. "I have to get closer." Instantly, he shortened the gap between them. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could even react, his fist slammed squarely into its stomach. It let out a piercing scream. As for the knights, some of them stood with their jaws agape in disbelief. He didn't even flinch before that ogre. What in the world is this guy? One knight hid behind his shield to avoid the flying sparks. The students from the Magic Academy were in an equal uproar. "What's happening? Hey look, the ogre is fighting back." It swung a massive fist toward him, but he caught it with his bare hands. Refusing to lose it, used its other hand, only for him to block that one too. He delivered a swift kick to its arm. Unexpectedly, the monster caught his leg and without a second thought, threw him like a rag doll. His body spun through the air like a leaf in a storm. He clung to the wall like Spider-Man, but before he could even recover, his eyes widened in shock. The beast hurled a flaming fist right at him. Luckily, he dodged just in time as a huge chunk of the wall behind him disintegrated into rubble. He landed gracefully on the ground. As the monster turned to face him, it snarled, its hostility palpable. "You lowly human." Darting forward like a squirrel, he spun to deliver a kick that left the creature stunned. He unleashed that spinning kick, a move he had practiced for a very long time, straight into its head. The ogre crashed to the ground, shaking the entire area and sending dust and gravel flying everywhere. He then leaped directly onto its chest. Wanting to end things quickly, he activated the ogre's fury skill, and a swirling red aura exploded from his hand. The monster broke into a cold sweat, trembling as it questioned him. "Are you really a human?" he replied. "I'm sure you don't need an answer to that, do you?" Its eyes went wide with disbelief, as if it couldn't believe its own ears. It then asked, "You can understand what I'm saying?" He didn't seem to care much, casually answering while preparing his next move. "Well, you understand me too, don't you? You..." Before it could finish its sentence, Tyrant's Blaze, a punch hotter than a filet mignon, landed squarely on its face. The stacked effect of Ogre's Fury shifted into a berserk state. This made controlling the immense power much more difficult. His pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth in apparent pain as the flames erupted, engulfing the monster's entire colossal body. He finally stopped, and the creature, completely charred, was utterly defeated. He remained on guard. Is it over? Trang, who was watching from a distance, was thoroughly impressed, thinking this whole battle was worthy of an epic manhwa recap. "Not bad at all, huh? He even exceeded my expectations." He stepped off the monster's body. Perhaps exhausted from the fight, he was panting heavily. Everyone around him was completely astonished. Did he really take down the ogre? I think so. Hip hip hooray. They all cheered enthusiastically, praising him non-stop. "Go Luin, that was awesome." Eric looked visibly annoyed, unable to believe he had won. In stark contrast, Headmaster Tyon Xnit smiled with deep satisfaction. The murmurs of amazement didn't cease, as some still found it hard to believe what had just happened. He really defeated the ogre all by himself. How is that even possible? The guards quickly approached to examine the monster's corpse. Mr. Gutter walked up to him, asking Luin Aden, "Who taught you those spells and combat skills?" He replied, "Nobody." Mr. Gutter's face still held a trace of skepticism. "I learned them on my own." He looked every bit the serious young man. "Yes." He then turned to the professor, who was standing nearby in deep thought. Professor, what are my test results? The man remained silent, pondering for a long moment. After a while, he finally spoke. I thought there was no way you could handle this, but I didn't even have the chance to stop you. He looked directly at Luin. You always surpass my expectations. Luin wanted to confirm. Does that mean I passed? Just that one question sent a ripple of murmurs through the entire hall, amidst the dust-covered rubble. A handsome and radiant Luin smiled with utter confidence. The status window popped up, and just like in a classic manhwa recap, the mission was confirmed complete, immediately issuing an urgent quest, identical to the last one. The reward offered was the player's eye skill, along with a bonus of 10 strength points. Luin was quite surprised. Player's eye. A little digging revealed it was a skill that allowed him to see the true nature of all things, capable of collecting and digitizing all information, as well as unlocking the ability to become invisible and see others who are cloaked. Trang, perched on Luin's shoulder, looked rather thrilled. Player's eye, you say? Now you've become a genuine player. Luin turned to his companion. You know about this skill? Trang let out a mischievous little chuckle. Of course, it's something only true players possess. Standing with hands on its hips, Trang enthusiastically explained. You can now see enemies who are using invisibility. When you do, they'll be surrounded by a faint, shimmering outline. Luin mused. That's pretty useful, isn't it? Suddenly, the status window appeared again, announcing that the minimap had been unlocked. Luin wondered map. Meanwhile, Trang wore a grin of pure satisfaction. This function allowed him to observe everything within a 500-meter radius of his position. Furthermore, the skill also allowed him to view the status of any target with the amount of accessible information, depending on the target's level. Trang crossed its arms, revealing a smug, toothy grin. There are plenty more surprises. You've got to test out new gear right away, it suggested. Look at that unconscious goblin over there, and try activating player's eye. Luin glanced down at the massive creature. Look at the goblin. He focused his concentration, channeling his energy to use the skill, and a status window gradually materialized. Sure enough, it displayed all the monster's information from its name and origins to its characteristics, and even a full evaluation of the target. Luin was so astonished he could only exclaim, "This is incredible." He wanted to test it on other subjects, this time targeting Professor Hido. But it only displayed information about his level. It dawned on him instantly. So there are things I can't read. The information is limited, Trang quickly replied. Of course. You can't read the information of someone so far above your own level. It raised a single finger seriously, as if giving a lecture. Once you become stronger, the amount of information you can access will naturally increase. Luin listened intently. He smiled softly, one hand raising to gently touch his chin, his lips curling into a calculating half-smirk. I understand. After the practical combat exam concluded, rumors about Luin taking down the goblin spread like wildfire throughout the entire Magic Academy. On the school grounds, he and Jia Shan were chatting on a stone bench. His friend teased him. Luin, have you heard what everyone's been whispering about? Luin seemed bewildered. I have no idea, this is a first for me. Suddenly, a girl with brown hair approached them to ask a question. The girl spoke timidly, her sparkling eyes seemingly filled with affection. Excuse me, are you Senior Luin? And it wasn't just her. 2 other people came forward offering him lunch bags. You were so cool during the 3rd test. Please have this for when you get hungry. As soon as Luin took the bags, they shyly hurried away, leaving him quite flustered by how quickly everything had just happened. He awkwardly offered one of the bags to Jia Shan. Do you want one of these? His friend yelled in disbelief. What? Jia Shan flew into a rage that is completely disrespectful to the young ladies who had to fight through their own shyness just to make you lunch. Luin was confused. Why are you getting so worked up about it? Looking at his friend who was now sniffling with envy. Luin thought, this Jia Shan. When I used player's eye on him, his status window said he has immense potential. He shifted closer, patting his shoulder. Over the past few days, I've checked everyone's status, and yours was the only one that showed such high potential. Luin's expression turned serious, but his eyes were filled with trust and determination. Jia Shan, just push yourself a little harder. In the next test, I'm sure you'll do great. His friend was bewildered. What's this? Are you feeling sorry for me now? Luin immediately denied it. Sorry for you. What are you talking about? I'm saying you have a lot of promise. Your skills are all solid. You just need to regain your confidence and work harder. Jia Shan was taken aback. Really? Luin advised. Yeah, so stop slacking off. His friend let out a small laugh. All right, fine. For the next test, my goal is to break into the top 10, you know. His friend seemed helpless. That's a pretty tall order. One moment he was joking around, the next his expression turned completely serious. Are you actually serious about this? His friend asked. Sometimes, even I can't believe it. Luin was confused. What do you mean by that? His friend confided. I have to wonder. Are you really the same Luin I've known for the past 6 years? A flicker of surprise crossed Luin's face. Oh, he glanced up at the vast blue sky. Yeah, To be honest, sometimes I find it hard to believe myself. So I get why you feel that way. His friend suddenly recalled something. Oh right, there have been some rumors going around about you lately. Luin was suspicious. What kind of rumors? His friend elaborated. Everyone's been saying that you're on track to surpass Mikhail Gary Hill, not just to become the top student, but to be the new representative for our entire Magic Academy. Luin, however, didn't seem to care one bit. He stood up looking bored. I couldn't care less about that. Let's just head inside. Afraid of being left behind, his friend scrambled to catch up. What do you mean you don't care? How can you say that? This is the year of the Grand Festival. Every year in May, representatives from all the famous academies gather for a massive magic festival. It's held to determine who's the best of the best. And every 8 years, all mages attend the Olympiad to find the absolute strongest. The Grand Festival happens in a year when both of those events coincide. The Grand Festival is a nationwide competition where the most brilliant students from every academy showcase their skills. The winner, they doesn't just bring home a massive cash prize for themselves and their school, they also get showered with countless special privileges. That's precisely why the number of students allowed to participate in the Grand Festival is so limited. There's 1 slot for the solo tournament and 30 for the team competition. The top 31 students from each academy get to take part in this massive event, and the person who competes solo is officially crowned a student representative. Over in the Magic Academy cafeteria, everyone was buzzing about the upcoming tournament, and speculations were running wild. This is the kind of drama you live for in a manhwa recap. I bet the representative for La Iha Academy this year will be Mikhail again, right? At Luin's table, the conversation was exactly the same. Jason was the first to speak up. Obviously, Luin is going to be the representative, he declared. The orange-haired guy sitting next to him agreed. Yeah, that makes sense. He's the only one who scored a perfect 100 from Professor Kingram. He said this while chewing his food noisily. And if I remember correctly, he continued all those times Mo competed in the Magic Festival. You guys remember his track record, right? Another student. A brown-haired guy at the table quickly chimed in. Oh yeah, I remember. The team competition was whatever, but in the solo rounds he placed 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student from before let out a mocking laugh. And that's exactly why everyone calls us the bottom-tier academy. The bottom-tier academy. The school that bombs in the team events and can't even produce a decent solo competitor. As lunchtime ended, everyone began clearing their trays, but the conversation was far from over. The only person who can get us out from under that humiliating nickname is Luin. You guys agree, right? Totally. Luin, what do you think? But Luin's expression remained serious. Asterisk. The test isn't over yet times, he thought to himself. Asterisk. This is no time to get cocky or excited. Asterisk, after all, the person chosen for the Grand Festival is the one who finishes first in the exams and gets the professor's recommendations. And the 4th test. A one-on-one battle between me and Mo is coming up next. He stared straight ahead, his gaze unwavering. That's why I have to stay completely focused on this next test. He swore to himself times. Right now, the only thing on my mind is wiping the floor with him. Asterisk. 4 days later, on the training grounds, the practical combat exam was underway. Luin leapt into the air, unleashing a spinning wind kick. The sweat pouring off him was proof he'd been training for a long time. Suddenly, the status window started flashing. You have achieved 1,000 strength points. You have earned the title, Apprenticeship Complete. The little familiar began to stretch. Asterisk. Finally, the day I've been waiting for. Time to level up right now. Asterisk. It crouched low, concentrating all its internal energy as the air itself seemed to rush towards it. Sensing it had gathered enough power, it shot upwards, landing gracefully on Luin's shoulder. A powerful flame erupted around the creature. A notification popped up. Quest difficulty has doubled. Reward value has tripled. It began to concentrate the roaring fire, compressing it into its tiny hands, swallowing nervously. Its small body stood tall, head tilted back, as it struggled to use its inner power to unleash the immense energy it held. Just a moment later, a fire as brilliant as the sun exploded in midair, expanding so rapidly it threatened to incinerate everything in its path. The familiar turned to look at Luin, and the intense heat forced him to instinctively raise a hand to shield his face. What is this? This flame? As if a sudden realization hit him, Luin's eyes shot wide open, his pupils contracting as he stared at his companion. Meanwhile, in another location, Eric stood with his arms crossed, brooding by a window. It turned out he was replaying the scene of Luin defeating the goblin, his face twisting into a scowl. Damn it, he muttered, that kid. He was forced to give him the points. He pictured the scene of Luin declaring war on M, wondering if Luin Aden, at his current level, could actually defeat M. But the thought of M falling at Luin's feet was quickly dismissed. That was highly unlikely to happen. Gritting his teeth, his mind raced with even more schemes. If Luin were to win M's position in the Grand Festival, and his top student title would be in jeopardy, and the Gary Hill family absolutely must remain at the top of this Magic Academy. Every muscle in his face tensed up as he struggled to contain an explosive rage. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Trang had reached level 2, though it looked completely exhausted. The surrounding wall of fire had weakened significantly, but in return, Luin gained 200 strength points. A vibrant orange flame now burned in his hand, and he stared at it in absolute awe. Trang noted that Luin seemed much stronger, and expressed its gratitude, saying, "Well, now thanks to you, I managed to hit 1,200 strength points this quickly." It put its hands on its hips and puffed out its chest, looking incredibly proud, with a touch of narcissism. After a little ahem, it giggled, a wide grin spreading across its face as it scratched its chin. This is only the beginning. The quest's difficulty and rewards have both increased. They both stared intently at the status window. The new quest read, Regular Physical Training Part 2. Complete all of the following tasks: 5,000 punches, 5,000 kicks, 5,000 roundhouse kicks, run for 15 kilometers, and complete combat practice to receive 30 strength points. Luin looked at the requirements thoughtfully. I've already increased my training intensity, so this shouldn't be too difficult. He then turned to Trang and asked, so what exactly is this combat practice? Suddenly, Trang's expression darkened, and it flashed a villainous smile. Remember when we first met, I told you I could transform into anything? Luin immediately replied, yeah, I remember. It gloated. Well, from now on, I can finally transform, though there are still some limits. Luin asked, so can you turn into a person? I can. It replied, but not until level 5, and transforming into a person is extremely difficult. Luin was curious. Then what can you turn into right now? Trang's face grew mischievous. Want to see? Suddenly, a small whirlwind appeared, enveloping its body and gradually growing larger. When the whirlwind vanished, a tattered and mysterious scarecrow stood in its place, making Luin burst out laughing. Is this a straw scarecrow? Not getting the amazed reaction it had hoped for, Trang grew indignant. What's with that look on your face? Luin chuckled. It's nothing, it's just not quite what I was expecting. Trang boasted narcissistically. Hey, don't you dare underestimate a straw scarecrow. Back when Draka was just starting his training, I was his main sparring partner. Luin pondered this. By sparring partner, you mean you were the target, right? It confirmed with absolute certainty. Exactly. I'm incredibly useful for this quest. From now on, you have to practice combat with me every single day. It then summoned a whirlwind to swirl around itself for a mysterious effect. My power is still weak, so I'm only equivalent to a 3rd-level mage right now. Deep inside the scarecrow, it let out a cunning laugh. But once I get my full power back, I can handle anything. At that point, I'll be able to take on dragons and demons no problem. Intrigued, Luin was eager to start immediately. All right, let's do it now, he said. Trang then asked, so what do you want me to become? Luin boldly suggested, a mage. As if that was the magic word, Trang instantly switched into challenge mode. Oh ho, you got it. It then channeled its power, creating a magical orb that transformed into a scepter with a brilliant red gemstone. The scarecrow's arm, holding it, instantly bulged with rippling muscles. Even if my attacks land, they'll only shock you. They won't cause any actual damage. Luin remained perfectly calm. And what about you? He asked. Hearing that he wouldn't take any real damage, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, I see. You really are the ideal sparring partner. Wasting no time, Trang conjured a fireball. All right, here it comes. With that, it launched the massive blast of magic straight at him. It was no trouble for Luin, who deftly leaped out of the way. He was incredibly excited, feeling certain that at this very moment, M was also training somewhere, and he couldn't wait to finally challenge him. This is the kind of development you live for in a manhwa recap. But contrary to Luin's assumption, M was currently in Elk's office, staring at the leaf. That damn brat is a real eyesore. What are we going to do about him? Elk retorted angrily. You whelp, how dare you speak to me like that? If you were only a little stronger back then, I wouldn't have to be hearing any of this. M dismissively waved him off. Just stop. I heard that it was thanks to you that Luin's score was raised. Elk was taken aback. What M's tone was dripping with undisguised sarcasm. What do you mean what? You're the one who orchestrated that whole pixie incident, aren't you? His expression looked as if he wanted to devour the man whole, as he slowly stepped forward. Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If our family were to find out about this, I imagine your life would become very difficult. Elk never expected his own nephew would dare to be so insolent. He was seething but powerless to do anything about it. You brat, you dare speak to me that way. M pressed on impatiently. Then just stop. Stop your whining, and think about how to solve this. A firm answer came from the man's lips. If he becomes the Academy's representative, it's over for you. No, that won't happen. I have an idea. A small jade green vial rested in his palm. Take this. Mikkel recognized it instantly. It was an ignition flower, a type of awakening herb. The ignition flower, which grows in the northern illusionary regions, is an incredibly rare herb sometimes used to concoct special elixirs. His uncle instructed, drink it and you'll achieve an awakened state. Your mana casting time will be drastically reduced. Mikkel was hesitant, but it eliminates the sensation of pain, And what's more, it makes it difficult to distinguish between allies and enemies. His uncle stared at him intently. Correct. In other words, you won't see a thing. At least you pay some attention in class. Mikkel was completely baffled by his uncle's words. But why do you want me to drink this? You must. Mikkel exploded. Are you insane? In his uncle's presence, it was as if his rights as a person vanished. You have no say in this. You already lost to that boy. And now you want to bring shame to our family. However, Michael knew all too well about Professor Two-Face's sharp eyes. But this is too risky. He knows my abilities inside and out. If he finds out, I'm finished. The man scoffed, patting his own chest. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm in charge of testing for performance enhancers. A true master of dirty tricks, he had planned everything meticulously. Take this. It will help erase any traces. He placed the remaining purple vial into Michael's hand. After you drink the ignition flower, take this one. He tried to calm his terrified nephew. Don't be afraid. For the Gary Hills bloodline, this is the only way to advance. So are you taking it, or not? He couldn't believe his own uncle was pushing him to use these substances. Michael hesitated, trapped in a profound internal struggle. Finally, the day of the one-on-one combat exam arrived. At that moment, warm sunlight bathed the examination site, a manifest plaza. Everyone was looking down excitedly, their voices and laughter echoing continuously. It was always like this. Whenever the combat tests were held, the arena was packed to the brim. And this here was the final battle. Luin and Michael stood facing each other, their gazes locked, plunging the atmosphere into a state of intense tension. With a few rustling sounds, footsteps moved swiftly forward. Luin's expression turned serious. The final test was finally here, a direct confrontation with Michael. He recalled his system's warning. His opponent knows he specializes in close combat, so if Mikkel came prepared, it would be a tough fight. Luin smirked. But what happens if I manage to get close to him? The system gave a curt, affirmative nod. Then one punch from Luin, and he's down for the count. The man standing between them began to speak. This exam is designed to be as close to a real battle as possible. A wide variety of terrain elements have been prepared and arranged within the arena. He asked, are you contestants ready? They both answered in unison, yes. Luin glanced at Michael, feeling that something was definitely off. He frowned and thought, Michael, that jerk. He could only see a bizarre expression on his face. His entire body was tensed up. Luin made a preliminary assessment. His condition looks extremely unusual. He watched Michael clenching his teeth, staring him down, but making no move to attack. He wasn't showing his usual arrogance. Something was not right. As this Manhwa recap continues, he knew he had to use Player's Eye to check him out. Luin then activated his Player's Eye skill, and a blue glowing circle appeared before him. A status window materialized above Mikkel's head. Michael Gary Hill, 3rd tier mage. High potential magic casting ability. 2. Special state hidden berserk. Luin was puzzled, wondering to himself, berserk, I've never seen that state before. Plus, the system window says it's hidden. Did he do something to conceal his use of an illegal substance? He thought back to Alec. Before the test began, all students were checked for forbidden substances, but wait. The person responsible for that inspection was Professor Alec. Could it be Mikkel's uncle? Did Professor Alec let Mikkel use something, and then cover it up for him at this magic academy? The man announced the rules of the match. Listen carefully, contestants. There is only one prohibition in this battle: dark magic. You are free to use any magic from the 4 elemental types, and points will be awarded based on the tier of the magic you use. He added, and you don't need to worry about your opponent. Here, in the hall. Inside this mana barrier, the potency of magic is suppressed by a staggering 99%. Alright, are there any questions from the class? Noticing Luin raise his hand, the instructor prompted, you there, what is it? For Luin Aden. Mikkel's face went rigid, as Luin posed a question to the proctor. Sir, what would happen if one of the 2 contestants were caught using a banned substance? The proctor's tone turned stern. That student would be immediately disqualified and automatically fail this exam. Furthermore, it could lead to expulsion from the Magic Academy, depending on the severity of the offense. But why do you ask such a thing? Luin glanced over at Michael before coolly replying, oh, no reason. The proctor then spread his arms, signaling for the 2 students to take their positions. At a distance before announcing, all right, take your places. Luin stood firm, clenching his fists, thinking to himself, for now it's just a suspicion. And since I'm the only one who can see status windows, no one would ever believe my word alone. Luin's eyes hardened with resolve. I have to find concrete proof. The 2 opponents faced off the air, crackling with tension. The atmosphere was thick with hostility, like 2 swords drawn and ready to clash. The proctor took a deep breath and roared, ready. The moment he shouted begin, Luin and Michael shot forward to attack. Mikkel instantly condensed an orb of eerie green light, shouting at the top of his lungs, Luin, go to hell. In the next instant, thick green vines erupted from the ground, snaking tightly around Luin's legs. But with a simple shift of his feet, Luin shattered the vines to pieces. The crowd in the stands gasped in astonishment. What was that? How did he escape so quickly? Is it possible Mikkel's spells just don't work on him? A smirk played on Luin's lips. Excellent. This hall's mana barrier weakens the mana of the examinees, but my own power remains completely untouched. With that thought, he charged straight for Mikkel. His opponent unleashed another spell, conjuring a ghastly skull surrounded by a pinkish glow. The skull's jaw unhinged, spewing a torrent of fire directly at Luin. Mikkel snarled. Did you really think that's all I have? As he cast his fire spell, a torrent of crimson flame shot straight toward Luin. Luin activated his flash step skill, deftly evading the roaring inferno. He then quickly turned to create some distance, but the flame continued to pursue him. It was right on his tail, tracking his every move, as if it had a will of its own. Luin leaped into the air to dodge again. He took cover behind a large rock, the searing heat radiating all around him. Luin cautiously peeked out from his cover. Reduced casting time, and a massive mana boost. That must be the effect of the drug Mikkel is using. Mikkel's maniacal laughter echoed through the arena. Stop hiding and face me, you coward, Luin focused, his mind racking his brain for anything he'd learned. He's way more hyped up than normal. That drug is definitely. That elixir has to be. An image flashed in Luin's mind, the rage-burn blossom. He mentally ticked off Mikkel's symptoms: trembling hands, extreme agitation, a dulled sense of pain, and the inability to distinguish between friend and foe. It's a perfect match. All the while, Mikkel continued to laugh and provoke him. Come on out, show your face, come. And face me. Luin's eyes narrowed. The only side effect that hasn't manifested yet is the pain suppression. He stood up to face Mikkel, his voice laced with hidden meaning. So that's why you're so confident, isn't it? It's because you're relying on something else. Mikkel flinched, exclaiming, What are you talking about? Luin calmly watched Mikkel panic before uttering a single name, Rageburn. Mikkel's face went pale with shock at Luin's words. But it doesn't matter, Luin continued, because to take you down, I don't need to rely on cheap tricks. He raised his hand, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Bring it on. Mikkel. Luin shot forward, like an arrow, activating his time refraction skill. As Mikkel desperately summoned a wall of ice, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, how is he so fast? A massive ice barrier materialized in front of Luin. Without even flinching, Luin roared. That's useless. He swung his leg in a powerful arc towards the barrier. A brilliant flash of golden light erupted from his kick, shattering the ice to Mikkel's utter astonishment. Whispers broke out among Tyon Xnit's group in the stands. What kind of magic was that? Is it really that type of magic? Is that even magic at all? Down in the arena, Mikkel summoned a third-tier spell, the Flame Serpent Roaring. Eat this. Luin prepared his counterattack. He clenched his fist and unleashed a single powerful blow, Earthshaker. The moment his fist struck the ground, Mikkel's Flame Serpent was blasted away. It recoiled again and again, its massive body writhing. The creature seemed to be in immense pain. The students in the stands erupted. He used an Earth-type move to block fire. Mikkel was thrown backward and collapsed onto the ground, letting out a pathetic cry. No, suddenly, his pupils constricted in sheer terror, his entire face freezing in a mask of fear. Mikkel stared up at Luin, who was now looming over him, and his voice became a low whimper. Stay away from me. Luin just snapped his fingers with a cold smile. Don't be so pathetic. Now, take this. Mikkel watched as Luin pressed his thumb and middle finger together. His own voice began to tremble with fear. As Luin's hand drew closer, that same golden light began to glow between his fingertips. After a thunderous boom, the view of the arena inside and outside the barrier returned to normal. The moment Luin flicked his fingers apart, the golden light expanded into a massive beam and shot directly at Mikkel. In the stands, the entire crowd simultaneously shot to their feet, only to find the entire dueling arena obscured by a thick swirling cloud of dust. Mikkel's eyes drooped slightly, the scene before him, causing a flicker of surprise. Because right now, Mikkel was bowing his head, letting out a series of insane chuckles. Luin, you dare to look down on me? The moment he finished speaking, Luin had already lunged forward, ramming his head into the side of Mikkel's face. Without giving him a single moment to counter, Luin unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. With a loud thud, Mikkel's entire body slammed into a large rock, and he collapsed onto the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, but his laughter only echoed louder. So weak, and you thought you could beat me? That didn't even hurt. Luin thought to himself. How is he still conscious after taking a continuous assault like that? At this rate, Mikkel could actually die from the shock. As his hand reached for Mikkel's shoulder to pull him up, he knew that continuing would be extremely dangerous. In the next moment, Mikkel's body was lifted high into the air by twisting green vines known as the tree prison. Luin raised his hand and declared, Professor, was Mikkel using a forbidden substance? He approached, asking doubtfully, What are you implying? Why would Mikkel use a banned item? Are you certain? If you're making a false accusation, you could be disqualified from the test. Luin's voice was firm. Yes, I am absolutely certain. Because it's highly likely that the use of this substance was deliberately concealed, he continued. Or perhaps someone discovered it and chose to turn a blind eye. The professor hesitated. What are you trying to say? Luin's voice lowered as he glanced towards a nearby figure, the one person with access to rare materials and who is responsible for the pre-match inspections. The professor followed his gaze, which landed squarely on Eric. The boy's voice rang out again. In this entire Magic Academy, there's only one person capable of such a thing. Luin feigned hesitation. Now that I think about it, isn't Professor Eric also Mikhail's uncle? Wait, could it be that Professor Eric? Eric scrambled over in a panic. Luin, do you have any idea what you're saying? He snapped in frustration. Are you accusing Mikhail of using a forbidden substance and me of ignoring it? But Luin showed no fear. He replied calmly, yes, and I have proof. Hearing this, Eric flinched. What he then forced a laugh. Fine, then, let's just conduct another test. Luin walked in the other direction. That won't be necessary, Professor. After all, you've already used a special spirit pill to mask his symptoms. Eric was clearly becoming flustered. So, what is it you want? Where is this so-called proof? Luin touched a large tree trunk and smiled. Allow me to give you and the professors a live demonstration. Immediately after a massive explosion erupted, and a flash of yellow light burst from the center of the tree. Luin's hand remained in the same position, his fingers still splayed open. He gazed at the tree, which now had a huge chunk missing. That was the force of my forehead flick from earlier. He then laid out his argument. Even if Mikhail's magic had grown through training, there was no way he could endure a series of blows like that and still be conscious, let alone laughing. In his current condition, Luin explained, I believe his skull is severely concussed, and at least 3 of his ribs are broken. Mikhail's eyes were shot with red veins, but he paid it no mind and continued to laugh hysterically. Luin stated, and yet he's laughing as if he feels no pain whatsoever. Eric's expression froze solid when Luin asked, do you have anything left to deny? From the stands, Professor Elia and Tyrion Xnit shot to their feet as Tyrion's voice boomed. Professor Eric, seeing the guilty panic on the man's face, gave him all the confirmation he needed. Tyrion Xnit roared with fury. How dare you commit such an act in a place as sacred as this? Professor Eric, you will accompany me to my office immediately. Hearing the pure rage in his voice, Eric hesitated, glancing towards his nephew, only to see that the boy had no idea how dire the situation was, as Michael's mindless laughter continued to echo. And with that, the third exam came to a swift end. The depravity of the Gary Hill bloodline had been exposed for all to see. Murmurs filled the corridors. I heard Professor Eric was fired and Mikhail was expelled. 2. I've got a new nickname for him. A student slung his arm around. Luin chuckling. Hey, it's Luin, the saint of expulsion. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of steady footsteps echoed through the quiet hall. As we continue this manhwa recap, Luin now stood before a colossal door, the space around him glowing brightly, having been summoned by the headmaster himself. He felt as though time had frozen with absolute silence filling his ears. Suddenly, a faint sound broke through, and he looked up, his eyes widening in pure shock. What he saw was completely unbelievable, because Luin was now standing in the middle of a vast, grassy field. Before him sat a single ornate red chair. Luin glanced around in confusion. Is this the Adeo family's territory? He muttered to himself. No, it doesn't seem quite right. His gaze then returned to the object before him. And what is that? He stared at the chair and had a sudden realization. The throne of Tehran, the seat of the supreme mage. Why is it here? Tyrion Signet's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Well, now what is it that you see? Luin turned to greet him. Ah, hello, Professor. The man spoke as he walked. This place was brought into existence by the Eyes of Man Lirok. Have you heard of them before? The Eyes of Man Lirok, Luin, following close behind, answered. Yes, sir, I have. As he recalled from the lore of this manhwa recap, Man Lirok was the legendary leader who began the invasion of the Frelia continent. He had the power to show a person their greatest desire. After his death, his eyes were forged into a powerful artifact. Tyrion Xnit glanced back and continued. The Eyes of Man Lirok are indeed the artifact that allows you to see what you wish to see. What materialized before your eyes a moment ago is a reflection of your deepest aspirations. Luin lowered his head slightly as a thought crossed his mind. The things I desire most are to restore the Ale family's domain and to become the most powerful mage in existence. The professor suddenly asked, Are you curious about what I saw? Luin, his interest piqued, inquired, What did you see, sir? Tyrion Xnit let out a soft chuckle, his gaze warm. A world where everyone fulfills their proper role, where students are students, and mages are mages. The two now stood before a large door. The professor added, Of course, achieving such a thing is no easy feat. Luin quietly responded with a simple, Yes, sir. With a heavy groan, the thick, massive door slowly swung open. As Luin prepared to enter, he glanced back over his shoulder, seeing a vision of his own hand clutching the championship trophy. He saw a crowd of students tossing him high into the air, their cheers echoing Luin won. Luin won. The vision then shifted to an image of Luin in a graduation cap. A voice boomed. Congratulations to our valedictorian Luin Ale. The corner of Luin's mouth curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The scene shifts to another location. A soft clink breaks the silence of the room. A cup of tea is placed on the table with an invitation. Please have some tea. Luin nods in response. Yes, thank you, Professor. Tyrion Ignit watched in silence as the boy lifted the cup for a sip. Once Luin had finished, the professor spoke. I called you here because there is something I must ask you. Will you give me an honest answer? Among the countless forbidden substances. Tyrion Ignit steepled his fingers, his voice growing stern. How did you know that the substance Mikhail used was a burning flower? Luin was silent for a moment, clearly organizing his thoughts, before he began listing the signs. Mikhail's demeanor was not his usual self. He was ferocious, yet there was an undercurrent of anxiety. Not to mention the amplification and flow of his mana were completely abnormal, which led me to suspect that he had used a burning flower. Ignit pressed on. But, from my perspective, you seemed absolutely certain, not merely suspicious. Why was that? Luin's brow furrowed as he explained. The hall's mana-dampening barrier only reduces magical power. It has no effect on physical strength, and what I used against him was physical force, not magic. Internally, he reminded himself times I must not mention the player's eye. Asterisk. Luin's voice dropped. I am certain he suffered from extreme physical shock. Yet despite that, he was still able to laugh, and showed no signs of pain. That could only prove one thing: he had used a burning flower. The headmaster praised him in his mind. The boy is only 16, yet he's perceptive enough to instantly spot even the most minute changes in his opponent. Furthermore, he handled the situation with incredible composure, which combined with his flawless ability to wield magic is simply perfect. Tyrion Ignit placed his hand flat on the table and spoke with firm resolve. As the headmaster of this magic academy, I am deeply sorry for this incident. I sincerely apologize, Luin. I will personally ensure that the Gary Hill family can do you no harm. After speaking, he stroked his long white beard and added, there is one more thing. I have a proposition for you. Would you be willing to attend the Grand Festival this July? As our academy's representative, Luin was stunned by Tyrion Ignit's words. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't conceal his shock. The academy's representative. A position that everyone covets. I had a vague feeling this might be it when I was summoned. Luin shut his eyes tightly, trying to calm his racing thoughts. He seemed to be pondering a grave decision. Tyrion Ignit waited patiently for his response. Thank you, Headmaster. I feel incredibly honored to receive such an offer. But, Luin's voice wavered with hesitation. You know as well as I do that I lack experience. I haven't had a single real combat engagement in over 8 years. He bowed his head slightly, his voice becoming softer. During that time, I accomplished nothing. Achieved nothing because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a gathering of the absolute best. I don't know if I'm strong enough to compete with them. The voice of Tyrion Ignit rang out, causing Luin to glance up. That won't be an issue, not in my capacity as a judge for the Grand Festival. He raised a single index finger, speaking with absolute certainty. Determined, I believe you deserve the title of championship candidate. Luin hesitated and asked, I'm sorry, sir. A championship candidate? Tyrion Ignit stroked his long beard and said, I'm certain you are, a very promising contestant. And what was even more startling was the faint blush of embarrassment that appeared on Luin's face upon hearing his words. You will be a secret weapon that no one expects. For everyone at this Magic Academy, you're a complete mystery. They have no information on you. Tyrion exhaled with deep satisfaction. They don't know what techniques or fighting style you'll use, and of course, they won't be able to find a way to counter you. Hearing this, Luin celebrated internally. So that's how it is. Since I'm always at the bottom, they've let their guard down. They don't have much intel on me like they do on Miko. It looks like I can really pull off a surprise this time. Luin's hands tightened on the hem of his pants when the professor asked for his decision. So, will you participate or not? After putting on a show of careful consideration, he gave his answer. I will do my absolute best not to disappoint you, sir. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Tyrion Ignit spoke up. Just in time. Please come in. He looked at the newcomer, then turned to the boy Luin. I think a physical skills class will be more useful for you than a magic theory class. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills. When he heard the greeting, are you doing well? The boy was at a loss. Luin was momentarily stunned. The person who arrived was Gutter Perante. He chuckled teasingly. What's with that face? Not happy to see me. Luin recognized the man. He was the captain of the knights in the foreign territory. One of the only Elk-class Elk knights in the Jadi Kingdom. He also remembered this was the man he'd met during the third exam. Seeing Gutter sitting before him, Luin couldn't help but feel amazed that he would be learning physical skills from him. The knight then spoke. First, I need to confirm a few things, Gutter asked. I heard from Professor Hido that you're a unique mage, one who can only engage in close quarters combat. Is that true? The boy nodded slightly in reply. Yes, that's correct. The knight then offered his assessment of Luin. From what I've seen, your movements are quite good, fast, efficient, with no wasted motion. Luin froze when Gutter continued. But to be perfectly honest, it's obvious you've never had any formal martial arts training. The man's voice grew serious. Your techniques might have worked on that goblin before, but against us, you'd be read like an open book. No matter how strong you are. Opponents with good physical skills can predict your attacks just by watching the movement of your shoulders and hips. Luin's empty hands on his knees tensed slightly, as he thought, he's right. My techniques are just repetitive motions I learned from quests, so they aren't very adaptable in a real fight. Suddenly, Gutter shot to his feet. But don't worry. If you learn from me, your movements will be transformed from the most basic fundamentals. He looked Luin straight in the eye. So shall we begin right now? The two then relocated to a different training area. The clang of a sword rang out. For a knight, the most important thing is footwork. With a solid stance, the power of your sword swing increases. Furthermore, your feet help you predict your enemy's next move, so your first lesson will be on how to step correctly. He sat on the platform and declared, only when you've learned to walk properly can you truly utilize physical skills. Luin extended his hands, his expression serious as he followed Gutter's instructions. This Manhwa recap is about to get action-packed as he learns Sky Martial Arts, the discipline commonly used to train knights. He continuously threw punches, the sound of them whipping through the air. The man slowly stood up, watching Luin shadowbox, and explained, this discipline consists of a total of 36 forms, not including the sword techniques. The boy continued to practice tirelessly, his hands clenched into fists. Luin's entire body prepared to lunge forward, delivering punch after punch into the air, each one tearing through the wind with a sharp sound. Nearby Gutter stood with his arms crossed, silently observing Luin's every action, his expression growing stern. He recalled the boy's earlier question, I was wondering, sir, what do you gain from teaching me martial arts? You even have to come to the academy every day. So why are you doing this? Sir Gutter had replied at the time. Just think of it as a type of investment. Hearing this, the boy asked doubtfully, an investment? The man stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've met someone with the potential to become a truly talented mage in the future. If I can contribute to that person's growth. Luin remained silent, as Gutter continued. Then it would be considered a worthy investment, wouldn't it? After that, the boy bowed deeply. Then I'm in your care, Professor Jur. Suddenly, the man let out an embarrassed cough. Suggestion. Oh, and calling me professor is way too formal. Just call me Hyung. I'm only in my early 30s. Hearing this age, Luin was completely stunned. Huh. That's impossible. Returning to the present, he was still training relentlessly. Luin threw a punch to one side, then immediately swung his fist to the other. Nearby, Gutter observed with a calm demeanor, a hint of satisfaction on his face. This kid's not half bad. He's got real grit, Gutter thought. He recalled a time when he was examining a goblin's injuries surrounded by the sound of hushed whispers. How could the goblin's jaw actually be broken? Watching Luin execute another high kick, Gutter mused internally. A close combat mage who's stronger than a goblin is truly one interesting kid. And just like that, 3 weeks flew by. Luin stared at a system notification. His body art skill had leveled up, and body arts had now reached level 10, earning him the title, My Body is a Weapon. The reward was an enhanced effect for the Berserker Mage skill. With the Berserker Mage skill, you can now channel magic throughout your entire body. He turned to Chang and commented, mastering celestial martial arts really pays off, doesn't it? Chang laughed gleefully. You bet it does. It's how I managed to reach level 3. Luin glanced at the notification. Strength, 2,130. He slowly clenched his hand into a fist. This power is immense. I can feel it so clearly. Chang let out a sigh. The speed at which you're gaining this power is even more astounding. It took Draka over 1.5 years after meeting me to reach 2,000 strength points. Could it be due to the difference in the perception of time between humans and dragons? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance. Luin saw Jason rushing towards him completely out of breath. Luin asked curiously, Jason, what's going on? He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air before asking, have you seen it yet? A confused Luin asked back. Seen what? Jason immediately replied, the list of participants for the Grand Festival. It's been posted at the Magic Academy's gate. Luin froze, his mind reeling. The Grand Festival. A memory surfaced in his mind and a voice from the past echoed. The first place position, Luin Aden. At the entrance ceremony, I was the one representing the new students on stage. For that very reason, I became a target of envy and suspicion. In response to that jealousy, I behaved pathetically for the past 5 years. All I could ever do was watch from a distance, as Nicole received everyone's congratulations. And now, back in the present, Luin and Jason were rushing towards the academy gate. By the time the two of them arrived, a large crowd had already gathered. When he saw the contents of the announcement, he couldn't help but let out a gasp, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Luin could hardly believe his eyes. Did I really become the representative? The other male students recognized him too. Huh, hey, it's Luin. They then rushed over to him exclaiming, congratulations on becoming the representative, Luin. I'll be cheering for you at the Grand Festival. It had taken a long time, but he had finally become the representative for the Academy once again. Luin beamed, smiling brightly at everyone. Beside him, Jason was so overjoyed he was on the verge of tears. My name's on the list too. I'm in the 31st spot for the team competition. The scene shifts to another location. As we continue this manhwa recap, Haido was offering praise. I must admit, I was quite surprised when Sir Gutter informed me that you had mastered the celestial martial arts. His voice trailed off hesitantly. But, an S-rank student at the age of 16. Sometimes your prodigious talent is almost frightening. Then Haido's tone shifted, becoming resolute. I believe you can do it, Luin. And with that, the preparations for the Grand Festival proceeded without a hitch. Just in time, they arrived in Anton, the city hosting the grand event where everyone was waiting for the train to arrive. The crowd buzzed with excited chatter. Are we really boarding the monotrain here? This is my first time riding one. I heard it's incredibly fast. Luin stood amidst the crowd, their conversations reaching his ears. There are only 2 transit points in the entire JD Kingdom, but they say the Ja Imperial Federation has over 100 of them. Well, of course, they're an empire after all. We're just the smallest of the small nations. Both Luin and Jason frowned simultaneously as they overheard someone click their tongue in disgust. Look at these country bumpkins making such a racket over a simple mana train ride. The person sneered. Stop acting like you're from the sticks, and just be quiet. Jason's voice snapped back. What did you say? He then shouted angrily. You damn bastard, have you said your piece? Luin heard it all but remained silent, choosing not to intervene. He recognized the guy. That jerk is Hanker, one of Mikol's cronies. He was the one who participated in last year's Magic Festival alongside him. Unfazed, Hanker continued. If you think Luin is going to pull off some kind of miracle in the Grand Festival, you might as well give up now. He's only acting so high and mighty because he scored well in the first semester. The male student beside Hanker chimed in. In agreement. Exactly. The representatives from the other academies are absolute monsters. Our chances of winning would be much higher if Mikol had been chosen to represent us instead, to fight them, and was chosen as our representative. Hanker trembled with rage at the declaration. No matter what, I refuse to acknowledge Luin as our academy's representative. So you're all on your own, he roared. What? Luin remained silent. He knew there were plenty of leeches hoping to gain even the slightest advantage by sucking up to the Gary Hill family. But he was determined to excel in this competition, even if it meant being teamed up with these scoundrels. Trang, perched on his shoulder, chuckled. Luin, you've found yourself in quite a predicament, haven't you? Hanker shot a glare in the direction of the voice. Mo would surely be satisfied. Luin flashed an icy smile. The dogs will stay loyal to their master, even when that master is about to be thrown out. Hanker strode toward him, his voice booming. Did you just call us dogs? Luin let out a short laugh. Excellent. I was trying to speak as plainly as possible, so even someone with your intelligence could grasp it. So you understood my meaning. Then Hanker started again. Just because you're the representative of this Magic Academy. But Luin cut him off before he could finish. Listen up. Luin's tone turned dead serious. This Grand Festival is on a completely different level from any magic tournament you've ever been to. If you perform well, you'll get opportunities far better than anything the Gary Hill family could ever offer. Hanker burst out laughing as if it were the most absurd joke he'd ever heard. Well, of course things would be great if we performed well. But is that even possible? The competitors in this tournament are all monsters. In the end, our fate is to be trapped in the Jadi Kingdom, serving under the Gary Hill family. You need to stop daydreaming. Luin's voice remained steady. We can do it. He then turned and began to walk away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity is paramount. It would be best for us to remove any elements that obstruct our teamwork. Hanker, seeing this, called out, so does that mean you're going to compete without us? Luin offered him a cryptic piece of advice. On the way there, I suggest you reconsider who your representative actually is. Hanker ground his teeth in fury as Luin added, and there are no Gary Hills here to witness your pathetic loyalty. Hanker lost it, screaming at the top of his lungs. You're sabotaging your very first individual match. I won't follow a single one of your orders during the Grand Festival. With a steady clatter, the train sped through the forest. Inside their car, everyone was looking out the windows in awe. This is incredibly fast. Perched on Luin's shoulder, Trang laughed heartily. What's all this? The world has certainly become a much better place. Back in my day, the fastest mode of transport was. Luin, however, looked utterly mortified. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a nearby door, and a voice cut through the air near Luin and John. Ah, I thought I caught the stench of losers somewhere around here. 3 male students stood there, the one in the center speaking with pure derision. Well, what do we have here? A bunch of country bumpkins from that pathetic academy. Luin's eyes narrowed, focusing on the crest on the speaker's uniform. That crest. It's from the Oyota National Magic Academy. From what he recalled, the Oyota National Magic Academy the sole institution of its kind in Oyota, the Sand Kingdom built upon a vast desert, was renowned for its ancient history, and was especially known for students who honed their swordsmanship and physical prowess to the absolute limit. Luin eyed them suspiciously. But what are students from the Oyota National Magic Academy doing here? Seta's voice dripped with contempt. Hey, you lot from the loser academy, where's Mikhail Gary Hill? Don't tell me he tucked his tail and ran because of a little adversity. I was hoping he'd be here to take care of us this year. He cackled, adding, you know, take care of us like the little slave he is. Seta gestured dismissively to his cronies. You're responsible for holding down last place again this year, right? Let's try to get along. Trang covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. My, what incredible patience. I can't believe you're just sitting there and taking this Luin. Luin stared at the sneering Seta, a thought forming in his mind. I never realized it before since I'd never been here, but it seems our academy is treated with absolute contempt. This is turning into quite the dramatic Manhwa recap. His gaze drifted to another spot nearby. He saw two figures glued to a notebook feigning total indifference. Luin understood immediately. The professors have no intention of intervening. The Grand Festival is a competition among students, and their role now is simply that of a chaperone. He lowered his head slightly, his brow furrowed in concentration. Right now, all the authority and responsibility for this team rests on my shoulders. As the Academy's representative, Seta sauntered over to Hanker, draping an arm over the back of his chair. Hey, Hanker, where's your precious representative Mikhail Gary Hill? At least, he's certainly an interesting character. But Hanker remained silent, and a sudden noise made Seta turn his head. He's probably laid up in bed, praying that his broken ribs heal up right about now. But then, he saw Luin standing tall with his back straight, meeting Seta's gaze with unwavering confidence. Hanker stammered. He's our Academy's representative. Seta scoffed. Representative? This punk. This is the first I've ever seen of him. With that, he strode towards Luin. His footsteps echoed like a drumbeat in everyone's hearts. Not a single person dared to breathe too loudly. Seta came to a stop directly in front of Luin and introduced himself. I am Oyota's representative, Seta Monkiri. What's your name? But Luin showed no fear, calmly replying in a low voice, Luin. And I believe that's a sufficient greeting for our first meeting. If you're finished causing a scene, I suggest you leave our cabin. Seta was taken aback, his voice cracking. What? A smirk played on Luin's lips. And naturally, you'll be apologizing for calling us a stupid academy before you go, won't you? And with a polite attitude at that. Luin repeated himself, leaning in slightly. Shouldn't you apologize for calling us a bunch from a stupid academy before leaving? Oh, and I mean a sincere apology. A vein throbbed on Seta's forehead as his voice dropped to an icy whisper. What did you just say? He moved closer to Luin, their faces inches apart. Did you just tell me to apologize? He then spun around, bellowing in a rage. Hey, Hanker. Didn't you tell him who I am? Hanker began to tremble uncontrollably. This only infuriated Seta further. He couldn't even handle one simple task. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Seeing this display, Luin finally understood. He glanced at the terrified expressions on everyone's faces. So this was the reason. The reason all the participants in the Grand Festival were so terrified of students from Oyota Academy. It was all because of Seta Monkiri's bullying. Luin's gaze hardened as he stared Seta down. He could feel the palpable fear suffocating the entire train car. They were intentionally trying to break everyone's spirit before the competition even began. Luin's hands clenched into tight fists. So in this Manhwa recap, the Grand Festival had already begun right at this very moment. A provocative smirk suddenly appeared on his face. So care to give it a try? Seta looked as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. Has this scumbag completely lost his mind? As he spoke, he drew back his fist, not forgetting to add a final threat. You think I'm afraid? Don't come crying to me after I punch you. But before the blow could even land, a sharp voice cut through the tension. Seta, stop right there. Seta immediately pulled back his punch, his hand retracting as his voice faltered. Professor, can you not simply sit still? What kind of stunt are you pulling before the tournament? Are you trying to make enemies this early on? The man then turned to Hido with a sincere look, offering an apology. My student has been incredibly disrespectful. On his behalf, I offer you my sincerest apologies, Professor. Hido gave a slight nod and a simple, before the man shoved Seta hard, ordering him back to his seat. Seta was still seething, but Professor. He turned back to throw one last hateful glare at Luin. You wait. Luin watched the figure retreat deep in thought. It's exactly as I expected. This was never going to be easy from the start. Meanwhile, in another train car, an indignant voice erupted. Professor, why did you stop us? Seta still couldn't wrap his head around it. You were the one who devised this strategy in the first place, so why? The professor lowered his head with a sigh and asked in return. You didn't see it, did you? Seta was baffled. What do you mean? He was startled by his teacher's question. Didn't you see him smiling? The professor recalled the scene he had witnessed. That professor from the Xnit Magic Academy, Hido. He was smiling as he watched you, almost as if he was waiting for you to make your move. Seta cautiously offered his own interpretation. It was probably just confidence. That's all. His teacher let out another sharp sigh. I'm not so sure. I can't be certain. He then recalled the distinct aura emanating from Luin. I believe that boy Luin has something more to him that we aren't aware of. He's nothing like that Mikhail Gary Hill you fought last time. Hearing this assessment, Seta realized the situation was far more complicated than he had initially thought. The train continued its journey. After the Oyota group departed, the atmosphere in the cabin shifted in a peculiar way. Everyone began to gather around Luin, buzzing with discussion. Hey, what's the first match? It's a group battle without representatives, which means you're not participating, right, Luin? I'm not sure we can handle it. Hanker's voice rose with newfound determination. Of course we can. We absolutely cannot lose. Another student echoed him, shouting with renewed vigor. That's right. We can't let ourselves lose to those scoundrels. Luin looked at them with a satisfied smile. Just moments ago they were consumed by their own egos and petty jealousies, but now they stood united. Everyone began to ask him questions, their voices filled with concern. He asked, Are you all right, Luin? Why so intense? Those guys have been brawlers since they were born? Yeah, he's got a point. If this were a real fight, what Luin said would be, making the whole group freeze. Doesn't this bother you at all? He emphasized every word. They're looking down on you, openly disrespecting the representatives of our Magic Academy. As one of those representatives, if I just sit back and take it, what do you think will happen? Luin's voice echoed through the train car. They'll definitely just get a bigger kick out of it and look down on us even more. Furthermore, one of them began to hesitate. That's true, but Luin cut him off. If we do nothing, then we're proving them right that we're just a bunch of idiots from a worthless academy. Is that what you want? The entire group lowered their heads at Luin's question. You want to be disrespected forever? Suddenly, he raised his voice. It's precisely because you always back down that. They've been looking down on us for the past 5 years, Luin continued. So what's it going to be? This isn't the time to let our pride get in the way of our unity. One of the students pushed Hanker forward. We were thinking of having Hanker be the goalie for the skyball match. What do you think? The boy scratched his head in embarrassment. Me, the goalie Luin, felt a sense of satisfaction. Looks like M's little follower is finally on board. We need to stay like this until the competition ends. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the train. Next stop, Inten Dewey. Then a voice was heard, urging everyone, we're here. Everyone grab your luggage and get off. Inten Dewey is a state belonging to the Doinak Royal Federation. It is also the only state recognized as a neutral territory within the empire. Therefore, upon setting foot here, even 1,000-year-old enemies must temporarily set aside their hatred. If any blood is shed within Inten's borders, the Doinak Empire, as the continent's hegemon, will step in to judge the matter. That's why large-scale international competitions are always held in Inten, such as the Grand Festival of the Mages Association and the Great Sword Tournament of the Swordsmanship Guild. The boys stared blankly at the crowd before them and began to chat. So this place isn't the Doinak Empire, someone else? Shot back idiot. It's not the empire itself, just a royal federation under the empire's jurisdiction. Another person pouted. What's the difference? Ji-san looked around. This place looks like a whole different world. Man, Luin, I thought our Damon district was impressive, but this place is on another level. Luin's gaze softened slightly. So this is Inten. He watched two men chatting cheerfully, thinking it truly lives up to its reputation as the kingdom's capital. Then he glanced at two young women laughing with delight. Everything exuded an ancient charm, and everyone seemed so relaxed. Luin thought to himself, coming here really makes you realize just how small our own world is. Suddenly, a voice called out, we'll be heading to our lodgings now. Everyone, please board the carriages. Following the announcement, everyone began to climb aboard one by one. The horse-drawn carriages. A long procession of carriages made its way down the street. The teacher sitting across from Luin and Ji-san spoke up as a reminder, I'm just saying this as a precaution. But even by accident, do not go near the areas of the other magic academies. His eyes flickered towards Luin. Causing trouble now won't do anyone any good. The boy became flustered. Why are you looking at me when you say that? Suddenly, Chang looked off in a different direction and exclaimed, Whoa, look over there. Luin looked at him doubtfully. Huh, what is it? Chang raised an eyebrow and continued, I just caught a whiff of something extremely interesting. Luin's eyes widened in shock. A whiff of what? Unexpectedly, Chang leaped down from above, landing on Luin's feet as he spoke. It seemed Chang had sensed it. A relic of Draka is here. The scene shifts to the next day at the lodging house of Xnit Academy. Ji-san, still sleepy, watched Luin swiftly put on his jacket. Hey Luin, you got a date or something? Without a word, Luin dashed off like a gust of wind. The system screen lit up in front of Luin. As he ran, he asked Chang, Are you sure about this? The creature nodded. Positive. You'll see it pop up on the minimap in a moment. I find this strange. When they arrived at a place with a sign that read, Resonating memories, Workshop Chang cried out. We're here. Luin slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. He took in the scene before him and remarked, I always figured a relic of the Black Dragon would be in some extraordinary place. This workshop seems so ordinary. Luin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shouldn't it be hidden in a black market or some rich guy's basement? Chang put his hands on his hips and laughed. A relic of Draka is useless to an ordinary mage, you know. To them, it's no better than junk. Activating his perception skill, Luin's eyes suddenly shot wide open as a brilliant flash of light erupted before him. That beam of light shot towards a man, stunning him with surprise. A ring was levitating within the glow, and as this Manhwa recap continues, the system information screen popped up, innate treasure of the player. This artifact is also known as Draka's first failure. Its immunity ability grants resistance against physical impacts on the player's body, increasing the probability of nullifying physical damage. Seeing this, Luin asked doubtfully. A failure. Chang chuckled and began to explain, well, this one is a little special, he elaborated. To be specific, it not only resists attacks but also nullifies any normal physical contact. You can't even get a hug from your significant other. The shopkeeper chuckled wryly. It shows up when you don't need it and vanishes when you do. That's why it's a failure. But you still need this. Knowing he couldn't refuse, the boy could only nod. Glancing at the system screen, which showed the item granted a grand total of 0 additional strength, when worn, Luin nodded in understanding. Just the fact that it offered 0 strength was enough to make him want it. He then slipped the ring onto his middle finger. Luin admired his hand, completely satisfied. Perfect. It fits like it was made just for me. He turned to the seller. I'd like to buy this ring, sir. How much is it? The old man burst out laughing and waved him off. Just take it. It's been sitting here for ages, and I don't even know how to properly maintain it anymore. Left with no other option, Luin offered. Then let me buy something else. The man chuckled again. Be my guest. Luin began to walk down the aisle, his eyes scanning left and right. Having the player's eye skill was incredibly convenient. Seeing the rarity of the books pop up before him, Luin mused that the skill could even determine the value of objects. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto one particular direction. A blinding golden light emanated from a book displaying its information. High-rarity quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Luin was stunned. This is... Just as he reached for the book, someone suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. He stared in shock at the white-haired girl before him. Information appeared above her head. Irene Prius. S-rank mage with very high potential. Luin recognized her instantly. Irene Prius, from C Women's University. She was a successor to the Underworld King, the Monarch of Mages, the Supreme Sorcerer Teron Armis. Irene was one of the 11 successors he had personally chosen. Luin's expression grew serious. He'd heard she was a genius on the verge of reaching S rank. He looked at Irene, then recalled the info. But the truth was, she was already S rank. It seemed the rumors had seriously downplayed her true power. She growled. Let go. Luin didn't back down. I was here first. Irene's hand remained firmly on his. Judging by your uniform, you must be from Xnit Academy. I am Irene Prius, of Psy Women's University. You've already found what you needed. And now you're just looking for something extra, right? I, on the other hand, came here specifically for this book. She proposed. If it's not a big deal, would you mind letting me have it? Luin frowned, thinking to himself, so she overheard me. Is she buying this for the Grand Festival? He asked. So, what do you need this book for? It's not often someone wants to buy something of this nature. Irene's voice faltered. She retracted her hand, turning her slightly blushing face away. It's for homework. I can't really elaborate. That's all you need to know. Luin speculated it probably wasn't for schoolwork. Maybe it was related to the Underworld King. He suddenly spoke up. Then you can have it. It's clearly important to you. Just like that, being offered the book. Without any further argument left, Irene flustered, as she replied. Huh? Oh, thank you. Luin immediately resumed his search. All right, so what should I buy now? Irene watched his retreating back, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. When he returned to his dorm and recounted the events, a barrage of questions erupted. You met Irene Prius. What did you two talk about? Is she as beautiful as the rumors say? Jason's son and Hanker's eyes were gleaming with excitement as they chimed in. Where did you meet her? How did it happen? Luin was at a loss for words. Can you guys please ask one question at a time? John looked up wistfully. I'm so jealous. My dream is to just touch Irene's hand once. Hanker seized the chance to brag. How pathetic. I, for one, saw Irene at the Grand Festival, you know. I even got to sit right next to her during the event. Jason's son cut him off, annoyed. Get real, that doesn't count as actually talking to her. Luin had to endure the two of them bickering like children. What? Look at yourself. You haven't even gotten close to her, let alone spoken to her. As if remembering something, Hanker spoke up. But listen, she might be powerful, but she's always stuck at rank 2. I heard she loses to the #1 Doom Pram so badly every year, it's a complete wipeout. Jason's son shot to his feet, yelling, "That's a load of crap. How dare you talk about my Irene like that?" Hanker let out a long sigh. Since when was she times your times Irene? And it's not crap. That guy is the top student at the Danak Military Training School. In other words, on this entire Magic Academy continent, he's the most acclaimed prodigy of our generation. He added, not to mention he's also the wielder of the light sword. Hearing this, Luin was surprised. The light sword. He remembered the book and it all clicked into place. That was why Irene needed that book. She needed it to defeat Doom Pram. This whole encounter is what makes this manhwa recap so interesting, because from what Luin knew, being a swordsman wasn't all that great compared to other weapon users. A single magic sword doesn't grant that much power. And besides, mastering swordsmanship is no easy feat, Hanker added, but this Doom Bram guy is a whole different story. His light sword is an S-rank artifact, and his skill level is at least on par with a standard knight. Jason let out a long, weary sigh. Mastered swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and an S-rank artifact to boot. This is just on another level. Not to mention, he was born with a silver spoon from a powerful family. And he's so handsome, all the girls are fawning over him. Hearing his friend vent, Jason just sighed. Seriously, guys like that actually exist in the world. Luin, however, remained completely silent. His mind drifted to Irin, a 5th-level mage at just 16 years old, and another a master swordsman who always secured the top rank. Luin's brow furrowed in silent contemplation. Could he truly stand a chance against prodigies of this caliber? He recalled his encounter with Zeta, certain that no one would ever pay attention to someone like him. But then Luin closed his eyes and remembered Tyrion Xnit's words. It's no exaggeration to say you are a championship contender. He thought to himself, I want to put that to the test. Suddenly, someone burst in breathless. Hey everyone, the lineup for the opening ceremony has been posted. At those words, a spark of determination flashed in Luin's eyes. Good. He then rose to his feet and walked towards the door, straight into the beams of light pouring in from outside. The grand festival. His robe billowed in the wind, a silent declaration that this was only just the beginning. Inwardly he thought, so, the matchups have finally been announced. With a grave expression, Luin looked up in anticipation. Our opponent is. After staring at the bracket for a moment, he was taken aback, thinking, are you kidding me? We're up against times idiotic academy. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Well, that's just too easy, isn't it? It was none other than Zeta. He swaggered forward with an arrogant smirk, taunting, fighting against you lot just means we'll have more time to mess around. Luin immediately turned his mind racing. The Oyota Academy. His face showed no fear, but inwardly he was thinking, fighting these guys is going to be a real pain. He scanned their entire group, assessing them. They were notorious for their dirty tactics, and the students standing behind them looked genuinely scared, whispering amongst themselves, damn it, why did it have to be them? Yeah, they look absolutely terrifying. Hearing the chatter, Luin thought, back at our Magic Academy so many students have been left with psychological scars because of these guys. Zeta jeered at them with pure arrogance. You're all so pathetically weak, you can't even get us fired up. How utterly dreadfully boring. His cronies erupted in laughter as if on cue. Ha ha ha. Seeing the crowd whispering around them, Zeta's arrogance grew, his voice dripping with challenge. I can't believe we're matched against the Academy of Idiots. It's like we've hit the jackpot. Dude, aren't you worried they'll hear you? So what if they do? It's not like they can do anything about it. They're completely useless. A sinister smile spread across Luin's face as he thought, fine by me. I'll use this opportunity to show you all. Immediately after he clenched his fist, his expression filled with pride. We're not the same pushovers we used to be, he thought. Then he spoke out with a bold voice. I was waiting for you too. He immediately strode towards their group and provoked them. Quite a crowd has gathered for the grand festival, hasn't it? Hearing this, Zeta snapped back angrily. What the hell do you want? Luin stepped even closer and said softly, I just wanted to make a small introduction. Then he raised his voice for all to hear, booming. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Luin Aden, and I am the representative of that Academy of Idiots you were all just discussing. Luin continued his declaration. I won't say much. I just have one simple request. This manhwa recap is getting intense. His expression turned menacing, almost frightening as he added, never call us the Academy of Idiots again. It's quite unpleasant to the ears. Hearing this, Zeta was so furious, he ground his teeth and let out a sharp humph. Luin bared his teeth in a terrifying grin and threatened, I am sick and tired of being at the bottom of the scoreboard. From now on, Luin stared directly at them and made a declaration that left them stunned. I intend to take the top spot. His opponents finally reacted with a volley of curses. If we don't call you the Academy of Idiots, then what should we call you? Stop spouting nonsense and acting so high and mighty. Hearing this, Zeta retorted irritably. Do you think this is some backwater village tournament? The top spot. How that grates on the ears. Just who in the hell do you think you are? At those words, Luin's thoughts turned to the old white-haired man, and his face filled with unwavering confidence. He uttered two words, loud and clear. my trump card. In his heart, he made a solemn vow to never back down again. The scene then shifts to a grand white building where a group of people was buzzing with intense discussion. Who is that kid? Luin Aden. The group looked troubled as they talked. I did some digging on him. I heard he used to be the bottom of the class, is now the student representative. How did that happen? One of them replied, clearly annoyed. I'm not sure either, but I heard that at the beginning of this semester. He suddenly did a complete 180-degree turn, and his grades shot through the roof. Hearing this, Zeta asked in confusion, a 180-degree turn. The other guy then added, yeah, and I guess that's why he's so confident now. Zeta's mind flashed back to what the old man had said. There's still something we don't know about that kid. Right after that, he let out a sigh and said, whatever, I'm probably just overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretching his arms and cracking his knuckles. That arrogant bunch, I'll teach them a lesson. His face was filled with absolute confidence and pride as he declared, using the traditional method of our Magic Academy. The scene then shifts to the dormitories of Xnit Academy. Here, in this part of our Manhwa recap, Luin's group has gathered to discuss their plan. Tomorrow is the Mana Grenade Toss event, a team-based battle, where everyone except the student representative is allowed to participate. Luin was currently breaking down the strategy for his teammates. The challenge required participants to throw mana grenades at a midran golem, and the team that takes it down faster wins. At that moment, one of his teammates turned to him and asked, without you tomorrow, I'm not sure if we'll be okay. Luin then stood up and addressed everyone. It's true that our individual abilities don't match up to Oyota's, but with a powerful sense of conviction, he rallied the group. But I believe you guys will win. Hearing this, his worried teammates looked at him completely bewildered. They stammered, win, but how? Seeing their reaction, Luin stood tall and told everyone, this is a team battle. If everyone works together, we will definitely win. He then laid out the plan. Let's start by splitting into smaller teams. Hearing this, Hanker exclaimed in surprise. Smaller teams. In his mind, Luin had already formulated a detailed plan for the teams and began to explain it. That's right. Team 1 will heat the grenades. Team 2 will be responsible for transport. Team 3 will attack the golem, and Team 4 will obstruct the opponents by healing their golem. After hearing the plan, the whole group started whispering amongst themselves, their voices filled with nervous energy. If we do that, it'll take forever to take down the golem. Exactly, Oyota has 30 people attacking at once. We'll have fewer attackers, not to mention they're no slouches either. Luin then looked at his teammates with a sincere gaze and shouted, what's wrong with all of you? Confused by his outburst, Hanker could only stammer. Huh. With an incredibly serious expression, Luin declared loudly, remember what I said in front of them? I said we would be the ones to stand at the top. And I was dead serious. He then slammed his hand on the table and roared, whether I'm participating or not, I will still give my all to help you. Standing before them, he continued to persuade them. For every one move Oyota makes, we'll make 2, even 3. The members of Oyota are all exceptional, which is why they can use the traditional method. If we try to do the same, it'll take us way too much time. Seeing this, Jia-sun with a look of pure determination announced, all right, I believe in you. Hanker, who was beside Luin, quickly agreed. Me too. Immediately after, the rest of the group, now fired up, all declared, us too. We believe in you. Luin immediately looked at them and started assigning roles. All right then. Hanker will be the commander. Zola Min, Mora Ayake, Freya, you guys will heat the grenades. He then turned to another person and continued his orders. After the grenades are primed, Taemon will handle transportation. He stared intently at the plan and considered, I've divided the teams based on each person's abilities, something I could only do thanks to my innate skill. He immediately activated his special technique, his divine eye, the player's eye. He looked at his teammates, assessing them, the ability to see through an opponent's stats. With this, I can minimize our disadvantages and focus more on everyone's strengths. The team was now filled with confidence, buzzing with excited chatter. This time we should be fine, right? Yeah, I think we actually have a chance to win this. Seeing everyone so fired up, he thought to himself, once they're in the right teams, everyone will gradually gain more confidence. The whole group was now happily discussing their roles. I'm not good at throwing, but I can heat one up in 5 seconds. What do you mean you're not good at it? I'm a great thrower. Luin was incredibly satisfied. He thought to himself, what a relief. Watching everyone laugh and talk, a sense of ease washed over Luin as he thought, they're starting to believe in themselves. Their confidence has been solidified. But suddenly, the door burst open as someone stumbled in frantically. His face was covered in injuries as he collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, the room erupted into chaos as everyone screamed Funlerm's name, his mouth trembling as he tried to speak. Seeing him in this state, Luin rushed over, his face etched with worry. He quickly ran to his side, asking, what happened to your face? Are you all right? Mustering all his strength, the boy stammered, Oyota's crew. Oyota. It took him a long moment to get the words out. Finally, Funlerm managed to explain, shocking Luin. Their representative called his buddies over and they dragged me away. The scene then cuts over to the other team's room. As Luin walked in, Seta exclaimed, oh wow. With a look of utter contempt, he sneered. See, I told you he'd show up. Then he taunted. So what are you planning to do? Huh? You think you can do anything to us? Luin's expression turned deadly serious, his killer gaze fixed on him as he demanded Sedamankiri get out here now. Inside the room, Luin raised his voice shouting for him to come out. Sedamankiri, I said, get out here now. In response, Seta just let out a disdainful laugh and cursed. Damn, is this guy crazy or what? He then stood up and walked right up to Luin, gritting his teeth as he asked, what gives you the right to act so high and mighty all the time, huh? At that moment, Luin's gaze turned murderous. He locked eyes with Seta, placed a hand on his shoulder, and repeated in a low, threatening voice, what gives me the right? And with that, he applied immense pressure through his hand. Instantly, Seta was forced to his knees, completely overwhelmed by the move. His face was a mask of shock as he thought to himself, what? What is this power? He scrambled back to his feet, his face contorted with rage. Clenching his fist, he roared, you bastard! But Luin was already moving, anticipating the attack. He effortlessly dodged Seta's punch. Then, in one fluid motion, he twisted his opponent's arm, causing Seta to cry out in agony. Luin's expression was absolutely menacing. He glared at the rest of them and issued a chilling warning. I'm warning you. If you ever dare to touch one of my people again, this will be the least of your worries. Seta, now, seriously injured by the encounter, collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Og, his underlings terrified, rushed to his side to check on him. What's going on, Seta? Are you all right? But Seta's face was twisted in agony as he clutched his shoulder, crying out. Luin stood over him, unimpressed. His voice was laced with menace as he proposed, so want to make a little wager with me? Later, back in their own territory, Luin recounted the events to his friends, who reacted with shocked shouts. A forehead flick. The whole group was stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. So if we beat the Oyota students, Sedamankiri gets a forehead flick from you? Please don't tell me it's the same kind of flick Mick delivers. Just then, Luin added another piece of good news for the team. And that's not all. He also has to apologize to us in front of everyone. Hearing this, the group erupted in surprised delight, exclaiming in unison, whoa, now we absolutely have to win. Talk about motivation, haha. All we have to do now is win. Just then, someone burst in with an announcement. It's time to head to the arena, everyone. Get ready. Shortly after, the entire group arrived at the Grand Festival, a continent-wide celebration for mages. This Magic Academy event was legendary. Historically, the mages who competed here, all looking incredibly confident, would go on to become pivotal figures who changed the fate of the entire continent. The audience was already electric, with excitement, cheering their hearts out. Xnit Academy, let's go! A look of confidence and satisfaction crossed Luin's face as he thought, I can't believe I'm actually a part of this place. A place where legends are born. Soon after, the announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, informing everyone, the opening ceremony has concluded. All students, please return to your designated seats. The group immediately started heading back to their seats. Suddenly, Luin ran into someone. It was none other than Seta. His face was a mask of fury as he snarled through gritted teeth. Get ready. I won't be careless this time. With that, the enraged rival stormed off. Watching him go, Luin paid him no mind, thinking to himself, you're not the opponent I'm aiming for right now, Sedamankiri. As we continue this manhwa recap, something else caught his eye. His attention was suddenly drawn to a young man across the way. That person was Doom Pram. Staring at his face, Luin recalled, he's the reigning champion of the Magic Festival and also the top graduate of the Xnit Military Training Academy. Luin watched him with fierce determination, thinking, if I make it to the later rounds, I'll definitely have to face him. But just then, a voice cut in from behind. You must be the one who's always stirring up trouble, aren't you? Luin immediately turned around to see it was Irene Prius. She then faced him directly and asked, were you running around causing a ruckus yesterday? She continued her questioning, leaving Luin completely bewildered. And you even went to the Oyota Academy's area to start a fight anymore? Utterly surprised, he shot back. How did you know? She simply walked away, casually replying, this place is small. I'm pretty sure everyone here already knows. Hearing that, he felt a wave of embarrassment and replied, ah, is that so? I wasn't trying to cause trouble, just venting a little. Right after that, she spun around and told him, anyway, since you gave me that book last time, I'll give you one piece of advice. Don't make yourself stand out too much. After that, his reply left her completely stunned. Just like you, right? You're hiding your own talents, aren't you? Quick as the wind, Luin dashed off, bidding her a hasty farewell. Well, that's my cue. I've gotta go. We have to participate in the first event. Seeing him leave, she was so shocked and surprised that she just stood there, frozen in place. Moments later, the competition kicked off. In just a few minutes, the mana grenade toss would begin. The first two teams facing off were Xnit Academy and Oyota Academy. At that moment, he quickly rallied his team's spirits for all the members of the squad, asking if they were ready. The team immediately started encouraging and motivating each other, vowing to show everyone their true power and let them see that they were no longer the stupid academy. With a surge of confidence, the entire team marched into the arena. The first event, the mana grenade toss, had officially begun. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd, and even the audience members started murmuring amongst themselves. Huh, what's going on? What are they even doing? Seeing the formation Luin's team had arranged made everyone scratch their heads. Everyone was puzzled. Because up until now, victory in team competitions had always depended on the individual abilities of the members. Arranging themselves in a knight-like formation was a completely bizarre sight. Even the other mage teams watching from the sidelines were taken aback. They had split into two groups, one for heating and one for throwing. Ah, whatever, someone scoffed. Oyota will win anyway. But Luin remained perfectly calm, ignoring the whispers and gossip from the crowd, who claimed they were just pretending to be on top. They were the so-called stupid academy. That's why they're ranked last. The mockery continued. They probably don't realize some things are just beyond human limits. Even Iren's group held its breath in anticipation. And as for Iren herself, she was no different, exclaiming in utter shock. How is that possible? Just then, Luin's team shattered one arm of the stone golem, stunning everyone. The crowd gasped. Look at the Xnit team's golem. It's lost an arm. Seeing their chance, Luin immediately commanded the entire team to charge forward. Everyone pushed onward. A moment later, he yelled out his commands, directing his teammates. Ken, the heating speed is perfect. Mora and Ayeki, you two handle transport Jason. Target the right arm. Instantly, the members received their orders and executed them flawlessly. Just like that, the team had destroyed the right arm. At this point, the opponent was so furious he was grinding his teeth. Seeing the situation unfold, his blood boiled as he cursed. What the hell are these idiots doing? How are they losing to the stupid academy? He then whipped out a control panel, yelling, these bastards are something else. Their attacks are bypassing the golem's regeneration, so it's not getting any weaker. Seeing this, he was absolutely livid, but could do nothing but curse. Damn it, Luin Aden. On the other side, Iren was completely in awe. Truly impressive. As this manhwa recap continues, watching Luin's team fight with such determination forced her to reevaluate everything about this magic academy. She realized the reason Xnit Academy was able to overcome Oyota's advantage in individual power was because they used strategy. She was incredibly impressed with him. But she knew that for a strategy like this to be effective, one must have a precise understanding of each person's abilities. She then recalled that moment when he had found the book he needed in a mere instant. Watching his team members execute the plan so seamlessly filled her with admiration. He could even group them based on their individual skills. Afterward, her gaze shifted to him as she pondered, who is this person really? Why have I never seen him at any of the magic festivals before? Right at that moment, a massive sphere of energy was forming in his hands. Then Jason hurled the sphere with all his might, screaming, "It's over, you monster!" Very quickly, that immense power completely shattered the stone golem. Witnessing this spectacle, the opposing captain's face went pale, and he stood there frozen to the spot. He was so furious. He let out a cold grunt. A second later, the giant stone golem collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the entire team erupted in joyous cheers. Woohoo, we did it. We won. The team immediately sprinted forward. Here in the very first event of the Grand Festival, a match everyone thought Oyota would easily win. The whole crew was ecstatic, as they ran to embrace Luin in celebration. Against all odds, the win had gone to the so-called stupid academy. After securing their victory, the team was overjoyed. They gloated to each other. Well, I guess our pathetic magic academy isn't at the bottom of the rankings anymore. Oyota is the new bottom feeder. What should we call them? Oh yuck ta. Man, that sounds pathetic. Right after that, the referee announced the next event, and this is where our manhwa recap really picks up. The Capture the Flag match between the student representatives was about to begin, and for this round, Luin would be taking the stage. His whole crew cheered him on enthusiastically, boosting his confidence. Go get him, Luin. Wipe the floor with them. Just then, the referee announced the next match. The first bout was between Representative Luin Aden of the Xnit Magic Academy and Seta Mankiri of the Oyota Royal Magic Academy. As a reminder, Luin was already striding purposefully towards Seta, who was absolutely seething. Seeing his tense expression, Trang taunted him. Why, the long-faced Luin, you look so stressed, but it seemed like he didn't even notice, muttering to himself. We're currently ranked in the top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's just perfect. Hearing this, his friend was completely bewildered. He asked, what do you mean, just perfect? Luin's attention, however, was fixed on the crowd, analyzing their shocked and surprised reactions. After that last match, people are finally starting to pay attention to us, but it's not enough to erase the terrible reputation we've had for years. He then declared, with absolute determination, that they needed a spectacular victory, his gaze locking onto Seta as he spoke, his voice filled with passion. Only a landslide victory against Oyota will make everyone see us in a different light. Hearing this, Strong finally understood. Oh, I see now, he exclaimed. Luin's gaze then drifted upwards towards the Grand Sorcerer's dais, his resolve hardening. We also need to prove ourselves to the Supreme Sorcerer himself. The scene then shifts to a darkened chamber where the High Sorcerers are gathered observing the match through a scrying orb. Within the orb, the image appears of the two combatants standing face to face. Lord Terran watched them deep in thought before turning to the person beside him, Luin Aden. That boy was one of the 11 commoner candidates. The man beside him seemed quite surprised. You still remember him, my lord? In response, the Archmage lowered his gaze and explained, I make it a habit to remember talented individuals. That boy is a natural-born genius, capable of teaching himself how to use mana at such a young age. Immediately after his face soured, his expression turning to one of disappointment. That's why I was so let down when I learned he suffered from a mana disorder. Hearing this, Xnit retorted in surprise. Let down? Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were completely useless and without talent? At this, Terran fell into a thoughtful silence, not saying a word before finally voicing his thoughts to the others. But I never expected you, headmaster, to choose such a student as your representative. I don't believe you'd do this just to stir up some excitement like in the old days. Or has the boy managed to break his curse after all these years? Hearing this, Headmaster Xnit remained silent for a long moment, then looked directly at Luin's image in the orb, his voice filled with confidence. You will see for yourself, my lord. That will be your answer. Back at the arena, Strong turned and asked Luin. So, what's the plan? Binding or freezing requires you to get up close. Are you going to summon your guardian? Luin immediately shot down that idea. No, guardians aren't exactly the sharpest tools in the shed. Hearing that, Strong was completely baffled and asked, then how in the world are you going to fight this match? At that moment, Luin cracked his knuckles, his face radiating pure confidence and fighting spirit as he answered, I'm taking him head on. Just then, the referee prepared to start the match. The moment the word begin echoed through the arena, Luin exploded forward, launching himself at Zeta like a rocket. Seeing this, his opponent refused to be outdone and immediately unleashed his own power, screaming, You'll pay for what you did to me the other day. Right after he unleashed the power to summon his fighting guardian, sending it charging straight for Luin. Seeing the colossal construct closing in, Luin showed no fear, instantly activating his time refraction technique. With incredible speed, he skillfully dodged the guardian's attack with ease, then continued his dash forward without missing a beat. In the next instant, he was already behind Zeta in the blink of an eye. Enraged, Zeta spun around to attack, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it. But Luin wasn't even slightly intimidated and effortlessly caught the punch with his bare hand. A smug grin spread across Luin's face as he taunted him. Just as I thought. The other guy, seeing his fist was completely immobilized, became even more furious and yelled, Are you going to let go, or what? Then Luin calmly said something that left Zeta utterly stunned, only able to stammer out, I really don't think this is the time for you to be saying that. It turned out the senator he had created had flown straight at the other guy, screaming, Humph. Seeing this, Zeta's face turned pale, as he cried out in horror, Halt, you foolish guardian. The councilman closed in on him, causing Zeta to panic. He was seething with rage but utterly powerless, thinking to himself, I can't move. The councilman's expression was one of pure defiance, as he taunted, Go on, try to run. Suddenly something clicked in Zeta's mind. He recalled the image of that boy, felling him with a single effortless blow, and it finally sank in. So, that feeling was real. It wasn't just because I dropped my guard. The spear, which had been poised to pierce right through Zeta's face, was lowered in defeat. I've lost. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the end, but an eternity seemed to pass, with nothing happening. This forced him to crack open his eyes, to see what was going on, only to be met with an unbelievable sight. The boy had leaped forward to block the councilman's devastating attack. Witnessing this scene, Zeta simply couldn't believe his own eyes. He stood there, frozen solid, his mind screaming, No way. Watching the boy relentlessly pummel the councilman with nothing but his bare hands left him in a state of absolute awe. He's using his bare fists against a guardian made of steel. And just like that, the councilman was beaten to a pulp. Luin had now defeated the councilman, leaving Zeta utterly flabbergasted. Immediately after, Luin began to walk toward him, and each step sent a fresh wave of terror through Zeta. Zeta's face was a mess of emotions, as he stammered out, Did you just save me? Luin feigned ignorance, his voice as cold as ice as he replied, Save you? Why would I save the man who humiliated my friend? Then, with a dangerously sharp look, he closed the distance between them, and said slowly, I wanted to be the one to finish you with my own hands. He then reminded the terrified Zeta, Remember our little bet. At this point in our Manhwa recap, Luin cracked his knuckles and said casually, It's just a single flick to the forehead. The flick seemed impossibly light, yet it sent Zeta flying through the air. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and confused, thinking to himself, The sky. It looks so blue. The audience was equally stunned with gasps of, Whoa, oh my god, erupting from the stands. Witnessing this scene, the students from his Magic Academy erupted in joyous celebration. And just like that, the entire arena exploded, with everyone showering him with endless praise. Absolutely legendary. What kind of magic is that? This match was a total blowout, and with that performance, Luin had captured the unwavering attention of a very influential figure. The old man glanced over, thinking to himself, here we go again. He watched as Taron stood there completely dumbfounded, looking like a man whose soul had just been ripped from his body. A tempest of questions raged within his mind. For someone of my stature, a demigod, the only mage to have ever reached the 8th level, the one they call the Supreme Mage. How could I have never witnessed a magic like this before? His face was a mask of pure disbelief. He simply couldn't accept what his eyes were telling him. He stared intently at the boy, his mind racing. Just who in the world are you? Seeing Luin laughing and joking around only stoked the flames of his fury. The name Luin burned itself into his memory. Taron seethed, grinding his teeth, as if he was about to devour the boy whole. Tarian Xnit, tell me everything you know about Luin Aden. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice laced with a dark, commanding tone. The man fell silent, lost in thought for a moment, a hint of resignation on his face. That student, he's one who always fulfills his duties. He's someone everyone expected to give up, but in the end, he refused to quit. He rested his arm on the chair and began to recount what he knew. He is a person who knows how to turn a weakness into a strength, and he embodies the spirit of a mage more than anyone else. That is all I know about Luin. After hearing the report, Taron's lips pressed into a thin, hard line, his anger barely contained. He abruptly pushed himself to his feet, a mocking smirk playing on his lips as he spoke. Are you trying to shield your student from my curiosity? And what if I were to simply summon Luin here and question him directly, he declared, with an air of absolute arrogance and a triumphant look on his face. If you intend to force the boy to talk, the other man replied, his words carrying a hidden warning, which only served to pique Taron's curiosity even more. Then I will have no choice but to stop you. Taron looked at him in utter disbelief. He shot an irritated glare in Tyrion's direction. He let out a sharp breath, then sneered, his expression filled with contempt for Tyrion's words and defiance. You're invoking the mage's right to secrecy, are you? The oath of Miley. They stood in a tense standoff, completely ignoring the others around them. Fine. But surely, a small exchange of information wouldn't be a problem, would it? He turned his gaze back to the crystal orb, the corner of his mouth twitching into a grin, like a predator that had just cornered its prey. The one who reaches the limits of magic must be me. Taron stared at the orb, not blinking for a second, absolutely determined to figure out what that strange magic was. Elsewhere, late into the night, Luin Aden was complaining. Hey, we've only won a single round, you know. He put a hand to his head with a sigh. We should be focusing on getting some rest. If we just party like this, the other schools will leave us in the dust. So what's with all the commotion? A crowd of students were getting wasted, their raucous laughter echoing through the night. Across from them, Luin looked on with complete exasperation. This is the life I always thought, that if I could just get into Aten. You have to check this place out. Come on, Luin, you should be celebrating your victory. It's a festival after all, Jiashan said, coming up behind him. That left Luin feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts weary, letting out an exhausted sigh. We've got vanilla coconut juice and even Dragon Kiss. 2 delicious-looking drinks were presented right before his eyes. Dragon Kiss. The name of the drink caught him off guard. Haha, you know, I'm always patriotic, Jiashan said, with a grin, pushing the bottle towards him. So is this a specialty from your hometown? Luin asked. You know it, but that's not the only reason I ordered it. Just then, footsteps could be heard approaching. Just 1 sip of this, and it feels like you're kissing a dragon. Is it really that amazing? Luin questioned. Listen, Jiashan pulled out all the stops to market this drink. Come on, Luin. Don't make that face. Just give it a try. 1 glass will send you over the moon. No, I mean 1 glass and you'll experience a taste that's out of this world. He chirped, eagerly inviting Luin to try the strange beverage. Luin eyed the bottle in his friend's hand nervously, but then, a tall, imposing shadow fell over them. He looked up in surprise at the person standing behind him. The massive young man was Seda, the one Luin had defeated in the previous match. Seda Mankiri. The whole group shouted his name in shock. I know your pride took a hit from losing to Luin, but you should just go. Don't ruin the mood for us, Jiashan scowled, shooting him an annoyed glare. Seda Mankiri. Luin found it hard to believe. Why was he here? Was he looking for trouble? I came to apologize. Swallowing his ego, Seda narrowed his eyes, forcing out the words. The apology. Their faces twisted into question marks, completely stunned to hear him say, I'm sorry for looking down on you all this time. He bowed his head slightly, trying to make his apology as sincere as possible. After Luin defeated me in the arena, I realized something. He gritted his teeth, his voice strained. He continued, I shouldn't look down on others just because they seem weaker than me. These were words they never thought they'd hear him say. There are many people stronger than me, so to someone else I'm just a weakling. The group was still reeling from the words he was speaking. I truly feel That what I've done to you all this time was wrong. Wait, what's with the sudden change? Jia asked, confused beads of sweat forming on his face. I know saying these words won't make you forgive me easily, but I just wanted to let you know. I am sincerely sorry. He bowed low, stooping down to show the utmost sincerity. Luin watched him, his expression softening a bit, but he remained silent. The awkwardness was palpable. The other friends glanced at each other, uncomfortably, just scratching their heads to get through the moment. Yeah, you're right. Sorry for ruining the atmosphere. I'll be going now. After getting that off his chest, he straightened up to leave. Seta, a voice called out, making him turn around in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the bet? Or are you genuinely sorry? Luin asked with a serious look. He was half skeptical of this sudden apology. It's for real. Seta looked at him, his honest expression saying it all. After hearing that, Luin let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks for the stand-up apology. He stepped forward, extending a hand towards Seta in a gesture of encouragement which made Seta's eyes widen in surprise. A wave of emotion swelled up inside him, his eyes speaking volumes as he reached out to shake it. Shaking his hand, a moment that's truly hard to describe, and a highlight of this manhwa recap. Whoa, this is really good. What is it? They went back to what they were doing before. My friends had also accepted Seta's apology. And so we all hung out together. We ended up with our arms around each other's shoulders, chugging Dragon Kiss until midnight, completely wasted on the atmosphere. In that hazy state, Luin's eyes suddenly flew open, his face filled with panic. He grew pensive. Jiashan and the others stared at him, then broke into bright smiles. Beaming. Luin, you're awake. He pushed himself up with one hand, rubbing his head with the other. Yep, the whole gang's been sitting around your bed watching you. So, you're finally awake. Remember anything from last night? You must really like Dragon Kiss, huh? Hanker's question made Jiashan and another friend double over in laughter. Yesterday you were bawling your eyes out, saying, thank you guys for believing in me, at least for now. Wow, life at this Magic Academy is so hard. Luin wailed, clutching a bottle while Seta clapped along in encouragement. The rest of us were laughing until we cried, and remembering it just made the whole group roar with laughter again. I never knew the perfect Luin had a side like this. Ha 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 ha. From that day on, Jiashan and the others had something to tease him about forever. Luin stomped down the hall in frustration, muttering, you devils, I just woke up and you're already starting trouble. Man, he was losing it. His face went completely stiff as he recalled Jason luring him into trying Dragon Kids. What in the world was in that drink to make someone so sensitive? He swore to stay far, far away from it from now on. As he was casually strolling along, he suddenly heard someone call his name. It was Luin, and this time, he ran right into Seta, who cheerfully asked, hey, did you sleep well last night? Seta jogged over, smiling as he spoke. He brought up how they had apologized to each other the previous night for their intense brawl, promising to be brothers from then on. They had even hugged and cried their eyes out. Luin's face turned beet red at the memory. He quickly tried to escape while Seta stood in the middle of the hall, yelling, my friend, I'll see you later. Luin practically sprinted away. Does that guy have no shame? His face was burning like a tomato. He dragged his exhausted body onward, thinking it was a classic case of out of the frying pan and into the fire. He then bumped right into the two-headed professor. Wherever you go, trouble follows. The professor's words made Luin flinch. You know about that already. But the professor wasn't referring to that incident. Instead, he informed Luin that someone wanted to meet with him. Luin was puzzled. Who is it, Professor? As they stood facing each other, the professor explained that the person was a dangerous individual, hiding behind a kind facade, which only made Luin even more curious. Who could it possibly be? His expression turned to one of utter shock when he learned the person wanting to see him was the false god, known as the King of Hell Terran. The two-headed professor had to give him a stern warning. Be careful, Luin. Terran is an enigmatic man. He continued with a grave tone. People like him who conceal their true nature are extremely dangerous. Luin stood there, listening intently. That's all I can tell you, the professor added, as Luin's face grew pensive. I'll keep that in mind, Professor, Luin replied, as if trying to soothe his teacher's worries. Good. In that case, I'll inform you of the time after today's competition ends. After Luin relayed the story to the others, the students were buzzing with a mix of excitement and disbelief. The King of Hell Terran, the Supreme Sorcerer, is observing our Magic Academy games, the whole group exclaimed. Some were thrilled, others were terrified. Luin stood with his arms crossed, his voice firm. Well, that just gives us more reason to win. I've already thought of a strategy for this manhwa recap. A strategy he called, if possible, just defend. Hearing this, the entire team was baffled. What's that supposed to mean? Luin confidently pointed to himself with the conviction of a cult leader. I'm going to run to the goal. The next match was a game of arrow ball. This was a match that utilized arrows with the ability to move on their own, constantly flying all over the arena. Each team consisted of 9 members divided into offensive, defensive, and goalie positions. The team that launched more arrows into the opponent's goal would claim victory. The rules were simple, but the game itself demanded a high degree of strategy. One had to know when to use defensive spells, when to use control spells, and how to catch the enchanted arrows to hurl them into the enemy's goal. Normally, one would have to consider many things, but with Luin on the field, the rules were just mere suggestions. A player on the opposing team suddenly shouted in alarm, "Watch out!" Luin shot forward like a bullet toward the enemy goal. As the match began, the opponents chanted Ice Tree, then Ice Lance, as their hands gathered ice-based magic to attack Luin. Another mage gathered his mana, unleashing a giant wall of fire at him. With one fist, Luin shattered a massive block of ice, while his other hand launched a punch that completely obliterated the flames. They threw every kind of magic at him, but it was all useless. In the stands, Seta was cheering for Luin even louder than the students from the Xnit Magic Academy. "Go Luin, go Xnit." Everyone stared at him with judging eyes. What's wrong with that guy? He was throwing a huge fit after losing yesterday. Luin must have done a real number on him. Yeah, he must have knocked him silly. Hearing those words, Seta roared in anger. "What did you say? Lost my mind. Don't you know you have to fight first, before you can become real brothers?" One student spoke up. "What do you mean fight? It looked more like you were the only one getting your butt kicked." The cutting words hit Seta like a dagger. "What did you just say, you little punk?" The terrified student quickly replied, "Nothing." After that, no one dared to speak to Seta's face, resorting to gossiping behind his back. Geez, what's with these school representatives? The tall, imposing guy stood with his hands in his pockets, lost in thought. "Luin Aden, after fighting you, I'm sure of one thing: you will be the mage of the next generation." The image of Luin appeared incredibly cool in his mind. He recalled Irene Prius of the Women's University, then Dalian Manson of the Frelia School of Holy Arts, and finally Doom Pram from the Jank Military Training School. Seta had personally fought against the best at the Grand Festival, but Luin was even stronger than all of them. Not only was Luin powerful, but he also possessed leadership skills and incredible patience. The image of their fight replayed in his mind. Thinking about it, he still couldn't believe that after all that had happened, Luin had still accepted him as a friend. "Captain, we're up next. Shouldn't we have a strategy meeting?" a teammate asked. "Yeah, let's go." And with that, Seta could no longer cheer for Luin. One of them screamed, desperately trying to block Luin's path. They were literally putting their lives on the line to stop him unleashing a barrage of ice, fire, earth, and wood, every element they could muster. The entire team roared back in unison, throwing their bodies forward to push Luin back while nimbly dodging his attacks. He just smirked triumphantly. "Is that all you've got? Now, it's my turn." Terrified, they hastily threw up a thick wall of ice. Luin just grunted, and with a single punch, shattered the barrier into a maelstrom of deadly ice shards. Ice shards. The group scrambled to escape, tripping and falling over each other in a panic. "Hey, don't forget about us just because Luin's here." While Luin was tearing their formation apart, Jason had managed to catch the Quasar Orb. He's got the orb stop him. But by then, it was too late. Their entire defensive line had already crumbled. And they were up against Jason, an absolute pro when it came to throwing. "Take this," he roared, launching the orb and bringing the score to 2-0. The crowd erupted. "All right, that's another point." After that score, all eyes were glued back on Luin. Jason and his teammates seized the opportunity, striking at the massive hole in the weakened defense. He charged forward with blinding speed, making it impossible to stop Luin Aden. Just like that, their defense was utterly shattered. The entire stadium stared in disbelief, unable to process what they were witnessing. Down on the field, every player was gasping for air, completely exhausted. "He's a monster. It's no use, we've lost." In a normal match, you'd see 3 to 4 goals, but this Magic Academy team was on another level. Xnit Academy had scored a record-breaking 11 goals, completely shutting out their opponents. "A surrender. We have a signal for surrender." The announcer's voice boomed throughout the venue. "The winner is Xnit Magic Academy Luin," and his teammates celebrated their victory amidst the thunderous applause. Their school had won by an overwhelming lead of 11 points. "Looks like that kid wasn't just bluffing someone," in the crowd said. "Yeah, he might even be the top student there." The spectators started buzzing, with talk about the incredible Xnit Magic Academy. Back in the locker room, the team was celebrating their win. "Whoa, we won again. At this rate, we might actually take first place," one of them wondered aloud. While basking in the victory, Luin suddenly heard someone call his name. Luin Aden. It was Professor Hito. He opened the door as if he'd been waiting there all afternoon and stepped inside to meet Luin. "You have an appointment. Tonight, at 7 o'clock, he said, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder in a way that felt oddly ominous. The scene then cuts to a blood-red sky, where the Overlord was savoring a glass of red wine, his gaze lost in the distance. "Remember not to eat anything before you arrive, Luin." A majestic tower, shrouded in shades of black and red, loomed in the background. That evening, as arranged, Luin walked calmly down the corridor. "So you've arrived." Tyrion Xnit suddenly appeared, startling the young mage. Luin quickly recognized the silver-haired man as his teacher. "Greetings, master," Luin said, clearing his throat. Tyrion Xnit simply stood there, observing him in silence for a long moment, before offering a slight smile. "Let's go inside." The door swung open and Luin and Tyrion Xnit stepped through together. "Welcome," a deep, steady voice announced. Luin froze, his eyes widening in shock as he followed the voice to its source. A man of immense power appeared before them, and Luin's senses immediately went on high alert. This man's magic. Could he also be a dragon? Luin's brow furrowed in concentration. He searched his memory until a thought flashed, allowing him to finally recognize the man. He was the supreme sorcerer, on the verge of becoming a half-human, half-dragon. This was Overlord Terran. A lavish feast was already laid out on the table. "You probably don't know this, but we have met before," Terran stated calmly. "I saw you from a distance back then." Luin's curiosity was piqued by this revelation. "You saw me?" Terran spoke as he ate. "It was about 5 years ago. I was searching for the 7 luminaries, and you were on that list." Hearing this, Tyrion Xnit turned to look at Luin, giving a subtle nod of confirmation. Luin was stunned, but before he could even process it, Terran cut him off. "It seems things are quite different now. I'll get straight to the point." Luin looked up at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. "Can you tell me what has happened all this time?" A cold thought ran through Luin's mind. So, in his eyes, I am nothing but a mistake. This fleeting thought made his expression grow somber. It was proof that even the supreme sorcerer could make an error. And now, he wanted Luin to admit it himself, just to prove that his own judgment was never wrong. Luin looked down vaguely, understanding the man's intentions. "Forgive me, Your Grace, but at this moment, I can only say one thing." Luin's hoarse voice made Terran pause. The Overlord's brow furrowed with caution as Luin continued. "No matter how much talent I may have, my efforts will never be acknowledged." Efforts. Terran propped his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with ridicule, as if he'd just heard the oldest joke in the world. "Are you two related or something? Why are you always talking about effort?" Tyrion Xnit seemed to smile warmly as he looked at Luin. "That's also the reason I've taken a liking to this kid." Hearing this, Luin offered a faint smile back at the old man. "If that's the case, what kind of effort have you been putting in?" A voice replied, "Lately, I've been focusing on martial arts." "Are you implying you overcame a mana disorder simply by training in martial arts, and through that gained extraordinary power?" His tone grew sharper, with each word a cold, mocking cadence to it. "And you can even cast magic without any incantation time. You want me to believe that? Or did you simply use some kind of artifact?" He spoke in a way that easily conjured images of under-the-table power-up items, implying that Luin was in fact just as ordinary as everyone else, nothing special. "Even I have never heard of such an artifact." Tyrion Xnit hesitated, "But I suppose it's possible." Terran interjected. "All right, that's enough. There will be plenty of opportunities later." He stated firmly, "I will continue to observe you. I wonder if your effort will even make a dent in my prodigies." Though, unfazed, Luin replied, "Please do continue to watch over me." He shot to his feet, much to Terran's surprise. "Now I'm starting to get a little curious myself." Luin flashed a smile. "I wonder what's the difference between the one chosen by the Supreme Mage and me." The old man was slightly taken aback by his words. Meanwhile, at the Grand Arena, the cheers were out of control, a frenzied roar from the common folk. "Everyone here is so welcoming." A maid approached them. "Oh, are you afraid I'll eat your student alive?" "There's no way that would happen, it's not like that at all." The two veteran mages sat opposite each other. "Talented mages will always be welcomed here." Terran smiled faintly, shrugging. "I was just a little curious is all." The maid quietly poured their tea. Tyrion Xnit's gaze swept over his counterpart. "Well then, has your curiosity been satisfied?" Terran asked with profound depth. "I don't know if you're hiding something from me, but I suppose you don't have any secrets, do you?" He closed his eyes, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he took a sip of tea. "At this moment, something else has started to pique my curiosity." He repeated, "Something else entirely." "You heard him too, didn't you?" "That little brat was subtly threatening me." Terran shrugged. Tyrion Xnit could only offer a wry smile in return. "Look at him, just a snot-nosed kid, who's still wet behind the ears. That punk doesn't have a shred of fear, while so many mages tremble before me. It's truly amusing." He let out a soft chuckle, a hint of anticipation lacing his voice. In the quiet space, Terran maintained a calm expression. "I hope the brat I've got my eye on can actually pull off something spectacular." Outside, amid the roaring cheers, a door burst open. The clatter of footsteps echoed in the hallway as other mages walked by with Doompram, striding at the front like the leader of the pack. He scowled in frustration. "What good is all this cheering? To me, it's all just noise." The door flew open and a person rushed in so hastily they nearly fell whispering into Doompram's ear. "The thing is," Doompram shot back, "are you sure?" "Absolutely. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Representative Luin Aden has gone to the tower." A shiver ran down Doompram's spine as a fire of pure rage ignited within him. "Pluto isn't testing me, but someone else instead." He trembled with fury, his mind replaying the memories of the fight he had watched. "I've seen his matches a few times in this Manhwa recap. During this grand festival, he has certainly caused quite a commotion." There are many rumors that he's a difficult opponent because his magic is so unique, but I couldn't care less. No matter how high he climbs or how much he struggles, he will never be considered my rival. Pram fell into a deep contemplation. In my eyes, he's just a freak. It's as simple as that. Reaching his breaking point, he seemed to lose all control, consumed by his own thoughts and envy. The others noticed his strange behavior and began to watch him with concern. What's wrong, Doom? Is something the matter? Their questioning words echoed around him, filled with worry and a hint of caution. I can never forgive you, Luin Aden. The only one he is supposed to acknowledge is me. On the other side of the scene, a mysterious gate creaked open. Behind it stood Luin, the very boy everyone was talking about. He stepped through the doorway and stood there, his eyes fixed on the black cloak before him. It was him, Pram. He was staring directly at Luin with a look of utter annoyance. What did you say to Pluto? He snarled, baring his teeth aggressively as he interrogated him. You waited for me just to ask this. Don't you think there are other things in the world? Who has time for this kind of nonsense? In the middle of the grand hall, the man's shout echoed, his eyes burning with rage. Answer me. In stark contrast to his fury, Luin coolly replied. You're not even flinching at his rage. A calm voice noted. Why should I have to answer you, word? The question, though soft-spoken, felt like a slap across his face. Bram's brow furrowed, and without a second's hesitation, he drew his sword as a clear threat. For no reason at all. The air in the hall grew heavy, the cold light from his blade glinting menacingly. But I want to hear it, his voice echoed with chilling intent. Faced with this raw fury, our hero remained completely unfazed. It was obvious this guy was just itching for a fight. His face hardened, his eyes shooting daggers at his opponent. Are you challenging me? This isn't the official arena, you know. He raised a fist in a defiant gesture, the two facing off with two entirely different kinds of power crackling between them. If you insist, he snarled, his eyes bulging as he spat the challenge. The very moment the last word left his lips, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. A blinding flash of light erupted from in front of him, lunging forward like a tornado. His reflexes hadn't even kicked in, but the danger was already inches from his face. Their energy flooded the grand hall, a classic Magic Academy showdown you'd find in any Manhwa recap. He's incredibly strong, I can't see a single opening. Our hero's initial arrogance was completely extinguished. Against such overwhelming power, was he really planning to go all out here? This was outside the designated fighting grounds. He started to question his sanity for even engaging with this guy. The opponent silently sheathed his sword, preparing for his next move. They paused, standing far apart. Suddenly, a sharp voice cried out, making both of them jump in surprise. Irene Prius, a girl with long white hair, approached them. Is this a reunion or something? Everyone's here, she commented while striding closer. Hardly a reunion, I was just wondering if I should greet you two properly. Irene stood beside him, crossing her arms with a sigh of exasperation. Oh, give me a break. The aggressor fell silent. Fuming with anger, he turned on his heel and stormed off, ignoring the two who were left watching him. Is he always like that? Luin asked her, puzzled. Not really, only on days like today. Normally, you can barely get him to open his mouth. What did that mean? Luin still didn't understand what she was trying to say. Pram gets agitated by anything related to the Underworld King. The image of him kneeling in submission before the arrogant ruler flashed through her explanation. More than anyone else, he desperately craves the king's acknowledgement. It's extremely rare for the Underworld King to summon anyone, especially like he did today. She continued to explain. He probably thinks the Underworld King has taken an interest in me. Luin stood there, mulling over her words. Suddenly, she turned to Luin and smiled. It left him completely speechless. Were you really going to fight him just now? The girl asked curiously. No way. Doing that would be the same as giving up my right to compete, he replied. I'm sure he wasn't planning to get serious either. He waved his hand, dismissing her idea. He was probably just trying to intimidate me. So, were you scared? Irene asked playfully. The question caught him off guard, leaving him stunned. Pram is like an impenetrable fortress. Normal attacks wouldn't even leave a scratch on him. She continued talking, but he raised a hand and stared at his own palm. I don't think I would lose either. He clenched his fist, his will and determination burning brightly. No matter how solid a wall is, if you keep attacking it, it will eventually crumble. I'm strong too, right? He posed the question with confidence. His words made the girl chuckle uncontrollably. You really are a strange one, she replied. But be careful anyway. Pram won't show you any mercy. From somewhere nearby, the sound of quiet footsteps faded away. After today's incident, there was no doubt he had caught Doom's attention. Elsewhere, his rival's eyes were fixed forward with unwavering resolve. In another location at the Xnit Academy dormitories, the early morning sun streamed gently through the window panes. Disappointed? I'm just so disappointed. Gyson was lying down, sighing dramatically. Come on, everyone gave it their all. Seeing his friend's exhaustion, Luin patted his shoulder comfortingly. Yeah, without Luin. But getting fourth place in the team competition is pretty good. Good, it was phenomenal, another friend chimed in. Losing the streak stings, but at least. We proved the strength of our magic academy. His face showed a hint of regret before he shrugged helplessly. Anyway, do you have a plan for what's next? The individual exams are coming up. As they were talking, a friend suddenly burst in carrying 2 bags full of snacks. Who wants a Coke? Of course, the plan is to win. What else? He answered the earlier question while accepting the can. Thanks. I have to maintain my top rank from now until the very end. He popped the can open, his expression full of determination as he eyed the refreshing drink. As of now, I'm still tied for first place in the individual rankings. Irene Prius, Chucky Dalian, Manson Doomprem. The names of the most talented students in the academy appeared in his mind. I'm up against some heavy hitters, all of us competing for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match is going to be incredibly important. This is a battle for survival. It's a survival challenge between 32 representatives on an artificial island. The winner gets 32 points, while the last place finisher receives only 1. Players will be scored based on their performance, so there's bound to be a huge shift in the rankings. I know you'll do great, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? His friend curiously asked what he was preparing for. Prepare, Luin replied, confused. Yeah, everyone else is scrambling to find allies, Jia-sun said, looking at him. Is that so? Luin answered hesitantly. In this survival battle, contestants are allowed to form alliances to survive together. So, distinguishing friend from foe and knowing how to form a strong alliance is considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will have allies, so how can you take them all down alone? They then continued their lively chat. How about teaming up with? His friend went on, while Luin was lost in thought, trying to come up with a plan. The first person who came to mind was her. An image of the girl with long white hair appeared in his thoughts, but he wasn't sure if she would agree to join. He agonized over what to do. Even if he succeeded, he would still be short on people. Hey Luin, let's team up. Out of nowhere, Zeta pushed the door open and walked in excitedly. Zeta. Luin looked at him in surprise. Oh right, there's still this guy, he thought. With a look like he just hit the jackpot, Luin grinned at him and said, don't you dare bail on me halfway through. I should be the one saying that to you. The two of them burst out the door and started running. Zeta was brutally honest, which made him a trustworthy person. Luin glanced at Zeta, his eyes holding a glimmer of hope and filled with trust. Hurry up, we're still missing one person. With that, he sprinted ahead, leaving Zeta shouting behind him. Hey, who else is there besides me? He asked, while trying to keep up. Who? Maybe I should try again. Ah, forget it, it's probably impossible anyway. Did she really turn everyone down? Or maybe she just doesn't want to team up with anyone. Amidst the bustling crowd, the 2 young men stood with determined expressions staring straight ahead. Hey, don't tell me you mean. Zeta gasped as he realized what was in front of them. A vibrant red banner with a 5-petaled flower in the center fluttered in the breeze. You want to team up with Irene Prius, but she's a top contender for the championship, Zeta exclaimed, still in disbelief. Are you two even close? A little Luin replied to his sudden question. Oh wow, how close, this is awesome. Does this mean I get to be on the same team as Irene Prius? He continued to probe excitedly. Calm down. I haven't even asked her yet, Luin said, turning back to him helplessly. I heard everyone who's come here has been rejected. What if we get rejected too? Zeta's face turned red, with a mix of worry and embarrassment, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Luin remarked. You make it sound like you're about to confess your love or something. Stop talking nonsense, Zeta retorted, flustered. Luin then noticed something to the side and glanced over. It was Irene, the girl with the signature white hair, standing right there and smiling at him. I was waiting for you, Luin, she said with a radiant smile, as if they were best friends from a past life. Inside a small room, they stood hunched over a large wooden table, where maps for the competition were spread out. After studying them for a while, they began to discuss their winning strategy for this part of the Manhwa recap. Luin spoke first. So the largest team has 14 members. Irene replied, yep, and it's led by Dank from the Xnit Magic Academy. He's a genius, always ranked among the top 5 championship candidates. His magic is primarily light and holy arts, she explained. Realizing they were up against a tough opponent, everyone's expression grew wary. Zeta's eyes were closed, his brows furrowed slightly, one hand on his chin, and the other arm crossed, making him look even more anxious and worried, as he muttered to himself. Numbers aren't the issue. Naturally, his team is the most formidable one here. Feeling that Zeta's assessment wasn't entirely accurate, Luin cut in, startling the other two, who quickly snapped their heads toward him. There's someone even more formidable. Doombram. Just those 2 words were enough to cast a heavy silence over the entire room. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent that everyone had to be wary of, but somehow, the other 2 had forgotten about him. Luin's serious expression didn't waver. The content of the test will change depending on the abilities of each participant. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear day filled with brilliant sunshine. The light's rays shone down on the ship's deck, making it sparkle dazzlingly. It was unclear whether this was a good omen for a fresh start or just a fragile glimmer of hope before the storm hit. The instructor in charge double-checked. Is everyone's armor equipped? Then facing the candidates who were hanging on his every word, he went over the rules one last time. Pay close attention. Once your armor's durability hits 0, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported from the test site. Before they knew it, the lavish ship had delivered everyone to a massive man-made island. They filed off the ship, one by one down the provided walkway. Some faces were etched with tension, their anxiety palpable in every heavy step. Others, however, had eyes blazing with confidence, ready to take on whatever challenges awaited them on the mysterious island ahead. The moment he stepped onto solid ground, Zeta reflexively hugged his trembling body. I'm already shaking, and we haven't even started. Luin, on the other hand, stared ahead without blinking, towards the front. He raised a hand to his brow, observing the distant island that seemed to phase in and out of sight, shrouded by a powerful barrier. He murmured, we just have to survive there for 72 hours, right? With a calm demeanor and piercing eyes, his companion gave a slight nod. Yeah. All eyes in the vicinity were glued to Doom Prime, and beads of sweat started to form on everyone's foreheads. Wary of his absurd picklebow level of power, the atmosphere on the island grew more suffocating by the second. This is the kind of tension you love to see in a manhwa recap, and just as expected, Doom Prime was in fact participating alone. Even though Luin had anticipated this, his gaze still held a flicker of caution. Seeing this, Aren tilted her head, her voice soft, but decisive. That may be, but don't you dare underestimate him. It wasn't just those two. Everyone present knew that being alone didn't mean you were weak. Sometimes it's the sign of a predator, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Luin urged, let's go. We have to take a boat from here to the main island. The other two nodded in agreement. Right, let's move. The small boat their group was on glided slowly across the turquoise water, gradually passing through a shimmering barrier. Iron reached out and touched it. This is our safe zone, Luin confirmed. Correct, and it will shrink over time. The second they made landfall, the three of them bolted like bats out of hell. Hurry, we need to secure a good spot. The island was a dense jungle, with sunbeams filtering through the thick canopy, illuminating the forest floor and creating a faint ethereal glow in the quiet wilderness. Suddenly, the loud gurgle of a stomach broke the serene silence. Of course it was Zeta. After the three of them had found a perch high up in a tree like a trio of monkeys, his stomach began to protest loudly. He whined, Luin, I'm not trying to argue, but why didn't we grab any food back at the entrance? Luin's expression was beyond tired, a mix of 30% helplessness and 70% parental disappointment. All he could do was force a weak smile. Standing nearby, Eren couldn't help but needle him a bit. Weren't you the one who was so insistent on setting up an ambush first? Huh, answer me. Zeta Mankiri. He flushed sweat, trickling down his temples. Okay, fine, but we're teammates, aren't we? How long are you going to keep treating me like an outsider? Abruptly, a deafening boom from behind them cut their bickering short, and all three of them whipped their heads around. Far in the distance, a massive explosion had just ripped through the forest. A blinding flash of light erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes, while the aftershock was powerful enough to rock the entire area. Zeta asked, bewildered, are they fighting already? Luin stood with his arms crossed, peering down below like a predator that had just spotted its meal, his face lit with unconcealed excitement. Zeta, it's our turn. Not grasping the meaning behind his words, Zeta shot back a confused, huh? Luin just smiled. I told you not to worry about food. You're about to eat your fill. Our prey has arrived, Luin stated calmly. Sure enough, down below was a group of 5 students creeping through the undergrowth. They were moving with the caution of vulnerable prey, constantly on edge, as if they could be attacked at any second. One of them finally cracked, complaining, why can't we just wait and get food later? My feet are killing me. Their leader, though visibly tired, tried to rally the group just a little further. It's easier to find food and water in those spots. But then, without warning, an ice arrow materialized from thin air and shot forward, striking one unlucky member of their team head on. The student was thrown backward, letting out a pained grunt. Ugh. The rest of the group was still looking around in a daze, completely clueless as to what just happened. It was only then that the terrifying reality of their situation dawned on them. Instantly, their leader snapped into a defensive stance, yelling, ambush, we're being ambushed. This is a fatal mistake in any high-stakes Magic Academy exam. Well, hello there. I've been waiting all afternoon. Luin appeared with a chilling smile, already conjuring a sphere of magical energy in his hand. Took you kids long enough to get here. Iron Spear. With that, he unleashed his power, sending a furious barrage of ice projectiles hurtling toward them. Meanwhile, Eren calmly clasped her hands, her expression completely unfazed. Above her, a massive surge of Azure power began to glow brilliantly, far larger than Seta's previous Iron Spear technique. It radiated blinding bolts of energy that swirled violently around her, a sight that left Luin completely astonished. This was the 5th-tier ice spell, Snowstorm, a colossal amount of energy unleashed with intense power and breathtaking scale, ready to erupt outward like a vortex of pure light. Beams of energy shot out in long, sharp streams, making it feel as though the very fabric of space was being ripped to shreds. On top of that, the deafening roar it generated hinted at its terrifying destructive power. The sheer presence of the spell made him gape in awe. This was Erin Prius, casting high-level magic from the Magic Academy, without even breaking a sweat. Even as she continued to channel the spell, his eyes shot wide with shock as he sensed a new threat emerging from behind him. A massive energy signature was closing in. The other team wasn't backing down. They were launching a counterattack. Their leader yelled, "There are 3 of them in total, including Erin Prius. Attack and defend simultaneously. Give it everything you've got." A relentless barrage of attacks flooded the area, bathing everything in an eerie blue glow as the aftershocks relentlessly radiated outwards, forcing everyone nearby to shield themselves. However, the scene before him wasn't all that surprising to Luin. He felt it wasn't quite enough to truly overwhelm him, as he had never underestimated an opponent. He mused internally that they were formidable mages student representatives after all. Realizing that his moment had come, Luin leaped down from the treetops. His sudden movement didn't go unnoticed. A brown-haired opponent with sharp hearing instantly sensed something was amiss and became alert. "What was that sound?" he muttered, his eyes fixed on the bushes ahead, certain their last opponent was hiding there. Driven by the desire for a legendary victory, he immediately launched an attack straight toward Luin's position. Over there, the spell tore through the leaves, appearing right beside Luin, yet he faced it head-on without a hint of fear. Instantly, he activated time refraction. He zipped past each enemy, one by one without any trouble, and in the blink of an eye he was upon the final opponent. His incredible speed left everyone wide-eyed with astonishment. His body lunged forward decisively as he prepared to unleash a devastating kick, a direct blow aimed right at the guy's torso, seemingly knocking him out of the fight instantly. The others couldn't believe what had just happened. They stood there completely stunned, with their jaws agape. To avenge their fallen comrade, another student cast Tree Prison, sending countless vines erupting from the ground to ensnare Luin. But having faced this move before, Luin knew exactly what to do and simply leaped into the air to avoid it. Simultaneously, he conjured a fireball in his hand. Recognizing the danger, the opponents knew that out of 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. They scattered in all directions, like a disturbed hornet's nest. "It's Tyrant's Flame, everyone get clear." But as fate would have it, they didn't get more than a few feet before being blocked by Seta's ice projectiles. He acted like an enthusiastic fan in a Manhwa recap, cheering from the back. Luin, take him down. Not one to let his teammate down. Luin wound up like a star basketball player, going for a slam dunk, pouring all his power into the attack. As for the unlucky opponent, despite running for his life, he couldn't escape the massive fireball. His face went pale, and his eyes bulged in terror, as he could only scream in helpless despair. Arg! A colossal explosion erupted, expanding in a massive hemisphere like a shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. Trees were torn from the ground as a blinding light engulfed the entire area. The result: the student was knocked completely unconscious, lying on the ground. At the same time, the durability of his protective armor reached its limit, and he was officially eliminated, automatically teleporting away from the test site. Luin glanced over at the remaining opponents. A shiver went down their spines, and they let out a yelp of fear. Bearing the calm confidence of a victor, Luin stated coolly, "So it's a 3-on-4 now." "Is it?" From behind, Erin and Seta moved up to join him. Realizing they were facing an opponent leagues above them, the leader of the other squad had no choice but to swallow his pride and speak up. We surrender." Luin couldn't hide his excitement at their victory. "Yes, we've got food now." After their win, they collected the provisions from their defeated rivals. They'd scored quite a haul, and there was even meat. "Wow, this should be enough to last us for 3 days, right? Those guys really took good care of their supplies," Seta said while inspecting the bags with a satisfied grin. Luin and Erin each took a bag. Thanks for the meal. We'll be sure to enjoy it." Suddenly, a massive explosion in the distance caught Seta completely by surprise. The trio immediately turned their attention toward the blast. "Isn't Dan's team in that direction?" Seta asked. "I don't know what's going on, but it looks like something major just went down." To go head-to-head with a team of over 10 people, this is what you'd call a tactical choke point. Erin folded her arms. Very few mages in this Magic Academy ever reach such a pinnacle of power. Heavens, it's only been a year, and he's already reached that insane level of skill. Seta gasped, in sheer astonishment. Luin grew pensive upon hearing this. He's truly on another level. His expression turned grim and a little frightening as he thought of the master swordsman Doom Pram. The door creaked ajar, letting the orange glow of sunset slice through the dark house. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Luin remained silent, his face a mask of contemplation. This is the central village, the only place on this island that can accommodate such a large number of people. On the map lay a large island, dense with massive trees and rolling hills. Dalian's team will most likely head here. Yeah, that tracks. And Doompram will probably show up there too. When that name was mentioned, Luin's expression grew even more severe. Even knowing so many people will be there, he'd still go alone. Isn't that just too reckless? Irin voiced her concern. No, he'll definitely go. It's the best way for him to secure victory. Hearing Luin's certainty, she couldn't understand why. The takedown score, Irin's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Every time someone is eliminated, the score goes up. If I were Doompram, this is the perfect strategy. An absolutely brilliant move to outsmart everyone. I was just putting myself in his shoes thinking about what I'd do, he said with an awkward laugh. Not to mention he's trying to get the Underworld King's attention right now. The only way is through a reckless play. You really are a strange one, Irin said, eyeing Luin suspiciously, which made him flustered. That night, a shadowy figure was seen lurking outside the house. Did you get a count on how many there are? Luin asked Irin, peering through a slit in the curtains. Just one person. Knowing someone was prowling around, they remained on high alert. I've already turned off the lights, so we wouldn't be spotted. I don't think they know we're in here. Is he heading this way? Luin asked, cautiously observing the stranger's movements. You should go wake up, Zeta. While danger was lurking right outside, that guy was still fast asleep. I'll keep watch. The mysterious figure slowly approached the front door, the sound of their footsteps rustling through the grass echoing in the dead of night. They stopped as if trying to sense if anyone was inside. But Luin was already lying in ambush, ready to pounce the moment they stepped through that door. If he's really alone, then it could be. Luin's expression was incredibly tense. The figure stepped inside, closing the door behind them. Completely oblivious to Luin hiding right beside the entrance, Luin instantly snatched their cloak from behind, taking them by complete surprise, then hurled the intruder forward, sending them crashing to the floor. Before the person could even react, Luin had already clamped a hand over their mouth. Irin appeared, casting a bright illumination spell directly on them. As their face was gradually revealed by the light, Zeta froze. You're Canalis. Luin released his grip, and the boy writhed on the floor. I'm sorry, everyone, I didn't mean to trespass. I just needed a place to rest. If I'd known you were here, I never would have come. Luin kept him pinned down. You're alone, he asked, his guard still up, his brow furrowed with suspicion. Yes. What about the rest of your team? I remember there were 6 others. Zeta cautiously peeked through the curtains, scanning the darkness outside. Doompram. When that name was uttered, the tension in the room ratcheted up even higher. We walked right into his trap. He could still picture Doompram's ferocious expression as he tore through everyone. Right from the start, we were making bold moves. We planned to use our superior numbers to ambush Meng's team and rack up some takedown points. The group of black-cloaked figures was quite large. But then he appeared. Doompram dropped down from above, launching a surprise attack on their party. He targeted the exact moment when everyone had split up to search for supplies. Wait, you mean all 6 of you were caught in Doompram's trap? Irin asked, shocked. No, just one of us. Because we had prepared for situations that required a swift defensive response, but the real problem started after that. After hearing an explosion, Dalian led his entire team to attack us. We were caught fighting Doompram on one side, while fending off another enemy team. Despite fighting back with everything we had, I couldn't last. Including myself, only 2 of us managed to escape. But the nightmare wasn't over. While Canalis and another teammate, both badly wounded, were struggling to get away, Doompram appeared once more. He was radiating pure bloodlust, standing before his cornered prey. He had been hiding at first, just silently watching us. He waited for the battle to end, then silently stalked us in our injured state. Canalis recounted, his face contorted with rage. He exploited the situation perfectly. He's the one who profits. What a brilliant move. Luin had to admit Doomprim's cunning was impressive. He was guaranteed to come out on top this time, so I know this might be a bit brazen. But, could you guys let me join your team? He pleaded, putting on a truly pathetic act. Huh? Seda was taken aback by the sudden request. Right now, the guy was completely exhausted, but he was also a decent strategist. Seda stroked his chin, considering it. Absolutely not. When Luin spoke, both Seda and Ein were stunned. Why not? How did you escape? Callous Luin interrogated him, his icy gaze making the imposter break out in a cold sweat. Well, if it was really Doomprim, how could he possibly let you, an injured opponent, get away? Luin's face hardened, his expression like a detective grilling a suspect. It was then that the other 2 realized something was off. Seda pointed a finger. Oh, so you're saying there are only 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying. 2, Doomprim deliberately let you live. Or 3, someone is watching everything here from a distance. Luin began to break it down with incredible deduction. To be sure, he used the system to check the guy's identity. The result came back as 5 massive question marks, identity unconfirmed. The imposter, realizing his cover was blown, gritted his teeth in fury. You're not Callous, are you? Luin threatened, raising his fist with a terrifying expression. A massive crash shattered the silence of the night, sending a startled owl taking flight. A gaping, fiery hole was torn through the floor, and in that instant, only a cloak was left behind. The man himself had vanished without a trace. A clone. Witnessing this, Iren and Seta stared in disbelief at the scene. Let's move. As dawn broke, the sun peeked over the tall mountains. The real Kalis was probably attacked by whoever created that clone. It was very likely that all 7 members of Kalis's team had already been eliminated. Luin, Iren, and Seta packed their gear and left the area immediately. Maybe that clone wasn't entirely lying about everything. I have something to say related to the person who went up against Kalis. The other 2 immediately turned their attention to Iren, as her expression grew serious. There's an old saying in the Mazaros Sea. To fight a pirate, you need a pirate. Luin calmly adjusted the pack on his back. Let's go hunt our enemy. He grinned, a new resolve glinting in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a large house hidden deep within the forest. Have you found them yet? They're scurrying around like rats on the west bank. Haha, the man laughed, covering his face sarcastically. While Dalian watched him with a fed-up expression. I faked nearly everything, but unfortunately, they still saw right through it in the end. Your puppet was discovered. How is that possible? Dalian arched an eyebrow, confused. I have no idea. Even you seem surprised. The puppet was destroyed, crushed by some guy. He cracked a wide, sinister grin, his face twisting into the mask of a deranged killer. So, what's your next move, Dalian? The other man pondered, his brow furrowed in thought. Iren Brawley, Sedaman Kiri, and Luin Aden. All of them are troublesome opponents. It seems he's well informed about them, and will likely devise a counterplan soon. Look out behind you. It's an ambush. A blinding flash of light erupted from behind, sending the trio into a panic. A holy lancer burst forth, weapon at the ready. It's not Luin Aden. He thought he was springing the trap, but he was the one who had walked right into it. An explosion of light rocked the entire forest. It was the holy arts of Dion. Everything was going exactly as planned. Our 3 heroes were actually perched in the trees watching the whole thing unfold. Seta was even munching on an apple, sitting back like he was watching a movie. The explosion drew them in like moths to a flame, but of course we weren't even there. He chuckled, enjoying his apple while Iren watched the drama they'd orchestrated in this Magic Academy showdown with keen interest. So what's the plan now? Now, we go collect our elimination points. Luin stood up, a smirk on his face, pleased that their ruse had worked. The other 2 also got serious, preparing themselves for battle. The scene shifts, and blood suddenly splatters across the screen. Dalian stared in shock at the source of the commotion. The 3 students who had been mistaken for our heroes were cowering, their faces drained of all color. Luin, Iren, and Seta had arrived just in the nick of time. So this is what they call a temporary alliance, huh? This could be interesting. Seta seemed intrigued by the prospect. There are only 6 of them. Charge. Don't be scared, one of the enemies yelled foolishly, regaining his confidence and rushing straight toward our heroes to attack. But suddenly, an immense wave of power erupted from behind Seta, catching even Luin by surprise. The attacker who had just charged in was struck by that force and sent flying 100 meters away. It all happened so fast that no one had time to react. Dalian's group stared in utter disbelief, witnessing their teammate get blown away with just a single strike. That level of power. Our 3 protagonists in this manhwa recap were equally stunned. Everyone turned to see who it was, and there he stood, Doom Prim. Luin's pupils contracted in shock. It was him. He zipped between them at lightning speed, a blue aura enveloping him. With a single sword stroke, Doom Prime took down 3 opponents right before their eyes. Whoa, you want to join our side? Seta was wary, and Iren frowned at the sight of Doom Prime. Looks like we've got another temporary ally. Agreed. Although Luin was still on guard, he knew this development was in their favor. Let's eliminate Dalian's team first, he thought, his sharp eyes calculating every possibility as he scanned the area. All the remaining survivors are here now. Maybe this battle is finally reaching its conclusion. Doom Prime wondered, why are we the only ones being targeted? Everyone retreat to base. At the command, the members of Dalian's team scattered and ran. Chucky and Dalian desperately tried to hold their ground. Don't fall back. Group up and fight. Earth tremor. Luin shouted, smashing his fist into the ground and unleashing a shockwave to attack those charging at him. Agonized screams echoed across the battlefield. Oh, a voice caught Luin's attention. He looked up to see Doom Prime leaping over an unconscious body to land right in front of him. The man stared intently at him, his face grim. He brushed past Luin's shoulder, and his low, menacing voice made Luin's eyes widen in surprise. I will be the one to end you myself. He glared at Luin with eyes full of hatred, a resolute declaration. After speaking, Doom Prime dashed away, using a sword strike to move forward, leaving Luin standing there in silence. Luin sighed, watching his figure recede into the distance. A short while later, in an observation room, located within a small, isolated house in the forest, a young man was training with incredible diligence. We've set up camp at Base B, near the center of the island. Luin was punching forward furiously, his body drenched in sweat. After that day's battle, the largest alliance had been whittled down to just Dalian, Manson, and Chucky. The temporary allies had also vanished along with Doom Prime. A notification appeared. Daily quest. 5,000 out of 5,000 punches, 5,000 out of 5,000 kicks, 1 out of 115 kilometer, run 1 combat practice session. He stopped looking up at the notification panel and panting heavily. Good, finally finished. It's been a while since I've completed the daily quest. The door opened softly, and he turned to see who it was. You're awake. Iron walked out with a smile. Training already, she asked, walking down the hallway towards him. Yeah, just felt a little antsy, he replied, only for her to point out. But we just had that intense battle at dawn yesterday. Hearing her point, he wasn't sure how to respond, and quickly changed the subject. Seta left some breakfast for you, make sure you eat. I'll join you in a bit. Oh, thanks. On the table was a neatly arranged plate of steak and eggs. Iron took a bite of the steak. The thick, juicy piece was cooked to perfection. Whoa, the moment she took a bite, her eyes lit up. It's delicious, right? He's pretty multi-talented, Luin said, walking in from outside with his hands coolly tucked in his pockets. I went to bed last night without a word. Sorry about that, Iron said, a little embarrassed. He smiled, walking closer to reassure her. It's fine, you must have been exhausted after your watch. Luin sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey Luin, yeah, he was just about to take a sip, but shifted his focus to her. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. What is it? Luin replied casually. What do you plan to do after you graduate? Iron asked, looking at him seriously. He was silent for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. Your abilities are so extraordinary, I figure you won't choose a normal path. The mages competing in this event will eventually step out into the wider world, and at that moment, they'll start their new lives. Some will join the knightly orders of a certain domain, take on the duty of protecting the nation under the royal army, some become members of the magic tower, and others join special squads to make a living. That's the typical life for graduates of this magic academy. Those are the ordinary paths. Luin stared thoughtfully into his teacup. And what about me? To be honest, I don't know either. I've never really thought about it. He put his cup down, laced his fingers together, and spoke seriously. Just last year, I was still at the bottom of the class. I didn't have the luxury of thinking about the future. His gaze remained fixed on the tabletop, while Iron's was focused entirely on him. Back then, I was just trying to figure out how to become a mage in the first place. Once this competition is over, I'll probably have a better idea of what I want to do. I suppose I'll just return to the academy, right? Luin said with a smile, letting out a soft sigh. She remained silent. What about you, Iron? I'm like you. I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I wanted to be. I've only ever done what the people around me told me to. Now, it was her turn to gaze down at the table. It was always, Iron, you must become a great mage. She lifted her cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. Luin saw this and said nothing. That's why I've made a decision for myself, Iron said, setting her teacup down. And in this critical moment of our Manhwa recap, she finally stated her goal. I want to defeat Doom Prime before. She placed her hands on the table and declared with utmost seriousness, I believe this is how I'll find my own path. A fierce determination blazed within her golden eyes. A resolute statement about the future Iron was carving for herself. I will finally know what kind of mage I'm meant to be. The air in the room suddenly grew taut with tension. No longer feeling like a casual conversation. The rivalry with Doom Prim was a constant shadow. Every year she had placed second. He was the mountain she was destined to climb. A final lesson she had to master. All right, let's do it, Luin said, a supportive smile spreading across his face. He completely understood and respected her ambition. After all, everyone has their own demons to conquer. Hearing his support, Iron's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Thank you. Later that night, a full moon hung high in the star-dusted sky. The safe zone is closing in faster now. We should probably move in about an hour. The three of them gazed out the window into the darkness. So the only safe spots left are the central village and the base, Seta asked, using a flicker of magic to illuminate the map in Luin's hands. Let's assume Dalian and Chucky are both in the central village. Taking control of that area would be a solid move, but we can't discount the possibility that Doom Prim is lying in wait for us. As Luin voiced this concern, the other two froze. But just waiting for them to make the first move is also risky. Seta stared nervously out the window, and Iron's expression grew anxious. If we wait, we'll be in trouble with the shrinking safe zone. Anyone got a better idea? Seta asked, lacing his fingers behind his head. Can't we just charge in? Iron was at a loss for words with the simple-minded brute. This was a time for stealth, not for drawing attention. We have to be extremely careful, she insisted. You're right, Luin conceded, crossing his arms. He'd been quiet, deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Wait, I've got an idea. Iron and Seta paused their debate and turned their gazes toward him in unison. There are only a few contestants left, Luin began. Moving up just one rank now would mean a massive point gain. And just as Iron said, everyone else will be playing it safe. This is a key part of this Manhwa recap. Luin started laying out his strategy. Besides, after the ruckus we caused at dawn, it's highly probable that no one will pay much attention to our movements. Okay, and your point is, said oppressed. This is our chance. Luin declared to hunt down Doom Prim. The other two stared stunned by Luin's audacious gambit. Dalian and Chucky just lost their entire teams. The few survivors left are weak. They'll definitely be hiding. But Doom Prim is different. His confidence in his own power will make him come out into the open. Besides, we can't afford to ignore him. If we do, he'll eventually become a threat to us. Luin's brow furrowed, his expression dead serious. But where do we even find Doom Prim now? Iren's question was practical. How can you hunt an opponent whose location is a mystery? Before Luin could answer, a massive explosion from outside blew the door off its hinges. A tall, imposing figure emerged from the smoke and dust. It was Doom Prim, his face a mask of pure rage, his eyes bloodshot and menacing. He fixed a murderous gaze on Luin. Did you get a good night's sleep? Luin's expression didn't falter. He remained perfectly calm in the face of Doom Prim's fury. We need to go somewhere, Luin stated simply. Outside the night was deathly quiet, but the air crackled with immense pressure. Luin, did Doom Prim capture you? Seda asked, stepping forward cautiously, his voice filled with concern. Luin raised a hand to calm him down. Captured? Not at all. I brought him here. You what? Why? The plan was to be discreet and set up an ambush, Seda yelled, losing his patience. But an ambush was never my intention, Luin admitted, looking a bit sheepish. All this time, Doom Prim had remained completely silent. Doom Prim, Luin said, turning to face the hulking figure. Your opponent isn't me, it's Iren Prius. He then glanced with a smile toward Iren, who was gripping her dress, her knuckles white with tension. Seda looked on, completely shocked by Luin's decision. Doom Prim let out a heavy sigh. Luin, meanwhile, crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and exhaled slowly, a look of weary resignation on his face. Iren. She was incredibly powerful, yet always the runner-up. He recalled her, admitting how anxious she was, all because she could never seem to defeat Doom Prim. He pictured her turning away, flustered, and helplessly trying to avoid the topic. Well, it has to do with her family, so the details are complicated. She never liked answering too many questions. He hesitated, his mind drifting back to Iren's determined, earnest expression. I think this is her way of facing her problems head-on, he mused, by trusting in the kind of mage she wants to become at this magic academy. Lost in these subconscious thoughts, Luin watched on, feeling a pang of inadequacy, as he saw the petite girl struggle against an overwhelming power, a brilliant blue light threatening to explode right before him. In stark contrast to the calm observer on the other side, Iren was fighting for her life, beads of sweat pouring down her face as she fought. She began to channel her magic, conjuring a swirling orb of raw blue energy. Then with every ounce of her strength, she thrust the magical mass forward, screaming blizzard. A flash of frigid ice shot through the air, streaking towards the man holding his sword in a defensive stance. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, more powerful than a whole barrage of bombs. The blast echoed throughout the forest, shaking the very earth, the trees, and every living creature. Iren's brow furrowed, her eyes wide with shock, as the blue light vanished completely. All that remained was an incandescent red power that surged outwards, blowing everything away. It was a shield spell, a red orb that had materialized to protect the ground where Doom Prim stood. A moment later, the sphere began to crack, with light seeping through into the pitch-black sky. Then it shattered, revealing him standing in the center, looking like a total badass protagonist with his sword in hand. The ground around the circle where he stood was now a massive crater, with dust and fragments of the shield flying everywhere. As the dust settled, his ice-cold face came into view. Veins pulsed on his forehead, his teeth were clenched, and his glare burned with the fire of a dark lord. Iren was completely spent, her body drenched in sweat, as she ground her teeth in helpless frustration. Meanwhile, the two men on her side watched on, one with his arms crossed and an impassive expression, seeing she was at her absolute limit. Luin, is it really okay to just leave her like that? He appeared calm, but his tightly furrowed brow betrayed his deep concern. He couldn't hold back any longer. He had to step in and help her. The brutal battle in this Manhwa recap dragged on, with one side already completely exhausted. The demon-faced Doom Prim prepared to strike again, swinging his sword and launching a blazing red wave of magic straight at Iren. Long past her limits, she could only watch in helpless terror as the overwhelming power surged closer with no way to dodge it. Just then, a man's body moved in front of her, intercepting the fatal blow. It was Luin, effortlessly surfing through the wave of magic as if it were nothing. She stared in surprise at the man now standing protectively before her. Luin faced Doom Prim without a hint of fear, calmly turning his head to answer her unspoken question. I said I'd let you have the first attack, not that I'd let him finish you off. Hearing that, she finally relaxed, slumping to the ground in relief. He glanced back at her, a smirk playing on his lips. His expression was so cool and commanding it was off the charts. I can't afford to lose a useful comrade like you, even if it's just for the sake of victory. Iren was speechless, so moved she was practically sweating tears. Luin turned back to his foe, stepping through the embers with purpose, and shouted a direct challenge. Doom Prim, let's turn this place upside down. Doombram scoffed his face, a mask of contempt as he sized them up. Humph, you plan to face me alone? Is your group just going to let that musclehead stand over there and watch? That musclehead over there wasn't deaf, you know, and with a face that could rival any protagonist, he shot back irritably. What did you say, you mutt? Luin stepped closer to his opponent. Of course I'll do it alone. Wouldn't two of us be a bit much for you? Man, the trash talk between these guys was on another level. Neither one was backing down. Luin felt a surge of confidence. I learned how to face swordsmen from Sir Jur. He recalled his training while observing his opponent for a night. Their feet are the most crucial part. They don't just help channel power into the sword. They also allow you to predict the enemy's next move. So if I just watch Doombram's feet, he thought, putting his plan into action as the man shot forward. He raised his sword and charged, ready for a fierce clash, but his movements were exactly as Luin had predicted. This was it. Luin's eyes narrowed in triumph. Victory was within his grasp. So, as Doombram swung his blade, Luin reacted with lightning speed, flipping into the air to dodge the vicious slash. A smirk spread across Luin's face, that signature confident grin. Perfect. But things are rarely what they seem. His eyes went wide in shock as a shadow blurred past him in a flash. This guy was a tough nut to crack. You can never truly predict your opponent. Somehow the man had already zipped past him, a wave of magic following his blade as it sliced right through Luin. Before his brain could even catch up, drops of blood began to fall, drip drip into the pitch-black night. I am not a knight, Doombram growled. I am a sorcerer. He forcefully reminded the barely standing Luin. Luin clutched the wound on his arm, his forehead beaded with sweat from the pain, but he still forced himself to look up toward the taunting voice. He raised his sword again, adding softly, "That's because your pathetic magic academy has never produced a true magic swordsman." Immediately, a ringing clash echoed out. Doombram advanced step by step, swinging his sword with each one, while Luin was forced to retreat, just as relentlessly. The man roared in frustration, "Defend yourself, Luin." Luin clicked, his tongue clearly, struggling, finding it hard to accept he'd never fought an opponent on this level. He racked his brain. Up until now, when facing mages, his strategy had always been to use time refraction to get in close, then create an opening to exploit their weakness. But reflecting on it now, this man was in a league of his own. He noted the weakness in this head-on confrontation. But Doombram had already compensated for it with his sword. Luin stopped in his tracks with absolutely no room left to retreat. But his eyes widened as he looked down at the gash torn through the fabric on his thigh. It wasn't just bleeding. The area around the wound was bruised and dark, the blood itself turning black. Without waiting for a question, Doombram eagerly explained. That's called a radiation effect. As he advanced, he continued. This wound will continue to absorb your movements, and soon you'll be completely trapped, just like Iron was. Doombram's expression suddenly twisted, his voice a menacing growl. All right, let's end this. He slammed the tip of his sword into the ground, causing it to erupt with swirling light, no longer fiery red. The power had now transformed into a deep, ominous purple. A brilliant pitch-black energy enveloped Doombram. Boom. A pair of wings the color of the midnight sky flashed open, their feathers fluttering around him, and melting into the darkness. The two spectators on the sidelines saw the situation shift and grew deeply worried for him. Luin's eyes went wide. The situation was hanging by a thread as he faced a level 5 spell, the kind of insane power you'd expect to see at a top-tier magic academy. Doombram roared out the incantation Wings of the Demon, and a powerful magical current exploded, radiating a beautiful jade green light. But despite the beautiful glow, the dark, ominous wings and their individual feathers looked anything but bright and lovely. Whoosh! A gale-force wind erupted from him, blasting everything in the vicinity. It was terrifying. The force was strong enough to send people flying, namely the two onlookers who desperately clung to a nearby rock. To avoid being swept away, both of them screamed in terror. My God! Doombram stood in the center of the battlefield, where the ground, rocks, and even the road had been obliterated by the power in his hands, utterly shattered into pieces. And where was Luin? He was hiding behind a large boulder to escape this monstrous power. He couldn't believe this guy. He was truly worthy of being the annual champion. His strength was just overwhelming. Luin grimaced, biting down as he tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve, then quickly wrapped it around the wound. He tied it tightly on his thigh to stop the necrosis from spreading. Dazed, he noticed a flash of light and glanced at his other hand. The ring on his middle finger was glowing. Over on Doombram's side, he just stood there, surrounded by nothing but dust and rubble. Not a single thing was left intact. Even the plants had been blasted to death. He let out a long sigh, as if deeply saddened. Luin, I had such high hopes for you, but it seems I'm destined for disappointment. Peeking out from behind the large rock like a cornered mouse, Luin replied, Yes, I admit it. With that, he stepped out completely, facing the massive, imposing figure. Doombram, you really are strong. For a moment there, I thought you were an impenetrable fortress. Doombram shot him a venomous glance and sneered, So you're giving up? Ha, it's not that easy. Luin's expression instantly shifted, his eyes becoming so sharp they looked like they could pierce right through him. This gaze was like a blade filled with power. Yes, a power built from the faith of those who had put their trust in him. He thought of them, and then declared loudly, a clear affirmation to Doom Prim. There are still so many people who believe in me, aren't there? This is the turning point in our manhwa recap. That's what's driving me to shatter this fortress of yours. As he spoke, he held out the hand wearing the ring with a brilliantly glowing red diamond, pointing it straight at his opponent. Doom Prim didn't understand the gesture and simply raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Hemph, you've gone mad. He then lifted his sword from the ground again, taunting. Let me teach you a lesson, and see if you still have so much to say. Without waiting, Luin roared Fairy's fury, calling upon a surging torrent of power. His hair seemed to crackle with the same rage he felt in anger on the verge of exploding. Doom Prim, you'd better watch your mouth. The clash officially resumed, their auras matching in intensity. Doom Prim leaped high into the air, swinging down. If you can't dodge this, you're dead for sure. Luin was ready, thrusting out the hand with the red ring. The two powers collided, one sword, one ring, and the tension was stretched taut like a bowstring. Neither could afford a single moment of weakness. The massive sword pressed down hard on the ring, looking as if it would cleave it in two. The immunity ring's effect activated, granting resistance to all physical damage. And then the ring blazed with light, and the sword cracked in half. Countless fragments from the blade shot into Doom Prim, sending blood spraying everywhere. Luin tilted his body and shot past his stunned opponent. Doom Prim looked down at the wounds covering his body, his voice trembling. Humph, how could? Luin seized the opportunity, kicking the back of his knee and causing Doom Prim to buckle. Losing all balance, he crashed heavily to the ground. In the next instant, a foot planted itself firmly on Doom Prim's chest. Luin slowly opened his mouth. Doom Prim, listen to me. Looking down from above, he declared, you are not worthy of being my rival. The only thing you truly possess is your own. Wake up from your arrogant delusion of superiority. Luin's arm rose, his fist clenched tight. Doom Prim's pupils contracted in sheer terror, his entire body frozen in place. Each of Luin's punches came down like a divine reckoning, his robes whipping through the air with every motion. The other three watched as a brilliant light flared up from Doom Prim's body. Zeta clutched his chest, panting, completely spooked from his high vantage point. If you had lost, I would have been the next one to get a beatdown. Luin just chuckled. Got lucky, I guess. That was a close one. I almost lost. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Erin, who was standing nearby looking dejected. Her eyelids were slightly lowered, and she clearly wasn't in high spirits. Luin walked over and spoke up. Hey, sorry for butting into your fight. Erin quickly masked her sorrow with a smile, replying, why are you sorry? I'm the one who should be saying that. I'm the one who should be. She bowed her head, her voice laced with self-reproach. I endangered our entire team because of my own selfishness. I am truly sorry, everyone. He hesitated. But, because of me, you didn't get to achieve your goal in this competition. Erin turned to walk away, feigning indifference. Don't worry about it. That goal doesn't matter anymore. Luin was still completely baffled, letting out a confused, huh? Erin let out a soft laugh. My goal isn't to defeat Doom Prim anymore. With that, she pointed directly at him. My goal now is you. Luin raised an eyebrow and smirked back. That's a target that won't be easy to hit. Erin flashed a mischievous grin. I'm counting on it. You'd better be ready, because one day, I'm going to surpass you for sure. The tension in the arena was mounting by the second. And just like that, only 5 contestants remained, including our group. Dalian, Manson, and Chai were all putting up a fierce struggle, as were our duo and Erin. But ultimately, they were no match for our team's synergy. All of a sudden, a massive explosion erupted from the forest, followed by a blinding flash of light and clouds of smoke and dust, pierced by an eerie green glow. Dalian, Manson, and Vasharki lay motionless on the ground, enveloped by that same verdant light. Dalian and Manson were completely still. As he watched them slowly fade away, Zeta let out a gasp. Luin broke the silence. Well, it looks like it's down to just the 3 of us. Erin's eyes crinkled into a smile. That's right. Zeta, on the other hand, couldn't hide his glee. I honestly never thought I'd make it this far. Luin then suddenly proposed, how about we have a final showdown? But Erin's voice cut in. Wait a minute, Luin, she explained. I'm officially withdrawing. My condition isn't great right now. I'm sorry, but next time I'll try harder. Luin readily agreed. All right then. I'll hold you to a rematch another time. He figured Erin must be completely exhausted. Zeta shot him a wink and a grin. Well, looks like it's my turn, eh, Luin? Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're the team leader. You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you? Luin immediately took a combat stance. Then, bring it on. Zeta yelped in a panic. Whoa, hold on a second, and his entire body shot up into the sky. His voice still echoed. I told you to. Just a moment. Elsewhere, an excited voice cried out. A toast to the representative of our esteemed Magic Academy for taking first place. Everyone at the table raised their glasses in celebration. Here's to Luin. Luin is number 1. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the noise, making him turn his head. When everyone said you weren't in the dorms, I had a feeling I'd find you here. Standing in the doorway were none other than Zeta and Iron. Iron spoke first. After fighting alongside you for so long, how could I possibly miss the chance to congratulate you? And as for Mr. Times Zeta, here he was just adamant about tagging along. Luin rested his chin in his hand as Zeta grumbled. What's with that? I thought we were past all that formality after the competition. What's with the Mr. treatment? She curled her lip into a smirk. Can't be helped. That's just who I am. Luin let out a soft smile. Nothing had changed. After that brutal battle for survival, I had emerged as the sole victor. Doompriam, despite racking up a high kill count, plummeted in the rankings due to his low survival score. Dalian and Iron, though they were both considered top contenders for the championship, still ended up ranked below me, assuming I could maintain this lead. Luin pictured himself holding the championship trophy, hearing the roar of the crowd. Victory would no longer be just a distant dream. Jason's eyes were practically shaped like hearts. He exclaimed ecstatically, I never thought I'd see the day I'd be sitting at the same table as Iron Prius. Now I can die a happy man. Iron just waved her hands dismissively, replying, oh come on. Everyone cheerfully raised their glasses, shouting, all right, this round is a toast to our goddess Iron. Faced with everyone's overwhelming enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth to hide an amused laugh. Seeing her reaction, Luin found himself smiling without even realizing it. The bar was filled with the sound of everyone's joyful laughter and chatter. But, in another darker corner, two figures whispered to each other, there's no way that Luin Kid can actually win this festival right. This whole story is turning into an amazing manhwa recap. Hey, keep your voice down. Doom will hear you. Oh, my apologies. But in a classic twist, you'd see in a manhwa recap, even their whispers reached Doompram's ears. He was seething, unable to believe he had lost. Staring at the shattered fragments of his sword in the locker, Doompram thought I was careless. I never once considered that his target wasn't me, but this very blade. He replayed the duel in his mind. He'd had a fleeting moment of realization, but still swung his sword certain that victory was his for the taking. Doompram was now consumed by regret, especially for losing the match that he had been observing. He suddenly broke the silence, asking, he hasn't come to see me today, has he? The other person stammered. No, haven't seen him. He then suggested, try not to dwell on it. You're exhausted. Why don't we find a place to rest first? Doompram's voice was monotone. I'm sorry, but I wish to be alone right now. Hearing this, the other man quickly stood up. Oh, right, my apologies. I'll take my leave then. Just call if you need anything. And with that, Doompram was left alone. He stood silently before his personal locker, remaining motionless for a long, long time. He seemed to be lost in thought. Meanwhile, from below, the building joyous shouts echoed. Luin Aden has defeated Doompram. A new generation of talented mages is here. A new era had begun. Tyon Xnit stood at the railing looking down, the cheer still roaring, a clear look of pride in his eyes. I only thought the boy would do well, he mused. I never imagined he would get this far. I never once believed he could defeat Doompram. Terran approached from behind. Luin's victory certainly seems to have brightened your mood, teacher. It has indeed, Tyon replied. Though my own pride is a little wounded, I confess. It's going to be tough to face that kid Don at the arena now. He then asked hesitantly. So the arena? It's probably settled, Taran answered, with a slight smile and a nod. Yes. The two of them gazed down at the scene below. The grand festival was finally drawing to a close as the steady sound of footsteps began to echo. Now only the individual trials remained a core part of this Magic Academy's curriculum. The next event was an obstacle course competition that would take place throughout the entire city. The contestants would be judged based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. And since this was a competition between mages, summoning mounts was perfectly acceptable. They could even use teleportation spells to traverse space. Seta turned to the person beside him, Luin, whose gaze was fixed on the roaring crowd. So, how does it feel? Up there in the stands, they're all chanting your name. What's it like being the star of the show? Luin turned to look as well. About that. I wouldn't really know, he replied. In truth, however, his brow furrowed slightly as his expression grew somber. I desperately want to savor this breathtaking moment, he thought, but now is not the time. Nearby, the intense stare of Doompram was still fixed upon Luin. After all, celebrations could wait until the final victor was truly confirmed. It was a beautiful, sunny day, with the warm light and clear sky creating a pleasant atmosphere. Seta crossed his arms, cleared his throat, and stated, today is the individual trial. Nobody is withdrawing, so don't go putting yourself in any unnecessary danger. Luin let out a laugh. Yeah, I know. I'll do my best. An official then fired a pistol into the air, shouting the signal to prepare. The 3 of them, Irene, Dalian, and Manson, and Chucky, all assumed combat-ready stances. A loud bang echoed from the starting pistol, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The frantic thudding of footsteps filled the air. Each person used a different method of travel, but all shared the same destination. Suddenly, the entire group ground to a halt, because standing before them was a horde of goblins brandishing their weapons. Irene spoke up, I thought you'd be lagging behind a bit. At that moment, Dalian Manson was pulled airborne, flying through the space. Dalian Manson proposed, how about the three of us form a temporary alliance? Irene politely refused. Sir Malikan, I'm afraid I'm not really one for teamwork. Nearby, the urgent clatter of hooves grew louder. It was Doom Pram on his warhorse, his face a mask of grim determination, as a brilliant yellow light erupted from his sword, lancing straight toward the goblins. It seems they prefer to work alone, Irene remarked, while Dalian Manson nodded. Even though I've observed Doom Pram for the past 6 years, I still find him incredibly difficult to get close to. Very well, Irene said, let's go our separate ways and stay out of each other's business. The image of Doom Pram was reflected in the blue eyes of a goblin. Before the creature could even counterattack, it was cut down by a powerful overhead strike. Doom Pram's gaze darted behind him, wondering why. Why hasn't he appeared yet? He then sliced another goblin clean in two. Could he have already left us far behind? No, that's impossible. Doom Pram glanced back once more. If that's the case, he must still be behind us somewhere. He turned to Irene with a frown and demanded, why hasn't he shown up? She hesitated, replying, well, I was also wondering. I'm not sure. Thinking back, it was all very strange. Irene remembered the goblins they had just defeated. We've been in the lead for a while now, but why haven't Luin and the others made an appearance? Yet Dalian Manson's voice was laced with concern. Exactly. They should have had plenty of time to catch up to us by now, but we haven't seen a single soul. Before he could even finish, a gust of wind shot past them. Luin was suddenly standing there, offering a casual greeting, finally caught up. Doom Pram's eyebrows instantly furrowed, and his gaze turned dark and ominous. Earlier in the stands, the crowd had been buzzing with chatter. What's going on? Why hasn't Luin Aden made a move? Did he give up? What's happening? Just be quiet and watch. He's the one who defeated Doom Pram after all. Luin ruffled his hair, thinking that he'd been waiting for this day since deciding to participate in the Grand Festival. After 6 months of grueling physical training, he was confident in this trial. He had his own worries, of course, but as a close-quarters mage, turning his back on pursuing opponents would be a massive disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Luin's eyes hardened with resolve, and he took off at a sprint. I'll just pick them off one by one from behind as I move forward. At that moment, the competitors up ahead heard a rustling sound behind them and spun around to look. They only saw Luin charging and sending 3 people flying. He counted them off in his head, 29, 28, 27, 25, 24. After a while, he simply lost count. It was at that moment that a voice called out, whoa, what's that? Zeta glanced back, his expression filled with doubt. Seeing Luin, he asked in surprise, Luin, since when did you Luin cut him off? You get what I'm doing right, Luin said, with a deceptively innocent smile. Then his eyes snapped open, his voice turning ice cold. My apologies. With one swift kick, Luin sent Zeta flying. As he sailed through the air, his figure became a blur. Furious, Zeta cried out, his name, Luin. After hearing the whole story, Irene asked hesitantly, so, you eliminated all of them? Luin replied nonchalantly, just a few. The rest surrendered on their own. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. And now there's nothing to stop us. Doom Pram gritted his teeth, spitting out his name, Luin Aden. He glared at Luin. This time, things will be different. Powerful winds began to swirl around them, the atmosphere growing suffocatingly tense. Doom Pram's voice was dead serious. I'm ready to fight you right now, but it's true there are still a few stragglers behind us. His hand clenched into a fist as a blue aura flared around him. He then leapt onto the back of his mount. Doom Pram growled, I'll see you at the finish line. With that, he spurred his mount and bolted away. Dalian Manson called after him, Doom, do you really have to go that way? The group watched as Doom Pram charged towards the old castle. Everyone knew that place was the trap zone. Luin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distance, his face, a mask of deep thought. The trap zone. This castle is rigged with countless traps to protect the treasure that was once inside. The treasure's long gone, so the traps now serve as the main obstacle for this Magic Academy competition. A place filled with deadly hazards for anyone who dares to rush in blindly. The safe and standard approach is to disarm them. This is also the preferred method for assessing a mage's knowledge and their skill in risk management. Irene and Dalian Manson immediately focused on creating a protective barrier. Luin's hand tapped thoughtfully against the castle wall. But disarming traps takes way too much time. Chang looked up at the towering wall with Luin and asked, so, you're planning to just knock this wall down? Draka would probably try something like that. He sounded hesitant. True, but smashing through a castle wall this thick should be impossible. Luin stated plainly, I know. Chang grew even more confused. Then how are you going to do it? Luin turned back and answered, this is the ruin of an abandoned castle. A flicker of understanding crossed Chang's face. Oh ho, you mean you're going to target the parts that are no longer solid, right? Luin gave a slight nod in reply. Precisely. An image of the entire vast wall, with complete information on its structural integrity, appeared in his eyes. Luin continued, That's why I'm using my player's eye to observe the wall. His gaze drifted downwards before suddenly locking onto a specific spot. Seeing a red highlighted area with data indicating severe corrosion, Luin whispered, "There it is." He lunged forward with his entire body, and Chang clung tightly to his shoulder. Luin then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, striking that exact spot on the wall, over and over again. Dalian Mansen watched Luin's bizarre actions, wondering aloud, what in the world is that guy doing? Is he trying to punch through the wall? He has to be joking, right? Erin sighed to herself, "That's Luin for you." He shot her an annoyed look and asked, "Erin, I know you're close with him, but don't you think this is a bit ridiculous? Who punches a stone wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly, Erin pointed toward, cried out, "Look over there." Cracks began to spiderweb across the wall. The two of them stared at Luin, who was now standing before a massive hole at the base of the castle. Alien Manson scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. "Hey buddy, mind if I use this way out too?" Luin just glanced back with a deadpan expression, showing no intention of helping. Dalian Manson quickly shouted, "Wait, Luin." Just then, a huge boulder fell from above, completely blocking the hole. He roared in anger, "That rotten jerk is so petty." Luin sprinted away at full speed. Chang couldn't help but be impressed. Not bad. Destroying an entire wall only cost him 2,400 power points. He's actually using his brain for once. Huh? As he ran, panting, Luin thought, "So now it's just me and Doom Prim in the lead." But as Luin rounded a bend, he saw Doom Prim, much to Chang's annoyance. That guy got out too. Noticing an arrow piercing his opponent's shoulder, Chang commented, "But he must be in a real hurry considering that shoulder wound." Luin closed the distance, thinking to himself, "You really want to beat me that badly, Doom Prim?" In response, Doom Prim drew his sword, let out a growl, and swung down with a single powerful slash. Luin swiftly leaned back, dodging the attack. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Doom Prim's collar. Luin held him tight as they plummeted from the high cliff, telling him, "Let's finish the final round together." With that, they were in free fall through the air. With a massive splash, the two crashed into the water below, sending up a spray of white foam. Luin's head broke the surface as he gasped for air. As he swam, he thought, "This is good. If he uses magic to get past the cliff, I'll be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here fast." Suddenly, the water temperature dropped drastically. Luin glanced back and saw the water behind him, freezing over the ice, rapidly spreading closer. This is the kind of high-stakes action you expect from a top-tier manhwa recap. Seeing his opponent concentrating on casting a spell, he yelled out, "Doom Prim." Luin's frustration boiled over as he shouted, "Hey, you bastard, can't you see someone swimming here before you freeze the water?" By now, the water around him had turned to ice, trapping Luin completely. Doom Prim, sitting atop a horse made of ice, looked down at Luin and replied, "Is that really something to worry about, right now?" With a smug smirk, he added, "Well, then, I'll be on my way." Luin was fuming. Watching Doom Prim's figure shrink in the distance, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. He struggled, and a yellow wave of heat began to emanate from beneath him. "I have to get out of here fast." The ice began to melt under the intense heat and cracks slowly spread outwards. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, the icy prison finally shattered. As Doom Prim rode on, he heard a familiar sound from behind. He was utterly shocked to see Luin hot on his heels once again. How is this possible? How did he catch up so quickly? Luin meanwhile ran with renewed determination. From now on, there are no more obstacles. The only thing left to do is run. Luin planted his feet, gathered his strength, and launched himself high into the air. Soaring down towards his rival, he yelled, "Doom Prim, how about a rematch?" Beads of sweat dripped down Doom Prim's worried face. "No, in my current condition." Before he could finish the thought, a thunderous crash echoed out, followed by a massive cloud of dust. Everyone stared intently at the monitor, their voices buzzing with discussion. "Who won? I have no idea." Suddenly a man pointed towards the finish line and screamed, "Look, someone's coming." Just as the gates opened, a lone horse slowly emerged from the thick dust. It raised its head and let out a long, loud neigh, leaving the crowd completely bewildered. "A horse? What's going on? Where are the mages?" Another person pointed elsewhere and yelled, "Hey, I think someone's on the projection screen." On the screen, Luin was seen standing over Doom Prim, who was sprawled out on the ground. Someone in the crowd gasped, "It's Luin Aden. He's standing there." Luin looked down at his opponent and remarked, "Looks like you overdid it back in the trap zone. Your movements were a bit sluggish." Doom Prim's eyes were squeezed shut, and pained moans escaped his lips. Luin turned and walked away. "I'll be going first." Doom Prim. On the main field, 3 flags representing the top 3 ranks were raised. Luin stood on the podium for the number 1 spot, having secured 2 wins in the survival battle and the triathlon, while also claiming first place in the individual round, earning him the highest overall score. The grand festival had finally come to an end. He remembered everything he'd been through, the voices of the past seeming to speak to him, a person who had endured everything for the past 6 years. A person who had been locked away in a dungeon of solitude. Luin's silhouette projected a sense of profound loneliness. He clenched his fist and placed it over his heart. The joyous cheers of the crowd rang in his ears, as if they were all saying, "You've worked so hard all this time." A look of pure elation shone on Luin's face. His victory at the Magic Academy was finally complete. That roar of the crowd felt like the ultimate reward for every ounce of effort I'd put in. He raised both hands high to answer them. "Thank you, everyone. I never want to lose this feeling." Outside the gates, a long line of horse-drawn carriages snaked down the road, as a voice remarked, "Whoa, that's a lot of carriages." Jia-sun rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. "But they're all specially selected nobles, aren't they?" Luin nodded in agreement. "That's right. I heard not every noble family was invited." He hesitated before adding, "So all of those people," Jia-sun finished the thought for him, "are here to see you, Luin." And yet there Luin sat all alone at the banquet table. He let out a long sigh. "This is so boring. I seriously wish I was back at the Magic Academy right now." Suddenly, a voice from behind made Luin jump. "This is a little strange, don't you think?" Seeing the newcomer smiling from ear to ear, he asked with suspicion. She pulled up a chair and sat down, pressing. "What do you mean, strange? With all these people here, how is it that I don't see a single one of them trying to start a conversation with you?" Luin replied nonchalantly. "They probably think I'm too arrogant. Besides, I showed up to a formal party in this half-baked outfit." Iron scanned him from head to toe and nodded. "Yeah, that's possible." Then she leaned in closer. "But from what I know, there's another reason too." Iron noticed the subtle yet constant glances being thrown in their direction. It was obvious that the majority of the nobles present were here to get on his good side. So no matter how arrogant he might seem, it was bizarre that not a single person had dared to approach him. Her eyes lit up with realization. "It looks like someone's been spreading rumors about you." Iron's words took Luin by complete surprise. The culprit would have to be someone incredibly powerful enough to make any noble too terrified to even think about talking to him. He stared at her, bewildered, asking who, but just as they were speaking, a man stepped up to the head of the hall, commanding everyone's attention. The man cleared his throat and announced tonight's grand banquet officially begins now. "Will the 32 student representatives please follow me?" The tables were laden with magnificent displays of gourmet dishes and the finest drinks. One couldn't help but be in awe of such a feast. During the dinner with the Underworld King, the dishes were presented like a meal fit for a monarch. And yet, the atmosphere here was incredibly strange. Someone muttered under their breath, "Man, I should have just faked being sick to get out of this." "Hey, you stole my line," another person whispered back. On the surface, tonight's event was a dinner, but in reality, it was a comprehensive evaluation of the entire competition. And for the students who had performed poorly, it was more like a death row inmate's final meal. Luin's gaze drifted towards two empty chairs nearby. He was confused. He thought only the Underworld King was supposed to attend. So why were there 2 seats of honor? The man gestured toward the entrance, announcing, "They have arrived." In an instant, everyone in the hall rose to their feet in unison. All eyes turned toward the grand entrance. Terran entered walking slowly, and everyone bowed their heads in deep reverence as he passed. A chorus of voices echoed, "We greet His Majesty, the Underworld King." Luin bowed with the rest, but internally he was cringing hard. "Greetings, Your Majesty." This whole formal act gives me the creeps." He was then shocked to hear Tehran say, "Please enter." He couldn't believe his ears. What, the Underworld King is inviting someone else? A strange voice suddenly cut through the silence. "I do hope I'm not interrupting your dinner." "Am I?" The man who entered possessed eyebrows, as sharp as swords and piercing brown eyes. An undeniable aura of nobility radiated from him. Luin stared completely baffled. Who in the world is this guy? His mind flashed back to the crowd's ecstatic cheers. Incredible. The new mage Lin. They were chanting my name, calling me a new mage instead of a failure. But now in this room everyone dropped to their knees, respectfully shouting in unison, "Long live the Crown Prince." Hearing that title, Luin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The Crown Prince. After the formal greetings, everyone scrambled back to their seats. A palpable fear was etched onto every single face. They all sat hunched over with their heads bowed low. Each one of them looked like they wished a hole would open in the floor and swallow them whole. Even an accidental brush of a hand sent waves of panic through them. The atmosphere was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Tehran was the first to speak. "Well, not a single one of the 11 disciples managed to defeat Luin Aden even once. Is the skill gap truly that vast?" Doombram kept his face down, his entire body trembling as he absorbed the king's critique. "Utterly disappointing. I am ashamed to even call you my disciples." The young noble didn't dare look up, only managing to promise, "I swear I will never perform so poorly again." Tehran's voice turned ice cold. "Second place is a rank for the incompetent. This grand festival, and this part of the Manhwa recap is crucial, has proven the old saying is true, even a small stream can still harbor a dragon." As for Lin, his mood was no better. He felt deeply uncomfortable, as if Luin realized this party was just a stage to publicly shame him, but he was merely the tool for the King of Hell to send a message. His gaze then shifted towards the person sitting next to Tehran. But Tehran wasn't the only one making him uneasy. This other guy had been shooting daggers at him with his eyes from the moment the party began. That man's name was Somerton Zencap, and he was staring openly at Luin, making no effort to hide it. Luin recalled what he knew of the man, despite being the third prince and at a disadvantage, but with his brilliant strategic mind as his weapon, he successfully ousted his own brothers from the dynasty to become the sole crown prince. A sudden chill ran down Luin's, a cold sweat break out across his body. A man so skilled in both politics and combat was practically perfect in every way. He suddenly remembered Irin's warning. It seemed someone had been spreading rumors about him. The culprit had to be someone with immense power enough to make every other noble too afraid to even approach him. Just then, Tehran broke the silence, asking, "Luin Aden, how do you feel after winning the grand festival?" The question plunged Luin into a heavy silence. Before he finally gave his answer, "I feel uncomfortable." Tehran seemed confused and asked again, "Uncomfortable?" Luin's voice became firm. "Yes, I am satisfied with the results of the tournament, but I am not comfortable in the slightest. Not when my achievement is being used to mock and belittle the honor and effort of the students at this Magic Academy." Sitting beside him, Irin quickly grabbed his arm, calling his name Luin. The other guests were visibly horrified by such a response. Luin remained silent, and despite the tense situation, his eyes showed no sign of fear. Tehran's voice was flat. "You mean you don't want your victory to be used to put others down? But isn't a sense of inferiority one of the very factors that helps people grow? You understand that, well, don't you?" Luin frankly stated his point of view. "In my opinion, you seem more interested in inciting hostility towards me. There's a world of difference between pointing out weaknesses to encourage them to try harder and inciting animosity by harping on their supposed inferiority." As he spoke, he looked Tehran directly in the eye. "Aren't those two completely different things?" Luin's voice then turned ice cold. "And my Xnit Academy is not some little creek for others to look down upon." The corner of Tehran's mouth twitched into a smirk as he said in a loud voice, "Oh." The two men stared each other down, and the atmosphere once again fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a small chuckle escaped from Somerton's lips. Then he clutched his stomach and burst out laughing, causing everyone to turn and look at him. A flicker of annoyance crossed Luin's face. Somerton wiped a tear from his eye. "Oh my, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Goodness, I'm crying from laughter. Where did this kid come from?" Irin clutched her chest and let out a huge sigh of relief. "Thank heavens." Then, she angrily said to him, "Luin, you're not planning on pulling another stunt, are you?" Luin gave a forced smile and replied, "Ah, of course not." But to himself he added, "Maybe." Tehran clasped his hands together. "Well, you're certainly a bit different, a refreshing change from Tyrion. I'm looking forward to what's to come." And folks, this is where our manhwa recap gets really intense, as Somerton suddenly looked at Luin and called out sharply. "Wait," he rose to his feet with a proposition. "Luin, Aden, would you care to have tea with me?" Then Somerton gave a cold smile. "And I have no intention of hearing the answer, no." After that, the two of them moved to a more private location. Now, Luin and Somerton were sitting face to face. The prince slowly called out his name, Aden Luin. Then Somerton put on that same smug, punchable face. "From now on, you will work for me. And this time I also will not accept no for an answer." He said it as if it were a matter of fact. "You have 1 month to get your affairs in order. I'll transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and arrange for your accommodations." Somerton then added, as if he just remembered, "And the matter of your citizenship. The right hand of the crown prince can't be a foreigner now, can he?" Luin grew more and more bewildered. "What citizenship?" he asked, completely confused. "But why me? The empire already has countless talented mages like Doomprim, for example." Somerton spoke slowly. That one." He lowered his head and sighed. "In the end, he's still lost to you." Somerton's voice turned chillingly indifferent. "Are you suggesting I should keep a failure by my side?" Luin silently bowed his head, not answering. He continued, "One more thing. From now on, when you speak to me, remember this." A glint flashed in Somerton's brown eyes as he said in a low voice, "I prefer to hear yes rather than questions." Hearing that authoritarian tone, Luin looked up, his eyes filled with anger. Somerton urged him, "Well, answer me already." He pressed on. "The first reason is that the old man recommended you. For years I've told him to consider a talented mage for me, but he never did." Without mentioning anyone's name, Somerton added another point. "Besides, I like your audacity." He pointed toward Luin. "He's the type to show up in rags in front of a pack of power-hungry leaders." A hint of praise crept into Somerton's voice, and the type to openly express his disagreement with the old man. Finally, with a smirk, he said, "The type to continuously question me despite my warnings." Somerton spread his hands, nonchalantly. "Sometimes politics needs a jester, you know." After Somerton's long spiel, Luin cut to the chase and asked, "So, my job is just to offer advice. Is that it?" Looking displeased, Somerton added another request. "I want you to protect me from my good-for-nothing brothers, who don't want their younger sibling to become the crown prince." Luin fell silent, bowing his head with a deeply troubled expression. Summerton asked again. Don't like it? Luin nodded. Yes, that's right. The prince's voice hardened. I knew you'd say that, which is why I told you beforehand I don't want to hear that answer. Not happening, Luin replied, once again lost in thought considering the man Summerton sitting before him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the chance to become the right-hand man of the Empire's most powerful crown prince. His thoughts swirled in chaos. After all, most mages choose to align with power. Even the magic tower supposedly dedicated solely to the research of magic was no different. Passing this up today could lead to a lifetime of regret. But after a moment's hesitation, Luin gave his answer. I still have many other things I want to do. He told himself times, I don't want to be anyone's personal mage. Summerton's voice turned icy. I thought I was being rational, but it turns out you're just overly sentimental. He asked one last time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You won't regret this. Luin answered decisively. I won't. Then he stood up. Summerton didn't try to stop him, just offered a small smile. All right then, let's just pretend today's conversation never happened. As Luin walked away, the prince suddenly spoke up. Luin Ale, they say you were the brightest gem at this year's grand festival. Summerton made no effort to hide his intentions. My hobby is collecting gems. And to this day, there hasn't been a single gem I couldn't obtain. Do you know why? He delivered a chilling warning. Because any gem I cannot possess, I simply destroy. Before stepping out of the room, Luin glanced back one last time, then resolutely opened the door and left. Now standing alone in the corridor, Luin muttered to himself. That last sentence was clearly a threat. I made the right choice, didn't I? Suddenly a nearby voice called out. Huh, it's Luin, Jason asked curiously. Where are you off to? Sneaking out to meet a girl, weren't you? Luin immediately shot back. No, of course not, he thought to himself. In the end, I just want to be a mage with my own unique color, not just some pawn at the Magic Academy. Back in the room, Summerton's voice echoed, I'm curious about the one the old man recommended. He seems quite special. Taron added, it appears things won't be resolved the easy way. Summerton nodded in agreement. Indeed. I threatened him a little, but it seems to have had no effect. His attendant then asked, So, will you give up, my lord? Summerton burst out laughing. Not a chance. He raised his wineglass light, glinting off the ring on his finger. You understand, especially when it concerns my collecting habit. A sly smile spread across his face. In the end, Luin Ale will be mine, because I have decided it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luin was struggling to fend off his two friends' interrogation with a forced smile. As this manhwa recap continues, the scene shifts to a beautiful sunset, where Luin is training relentlessly, throwing punches and kicks. He's radiating a main character aura, like a classic Liu Ruan. Oh wait, no. He's more of a white moonlight type, the unforgettable one. The system window appeared stating, punches 5,000 out of 5,000. Kicks 5,000 out of 5,000. Spinning kicks 5,000 out of 5,000. Long distance run 15 kilometers, 1 out of 1. Combat training, 1 out of 1. After reading the system's log, Luin panted heavily. All right, that's everything for today. He then collapsed onto the ground, letting out a long sigh. Out of nowhere, Trang appeared beside him. Whoa, I feel like your body is getting better and better, you know. Hearing this, Luin turned to look at the tiny palm-sized creature. I'd rather not hear that from a guy. It immediately retorted. What are you talking about? I'm a girl. Luin shot up, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? How can you be a girl? It replied instantly. Why? Because I was born this way. Still in disbelief, he asked loudly. A demigu even has a gender, Trang. Now, Furious put her hands on her hips and yelled, right in Luin's face. Who said we don't? You just never bothered to ask. But, we've bathed together. He recalled the times he and Trang had bathed together. Trang scoffed coldly, claiming there was nothing worth looking at, a statement that pretty much admitted everything. Luin's face darkened, as he growled out each word at her. So, are you saying you've already seen everything? Faced with the question, she trembled like a leaf in the wind, whipping her head around to hide an embarrassment that was impossible to conceal. But in stark contrast to Trang's flustered state, he simply offered a faint smile. He slowly stood up, deciding to stop teasing her. That's enough. I'll be on my way now, all right. Hearing this, she turned back, a completely bewildered look on her face. She took off after him, shouting, Hey, let's go together, but he was already several strides ahead, letting her chase him while still calling out her name. In that case, stop joking around. She stammered, trying to insist she was being truthful. No, I'm not joking, I'm serious. But in return, he still didn't believe her, just laughing to poke fun at her. Pfft, you really think I'd believe that? Hearing his response, she could only fall silent, with nothing left to say. The scene then shifts to a train station, under a picturesque sky of blue-white clouds and golden sun. The weather was absolutely perfect, but a terrifying voice suddenly shattered that peaceful atmosphere. It was Jia-sun clinging to Luin, with two streams of tears flowing like a majestic waterfall. I'm heading out first, Luin. Please take care and stay healthy. You hear me? He was lecturing Luin like a mother, sending her child off on a long journey. Luin, blushing with embarrassment, could only helplessly pat his friend's back. "I'm not dying, you know." Their surrounding friends who witnessed this scene burst into uncontrollable laughter. The loud whistle of the train echoed through the station as Jia-sun and the others boarded. Luin stood there, watching the train gradually disappear into the distance. The voice of the wildcat rang out. "All right, we should probably get going as well." Luin turned to look at him. "After my friends departed, I made my way to Leverdie to fulfill my schedule as the Grand Tournament champion. I and that so-called wildcat were on another train. We sat side by side, but the silence was absolute. Neither of us uttered a single word. My mind drifted back to our first meeting when he said, 'Just call me Wildcat.' The wizard named Wildcat is the guide from the wizard's tower." The system interface popped up again, trying to identify this mysterious wizard. Name, question mark, question mark, question mark. Age, question mark, question mark, question mark. Special notes, question mark, question mark, question mark. Meanwhile, he just sat there engrossed in a paper he was holding in his hands. The system couldn't retrieve a single shred of information, just 3 big bold question marks. I was a bit shocked myself. My player's eye couldn't even determine his name. This indicated he was incredibly high-skilled. I thought to myself, that means he's on par with, or perhaps even surpasses the professors at our Magic Academy. The only thing I could discern about him was that he appeared to be in his late 20s. I turned to observe this wildcat with a cautious gaze. My eyebrows were furrowed so intensely, they were practically about to merge into one. It was then that he finally spoke. "I will now briefly guide you through your schedule. First, you will visit the royal palace to receive congratulations." And just like that, he guided me through it step by step, while I sat there listening in dead silence, a slightly worried expression on my face. I finally cut him off. "Excuse me, but could you perhaps speak a bit more casually?" My suggestion seemed to take him by surprise for a moment. I pressed on. "I'm only 16, he replied flatly. "This is more comfortable for me." His expression didn't change one bit, as cold and unreadable as a stone tablet. He then returned to his task of reviewing the schedule once more. I could only manage a strained smile, thinking to myself, he's very thorough and all business. I guess I've learned something new. He then spoke up, announcing the next item on my schedule. "After that, you must go to the magic tower to be chosen by an artifact." I heard him, but looked utterly confused. "Chosen?" Wildcat explained. "That's right. You could also end up with nothing. It is the artifacts themselves that do the choosing." Hearing that, a flicker of worry crossed my face. I immediately understood what Wildcat meant. It was just like with King Grammar. The artifacts possess their own consciousness. As he announced the final task, he tucked the paper into his briefcase. "Finally, you will be assigned a mission." He elaborated. "Normally, as a student, you wouldn't be given an official mission, but the champion of a grand tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation of mages to the world." I unfolded the provided list to take a look as he continued speaking. "So it's like a debut of sorts," he replied instantly. "Precisely." He then instructed, "Now choose a mission from the provided list." I stared down at the list, deep in thought. The mission types included search, subjugation, assassination, knowledge, excavation, and reconciliation. Just as I read that last one, Trang popped up out of nowhere, whispering into my ear a classic trope in any good manhwa recap. Her sudden appearance made me jump slightly. Both Trang and I stared intently at the list, in my hands, our faces mirroring the exact same shocked expression, as if we were. This was beyond a simple choice. Finally, he made his decision. "I'll take this one," he declared, his voice firm and resolute above the rumbling of a passing train. The train rumbled past outside. The scene then shifts to Morin Palace, where the two of them stood in the grand hall. "This is Morin Palace, the prince's secondary residence," the man explained. "Go on in. Everyone is waiting for you," he urged. Then, with a respectful bow, he announced, "Well then, I shall take my leave." Luin, startled, whipped around and yelled in a panic, "Wait, hold on a second, aren't you coming in with me?" While Luin was still trying to figure out why the stray cat wouldn't join him, the massive doors before him swung open. There stood Sumpton, an imposing figure, as Luin was still glancing back, searching for his departed guide. With hands on his hips and a smirk in his voice, Sumpton declared, "Welcome to my empire, Luin Adello." Luin simply looked up at him, his expression unreadable, saying nothing. Stepping inside, Luin knelt before the throne. "First, I have accepted the 10,000 taels of gold from the Crown Prince, an amount that far exceeds the annual budget for a mission of this rank." Sumpton, lounging on his throne, chuckled. "If you ever find yourself lacking funds, feel free to come here whenever you please. And should you have a change of heart, the doors of Morin Palace will always be open to you." Luin could only manage a wry smile at the offer, thinking to himself, I probably couldn't earn this much money in my entire life. Clutching the gold, Luin walked away. "Looks like the prince hasn't given up on me yet," he thought, "but I need to hurry to my next engagement." Just then, the stray cat rejoined him, and they strode together through the immense palace. "The people here must have incredible stamina," Luin quipped, trying to break the heavy silence. Just walking around this massive place all day seems like a miracle in itself. But the stray cat was clearly not in the mood for jokes. He shot Luin a cold look over his shoulder. Cease the idle chatter. Sir Terran is waiting for you. Luin stopped in his tracks. Ah, right. He forced an awkward smile. Does nobody around here have a sense of humor? He muttered to himself. Maybe they should all go live by the ocean. They could use a little salt. The guide then asked. So you're certain about that mission? Luin, slightly taken aback by the question, replied with unwavering resolve. Yes. Hearing Luin's firm response, he didn't press further. I understand. You've chosen the most difficult path. Luin just grinned. Haha, it sounds like it'll be fun. To which the man replied, I wonder what Sir Terran will have to say about that. Their conversation concluded as they reached a door. It swung open, revealing a bleak and chillingly cold room. It was enough to raise goosebumps on his skin. Luin stepped inside to find Terran already seated and waiting. Come in, the man's voice echoed in the chamber. And so their meeting began. It took place over steaming cups of hot tea. Terran was the first to speak. You wish to select Time's particular mission. Luin's reply was instant and firm. Yes. At his response, Terran slowly lifted his teacup. He spoke deliberately. The safest mission is the subjugation quest. You would be escorted by the royal guard to eliminate some bandits near Siciliano. And you would be welcomed back as a hero, Terran explained, while Luin listened in silence. But I have to ask, he continued, his curiosity piqued. Why do you want to go their times? It is nothing but a barren wasteland. Luin remained silent, but a new light flickered in his eyes. He already had his answer. No, he thought it's just like Mount Tian. His mind flashed back in time, to the moment he was choosing his mission when Trang had appeared. She had pointed to one particular item on the list. What's that one, he had asked. Your first mission. Choose that one, she had insisted. Still not fully understanding, he listened as she explained. That is the homeland of the kingdom. The revelation left him utterly stunned. And she continued, it's the place where Draka resided for nearly 100 years. An image flashed in his mind, a colossal dragon resting in a vast green meadow, breathing the crisp mountain air. Mount Tian, located in the far northern reaches of the Redan Kingdom, a mountain that pierced the heavens, shrouded in a thick, perpetual mist. It was said to be the home of the ancient elves. But there are no elves there anymore. Those powerful, majestic beings are now a thing of the past. With the sole exception of the Kingdom artifact at the Magic Academy, every last one of them perished during the Great War. The entire elven race was decimated, falling at the feet of the enemy commander. The land where the elves vanished is now nothing but a desolate ruin. An elven skull tumbles in the bone-chilling wind. There's a very specific reason why the exploration mission for this area is considered exceptionally difficult. It's because of the barrier, an invisible field of energy that completely surrounds the mountain. It's a barrier that cannot be broken by any known form of magic. To this day, countless scholars and mages have tried and failed. They've all been unable to find a way through, admitting defeat every time. This Manhwa recap is getting intense because the objective of this mission is to discover the true nature of that very barrier. The determination shone brightly in Luin's eyes as he recalled everything Trang had told him. Terran, however, was still puzzled. I am curious as to why you want to undertake an exploration mission in such a desolate place, he pressed on. Doesn't that whole law of attraction theory sound like a plot from a wild manhwa recap, suggesting the elven gods got angry and just turned the place into a sacred ground? Luin simply turned to face him, not uttering a single word. He was lost in thought. After all, there was no reason for anyone else to care about that place. However, that land forsaken by the world was where Dracagonia had resided for 100 years. For Luin, that reason alone was more than enough. No further explanation needed. He simply stated, concisely, that it was the most challenging mission available. Hearing this explanation, the man tilted his head, studying him. For that reason alone. Well, if you're just trying to look impressive, you'd be better off choosing something else. Terran advised, clearly skeptical that a boy of only 16 would select such a monumental task. He continued to dissuade him. You don't have to endure such hardship just for an achievement. It's only considered difficult because it's a mystery no one has ever managed to solve. Luin offered a defiant smirk in response. But if a 16-year-old mage were to find the answer to such a mystery, wouldn't that be a truly remarkable achievement? The man kept prodding, predicting that Luin could only end up as another failed mission in the history of the Grand Tournament. Luin shot back with a sarcastic retort. Well, that's also one way to create a noteworthy achievement. His comment clearly irked the man. His eyebrows knitted together and his smile became unnatural. Terran changed the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Quang Te? The question caught Luin slightly off guard. Seeing his reaction, the man explained. To keep you here at Black Lieber, I wanted to observe you further. Everything was calculated from the very beginning. Luin fell silent, the tension clearly visible on his youthful face. Terran elaborated. Because of the uniqueness of your abilities, I wondered if it was connected to your choice of this mission. The atmosphere grew tense. Regardless, I will always be watching you. That statement left Luin feeling a bit uneasy. Back in his room, he flopped onto the bed, his mind racing over the commitment he had just made. Can I really pull this off? He wondered aloud, his tone laced with a hint of worry. Trang, who was nearby, overheard and asked him, "Why the concern? Are you afraid you won't find anything?" He answered her after a moment. "After all, that world has been disconnected for centuries. I'm just wondering if it's even possible to discover anything there." She immediately retorted, "Humans haven't discovered anything yet, but you can do it." Hearing this, he reacted instantly. "I'm human too, you know." "You," Trang replied, "transcend the capabilities of a normal human." Luin was taken aback by this. "Me? Seriously?" "Uh-huh. Surpassing human limits like you have is quite a process. It's not about the level, but who's doing the grading." As they were speaking, a knock came at the door, followed by a polite request. "Lord Luin, may we enter?" Luin sat up and called out. "Ah, yes, come in." The two people from outside entered. He greeted them. "Hello, Wild Boar, Wild Cat." Trang, perched on his shoulder, looked on with confusion at the nicknames. "Wild Boar Cat. What are you talking about?" Luin sighed and explained it to her. "It's a preference of His Highness. The mages of Maytop all like to be called by such names." She heard him but was still completely baffled, unable to comprehend what kind of farm they were running. Wild Boar cheerfully approached Luin. "Well, Luin, shall we go to the artifact room to claim your reward?" The three of them walked down the corridor with the others, explaining the layout of the artifact room in this magic academy. The Maytop artifact room is divided into 4 sections. Section C, Section B, Section A, and Section X. The items in Section C are the most common, while those in Section X are the absolute rarest. Wild Boar led the way with Luin, and Wild Cat following behind. As they walked, Wild Cat continued to explain the sections, adding, "Luin, you will be granted access to explore Section A." Luin asked curiously, "You didn't mention anything about going to Section X." At the question, Wild Cat's expression turned grim as he looked away. "That area is not open to anyone unless something special happens. Even for His Highness, it's a problem." Luin's eyes narrowed as he wondered, "Something special, huh?" Following his guides, he began his tour, starting from Section C. The trio stepped into the chamber for Section C. He picked up a greatsword, larger than a boar spear, and asked the other two, "Is this a dark forged sword?" Wild Boar replied, "Yes, that's correct. We only collect items that were well preserved after battles with monsters and demons." Luin examined the blade for a moment, thinking to himself, "Truly impressive. This looks like the radiant blade used by Doompram, doesn't it?" The polished sword was so shiny it perfectly reflected his stoic face. "This is definitely the Maytop vault, even in this section. The items are worth a noble's fortune," he exclaimed to himself. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a book on the floor, The Peculiar Transformation of Tin Brown. "I heard they stopped publishing this. But how is this book still here?" Wild Boar noticed his confusion and cheerfully explained, "You seem to recognize it, don't you? That book is over 100 years old." "Ha ha, there was a time when reading books was all I could do," he replied with a laugh, recalling tales of the 7 Mom-class yachts, explorations into uncharted lands, and the hunt for ancient creatures as he read the titles on the shelves. "Is everyone in this magic academy allowed to read these books freely?" he asked, picking one up. He opened it for a look and turned to ask. Stray Cat explained, "The Tower Master occasionally grants members the opportunity to read, but owning them is impossible. Area B is a treasure trove of knowledge, filled with everything from forgotten spellbooks to rare ancient texts and even legendary manuscripts." Ignoring the allure of Area B, I proceeded to Area A, but not a single artifact that responded to me. This started to worry him, so he turned to the other two and asked, "Has anyone else ever been rejected by the artifacts before?" Wild Boar scratched his head and replied with a forced smile, "It has happened, but it's exceptionally rare for a mage capable of reaching Area A. Even being acknowledged by 1 or 2 artifacts demonstrates considerable skill," he explained. His mood instantly sank. Being ignored by every single area was truly a letdown. He was deeply disappointed but could only manage a wry smile. Seeing this, Trang crossed her arms with the smirk of a CEO and revived his spirits. "There's nothing to be upset about. All of this is just junk." He was completely floored by her words. "What did you just say?" she clarified for him. "Of course, to humans, these are all priceless items. But the truly rare artifact is over there." She pointed towards a door that radiated a murderous aura, as if it were a gateway to the underworld. He asked her, "Inside Area X?" The door to Area X was terrifying enough on its own, with a massive dragon's head carved into its center, its mouth agape, as if ready to devour anyone who approached. Trang stared intently at the room. "I think there's something in there, created by a dragon. I can even smell the faint scent of unclean dragon scales." Hearing this, he could only sigh. He wasn't too concerned. No matter how valuable the item inside was, there was no way he could retrieve it. Lacking faith in his own abilities, he bent down to resume his search. Let's just focus on finding an artifact. But before he could find anything, a brilliant blue light flared to life, capturing his attention. Trang smirked, as she knew exactly what was about to happen. The blue light also startled the other two, causing Wild Boar to stutter. That beam of light is coming from the door to Area X. If they didn't brace themselves, the sheer force of it might just slam all three of them into a wall, turning them into framed art. Wild Boar yelled. It's happening. Something extraordinary is happening. It's been 56 years. Ah, that door is slowly creaking open. The scene then cuts to Taron's room where he is frowning deeply. He asked grimly. Kun Khan's Fang is reacting. Stray Cat replied with the utmost respect. Yes, sir. Taron was lost in deep contemplation. Could this be a sign that the next successor has arrived? The three exceptional artifacts kept in Area X were Angon's Staff, Mosey's Scales, and Kun Khan's Fang. These artifacts all shared a common trait: they allowed their wielders to stand at the absolute pinnacle of power. Angon's Staff was once used by the first human mage, Angon, an infinite artifact that amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the Mage King. 56 years ago, Taron himself had been chosen by Angon's Staff. Anyone chosen by it is destined to rise to the very top of the Mage Tower. And then there was the indestructible armor that repelled all magical attacks, the Scales of Mosey. This armor selects a new master only once every century, and those chosen invariably become legendary knights. However, Kun Khan's Fang from the first chieftain of the ogres was the most mysterious artifact of them all. For 100 long years, it had never chosen a master. Taron mused. Kun Khan's Fang has chosen Adel. Does this mean he is truly destined for the throne? He wondered. To be absolutely certain, he questioned Stray Cat again, double-checking the facts for this manhwa recap. Did Luin Aden actually manage to lift Kun Khan's Fang? The subordinate confirmed it without hesitation. Yes, sir. He lifted it with incredible ease. Taron was once again lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. The Fang of Kun Khan was an artifact so immensely heavy that most generals couldn't even bring it into the tower. He recalled the image of 6 brawny men straining to carry that single Fang. The crushing weight was clearly etched on every one of their faces. It wasn't something anyone could simply pick up. It possessed a power akin to that of an ogre. As a student of this magic academy, that thought sparked a revelation in his mind. A power reminiscent of an ogre, the specially assigned mission to search the heavenly mountains. And now the Fang of Kun Khan, the first chieftain of OGR. He organized all the information he had, then suddenly spoke. Instantly he summoned a witch from Screams and issued a new command to the one known as Wildcat. I've decided to head west towards Heavenly Mountain. Wildcat instructed Luin. The time limit for this assignment is 1 month. Make sure you are on schedule. After giving his instructions, he handed Luin supplies for the journey. And here is your fee, your identification card, and a train ticket. Luin accepted the items and replied, thank you. Wildcat remained silent, watching as Luin packed his bag, as if he had more to say. Once his gear was stowed, Luin looked up, noticed the man's lingering gaze, and asked, is there anything else you need to tell me? The man finally answered, yes and no. It was an infuriatingly cryptic response. Hearing this, Luin pressed on, slightly puzzled. What exactly do you mean by that? He replied, as a wizard from our Magic Academy's tower, I am forbidden from expressing personal opinions, but as your senior, I have some advice for you. Luin's expression flickered with surprise, wondering why he was suddenly being so candid. The Wizard Tower is exceptionally kind to the mages under its command, but to outsiders, it is incredibly cold. They are ruthless. You know where you truly belong, don't you? Wildcat was implying something he was certain Luin would understand. Be careful and question everything. As he spoke these words, his face grew stern, making the atmosphere palpably tense. In response, Luin's own expression naturally became more serious. The ancient citadel of Tessiran, the city nearest to Heavenly Mountain, was constructed to defend the continent from the onslaught of monsters. It was also known as the Shield of the Continent. Therefore, Tessiran was said to be equipped with towering walls, a formidable military, and soldiers whose valiant spirit could rival even the capitals. At least, that's what the books claimed. Luin stood in a nearly deserted area, talking with Chang. His face held a trace of concern. The emptiness was far more profound than he had anticipated. Chang answered his unspoken question. It's because this is a city with a singular purpose. Now that the threat of the ogres is gone, that purpose has vanished, he explained. He then pointed towards a tavern. Look over there, guards are getting drunk in broad daylight. Each soldier held a massive stein of beer, large enough to be a full meal in itself. Their raucous shouts filled the air, and Luin found himself growing slightly irritated. Cha! And they called this the city where people fought heroically, only to return during the day. Suddenly, a hulking brute with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared from nowhere. Hey, you pretty boy, in the fancy clothes. Hand over everything you've got. Did this oaf really think his massive frame could intimidate him? Luin's face showed absolutely no fear. He simply placed a gentle hand on the big man's shoulder. A moment later, Luin walked away, realizing the world was vastly different from the tales in books. As for the thug, he was now sprawled out on his back, staring blankly at the sky. A thunderous snore erupted into the quiet space. Some fellow was fast asleep, drooling with a snot bubble inflating from his nose. Luin and Chang stood there helplessly watching him sleep like the dead, unsure of what to say. Luin decided to break the man's deep slumber. "Excuse me." Hearing the voice, the man groggily stirred and woke up. He shot upright the moment he saw Luin standing before him. "My apologies, I was so deep in sleep I didn't even notice you, esteemed wizard." Luin didn't seem to mind. "It's fine. May I rent a horse?" he asked the man. The stable owner's face twisted with embarrassment. "Well, actually, we don't have any horses at the moment." The stables were completely bare. Not a single horse in sight, only piles of dry hay in the stalls. Luin re-asked, just to be sure. "No horses at all," the owner confirmed. "That's right. Are there no other stables around here?" The owner could only scratch his head, a guilty look on his face. "This is the only one in all of Tessiran." At this, Chang burst out laughing to the point of tears. "What kind of stable has no horses? Haha, this place is truly..." Before he could finish, Luin cut him off, a hint of disappointment on his face, as his plans were derailed. The stable owner quickly tried to explain. "Originally, there were 3 horses in the stables, but all of them were rented out this morning. It's been a long time since we had any customers, but today, someone suddenly came and rented all of them." Hearing this, Luin was surprised as the man awkwardly made a suggestion. "If you could just wait one day, I could somehow..." Luin cut him off sharply. "Wait a moment," which made the owner jump slightly. Luin asked the stable owner. "No one has needed a horse for a long time, but today, someone just happened to rent all of them." The owner, also a bit puzzled, replied, "That's right, but why do you ask?" A seed of doubt began to sprout in Luin's mind. Visitors to Tessiran were rare. Could it really be a coincidence that someone else rented every single horse? He wondered. And as this manhwa recap continues, he suddenly recalled Wildcat's ominous warning. With him before he left, suspect everything. He turned to his companion perched on his shoulder. "Trang, you figured it out too, haven't you?" Hearing this, it let out a sigh. Crossing its arms, it said, "Hey human, you're only just noticing I told you this back on the ship." That answered his question. That's right, they both whipped their heads around in unison. In the same direction. "We're being tailed." Behind the building, across from where he and Trang stood, a heavily cloaked figure was watching their every move. The moment they realized they were being followed, they immediately sprang into action. Luin had already instructed the innkeeper to report back if anyone came asking about him. He slipped a gold coin to the innkeeper, whose eyes instantly lit up as he eagerly accepted. "You can count on me. It's true what they say, money really does talk." Luin decided to act as bait and took a stroll around Terrasen. As he confidently walked the streets, he thought, times, they must have seen me leave the inn. They're bound to come asking about us. Right, times they were clearly agents of the Renok Empire. A smirk played on his lips as if he had it all figured out. Whether it's the Prince Salty that I rejected his offer of citizenship, or the King of the Wizard Tower sniffing around for information on me, I don't really care. But none of them are welcome here. I have to deal with this problem no matter what before I head up the mountain. His eyes glinted with determination. There was no way he'd let them keep tailing him now that he was onto them. No one came by, the innkeeper awkwardly reported to Luin. In disbelief, he pressed. "What do you mean?" The innkeeper replied earnestly. "It's the truth. I was on high alert, waiting for someone to show up after you left. But absolutely no one came." Trang chimed in. "He doesn't seem to be lying." Suddenly, the innkeeper's face changed as he recalled something. Although one very strange thing did happen. Luin immediately leaned in. What was it? The man revealed something that sent a chill down his spine. "For about 3 minutes, my memory is a complete blank." Luin was stunned into silence. The innkeeper continued, "No matter how hard I try to recall." Luin's expression tensed as the man described the void in his memory. Asterisk, mind control. Asterisk A. High-level 6-circle magic that allows the caster to completely control and dominate a target's mind. The victim loses all memory of that period, and the caster can even steal those specific memories. Luin quickly headed upstairs. Asterisk. They're far more ruthless and powerful than I imagined. What's more, if they stole his memories, they'll asterisk. Asterisk. Realize that I'm on to them. Asterisk. He pieced it all together, one clue at a time. Luin opened the door to his room. It was empty, but pinned to the headboard was a note. It read, "I have no intention of harming you, so don't waste your time looking for me. Just continue with your own quest." Luin furiously ripped the note from the headboard. "So you sneak into my room, leave a note telling me not to worry. This is basically a threat." His expression hardened. "All right, then let's play." Luin launched himself out of the window, kicking off the walls of nearby buildings before landing safely. Man, a parkour scene like this is what makes a manhwa recap so epic. Luin's move looked absolutely insane. He took off like a rocket, and Trang asked him, "So, what's the plan?" He replied with a triumphant grin, "We're going to find them." Luin then commanded, "Show me the map." A map materialized displaying 4 red dots, one for him and Trang, and 3 others representing the 3 individuals tailing them. He bolted, but not before glancing back with a taunting look. "All right then, try to keep up." Red circles of energy appeared around Luin's feet as he accelerated. shouting loud enough for his pursuers to hear like he was going for gold in a triathlon. Should we go after them? One of the three asked. Haha, our little grand tournament champion from the Magic Academy wants to play a game with us. It would be rude to refuse, said the one with a skull emblem, who appeared to be the leader. He then ordered his two subordinates, go after them. Just make sure you don't kill them. Hearing the command, the two underlings vanished in a blur. Yes, sir. As the sky turned a menacing red, the two pursuers soared like hawks, closing the distance to Luin and Trang in no time. And our boy? He was still grinning from ear to ear, not a trace of fear on his face. I mean, he's the one who invited them to this party, so what's there to be scared of? In a spot as deserted as a graveyard, a purple light flashed, and the three suspiciously cloaked figures landed. They began to walk forward, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The one in the middle spoke up. The trail of the mage from Scream's Luin Aden has vanished. The leader turned his head. He hasn't vanished. He's waiting for us. He's what? They were so busy chatting, they failed to notice their surroundings. From behind a stack of wooden crates, Luin suddenly launched his attack, catching the three cloaked figures completely off guard. Figures in black didn't even have time to react. They cried out in alarm. Before Luin could utter a second word, one of the two had his face rearranged by Luin's fist. He then swiftly turned to face the second man, who was so terrified his jaw dropped. Luin lunged forward with his fist, but the man quickly conjured a magical barrier in front of himself. But of course, a little trick like that wasn't going to stop our hero, was it? The magical wall shattered instantly under Luin's punch, and the man took the full force of a blow so hard he coughed up blood. Bam! Just like that, two of the three men were down, sprawled out on the ground. Luin stared directly at the final man, who suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! I was wondering what kind of person he was, but it turns out he's a real monster, isn't he? Luin's face was a storm of killing intent as he glared at the man and growled. Who are you people? The bearded man in the black cloak remained eerily calm in the face of Luin's hostility, saying, Did you know the Archmage of the Sorcerer's Tower sent us here? We were instructed to protect our younger generation. Luin shot back. Protect. This feels more like spying to me. The bearded man's expression grew even more mysterious. He tore the paper he was holding and said, It's all the same, really? In any case, you've been quite fun to watch. And with that, the old man vanished, leaving only his two unconscious subordinates on the ground, in a puff of gray smoke, along with the words, See you later. Luin's eyes fell on the skull tattoo on the henchman's neck, and he muttered, This skull tattoo. Dark sorcerers. They're dark sorcerers. Luin crossed his arms, looking at the two unconscious men before speaking to Trang. That's right, they're a clandestine group, a team of mages from the tower that specializes in handling dirty work. With that skull wreathed in mystical green fire and those mysterious black robes, you can tell at a glance, this guild is up to no good, Luin stated. The secret society of dark sorcerers. All that was known about them was their group's name and that tattoo. Their exact activities and the power level of each individual were unknown. Even the identity of their leader was a complete mystery. Hearing this, Trang looked at Luin with excitement and asked, So, what was your impression after meeting them? Luin looked at Trang, a slight smile forming, as an idea sparked. They're manageable. They don't seem to be on par with the representatives from the last major tournament. Trang seemed a bit confused, saying, But we still haven't verified the other man's power. Luin calmly replied, It's fine. He brought a hand to his mouth, recalling the scene where those damned mages attacked innocent people, and added, They used 6th level magic. So clearly they aren't your average grunts. Besides, they can monitor us from a distance. The plot was thickening, revealing a conspiracy worthy of its own manhwa recap. Trang, noticing his pensive look, asked, What are you going to do? Luin remained lost in thought. He then looked up as if he'd devised a plan and said, First, we're going to make them show themselves. A moment later, the thunder of horse hooves filled the air. The very next day we immediately set off for Heavenly Mountain. Luin spurred his horse on, racing towards the mountain range ahead. The journey to Heavenly Mountain was exhausting. We had to trek through arid deserts on foot, but I could feel that we had finally reached our destination. Luin placed a hand over his chest. Luin dismounted his horse, his hand still on his chest, a look of anxious anticipation on his face as a vibration emanated from his core. The light shone on the young man's sweat-drenched face as he offered a faint smile, looking straight ahead and saying, So this is Heavenly Mountain. That's right, there's no mistaking it. This mountain, shrouded in a dark, gloomy membrane, is indeed Heavenly Mountain. Luin stood there, captivated for a long moment, and said, This is exactly the feeling of satisfaction I was looking for. The black barrier shimmered slightly as if something had just brushed against it. Luin asked, You once said this is where you lived with Draka, right? Trang replied, Yes, that's correct. Luin wearily sat down, leaning his back against the barrier. It won't even budge an inch. How are we supposed to get in? Luin's expression shifted, a hint of worry creeping in as he looked up at Trang. What kind of inhumane idea is this? Are you telling me I have to destroy this barrier, just like that? Trang crawled up onto his forehead and replied, Correct. Luin heaved a heavy sigh. Well then, Trang climbed up. Looking down from above, Luin says confidently, "If they were human, they'd definitely try to break the barrier, right?" Chang looks up at Luin and replies, "Yes, that would be the first thought." Chang continues, "But they couldn't break it with ordinary human methods." Then he adds, "So what would happen if there was an ogre here?" Chang's question startles Luin, as if it was a possibility he hadn't even considered. Luin sits cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, thinking seriously. Wouldn't it be better to call an ogre from the inside? Ask them to open the door like a friend would. While Luin is still pondering this, Chang has already leaped and landed swiftly on the ground. He crossed his arms, looking at Luin, and declared, "Yes, my thoughts are perfectly clear now." Hearing this, Luin was even more stunned. His pupils contracted as he looked down at Trang, demanding, "But you said all the ogres here were eliminated, didn't you?" Trang, with a face full of confidence, looked straight at Luin and replied that such a conclusion was merely a human way of thinking. Luin began to feel the pressure glancing back at the barrier, as Trang's expression darkened. He said, "Remember, Luin, your power isn't meant to follow conventions, it's meant to shatter them." Just as the words left his lips, a voice echoed from within the gloomy barrier, "I'm shattering it now," which caught even Luin standing outside by surprise. Luin placed a hand on the barrier and grunted "hemp," before pressing both hands against it, his face showing a hint of apprehension. He spoke, "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend you can't, but I've brought the fang of your leader," with both hands still on the barrier. Luin continued, "If you hear what I'm saying, open the gate." The atmosphere suddenly fell into a heavy silence, making both Luin and Trang feel a knot of anxiety in their stomachs. A moment later, a powerful violet-blue light erupted from Luin's hands. A massive explosion created a shockwave between Luin and the barrier, putting him in a precarious situation. But with his unyielding will, Luin stood firm, enduring the immense power before him. Luin's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he saw something utterly terrifying approaching. The black barrier then began to fade away. Luin exclaimed, "It opened." Just then, a mysterious old man in a black cloak appeared out of nowhere, rushing forward in a panic. How could a rookie like him possibly achieve what no one has ever done before? But as luck would have it, the barrier reappeared right as he arrived, blocking his entry. The man was left completely helpless. He could only stand outside, pounding on the barrier and screaming, "What is this?" It closed again. What in the world is happening? Before he could even process the situation, a fist that everyone recognized came flying towards him. Luin launched forward, landing a direct punch on the man's face and sending him reeling backward. Luin's expression was a mask of fury as he roared with rage. "Seize the opportunity. You won't be able to escape like you did the other day." Without giving the old man a chance to retaliate, Luin unleashed his next move. Using his earthquake skill, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a powerful tremor that shattered the earth beneath their feet. The old man had just been hit with 2 consecutive blows, causing him to cry out in pain. Ugh, but it wasn't over. Luin shouted vines, summoning long tendrils that shot forward to capture their designated prey, which was that very mage. The old man was instantly bound tightly by Luin's vines, lying immobilized on the ground before him, unable to speak or even twitch a finger. The mage could only let out helpless sounds. Luin said, "Did you really think you could get close to me this time?" He calmly looked down at the figure tied up before him, asking, "What level are you even on? Let's just end this game early." But just as things seemed under control, a new threat emerged. A towering figure wielding a massive wooden club. This green-skinned giant swung its club straight down at Luin's position, leaving him completely stunned and bewildered. A truly horrific sight unfolded. In an instant, the green giant's wooden club was dripping with a fresh, crimson fluid. There was no need to guess what that liquid was. Luin was utterly horrified by the scene that had just transpired. His eyes shot wide open, and his body froze solid. The giant then turned to face Luin with an expression of pure savagery, sending a shiver down his spine. Its jet-black eyes stared intently at Luin as it growled, "Answer me, human. Who are you?" On the outside, Luin tried to appear composed, but deep down, he was consumed by extreme anxiety. Perched on his shoulder, Trang leaned in and whispered, "Luin, remember this? They were created with the minds of beasts. Their training was far from anything taught at a magic academy. It's a miracle I was even able to breach the barrier on Thien Sun Mountain. The moment I stepped inside, it felt like another world." He followed the green giant deeper into their territory. There, he found himself surrounded by countless other fearsome green giants. They stared at him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. One of the giants in the crowd spoke up, "A human. What's a human doing in here? Sniff sniff. But he doesn't quite smell like a human. He has a scent, just like ours." Sniff sniff. Luin continued walking, his face as taut as a bowstring. Beside him, Trang added, "Master, you must be careful. They do not share the same moral code as humans do." Luin replied tensely, "I know." He recalled his initial confrontation with the green giant and thought, "For now, I'm guessing he's not harming me because of the fang." This Manhwa recap is getting intense. Of Kunkan, but I have no idea when they might decide to end me. He cautiously trailed behind the green giant, keeping a close eye on him. Upon reaching a towering mountain, the green giant announced, "We have arrived. This is the peak of Thin Sun Mountain." The two of them stopped beside another green behemoth. Luin glanced at the club-wielding giant and asked, "The peak, but it looks like there's another summit, even higher up right." Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, making Luin jump in surprise. Before him stood another giant, far larger than the others, with a mane of white hair and a matching beard. Luin thought to himself, this isn't the summit, but it's definitely a boss-level ogre. The white-haired giant gazed down at Luin and began his introduction. "I am the chieftain Hak Khan. Human, I've heard that you possess the sacred relic of Kun Khan." Regardless of the situation, Luin was still reeling from the shock of seeing a creature 10 times the size of the other ogres. He stared up with his jaw agape, wondering, is he really that much more massive than the others? Chieftain Hak Khan continued, "Human, we shall welcome you as a guest. I've decided against tearing you to pieces and feeding your remains to the eagles. Now, who are you?" Luin, trying to maintain his composure, replied, "I thought I made this clear at the gate, but I am the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan." Chieftain Hak Khan sat down, his voice booming, "Lies. That is not an artifact that a mere human can handle," Luin retorted, "but it is the truth." Luin then produced an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, "I can show it to you, can't I?" The nearby ogre exclaimed in shock. "By the heavens, it's actually real." Chieftain Hak Khan looked at Luin with immense satisfaction. "An interesting human indeed. I can smell our kind's scent on you, and I also detect the aroma of great power." Luin replied cheerfully, "You're right about that, I am quite strong." The chieftain pressed on. "Then answer me. Human, who are you?" Luin hesitated for a moment before saying, "I am Luin." Suddenly, Chang and Luin exchanged a look, as if sharing the same thought. Luin spoke up, "Do you know of Drakagonia? That is the name of a dragon that lives on this very Thin Sun Mountain." Chieftain Hak Khan's jaw dropped in astonishment at what he had just heard. He quickly looked down at Luin and demanded, "How could you possibly know that name?" With a confident smirk, Luin placed his hands on his hips and replied, "I heard it from Kingram." Upon hearing that name, Chieftain Hak Khan was even more stunned. He boomed, "Kingram, he is still alive." Luin recalled his first encounter with Kingram and said he's currently living as a sentient artifact back at my Magic Academy. It's a wild story, perfect for a manhwa recap, but you could say he's considered one of the professors. Luin then looked at Chieftain Hak Khan and stated confidently, "You're wondering just who I am, aren't you?" The green ogre, who had guided him earlier, stood frozen listening as Luin declared, "I am a friend of Kingram, the one who was once the chieftain of Thin Sun Mountain's peak." Luin continued, his voice ringing with authority, "I am also the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan and the inheritor of Draka's world-shattering power." With every revelation, Chieftain Khan's surprise grew. Facing the two massive ogres, Luin announced clearly, "I am Luin Aden." Luin confronted the chieftain. "After all that, do you still intend to crush me and feed my corpse to the eagles?" Chieftain Hak Khan was silent for a long moment before replying, "No. We shall welcome you with open arms, human." Luin's expression immediately froze solid, as if he'd been struck speechless. He was now being led to the center of a large plaza, where a crude stone table stood amidst a crowd of roaring ogres. Chang, perched on Luin's shoulder with his arms crossed, explained, "The ogres have a rite of passage for welcoming newcomers. If you wish to be accepted, you must prove your own worth. Even Draka had to participate when he first came here." Chang added with a serious look. The trial, as it turned out, was arm wrestling, and right in front of him, a massive green ogre stepped forward. He cheerfully flexed his biceps and boomed, "I am Omerat, son of Murukan Khan. Are you the human we're supposed to be welcoming?" Luin's face instantly contorted into a frown. He thought to himself, "You're telling me this behemoth is my opponent? Something feels very, very wrong about this." In an instant, Luin and Omerat were in position to arm wrestle. The entire plaza erupted in cheers. "Come on, Kra, Omerat, crush that human." Leaning over the stone table, Luin glanced at Chang and asked, "If I lose this arm wrestling match, they won't actually feed me to the eagles, right?" Chang replied helplessly, "Honestly, I'm not so sure." Facing the colossal Omerat, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. It was impossible not to notice how minuscule Luin looked in comparison to his opponent. The two locked hands. Luin figured this giant ogre was meant to intimidate him, but that didn't mean he should just blindly rush into things. His expression was incredibly tense as he contemplated a match between an ogre and... It sounds ridiculous for a human, but I also possess a special power granted by an artifact. A white fang was now levitating amidst a stream of magical energy. Luin stated, "Ever since I acquired Kun Khan's fang, my strength has increased by 1,000. Luin's brow furrowed in concentration as he thought, "Right now, my power level has reached 3,520. This should be possible." Omerat, on the other hand, wore an expression of supreme confidence, saying, "I didn't take you for an ordinary human, but the feel of your arm is something else entirely. I am Omerat, son of Omeru Khan. Even if my opponent is a human, I will not go easy on you." Not one to back down, Luin just grinned and declared loudly, "That's the spirit. Go ahead and try to defeat me once and for all." In the center, the referee began the preparations. Ready, you could see the intense seriousness etched on both competitors' faces. Begin the goblin, referee roared. Instantly, Luin tensed his arm muscles with such force that a piece of his spiked armor ripped off. Overpowered seemed a little taken aback by his opponent's initial burst of power. The match was still deadlocked, with no clear winner. Overpowered let out a mighty roar. On Luin's side, you could see his expression worsening. Sweat poured down his face, as if he could only hold on for a few more moments. He thought to himself, is it over already? But Luin gathered every last bit of his remaining energy and screamed, this is my final chance. The hairy goblin. But contrary to his hopes, Overpowered slammed Luin's arm down with surprising ease, and it wasn't just a simple pin. It made a loud thud. Luin had flexed so hard he tore his clothes, but to lose so pathetically left him completely frozen, his face a mask of pure bewilderment. The goblin referee then stood up. Raising both arms high, he declared, Overpowered is the victor. Exhausted, Luin lay sprawled across the stone table, sighing, I lost. Even though I gave it everything I had. Luin's hand was trembling, covered in fresh wounds and bruises. He muttered, so am I going to be fed to the giant eagles now? He stared blankly at the sky, as if accepting his fate. As his thoughts drifted, a voice interrupted, get up, human. A green goblin knelt facing Luin, with a look of satisfaction and said, you put up a good fight. To hold your ground against Overpowered, the most elite warrior of the Heavenly Mountains. Truly, that is commendable. Just then, the system's quest window popped up, a classic feature in this manhwa recap. The goblins of the Heavenly Mountains greatly revere strength. Draka spent 17 years earning the goblins' respect through his power. Just as he did, you must win over the goblins you desire with your strength, and command their respect. Asterisk, asterisk, quest defeat Overpowered in arm wrestling, no more than one attempt. Asterisk, asterisk, reward the goblins of the Heavenly Mountains. Luin looked up in disbelief. He stammered, thank you. Chang looked at Luin cheerfully, saying, well done, Luin, you've won the goblins' support. Luin pushed himself up, looking at Chang, and said awkwardly, Chang, you conveniently forgot to mention this part, didn't you, Chang? Just let out a gleeful chuckle. Luin smirked at Chang and declared, you said it took Draka 17 years to beat Overpowered, right? I'll do it in 1 month. Looking around, he saw the atmosphere had become incredibly festive, with goblins gathering at tables to eat, drink, and chat. As soon as the arm wrestling match concluded, a feast was prepared atop the small mountain. At one table, Luin said cheerfully, this is way better than I expected, right? It's hard to believe goblins are such skilled cooks. Chang replied helplessly, I'll admit the food has a very strong smell. The aroma is quite unique. Luin countered, no, it's not that. He sat down, looked around, and asked, but why do the goblins here live so secluded within this monastery? Luin's expression grew somber, as he thought, I have a strange feeling about this. Watching the goblins laugh and joke around, Luin felt he was on the verge of overcoming something far more important than the quest itself. Overpowered approached from behind and said, strong human. Luin turned to face him and replied, yes, Overpowered. Overpowered looked down at Luin. So what do you plan to do with the fang of our first chieftain? Luin replied, do with it. Is there something I can do with it? Overpowered grinned broadly. If you wish, I can help you forge it into a weapon fit for a human. This unexpected offer left Luin a bit stunned. He thought, what? Later, in a dark cellar, Luin held the massive fang, wondering what exactly is this thing. As he examined it, Chang explained, it's a primary source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the Agares clan inherits it becomes the strongest. Luin clarified, no, I mean, what is it used for? Like for armor or a magic staff? Chang elaborated, Angli's scepter and Mosey's scales have very clear purposes. This is more complex than any lesson at a magic academy. One is a sorcerer's staff, and the other is a knight's magical armor. An image flashed through his mind, of him decked out in armor, holding a staff, and laughing maniacally. Chang suggested, or maybe it's meant to be used as a mace. Here, take this magic spell. The two chatted animatedly as they walked down the dark corridor. Chang said, just hold on to that, and we'll figure it out later. It will only serve to boost your power. Your power? Luin simply replied, all right. The scene then shifts to Overpowered, who grinned widely and announced, if you'd like, I can forge it for you, a weapon, truly befitting a human. Luin was completely taken aback by this unexpected offer. He had this incredible material but no way to use it. This was a truly golden opportunity. Overpowered pointed a thumb at his own chest and boasted, Kunkan's fang is so dense and hard that practically no one can work it. But for the iron forge of Omiosira, it's a different story. Omiosira. It's entirely possible. Luin looked a bit confused. The iron forge was essentially the ogre equivalent of a master blacksmith. Overpowered looked at Luin and asked, do you have any ideas about the kind of special weapon you want? Human. Luin hummed thoughtfully. A moment later, a smile crept across his face as an idea struck him. So, you can create exactly what I need. It's been half a month since I came to Heaven Mountain, Luin narrated, while Anuo was shown stalking prey in the bushes. Up ahead, a green goblin yelled out. A classic training arc in any good manhwa recap. Over there, human Luin exploded from the foliage, declaring, "I'll handle this." During this time, I've been helping the Ogress tribe with their hunts and offering my support. Next, we see him on a grueling run. He'd spent a great deal of time training in skills he couldn't master back at the Magic Academy. Drenched in sweat, Luin glanced up at the system interface, then smiled and said, "All right." Later, he's arm wrestling with Omerat, and just like every time before, Luin is defeated once again. However, the main task that occupied most of my time was something else entirely. Chang's voice rang out, announcing the score. 15 losses in 15 matches. Having lost to Omerat 15 times in a row, Luin angrily rubbed his arm, muttering, "Lost again. This is really getting to me." Behind him, Omerat just let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha." As Luin stood there nursing his pride, Chang came over to offer encouragement. "Keep at it, Master, you're definitely improving." Omerat chimed in with a grin. "He's right, human. You're gradually learning to use your strength more efficiently." But Luin refused to back down. He looked at Omerat with unwavering confidence, saying, "Thanks. I can feel myself getting stronger bit by bit. I've learned how to properly channel my power, thanks to your advice, and I can hold on a little longer each day." Luin shoved his hands in his pockets, turned his head, and made a solemn vow. "Before I leave this place, I swear, I will defeat you, Omerat." From across the way, Omerat, hearing his name called out so boldly, looked completely and utterly stunned. Their conversation echoed clearly even from deep within the cave. "Omerat, are you getting nervous?" Omerat shot back. "Hardly human. In a match of strength, you don't stand a chance against me." But a few days later, Omerat was the one wearing a stone-faced, rigid expression. In a shocking turn of events, Luin's much smaller hand had finally slammed Omerat's down. The scorekeeper announced 17 matches, 16 losses. Even Chang couldn't believe his eyes, whispering, "One win." Luin leaped to his feet, throwing his arms in the air and roaring in triumph, leaving Omerat in a state of disbelief. "I won." The system interface appeared. Side quest in Heaven Mountain, win an arm wrestling match against Omerat. 1 complete. You will receive the prize of the Heaven Mountain Ogre tribe as a reward. You have earned the respect of all ogres. Omerat wasn't the least bit angry about his defeat. On the contrary, he showered Luin with praise. "You just keep finding new ways to surprise me. I admit defeat, my master." Luin rubbed his wrist, smiling happily at Omerat as he noted, "This is a first, isn't it? You calling me that?" Omerat turned and began to walk away, saying, "It seems you are finally ready." Luin watched his retreating figure, asking, "Ready for what?" He then wondered to himself, could it be? "Is it finished?" Omerat glanced back over his shoulder and said, "Come here." He then revealed, "To be honest, it's been finished for a while. I was just waiting for this moment to give it to you." Luin quickly approached Omerat, asking, "Why didn't you give it to me sooner, if the weapon was already done?" As he rummaged around for the item, Omerat explained, "I was waiting for the moment that you could finally defeat me. If you hadn't won, I might never have given it to you. Kun Khan's fang is a sacred treasure to our people." Hearing this, Luin's expression froze for a second, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, as he thought, "So I basically had to wrestle it away from him." A moment later, Omerat presented the object, holding it out to Luin. "Here, this is yours." Luin stared at the item, his eyes wide with awe. That's a pair of black metal gauntlets. Bare paws made from Kun Khan's fang, forged by Omerat himself. Gauntlets decorated with the fangs of Kun Khan, the very first ogre chieftain of Heaven Mountain. The fang fragments will never shatter from any impact and will annihilate everything they touch. Instantly increases strength by 2000, unlocks the unique skill, leadership, and possesses growing potential. Luin slipped on the pair of gauntlets, clenching his fists, and thinking that with Kun Khan's fang embedded within, they would be the most comfortable fit for him, a close combat mage. Seeing him silent for a moment, Chang asked, "So how is it?" Omeran also chimed in, "What do you think of my creation? I forged it from the most perfect mold just for you." Luin looked tense, but in reality, his mind was racing. "This is incredible," he thought. "It's not just 2000 strength points, it might be even more powerful than that." Luin declared, "Omeran, can you gather all the warriors of Tian Sun for me?" Very quickly, all the blue goblins were assembled in full force. They began to murmur amongst themselves. "A powerful human wants to challenge all of us to an arm wrestling match." "That's right, he said he's going to defeat every single one of us." The goblins were already buzzing with excitement. Even though he had defeated Omeran, this was a direct challenge to their pride, but they absolutely lived for this kind of event. They roared with excitement. Welcome, Luin now stood in the middle of the square, facing a massive goblin. From the Agress tribe's perspective, this could have been seen as an arrogant challenge, but the atmosphere here was incredibly festive. For a tribe that worshipped strength, they highly appreciated my competitive spirit. It wasn't just the large goblins. Even the small ones came to watch and cheer on the spectacle. A young goblin shouted loudly. You can do it, Dad. Chang, with his arms crossed, chuckled, and said, Ah, this brings back memories. Draka did something just like this once. Looking down at Chang, he says, although it has fought off 17 consecutive opponents for 30 years, your case is completely different. Humans can't live as long as dragons. Chang's smug expression instantly vanished, replaced by a look of helplessness. Luin placed one hand on the stone table, looking at his opponent with serious intent. Just yesterday I thought this was impossible, he mused. But looking at his shimmering black gauntlets, Luin felt confident that with Kun Khan's fang on his hand, he simply couldn't lose. The goblin referee, standing by, began the countdown. Ready, begin. Both warriors immediately tried to slam the other's arm down, but it looked as though Luin was at a slight disadvantage. Oh, but with his honed strength combined with the power of the gauntlet, Luin was able to effortlessly overpower his opponent, slamming his hand onto the table. This manhwa recap is getting intense. On a vast plain, the goblins gathered in a crowd as if to bid Luin farewell. One of them asked, Will we see you again, my lord? Luin replied, Yes, but for now we must head to Leverden. The goblin said wistfully, You've given us a truly memorable experience. Thank you, my lord. Luin looked at them cheerfully, but didn't say anything more. Luin held out his hand, and Omran, seeing this, asked, You want another arm wrestling match, even after you've already defeated all of us? This isn't for an arm wrestling match, Luin said, causing Omran to freeze for a moment. He reached out and took Omran's hand, saying, This is called a handshake. Omran was confused, repeating, A handshake. A hint of nostalgia crossed Luin's face as he explained it was a human form of greeting. Omran listened in enlightened silence as Luin explained it was used for meeting someone and for saying goodbye to a friend. With that, he set off on his journey, waved off by the goblins. Luin waved back and shouted, See you later, as a type of farewell. As evening fell at the Magic Academy, new information was coming to light. In his office, Taron sat at his desk, listening to a rather unimportant report. He propped his head on his hand, his mind elsewhere. The report on the Wailing Witch was still missing. It had been quite some time since the other two returned with grave injuries. There had been no news since the Wailing Witch began tailing Luin Aden alone. His thoughts then drifted to the two dark mages that Luin had beaten to a pulp a while back. After sending another team to scout, they found no signs of human activity near Thien Sun. He muttered, They've been dealt with. Before he could finish his thought, someone interrupted him. Master, I have a new report. Another figure in a black cloak entered the room. He announced Luin Aden has advanced to Leverden. Hearing this, Taron was caught completely off guard, his face turning as black as the bottom of a pot as he silently plotted his next move. He commanded order him to return immediately. At that moment, Luin had already arrived in the city. The castle was bathed in the crimson glow of the sunset, accompanied by a deep, disappointed voice. I have failed the mission. Taron rested his chin on his hand, his expression a mix of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts demonic rage as he listened to the report. Just as King Flame predicted, there's a reason why no one has ever succeeded in conquering that place. It was only upon reaching Thien Sun that I truly understood the nature of this mission. Luin, sitting slumped in a chair, explains dejectedly that the barrier there was too strong, so there was no way to get inside. Taron just listens in silence. He then cuts Luin off. You're a terrible liar, you know that, Taron says, enunciating each word slowly. Be honest. Tell me everything clearly. You are the one chosen by Kun Khan after all. His voice turns stern. And the mission you chose was to find the ogre's fortress. That seems a little too coincidental, don't you think? Hearing this, Luin looks guilty, sweat trickling down his face as he tries to feign calmness and asks, So you've been following me? Taron calmly replies, Following you? I was simply concerned. I was afraid you might become one of the tower's opposition. Luin quickly interjects, Any mage who dares to oppose the word of the Flame King would become a sworn enemy of everyone in the tower, right? Besides, Taron says, giving him a once-over, enough with the small talk. Let's get to the main point. Tell me the truth. What did you see in the Heavenly Mountains? His face suddenly turns fierce as he presses menacingly. Are the first ogres still alive? Hearing Taron's question, Luin's face tenses up, unsure of how to respond. He slowly makes his way out of the castle. Luin lets out a sigh of relief. Asterisk. Phew, that was close. Asterisk. He recalls the moment Taron threatened him, saying, Don't you lie to me, I know everything. I could search your past right here and now, if I wanted to. Luin had cut him off, asking, But you wouldn't do that, would you? This had momentarily surprised Taron. What Luin had smirked provocatively. A great border wizard such as yourself wouldn't resort to such measures, would he? Especially not against a student like me. Hearing this, Taron's eyebrows furrowed, and he roared in anger. Are you gambling with me? That word student sounds a bit too humble, don't you think? Taron said, exasperated. Well, fine. He softened his tone and instructed. Your first official mission was a failure, so just head back to the Magic Academy. Luin's face soured as he fell deep into thought. Asterisk. I just gambled on the Flame King's pride, and luckily, It worked. Even though he wouldn't use such an extreme method, there are still plenty of other ways to find out the truth in this complicated manhwa recap. Asterisk. He frowned, thinking nervously. Asterisk. But if the Flame King decides to be more unreasonable, he'll definitely have me cornered. The very thought is terrifying. Asterisk. Luin tried to console himself. That it was surely over now. He thought about Tehran, feeling certain that the item from Zone X had chosen him, and everyone knew that meant he was the master of the throne. Although it wasn't said outright, the Flame King will definitely be watching me closely. Luin punched his own aching shoulder and hurried away, sighing. I don't even know anymore. Right now, I just want to get out of here as fast as possible. A steam train sped forward. Colorful banners with Luin's picture on them waved amidst loud cheers. Wow, Luin, congratulations on winning the festival. The crowd tossed him into the air, cheering excitedly. Come on, Luin, welcome back, causing Luin to cry out in embarrassment. Stop it, that was 2 months ago. Jiashan casually dropped a cardboard box onto the table with a thud. Luin, sitting on his bed, wondered, what's all this? His friend stood with hands on his hips and grinned. This is your mail. As expected, the festival winner is bound to be famous. Looking at the pile of letters in the box, he yelped. Whoa, this is way too much. Jiashan cut him off. These are just the recent ones. Seeing his confusion, Jiashan turned to a white cabinet and continued. And these are the ones that arrived a while ago. We've been holding on to them. Luin's eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped as he saw a mountain of letters before him, unable to utter a single word. He was in a state of complete shock, utterly speechless. Jiashan leaned over, watching Luin sit cross-legged on the bed, looking at a letter in his hand, in amazement and muttering. What's this? A letter from the prince, it read. From the genius mage and true patriot of the kingdom to my dear Luin. Meanwhile, more letters kept spilling out of the cabinet. Jae-sun continued in his typical deadpan tone. I was thrilled to hear you rejected the imperial prince's offer. You're a true patriot, wow. Dear? Luin questioned. Even though I've never met them. Jae-sun sighed and explained. The salutation. Dear isn't for people you're close to, but for those you want to be close to. You get it. He lounged on the bed, watching Luin intently read the letter, unable to hold back his curiosity. But anyway, Luin, what's your plan? The corners of Luin's mouth turned up slightly in a mysterious and rather cunning smile. He then grinned brightly and replied, I'm thinking this year is going to be very different. As our manhwa recap continues, Luin rode his horse at a leisurely pace beneath the canopy of a sun-dappled forest. He traveled along, thinking excitedly, it's been a long time since I've been back. I haven't visited my hometown since last year. I just stayed cooped up in the dorms the whole time, never going anywhere. Recalling that period, Luin couldn't help but admit he didn't have the nerve to face his fellow countrymen. He wasn't confident enough to smile and answer their question, so how is your life at the Magic Academy going? But now Luin's eyes filled with confidence, as he thought, but now I can face them with pride. From his perch on horseback, he saw villages with European architecture on a wide expanse of land. The people were stunned, not believing their eyes, and called out in unison, Young master. Luin scratched his head, replying shyly, Is everyone doing well? The villagers erupted in cheers. Oh, is it really you, young master? Another person exclaimed in surprise. What, the young master? Everyone surrounded him, causing him to scratch his head repeatedly. He explained awkwardly, My apologies, everyone. I've been away for too long, haven't I? A villager laughed loudly and asked, Ha, how is that academy? Is it just like the rumors say? Someone else chimed in, Hey, but our young master is the best, isn't he? Luina suddenly ran up and hugged him tightly, calling out, Big brother. She put her hands on her hips, pouting. She huffed, Hump. Not a single letter from you this whole time, and now you just show up. Their father watched from behind with a gentle, somewhat helpless smile. Luin called out, Father? Luin playfully patted her head, teasing, Luina, you've grown so much, haven't you? I almost didn't recognize you. This made the little girl yell in frustration. What? He gave her a wide smile, silently adding, And you're still just as adorable. Luin then gently instructed his father, Father, please call all the family members to gather. It's been a very long time since I've had a chance to talk with anyone. That night, a brilliant moon shone through the clouds. In the living room, everyone had assembled. They gathered around to listen to Luin. He told his family and close friends about what had happened over the past 6 years, naturally omitting the details about the players. Luina sobbed, wiping away tears. Big brother, you've really been through so much, the maid exclaimed, but you managed to overcome all of it. All of those hardships. We are so proud of you. Another young man spoke up, but wait, does that mean you won a big tournament? And you also had a private conversation with the Imperial Prince? Luin replied softly. Yes. He thought to himself. That was 2 months ago, but it's still breaking news to people in my hometown. His father held up a letter, his voice filled with pride. Is that why the royal family sent a letter? He laughed and boasted, and countless letters from noble families have been sent here as well. This made Luin laugh helplessly, thinking, I wanted to be the first one to tell you. Bin said in a serious tone. There are a few issues related to that which you need to be aware of, young master, his father replied. Let's begin. We've finished that other discussion. Bin instructed you need to understand more about this. It will be to your advantage. This left Luin feeling completely bewildered, with no idea what was happening. He turned to his father with a question. Father, please just tell me. If I have to hear this from someone else, I'll be very disappointed. His father rested his chin on his hand, replying helplessly. It would be useless. He recalled the wooden crate overflowing with letters they had received and lamented. As I just said, our house has received innumerable letters from nobles, and they are all about you. Many letters offer substantial aid to our family, as a pretext to use you, or to secure a meeting with you. Luina and the maid both looked worried as they listened to his father speak. Of course, I refused them all, but there is one problem. Luin placed his hands on his lap and looked at his father seriously. He asked, what problem? His father replied by no so. He thought of the man with no small amount of concern. He's using you as leverage to threaten House Ale. Manzo, the commercial city, is the only one near the Ale territory. Most of the goods produced in the Ale territory are traded through the city of Manzo. In other words, the Ale territory is being sustained by the profits we make in Manzo. Luin looked at his father with disbelief. Are you serious? They're really offering such a ridiculously low price for our products? His father turned away, replying dejectedly. That's right. They're trying to hold the Ale territory hostage to corner you into becoming Manzo's official guardian mage. Luin's father wearily rested a hand on his forehead. He added with a heavy sigh, if this continues, the House of Ale's finances are going to completely collapse. He bowed his head in despair, admitting, and as of now, there's no obvious solution. The words made Luin recall the faces of his people. He remembered the joyful faces of the farmers who had enthusiastically declared, don't you worry, young master, I'll be the first in line to serve you. Another had proudly boasted, young master, the quality of our goat's milk is exceptionally good this year. His father and Bin were taken aback when Luin suddenly declared, you know, a thought just occurred to me. A scoundrel needs to be put in his place. Luin glanced at his own hands, calloused from training, and said nonchalantly, if they're that eager to meet me, I'll have to go there and grant them an audience. After Bin finished loading the luggage onto the horse, he didn't forget to offer some final words. Here are some provisions and water for your journey. Please travel safely, young master. Luin replied, thank you, Uncle Beckon. The older man looked at him, his expression filled with guilt, as he said, I am truly sorry to place this burden on you, especially since you've only just returned home. Luin gently patted his horse, reassuringly saying, don't worry about it, uncle. You're simply doing your job as the estate manager, and I am merely trying to fulfill my duties as the young lord of this house. Bin watched with a worried expression as Luin slowly climbed onto his horse, struggling to find the right words. Just as the young man was about to ride off, he called out, young master, please, don't be angry with your father. Luin turned back in surprise, asking, what do you mean? Bin's eyes were filled with anxiety as he tried to explain. The Lord has already done everything in his power. He even used his own personal funds to compensate for the damages caused by the Manzo family. Most of the people in the Ale territory are completely unaware of this. Luin lowered his head, listening intently as Bin explained that the current peace was only possible because of the Lord's sacrifices. In a low voice, Luin said, that's truly shameful. I suppose I was far too arrogant. Hearing this, the old steward looked at him bewildered and asked what he meant. Thinking of his father, Luin couldn't help but confess. To be honest, I was deeply disappointed and wondered if father was simply enduring everything. Recalling their conversation from the previous night, he felt a wave of shame and admitted, and I thought that I all by myself could solve all the problems my father couldn't handle. It seems all those years at the Magic Academy made me overconfident. Luin's gaze turned sad and frustrated as he continued. And I've known since I was a child that my father has loved and cared for this land more than anyone else. Hearing his young master's words, Bin didn't know what to say to comfort him. Instead, Luin reached down from his horse and presented a wooden box, saying, in that case, could you please deliver this to my father for me? The steward respectfully took it with both hands, asking with curiosity, what is this, young master? His jaw dropped as he stared at the box in his hands, after Luin calmly told him it contained 10 gold bars. Inside the bars were neatly arranged, and Luin gently explained, it's the prize money from the grand tournament. I hope it can be used for essential matters within our territory. Bin asked again, what kind of matters specifically? Watching the old man carefully cradling the box in his hands, Luin replied, in my opinion, it would be most effective if we used it to acquire more land. I believe House Ale has the potential to become self-sufficient and supply our own goods without ever relying on the Manzo family again. Bin frowned in thought, replying, that may be possible, but our territory is currently facing such difficulties that no one is willing to sell land to us. The steward was taken aback when Luin asked, then, what if we simply take it? Luin continued with confidence, and, afterward, we'll proceed with a thorough cleanup. He elaborated, We will reclaim the problematic wolf hills within our territory, as well as the muscle plains, which are currently occupied by the mudmen. It's not a bad idea, is it? Seated on his horse, Luin carefully laid out his intentions. With this money, if we were to hire mercenaries to reclaim and cultivate the land, we could even rent it out and earn back more than we invested. The realization dawned on Ben. If we can hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it is indeed worth a try. Luin turned back and said to Ben, I'll leave the detailed plans for you and my father to review, and now, I must be on my way. With that, Luin spurred his horse into a gallop, shouting, let's ride, as he left Ben behind. And as this Manhwa recap continues, we arrive at the Monzo Trading City, the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All supplies from the neighboring regions are concentrated here. Its ruler is Lord Benos Monzo, a man surrounded by nasty rumors such as the one about him buying his title with money from loan sharks, or that he was the former leader of the Wanamaba gang. As Luin rode on, he thought to himself, in other words, I'm going to need a heart of steel for this. He finally came to a stop before the gates of a magnificent white castle, which was heavily guarded by sentries. From atop his horse, Luin bowed his head politely and addressed one of the guards. I am Luin Aden, the second son of the Aden family. Is the Lord available to see me? Upon hearing this, a tall, skinny guard let out a heavy sigh, while a portly one next to him picked his nose with a look of utter disdain. Luin's expression darkened as he heard a mocking tone from the guards. Oh look, it's another one from the Adels. One of the guards wondered aloud. Why do they keep making a scene like this, when they know they'll never succeed? The skinny guard replied, yeah, I know, right? The portly one chimed in with a sneer. He's just another kid learning how to beg. The skinny guard clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter, as he mocked Luin, who was still seated on his horse. Ha ha ha, and this time. Can you even speak, young master? The portly guard beside him scratched his head and chuckled. Heh. Luin squeezed his eyes shut, wondering, is this how he's always treated? How many times has father come here? One of the guards sneered as he dismounted. Hey, young master, why don't you go inside and ask the Lord yourself? If it were an ale, they'd just toss him right out. The skinny guard, noticing his partner's lazy yawn, deliberately raised his voice. But this time is different, isn't it? Get a move on. Luin calculated silently. He wasn't here as a mere student from the Magic Academy, but as the second son of the Ale family. If he accepted this rudeness as normal, it would make the entire Ale territory look foolish. The fat guard, surprised to see Luin take a stance, yelled, What do you think you're doing now? The skinny guard narrowed his eyes as Luin warned them, You all should go home and get some more practice. Then, to the astonishment of the guards, he forcefully threw the skinny one flying backward. Benos Monzo, along with another soldier, returned from somewhere, his voice booming with a cheerful, welcoming tone. Oh my goodness, look who it is. Luin glanced at the man's syrupy smile. The hero who won this year's grand tournament, the mage of the new generation, isn't it? Sir Luin? Ale Luin frowned and asked, Are you, Lord Benos Monzo? The man bowed deeply, feigning reverence. Yes, I am Benos Monzo. To have someone of your stature visit my humble abode. I'm so ashamed I can't even lift my head. The Lord was stunned to hear Luin's arrogant reply. Then, don't lift it. Luin glared fiercely at him and said through gritted teeth, If you're so ashamed that I'm here, you'd better keep your head down. Hearing this, Benos Monzo frowned, rendered speechless. A smirk crept across his face. Benos Monzo straightened up, adjusted his smile, and replied, Just as the rumors say, you're quite the straightforward person. In that case, despite my shame, I will raise my head. Luin said nonchalantly, Fine, but you need to train your guards. The Lord feigned innocence, asking, Did my boys commit some sort of crime? Benos Monzo's eyes widened at Luin's disdainful glare. They were treating my family like some kind of elven tribe, so I gave them a light warning. The Lord looked behind Luin to see his guards beaten to a pulp, piled on top of each other, unable to utter a single word. In a scene straight out of a tense Manhwa recap, Benos Monzo was so enraged, he could barely contain it, gritting his teeth with eyes wide. Luin observed his expression and dripped sarcasm. Are you all right, my lord? The man turned, forcing a smirk, and replied, Heh, feel free to treat them as your own subordinates. But inside, he was fuming times. How dare that brat touch my men times. Luin rubbed his hands together and smiled. In that case, we shall. To Benos Monzo's complete astonishment, Luin launched a kick, sending the remaining guard flying backward with incredible force. The guard collapsed to the ground in a heap. Luin clapped his hands and said casually, There, that's enough. This one also needs some training in etiquette, leaving the Lord utterly stunned and speechless. Luin added with a grin, You're not thinking of making me stand here any longer, are you? The Lord was provoked to the point of madness, his jaw clenched and eyes blazing as he heard the mind-numbingly sharp taunt. Invite me in, my lord. As soon as he stepped inside, Luin noticed something that looked like a snarling wolf with sharp teeth mounted on the wall. The man offered a completely fake smile and shared with Luin, My hobby is collecting works of art like this. Haha. Luin looked at it seriously. Wow, that doesn't look pleasant at all. The old man continued his spiel. I understand everyone has different tastes. Heh. Luin's face fell as he thought for a moment, silently judging him, collecting these things and calling them beautiful. This guy's taste is utterly depraved. Everything he displayed in his house were bizarre objects with terrifying shapes. No normal person would ever buy this stuff. The more he thought, the more concerned he became about this old man. Clearly these things are here to create a sense of fear and anxiety. Is he trying to threaten me? Next, the man poured some tea for Luin. He introduced the brew he had prepared. This is a rather rare tea from the south called Param. Please have a taste. Luin crossed his arms, refusing the offer. No need. Oh, you don't like tea? Shall I get you some juice instead? But Luin was the type to be brutally direct, so he shot back. Are you pretending to know nothing? Do you really not understand why I'm refusing this cup of tea? As he spoke, he poured the tea onto the table, his expression tighter than a guitar string as he stared directly at the Lord. Their eyes locked, and though not a word was spoken, they both seemed to understand exactly what the other was thinking. The atmosphere grew thick with tension, and the spilled tea on the table only amplified the dreadful silence. A mysterious smirk played on the old man's lips before he calmly picked up his hot cup. It seems you think I would poison your tea, but I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Of course not. There's no poison in it. I simply want to be your good friend. He emphasized the words good friend, making it hard to tell if the tea was truly safe or not. But with his kind of backstabbing best buddy act, Luin was more than a little skeptical. He shot back, friends who threaten each other. What a preposterous accusation. It was simply a well-intentioned proposal, he chuckled. Seething with anger, Luin ground his teeth and shot back. You call that a proposal? That was a despicable scheme. A cowardly plot, aimed at weakening the Adel territory. With that, Luin flatly and decisively rejected the man's offer. The two locked eyes once more, and the old man lowered his gaze, his voice dripping with menace. That's a shame. But since you've refused our friendship, the prices of goods from the Adel territory will remain as they are, practically being given away for free. He spoke with a mocking tone, his eyes holding the condescending glare of a schoolyard bully. Our protagonist's face twisted into a menacing mask of killing intent as he retorted, You'd better restore the prices of the goods to what they were. A tense silence fell between them again, the air so thick you could cut it with a knife. But Luin's demand was met with an insult, calling him a country bumpkin, and utterly clueless. The old man's rage flared as he clenched his fists. Do you think you're the only one who gets to refuse a deal? You should be the one on your knees begging. Right now, you're the one in the weaker position, not me. The man was practically losing his mind. I hear students from the *** Magic Academy, *** are forbidden from using magic during their vacation, aren't they? I'll teach you a lesson in humility, you little punk. The moment the words left his mouth, a squad of his soldiers appeared surrounding Luin. Unfazed, Luin calmly assessed the situation. So he never intended to let me leave alive, did he? At the old man's command, the soldiers immediately rushed in to attack. Get him. I'll turn that wretched brat's corpse into a specimen for my personal gallery. Even with his life hanging by a thread, Luin could still fight and talk trash. You want to make me into one of your war trophies? You're even more unhinged than I imagined. The little bear on his shoulder agreed, thinking the man was completely off his rocker. Although he had anticipated a bad outcome and didn't expect much from their talk, he couldn't have predicted the old geezer would act so brazenly. He saw the man as nothing more than an old pig trapped at the bottom of his own well, stuck in his southern territory. With guys like him, Luin thought as he charged into battle against a soldier. When the two were at close range, he suddenly stopped and raised a finger, which made the soldier freeze in place for a good 5 seconds. Flick this. With that single word, a wave of force from his finger sent the soldier flying into the distance. What followed was an epic battle, a spectacular sight to behold. Golden light erupted from his body, sweeping away the soldiers who were swarming him like flies. With a look of pure confidence, he turned to the old man and said, "Let me show you something." A special skill activated Will of Chieftain. This ability grants him the backing of the legendary chiefs until he is completely exhausted. It channels the power of the first leaders of Hakon Mountain Kunkan. The fang of Kunkan materialized, hovering over Luin's head. The old man immediately panicked. Oh, what is this sudden smoke? What kind of trick is this? Then, out of nowhere, a massive flame appeared, coalescing into the face of a creature that was neither human nor beast. Luin stood proudly and declared, even during the vacation, if a student's life is in danger, they are permitted to use magic. The old man's face paled as he realized he was in deep trouble. The fiery entity immediately lunged forward, attacking the old man's soldiers with brutal force. Witnessing the terrifying scene before them, the soldiers began to tremble with fear and pure terror. If we stay here, we're goners. In the next instant, the entire squad broke ranks and scattered, none of them willing to meet their end right there. Luin raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. The fire entity mimicked the gesture, its expression one of pure confidence and pride. Luin smirked. Running won't save you. He and the divine spirit born from his skill charged forward together, unleashing an explosion of energy. A massive blast erupted, tearing the entire mansion apart. This is the kind of epic showdown you only see in a top-tier manhwa recap. Everyone scrambled to flee the scene, trying to escape with their lives. Meanwhile, the portly silver-haired man was still wailing over his bizarre collection of artifacts. My 2,000 gold portrait. Luin stepped up behind him. You still have time to worry about your precious artwork. In the next second, his eyes narrowed into a threatening glare. Well, now it's time. You started worrying about your own life. The flames roared violently, leaving nothing but scorched ruins in their wake. And our protagonist, far from finished, watched it all with a triumphant smirk. You will restore the prices of House Ale's goods to their proper value, and you will compensate my family with 10 times the amount you've stolen. Those are my terms. So, what's it going to be? Can you manage that? The old man dropped to his knees trembling. Compensation? Just how massive would that number be? Luin grabbed him by the collar, snarling, "Pay up right now. Perhaps now you see that you should never look down on others." The man had used his power to bully the weak, and the price was getting completely owned by our hero. He absolutely deserved it. The scene shifts, and we see Luin riding his steed back home. It's almost over, he thought. I wonder how shocked father will be when he learns I've handled the entire situation. As he traveled the lonely road, a wave of relief washed over him. And just like that, the problem in Manzo was resolved, and he returned to Ale. However, the surprises were far from over. Before he even had a chance to celebrate, his journey took another unexpected turn. A voice called out his name, Luin. He froze, breaking into a nervous sweat as he stared at the girl before him. A girl with long, flowing white hair. An unexpected guest was waiting for him back in Ale. She offered him a gentle smile. It was Lady Irene. Picking up right where the last manhwa recap left off, Lady Irene has suddenly arrived for a visit. The scene flashes back about 2 months to a lavish and opulent banquet. Luin was standing off to the side, his hands on his head, a look of pure boredom on his face. I am so over this, he muttered. It was fun for a little while, but at this point I just want to go home. Just then the beautiful white-haired girl approached him. Are you talking about that quaint little estate of yours, Ale? The lovely Irene stood with her hands on her hips, a playful pout on her face. I'm just glad the party concluded without any major incidents. I honestly thought something terrible was about to go down thanks to a certain someone. Luin let out a strained laugh. Haha, my apologies, but I couldn't just stand by. His expression turned serious. They weren't just disrespecting the efforts of the students from our Magic Academy. They were insulting my home as well. She tilted her head, curious. Is Ale really that wonderful? He brightened up, eager to describe his home to her. Absolutely. It's a beautiful place that brings a sense of peace to your soul. You should really visit sometime. Oh really? In that case, when I show up, you're not allowed to ask me why I'm there. Haha, you have my word. I wouldn't dream of it. And that's how this whole situation started. But what he truly never anticipated was that she would actually take him up on the offer. Returning to the present, we find Luin sitting with a completely flustered and bashful look on his face as she settled into his home. The rest of his family was chatting away cheerfully. Luin's father, upon seeing Irene, immediately jumped to the conclusion that she was his son's girlfriend and started weeping with joy. My boy Luin is finally a man. Meanwhile, the young girl beside him was visibly fuming. We don't know the exact relationship between her and Luin, but it certainly looks like she's overcome with jealousy. Brother, she demanded, can you please explain what's going on? Luin was a bit taken aback, unsure what had set her off. She seethed with anger, grilling him. What is your relationship with her? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you even meet? Tell me right now. She fired off a million questions from every conceivable angle. The scene then cuts to Luin and his father discussing the recent commotion. His dad was surprised that the feisty young girl Luina had offered to be Irene's guide. Did Luina really volunteer to act as Lady Irene's guide? The second I suggested you should do it, she immediately insisted on handling it herself. Luin instantly understood her motive as his father went on. Isn't that just adorable? She doesn't want to share the big brother she hasn't seen for 6 whole years. Still, his father remained skeptical about Luin and Irene's relationship. He had to ask one more time, just to be sure she wasn't his girlfriend, telling Luin he could be honest with him. Luin immediately shot down the idea. Upon hearing the denial, his father's face fell into a pout. Ah, what a shame. Luin couldn't figure out why his dad seemed so disappointed by the news. His father quickly changed the subject. All right, let's set aside personal matters for now and discuss something else. Bin, you may enter. An older man with a brown beard and hair opened the door and walked in. He was carrying an object which he brought over to Luin and his father, the Lord of Ale. After offering a polite thank you, his father turned and presented the money to him. Luin, I can't accept this, he stated, much to the boy's surprise, before explaining, this is your money, Luin, not that of House Ale's. He questioned why that would be the case. But am I not also a member of House Ale? His father replied gently, yes, you are. And no one can deny that you are the very heart of Ale, but you still have much to accomplish outside of our domain, do you not? The boy fell silent, gazing thoughtfully at his father, before lowering his head in sorrow as he thought, I know full well you're saying this out of concern for me. I also know you are an incredibly righteous and moral man. I respect you for that, but I can't help but feel hurt when you always discuss the estate's affairs without me. As he mulled this over, a mix of sadness and courage compelled him to speak his mind. Telling the Lord everything he truly thought and wanted, he began earnestly, No, I want to use my own money for Ale just as you have, father. Upon hearing this, his father, that seemed to snap him out of it, Bin interjected. Haha, I believe the young master should be aware that his lordship has been supporting Ale with his own personal funds for quite some time now. Louis's father subtly reminded the Lord of his recent actions. In the future, I would greatly appreciate it if you would discuss any hasty decisions with me first. After hearing that, he chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Yes, my lord, I'll be sure to remember that. With that, the Lord turned back to his son. Regardless of your intentions, son, I cannot accept it. You are not yet ready to shoulder the responsibilities of this estate. He then picked up the money pouch. We still have 3,600 gold left, don't we? This was the sum we were entitled to. But discovering it now felt like unearthing a long-forgotten emergency fund. He turned and whispered to Bin 3,600 gold. How is that possible? I'm certain I gave you 10 times that amount, the man explained. His lordship refused to take the remaining sum. He was so adamant that I couldn't even bring up the penalty. The two continued their hushed conversation, scheming like a pair of old foxes. Why is father being so stubborn? Tell me about it. I've already given up trying to persuade him. With his piercing blue eyes and handsome features, he glanced at Bin, who despite his worried expression managed to crack a strained smile. Our lord has always been this way, hasn't he? The older man offered a gentle, knowing smile. This seemed to ease the young master's mind, and a faint smile graced his own lips. He looked over at his father, and could only reply, he has. Luin then stepped outside, and his eyes fell upon a beautiful figure strolling through the courtyard. Next to her was young Luin, Lady Iron. He walked over to greet Lady Iron. Are you enjoying your tour of Ale? Just then Luina excused herself, deciding to leave some private space for the two of them, much to Iron's slight embarrassment. The little girl flashed a bright smile as she left, not forgetting to call back. Be nice to her big brother, she seems like a really good person. Luin's face flushed with anger. Luina, what are you saying? It was shocking to see her attitude do a complete 180-degree turn. The stubborn, angry demeanor she had when she first met Iron was completely gone. Iron was left bewildered, mulling over the little girl's words. Why would she say something so strange? Meanwhile, Luin, blushing with embarrassment, managed to ask her for a walk. Would you care to take a stroll with me? As the two walked together, Iron brought up Luina. Luina is absolutely adorable. I wish I had a younger sister just like her. Luin was delighted to see that the two of them had become so close. She then asked him with genuine concern. By the way, Luin, is something troubling you? You look like you're deep in thought. Oh, does it show? He decided not to hide it from her. As the heir to this family, a future leader from the Magic Academy, I want to do something for our estate. But I just can't seem to come up with any good ideas. As he said this, his mind was racing. If I combine the prize money from the tournament with the funds from Mono, I'll have a total of over 40,000 gold. And father said, I could use it however I see fit. But just as he was getting lost in this chaotic train of thought, she spoke up. You can't stop thinking about the estate. Can you? Even though I came all the way to Ale to see you. Hearing that, the blood drained from his face, he suddenly realized that she had gone to great lengths to visit him, and he had been completely ignoring her. She must be angry with me, he thought. Instantly, he shifted his demeanor. Haha, Lady Iron, how did you travel to Ale? Our estate is quite a distance away, so the journey must have been terribly inconvenient, she replied, smugly opening one eye. It wasn't that far. I made it to Levered in just 2 days. He hastily apologized. A regretful tone filled his voice as she pointed towards the path she had taken. It's actually quite close if you cut through that mountain range over there. As soon as he heard that, the gears in his head started turning. Wait a minute. Her answer holds the very solution I've been searching for. The southern mountains. Although they make up the largest part of the Ale estate, the rugged terrain makes cultivation impossible, and the land has been left barren because of monsters. However, there's a lake located nearby which gives it significant geographical value. An idea sparked in his mind. What if we use that to create a trade route straight through the southern mountains? Luin pondered this seriously. By leveraging connections with places like Mono, we could establish ourselves as an independent estate. This is a solid plan, perfect for this Manhwa recap. We become a powerful territory with a road that would be the only southern route leading to the Genak Empire. Why on earth didn't I think of this sooner? This will undoubtedly be a massive help for our estate. The beautiful white-haired girl beside him watched him with rapt attention. The moment the idea solidified, he was so overjoyed he could barely contain himself. He spun around, grabbed her hands, and thanked her profusely for sparking the idea. Her face flushed a deep shade of crimson. But just as quickly, he let go and dashed off, leaving her standing there alone. "See you later," he called back, running off with newfound purpose and exhilarating joy of his own, while the young lady stood frozen for a full 50 seconds. She then offered a warm smile, thinking to herself, he really is an interesting person. She wondered if this was love at first sight, or if she was just thinking like the heroine of a romance novel. He had just left her outside, yet she was still completely captivated. Meanwhile, Lord Ale announced with a sense of helplessness, "It's impossible." A confused Luin asked his father, "What do you mean?" In the vast room, his booming voice echoed, "I've already tried, but all 8 of the merchant guilds at Lake number 8 refused." Luin continued to press. "They refused." But why? Facing Luin's bewildered expression, the Lord slowly explained. "From their point of view, House Ale isn't profitable." Bin, who was standing nearby, chimed in to support him. "Young master, even the Lord himself knows this is a huge opportunity, but..." Luin immediately cut him off. "No, a lot has changed. The progress is small, but it's still progress," he declared, a clear line of reasoning forming in his mind. "Just because the merchant guilds turned us down once, we can't give up on something that brings so much hope to the people." A confident smile touched the corner of Luin's mouth, as he added, "Who knows? Perhaps a proposal from a champion could make a difference." Lord Ale and Bin remained silent, then the Lord let out a sigh of relief. "This whole affair is becoming more intricate, a perfect plot for a manhwa recap." "Yes, and you also resolved the Mondo incident. What reason would I have to stop you?" "All right then, go ahead and try," Luin replied. "Thank you, father." As Luin was just stepping out the door, someone's voice called out, "Are you heading to Lake number 8? It was Irin approaching from a distance and casually starting a conversation. "In that case, you're in the same boat as me, an undocumented immigrant." Luin seemed completely unable to grasp what she was saying. What? What do you mean?" Suddenly, he jolted upright. "Wait, don't tell me that. You crossed the Ale border without permission." Irin's smile was a clear admission of guilt. "That's right." Hearing that, Luin exclaimed, "That makes me an accomplice to an illegal border crossing. Crossing a deserted border all by yourself? Are you always this reckless? Don't you think that could have been incredibly dangerous?" She crossed her arms, looking smug. "I don't think it even compares to what you've done." Luin, completely unaware of what she was about to say, could only ask what she meant. She then closed her eyes and began to list off his list of supposed hidden crimes. "You stormed into someone else's dormitory. You didn't even think about the risks when you used that extraordinary method during the competition. And you won it all. To keep up with someone like you, isn't this just a little bit of mischief? Didn't I say I would catch up to you?" At that, the tension in his face finally began to ease. A gentle breeze swept past their shoulders and through their hair. Luin then announced ambitiously, "But I plan to go much further than this." And Irin was quick with her decision. "Then, I'll just follow you. I'm already an undocumented immigrant, so what does one more time matter?" The two of them began their journey by climbing a mountain together, heading straight for Lake number 8, and deciding to cross Namsun Mountain to scout the path ahead. They were exploring together. The terrain was so rugged that even with a compass, it was difficult to find the way. They decided to use detection magic to locate the hidden village of Insan. All of a sudden, Luin saw something that sent him into a panic. Of course, there was a rule about not using magic during the vacation. It wasn't clear who said it first, but the two of them just started running. As they ran, they shouted to each other, "Aren't students from the Magic Academy forbidden from using magic during the holidays? In that case, you can just follow the compass." Let's go. Irin had been using this spell ever since she arrived in Ale. However, the detection spell targeted humanoid monsters, which led her to accidentally stumble into a den of werewolves, putting her in a very dangerous situation. A pack of werewolves snarled at them. Luin used his magic to leap high into the air before bringing a powerful strike down on one of the beasts. A blast of yellow energy created a massive explosion that shook the ground. The werewolf was consumed by the magical fire, but by exploiting the pack's dependence on their leader, we quickly took down the alpha and made our escape. We also received an unknown quest in the process. Luin was somewhat speechless. A quest. Using the traces of the detection magic, we continued on towards our destination. Luckily, we didn't run into any more monsters like before. A smile finally appeared on both of their faces. Irin said softly, "It looks like we found it this time. Lake number 8. This was Lake number 8, a massive guild state, where 8 great lakes meet and connect to the sea. Like Antin, it was a neutral nation under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds ruled the country under the title of co-representatives. As a trade nation, it dominated commerce across the continent. And rumor has it, they even cut deals with pirates. If there's a profit to be made, this place puts gold above everything else." She then tilted her head, looking to Luin for his thoughts. "So what's our destination now?" she asked. He replied without hesitation, "We're heading to the Golden Hall." For a bit of context in this manhwa recap, The Golden Hall is a grand mansion situated right in the middle of the 8th lake, serving as the venue where the representatives hold their daily meetings at noon. This made it the perfect stage for Luin to make his pitch. As they approached, a dutiful guard blocked their path, inquiring, "Do you have an appointment?" Luin calmly made a request. "No, but I'm willing to wait. Could you please deliver a message for me?" The guard seemed hesitant, as if he was about to deny their request. Luin knew that submitting official documents would lead to a lengthy and tedious verification process, so he spoke with an air of confidence. "Just tell them that Luin Aden has arrived, and this is Irene Bros." Upon recognizing their names, the guard was instantly stunned. "Hold on, are you the Times champion of the Grand Lin tournament?" "Adel, my apologies for not recognizing you, sir. I'll announce your arrival at once." Luin crossed his arms with a triumphant smirk. See, Irene, however, wasn't the least bit surprised. This was exactly the kind of clout she expected from him. Fortunately, they were granted immediate entry. Stepping inside, the first thing to capture their attention was a magnificent statue of an angel, complete with a trumpet and robes crafted entirely from gleaming gold, casting a brilliant shimmer across the room. Irene couldn't help but gasp. "Wow, this place really lives up to its name, the Golden Hall." Luin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it makes the Ale estate look modest, doesn't it?" As they reached a pair of large white doors, the guard bowed respectfully and said, "Please enter." Luin took a deep breath, steeling himself. "No pressure. I'm here to make a fair transaction, not to beg for favors." With that, he decisively pushed the grand doors open and announced, "It's a pleasure. I am Luin Aden." Every head in the room swiveled in their direction. Before them was a massive round table packed with people with exactly 2 empty seats waiting. The assembly continued to scrutinize them as they took their seats. Finally, one of the members broke the silence. "I'd heard the rumors, but it seems they're true. I saw you back in Antin. You're the champion." A man with a thick, bushy beard raised a skeptical eyebrow. "What brings a prestigious new generation mage, a star from the Magic Academy scene, no less, to a backwater place like this?" Luin silently assessed the situation. He realized his title as a tournament champion did indeed carry weight here. "I was concerned about arriving unannounced," Luin began, "but it seems we can indeed have a conversation." The men around the table chuckled amongst themselves. "Well, we're always open to a conversation if it benefits our guild," one said. Another laughed. "Ha ha ha, now hold on, you've piqued my interest as well." Cutting through their light-hearted banter, Luin maintained a dead serious expression. "I'm here to negotiate a trade agreement between Ale and the 8th Lake." The faces of those across the table immediately turned thoughtful. A sudden heavy quiet fell over the room. Trang, perched on Luin's shoulder, whispered into his ear, "Luin, I think you just killed the mood." The silence was soon broken by hushed murmurs. One man turned to his neighbor Ale. "I feel like I've heard that name before. Do you have any idea where it is?" The other man, who seemed to have some knowledge, replied, "It's located in the southern part of the minor nation of JD." A woman seated nearby chimed in, resting her chin on her hand. "Ah, yes, that's the rural backwater that tried to sell us keystone, fish, and sweet potatoes. I believe our lord visited there once. How did that business end up, by the way?" The first man gestured dismissively as he recalled the event. "We turned them down flat. 8 votes against 0 in favor. It was a unanimous rejection." The woman, now curious, asked, "And why was that?" The other man quickly explained. "Because it wasn't profitable for us. They only wanted a one-sided deal." Luin remained silent, processing this new information. The man at the head of the table, clearly the chairman, smirked and declared, "Well, in that case, I believe there's nothing more to discuss." A knot of tension formed in Luin's stomach. These were merchants first and foremost. The moment they sensed something wasn't in their favor, their entire demeanor shifted. "I'm both a new generation mage and the heir of Ale, but to them, I'm just the heir of a failing territory, a poor boy from the sticks, trying to get his hands on their money." Their cold transactional viewpoint was chillingly clear. Both Luin and Trang wore expressions of displeasure. As Luin voiced his thoughts, "Is this attempt doomed to fail, just like the last one?" However, Luin planted his hands on the table and rose to his feet. "It's a pity to see such a swift dismissal when we haven't even begun to present our proposal." He then placed a heavy pouch on the table. "Here, a total of 30,000 gold." The entire room was stunned into silence, and a confident smile spread across Luin's face. "Now, then, how about it? Are you gentlemen a little more interested in a deal?" This was a sprawling city-state, where 8 great lakes converged and flowed out to sea. In place of a single king, 8 co-representatives governed the nation under a shared title. "I am here to establish a trade route between the 8th Lake and Ale. I have crossed the treacherous northern mountains to make this happen. I've finally made it here." The journey was fraught with challenges, but if these negotiations are successful, every struggle will have been worth it. A determined glint appeared in Luin's eyes. "So, what's your decision? Are you now interested in striking a deal? I will purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from the 8 lakes for Ale. In exchange, you will permit trade with Ale's products." The man sitting beside him voiced his confusion. 30,000 gold. Are you preparing for a war? Otherwise, Why would anyone need an arsenal worth 30,000 gold? Luin remained silent, letting the shock sink in. Just as he predicted, they were stunned. 30,000 gold was the entire budget for 3 years for a rural domain like Ale. That's equivalent to a full year's budget for a mid-sized city. To spend such a fortune on weapons was genuinely staggering. But the Mono incident taught me something crucial. Power naturally attracts wealth. That same power forges peace. If I must purchase weapons from somewhere to build my strength, I will lay my foundation right here. I'm aware that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different goods. So who is in charge of weaponry? To his surprise, they gestured toward a quiet child who had been sitting there the entire time. That would be Representative Number 1, responsible for weapons, iron ore, various plants and animals, and even ships. She managed the most extensive range of commodities. Luin's face was a mask of astonishment. She looked even younger than he was. But the look in her eyes was far from childish. It held an extraordinary presence. What kind of life must she have lived to possess such a gaze? Cecilia inquired calmly. By the way, what do you intend to do with such a large cache of weapons? I realize my curiosity may be improper, but as the supplier, I am a bit concerned. Luin in turn afforded the young girl a measure of respect. First, we plan to conduct a large-scale hunt of the monsters near Ale. This weapons deal is merely the first step. Cecilia repeated hesitantly. The first step, you say? Before she could finish her thought, Luin elaborated. We intend to establish a trade route connecting the 8 lakes and Ale, one that cuts directly through the North Mountains. The man presiding over the meeting frantically interjected. Mr. Luin, please do not speak the name of those mountains here. Hearing this, Luin was completely baffled. Pardon me. He scanned the faces around the table and asked, why has the atmosphere turned so grim? What's going on? The presiding man simply shook his head, feigning ignorance. I'm not sure either. But Luin cautiously observed the others. I didn't know what was happening, but I could see the source of the fear. Their faces had gone completely pale. Why? Cecilia frowned, her voice a low warning. You intend to cross the North Mountains? No, that's impossible. A demon resides there. The pieces clicked into place in Luin's mind, honed by his time at the Magic Academy. Asterisk, a demon. Could it be? Asterisk. He then declared to the room. Last night, I crossed those very mountains myself. The girl's face darkened with disbelief. You're lying. As Luin reaffirmed his statement, he reached into his coat and produced an item. It's no lie. I encountered something in that mountain range. Is this the demon that you were speaking of? It's silver wolf fur. Cecilia shot to her feet, her face a mask of shock. You have completed the mission, earning the respect of the Vanches clan. Luin knew then. It was all true. A few crystalline tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Asterisk. Finally, it's gone. Asterisk. 3 days later, Luin and Cecilia were walking side by side. The young lady politely broke the silence. My apologies for keeping you waiting. He of course held no ill will. Not at all. It's completely understandable. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Cecilia confided, I never imagined I would face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy. But it's different from before. The calamity that took my father is no longer here. And it is all thanks to you, Mage Luin. Luin replied with polite modesty. Think nothing of it. I merely stumbled upon it on my way here. The two of them gazed up at the thick canopy of trees. Cecilia then outlined a surprisingly specific route. If we can forge a path through the South Mountains, we could establish a direct trade route from Ale to the Western Sand Kingdom of Oyoda. We would no longer need to waste time and money detouring through the central region. And regarding the construction of this road, our Vancha clan will provide full support. Luin's voice rose in astonishment. Pardon me, everything was the complete opposite of what he had anticipated. And just like that, this Manhwa recap takes a completely unexpected turn. I thought we would start by establishing a relationship through the arms deal, with the trade route coming much later. I even assumed the entire cost of opening that route would fall to me. However, if the Vancha family offered their help, it would be a colossal advantage. He stammered in disbelief. Are you saying you'll accept my proposal? She calmly acknowledged. Of course. Any goods produced in Adele will be purchased at a price higher than the market rate in Lake 8. Luin's mind raced. This entire negotiation felt like a scene from a complex manhwa recap. Buying above market price. That is an incredibly generous condition. Across from him, Cecilia softly explained. Merchants will do anything for money, but we also possess hearts. Cecilia Vanchase promised to show gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. Luin closed his eyes, finally accepting the offer. He extended his hand to meet hers. I eagerly await our partnership. And just like that, the deal with Lake 8 was successfully sealed. Luin and Irina then walked through the forest. As they walked through the forest, he shared with her emotionally, I'm so relieved that everything went so smoothly. I can finally send good news to everyone. By the way, that Representative Cecilia is astonishing. To be so mature at such a young age, especially without a father. Irina quickly noticed a shift in Luin's demeanor. You're not your usual self. Luin, are you getting emotional? He gave an unexpected reply. I think I felt a moment of empathy because I'm in a similar situation myself. She revealed a look of surprise. Ah, Luin turned his head, offering a warm smile. In any case, just you wait and see, Lady Irina. If you ever have the chance to visit Adel again, you'll be astonished by how bustling it has become. Irina let out a soft breath. You truly love your homeland, Luin. I wish I could feel the same way. He laced his hands behind his head, asking curiously, isn't a homeland a place that everyone remembers and cherishes? She immediately refuted it. Not for me. Luin pressed on with an offer. Now I'm really curious. Do you plan to invite me to your homeland one day, Lady Irina? Irina replied vaguely, who knows? It seemed Irina didn't want to discuss it, but I was certain that one day I would definitely visit Fru. The golden rays of the sun gently wrapped the village in warmth, a warmth that was contrasted by the sheer astonishment of the Lord of Adel. What? For a price higher than the market rate? Bin's amazement echoed the sentiment. They even promised to take full responsibility for opening the trade route, followed by Luina's completely unrelated concern. Did you two book a private room at the inn? Luin swiftly moved to cover his little sister's mouth. Ignoring her morbid curiosity, he addressed his father. Yes, father. Cecilia Vanchase promised all of it. Bin exclaimed in a loud voice. Regardless, for the notoriously cold Representative Vanchase to say she'd repay a debt of gratitude. That's astounding. Luin calmly explained. Yes, but we will need time to prepare that quantity, and they mentioned it would take 3 months for the weapons. The construction of the road through the South Mountains will commence this month. The Lord of Adel couldn't hide the pride he felt for his son's abilities. A direct trade route to the Empire. Adel will finally prosper. You have truly matured, Luin, to achieve something so difficult. Thank you for growing up so well. Seizing this opportunity, Luin pushed forward with one final request. In that case, father, will you trust me and allow me to carry out one more thing? The Lord asked gently. What is it? Luin clenched his fist on the table, resolutely stating what he desired. Adel's lifeline, the dream of Adel's people, and vengeance for my mother. It's the Red Plains hunt. Everything faded into memory. Standing before a horrific scene with fire engulfing everything, Luin recalled. On my 6th birthday, what should have been a beautiful memory turned into the worst nightmare. The Mudmen had taken over the grasslands, attacked the village, and countless people lost their lives. The most painful part was that my mother was among them. My mother. Now, I can't even clearly remember her face without looking at her portrait. So many people, including my mother, lost their lives and many more were gravely injured. That day, for the first time, I made a vow I must become stronger. As the Lord of Adel, I will not let Adel remain weak. Returning to the present on a beautiful morning, Luin and Irina were strolling and observing the villagers who were training diligently before them. Their coordinated shouts and crisp movements were reminiscent of a top-tier magic academy. Everyone performed the decisive actions with great vigor. After the extermination order was issued, the villagers began practicing with their spears every single day. The synchronized movements were repeated over and over without any sign of fatigue. Irina looked at them, filled with excitement. The villagers seemed completely different. Luin also offered his praise. It's something to be thankful for. They're working so hard. She seemed to notice something special. Her expression, a mixture of surprise and admiration, remarking that their spear technique was quite unique. Irene wondered aloud. Who was it that taught them this technique? Luin heard her and glanced towards an old man, standing sternly with his hands clasped behind his back, replying, Ah, that would be our knight commander. The man had a kind face, etched with wrinkles that seemed to hold the stories of time itself. He was once known far and wide as the lightning flash. He fought on the very front lines of the kingdom. Sir Bovapon, the greatest knight of Ao. Luin vividly recalled the image of him bravely confronting monsters, his heart swelling with gratitude. If it weren't for Sir Bova, the damage from the Mudmen attack would have been far worse. I still remember with perfect clarity how he cut down 5 of them in a single fluid strike. Luin was still lost in his thoughts, and to think he uses a fishing rod more often than a spear these days. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke the silence. It called out a name, Sir Bovapon. The sound pulled Luin back to the present. He whipped his head around to reply, Yes, is there a problem? Just then, Bova himself approached, calling out as if to confirm, Ah, young Master Luin, is that you? Seeing the old knight approach, Luin quickly offered a greeting. Ah, it's been a while, Sir Bova. I was planning to greet you after the training session. The old man replied with a graceful air. The session just concluded, so it's no trouble at all. All at once, Bova seized Luin's hand, laughing with excitement. I heard you made quite a name for yourself this time. You won the grand prize, and are now leading a subjugation campaign. I hear. Luin, flustered, managed a sheepish smile. Ha, well, yes, that's true. After the enthusiastic exchange, Bova's gaze shifted to the young woman beside Luin. By the way, and who might this be? She placed a hand over her heart and introduced herself politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. My name is Irene Brias. She closed her eyes in admiration. To meet the legendary lightning flash knight Bova in person is truly an honor. The utterance of that title made the old man's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Beside him, Luin was just as shocked, shooting her a sideways glance, as if to ask what is she talking about. After a few moments of stunned silence, Bova regained his composure and posed a question. Miss Irene, what are you referring to? I learned of you during a special lecture at the Magic Academy in a course titled The 11 Children. Irene explained, reverently clasping her hands. I was certain of it after witnessing the villagers' spear techniques. Her hair danced gently in the breeze as she faced the old man, her voice maintaining its soft and patient tone. The one and only spear knight of the Rid Kingdom. Your story is a legend among legends, the kind of tale perfect for a manhwa recap. I heard you suddenly retired and vanished at the young age of 30. His voice grew quiet, soft yet heavy with nostalgia, as if he were looking back on a glorious bygone era. Haha, I never imagined someone would still remember those trivial old stories. She gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze calm, and her voice serene, as if she were simply stating a well-known fact. Of course. The account was so impressive that I studied it in great detail. As Irene faced Bova, it was as if she could see the phantom of an armored warrior, spear in hand, standing proudly behind him. The tale of you single-handedly felling more than 10 high-ranking mages from the rival nation of PNA is the stuff of legend. He closed his eyes, his expression placid, as if the past no longer held any sway over him. I am honored that you found it so memorable, my lady, though I am merely an old man now. Luin stepped closer to Bova, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Sir Bova, why did you keep this a secret? The old knight turned to face the boy, replying nonchalantly. I never hid it. You simply never asked. Luin lowered his gaze, a bitter note in his voice, as he tried to explain his feeling of being left out. But I had to learn from a stranger that you were the lightning flash knight. Even though I've been by your side all this time, I never knew. Then, Bova's next words struck Luin like a bolt from the blue, his eyes widening in realization. If anything, shouldn't you know more about me than anyone else, young master? Disagreeing? Luin began to list the things he knew about Bova. That's only a fraction of it. Memories began to flood his mind. You love to fish, and you live in this house at the foot of the hill. A vivid image of a warm sunset of Bova gently guiding him by the hand suddenly surfaced from his past. And you used to take me for walks when I was just a child. Bova then added, but to see you grown up like this brings me great joy. He then clasped his hands behind his back, his tone turning serious. Bova-pon, isn't that more than enough? Those few words were all it took to snap Luin back to reality. He strode forward to face the man, his eyes filled with determination. I wasn't thinking straight. I understand you better than anyone. A pleased Bova bowed in response. Thank you for your understanding, young master. Wasting no time, Bova quickly made a suggestion. By the way, I promised to help the young lady with her sword training today. Would you care to join us? Luin's interest was immediately piqued. Immediately agreed. Observe, I'd be more than happy to. But suddenly though, his face remained gentle. His voice took on a serious edge as he cut in. No. Bova clarified his true intention. Not observation. I'm talking about a sparring session. Hearing those words, Luin was so stunned, he was rendered speechless. His face frozen. He asked again as if he'd misheard. What? The scene shifts like something straight out of a manhwa recap, to a dense forest, where Bova is locked in a sword fight with Luina. The clash of their two swords echoed with sharp ringing sounds. Irin watched intently, exclaiming in awe. That girl is truly exceptional. To have skills like this, at the age of 12, is just astonishing. Luin didn't reply, his expression serious, but inwardly he agreed. I have to agree. Honestly, even I'm surprised. He watched the young girl, her two hands gripping the sword tightly, her spirit burning fiercely, and thought to himself in admiration. Her blade was perfectly balanced, and her footwork was incredibly consistent, proof that her fundamentals were rock solid. Then his gaze shifted to her opponent. The old man was holding back the vast majority of his combat power to minimize any harm to Luina. Luin felt a surge of admiration. And Sir Bova was only using his left hand to fight someone of Luina's caliber, and his weapon wasn't even his specialty. It was just a wooden sword. Bova's voice finally rang out, ending the match. That's enough for today's training, young lady. He shouldered his sword, looking at the girl who stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with pride, and praised her to Luin. Do you see? The young lady's skills have improved this much. At this rate, even you won't be able to match her swordsmanship. Luin smiled with pride. It certainly seems that way. My sister is truly outstanding. Inwardly, he continued to praise her. You've worked so hard. Luina. Not letting him linger on the sentiment for long, Bova proposed. Now it's your turn. Isn't it? Luin took the wooden sword, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Yes, around the age of 9. I used to spar with Sir Bova using a wooden sword. It was because even a mage at the Magic Academy needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made his decision. Since I've also been training in martial arts, until now it's my turn to show what I've got. His face grew serious, his eyes sharp as he declared, I ask for your guidance, Sir Bova. And just like that, The match was over with Luin flat on the ground, his face covered in bruises, his eyes dazed, as if he couldn't believe what just happened. As the two girls beside him giggled, Bova offered some encouragement. Your movements have improved compared to 7 years ago. This old man is very pleased. While he lay there helplessly, muttering, that's not comforting at all. Luin sat up and asked with some curiosity, by the way, how does your skill level from when you were a knight compare to today's standards? Hearing the question, the old man seemed unsure of the answer himself. I'm not sure. It's been a very long time since I retired, so I don't know what the younger generation is like these days. Luin lowered his gaze deep in thought. Is there a good point of comparison? As if a solution struck him, he exclaimed, ah, an image of someone flashed in Luin's mind. He suggested, I know a knight, Sir Gunter Perante, the only 6-star knight in the eastern region of Ridian. He recalled, gratefully. He once helped me train my martial arts before a major tournament. I remember him being incredibly strong. Upon hearing this, Bova's expression turned a bit pensive. He spoke while reminiscing. 6-star. 20 years ago when I left the Knight Order, I was a 7-star knight. When Luin heard this revelation, his eyes widened in utter astonishment. What he marveled internally, he was a 7-star knight 20 years ago. That's practically the strongest in the entire kingdom. Luin stared at the system window that popped up before him, wondering to himself, why would someone like that appear in ALA command has been issued? Fight the knights with a wooden sword. Is this a surprise quest? To fight Sir Bova. He glanced at the countdown timer. 3 days remaining. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worried. Can I really do this? With my current sword skills? I'm nowhere near ready. Suddenly Iren's voice pulled Luin from his train of thought. Being trained by a 7-star knight, young Master Luin. You are truly having a rare experience. He looked at her blankly and asked what. She excitedly elaborated on her point. Sir Bova is the only person in the kingdom of Ridian to have reached the level of a legendary knight. This is an experience that money can't buy. A smile spread across Luin's face as understanding dawned. That's right. This is indeed a golden opportunity. I can't believe I was hesitating just because I was afraid of failure. Bova, still with one hand behind his back, caught that fleeting moment of change and remarked with admiration. Oh, young master. I quite like the expression on your face right now. Meanwhile, Luin, his spirit rekindled, stood up and raised his sword. Yes, I'm completely determined now. Time. With only 3 days left to complete the mission, he stood ready once again. His expression was stern, his grip tight on the sword, he held forward a hint of confidence on his face. I will be in your care once more. Sir Bova and Luin were both fired up. With that much time, I'm sure I'll succeed, no problem. Luin was then caught off guard by a notification from the system. While sparring with Sir Bova, a new quest had appeared. The mission clearly stated that he had to master the skills of parrying, counterattacking, and landing a critical hit, all while facing Sir Bova. Luin thought to himself, to complete this quest, I have sparred with Sir Bova every single night. As the seconds ticked away, Luin trained relentlessly, his face covered in scratches and grime. As he moved his limbs, his mind was flooded with thoughts. At first, I wondered if these matches had any meaning. At all. Lost in thought, his guard slipped for a moment, and Bova seized the opportunity. You have an opening here. Even so, believing the system had its reasons for the quest, I continued to spar. The deadline was now just over 42 hours away, less than 2 days. At that moment, Bova calmly announced again, there's another opening here. And finally, when the time had dwindled to just 23 hours and 51 minutes, Luin's focus sharpened. He lunged toward Bova with the speed of the wind. After a moment, he let out a small smile, his eyes shining with excitement and satisfaction. It's done. Bova smiled back warmly and didn't hold back his praise. You did very well. At that moment, Luin also thought to himself. Sir Bova said, the results of your efforts are finally starting to show. Time passed, and the final day of training arrived. Worried about Luin pushing himself too hard, Bova asked, young master, are you tired? Luin answered with conviction. No, I can still continue. Bova slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and gently told him not to overdo it. Look, the dawn is already breaking. But Luin, with a mission on his mind, was more determined than ever. Yes, I've sparred enough with Sir Bova, but his gaze was fixed on the single remaining quest objective, the critical hit. I still haven't fulfilled that condition. The remaining time was now barely more than half an hour. Luin was lost in a spiral of desperate thoughts, unable to believe this was all he had to show for an entire sleepless night. Is landing a critical hit on a 7th level knight an impossible task from the start? As we continue this manhwa recap, his hand tightened on his sword, with each passing second, leaving him with precious little time. What is this? You were up all night. Brother Luina had woken up. She pleaded with her brother. Brother, stop it. You've trained enough. Iren sighed deeply. Honestly, I followed the young lady as a precaution, but why must the young master push himself this hard? Luina, her voice brimming with worry, tried again. Even, you have your limits. Brother, please stop and rest. Luin didn't even glance at them. His eyes were locked on Bova, as he insisted just 30 more minutes. He repeated it deliberately, as if daring anyone to try and stop him. All I need is 30 minutes. But inside, Luin was also filled with unease. I know it all too well. It's almost impossible to achieve a miracle in just 30 minutes. Yet he pressed on, slamming the wooden sword in his hand into the ground. He shouted, "Sir Bova." With the sword planted firmly in the earth, Luin quickly rolled up his sleeves. "I will treat this as my final attempt and try a different way." He said this while thinking, therefore, from now on, I will change my approach. His bizarre actions left Luin and Aden completely bewildered. Both Ben and his father couldn't hide their astonishment either. Both of them frowned, while Ben muttered something under his breath. Even Bova was slightly surprised. He remained composed. Looking at the young master's face and body now in a fighting stance, he asked again, "Are you serious?" "Yes, I am serious." Luin's eyes narrowed, his mind filled with nothing but unwavering resolve. "Through these past few days of sparring with a wooden sword, I've learned to anticipate a knight's movements. That objective is now complete. Now, I need to win using my own specialty." Bova, with his keen perception, finally understood. "I thought it was strange that you were practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. It turns out you wanted something from me." Luin made no effort to hide it. He gave a slight smile at the knight's deduction. "You've realized it." This only made Bova more eager for this final showdown. "Very well, then I shall add one more rule for you, young master." He generously gave him a massive opportunity. "For the remaining 30 minutes you may use magic against me." Luin was stunned, muttering the word magic under his breath, the very core of his power at this magic academy. Bova replied while raising his sword, "However, I will also get a little more serious. I want to see your true abilities." Luin was also ready. He rose onto the balls of his feet and aimed himself toward Bova. "Here I come." In the next instant, they both shot forward like lightning. Luin gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with determination, thinking, "Forget the wooden sword, I have to get inside its range." In exchange, his body felt lighter, his balance improving as his movements became more fluid. At this close range, the sword's blind spot rendered it completely useless. Sir Bova suddenly paused his assault and let out a delighted laugh, exclaiming, "So that's your game." At the same time, Luin hesitated, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, but he quickly steeled himself. His opponent showed no openings beyond the reach of the wooden sword. This was the same method he had used against Doom Bram during the grand tournament. But shattering an opponent's sword wasn't a strategy that could be applied to just anyone. Knights of Sir Bova's caliber don't meet a power difference head-on. They expertly redirect it instead. Bova analyzed Luin's strategy with the perfect clarity you'd expect in this manhwa recap, as if reading his very mind. "Your plan to get inside my sword's reach. It's a good choice. But once it's exposed," he continued, "your options become limited. Your opponent will constantly try to create distance." This only served to fuel Luin's fighting spirit. He lunged forward, his fist clenched tight. Sir Bova was right. His entire strategy had been seen through. But just as his punch was about to land, Luin suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. "However, you didn't see this coming." In a flash, his clenched fist opened wide, and Luin yelled, "Light!" Instantly, a brilliant blue light engulfed them both, blinding everyone to the action. When the light finally dissipated, leaving behind hazy wisps of smoke, the onlookers saw Luin had Sir Bova pinned to the ground, a firm grip on his collar. Brother Luin cried out in shock, but Bova, though defeated, simply offered a gentle smile. "I was worried you were about to unleash some terrifying magic spell," Bova said. "But you just blinded me with light. You've well and truly beaten me." The young master looked at him and replied humbly, "It was all I could come up with on the spot. My sincere apologies for catching you off guard, Sir Bova." Though his words were simple, Luin's mind was racing. "Honestly, if Sir Bova had been at his peak, I probably would have lost. He's been training me all day without a break. And finally, I've done it." Just then, a system notification announced Luin's reward, the skill, Steel Destruction. As Luin was basking in the glory of his new ability, he felt a sharp smack on his shoulder. "Brother, what do you think you're doing?" Luin demanded, hands on her hips. "Even if it's just a sparring match, how could you throw Sir Bova to the ground like that?" Luin just offered an awkward smile, unsure how to explain, and mumbled, "Sorry." Bova stepped in to defend him. "I'm quite all right, my lady. Please don't be too hard on the young master." Luin then bowed his head and respectfully offered a hand to Bova. "Now that our training is over, I'd love nothing more than to soak in a hot bath. Goodness, I've taken up so much of your time." He helped the older man to his feet, feeling a surge of positive emotion. "I've learned so much from you." The two of them then slowly walked back. "This has been a very exciting experience for an old man like me," Bova said. "Young master, your break must be ending soon." Luin nodded in response. "Yes, I'll be leaving soon. It's a 10-day ride to the Magic Academy." This long yet somehow short vacation was drawing to a close. A hint of sadness touched him as he thought about packing his bags. And the day to depart from his homeland finally arrived. Standing on a bridge, he and his father watched the young men working diligently below. All right, lads, just a little more effort. Let's get this done, and then we'll grab some beers. You bet I'm drinking my fill tonight, another shouted. Luin politely explained to his father, these are the workers sent by the Van Chase clan. Since we're building our base in Adel, we need a massive amount of manpower. He spread his arms wide, unable to contain his excitement. Through this new route, we'll transport weapons from the 8 lakes and simultaneously carry out subjugation missions. Plus, all these workers will be using Adel's restaurants and inns, bringing huge benefits to the entire region. This is the beginning of a new era. As he said this, his voice suddenly dropped. And there's one more thing I wanted to tell you. Father. He presented a box to him. This is 12,000 gold. Please use it for Adel. Luin's father looked like he was about to refuse, his brow furrowing. Son, he began. But Luin, knowing what his father was thinking, quickly interjected. I've already set aside 400 gold for myself, so you don't need to worry. Surely, you won't refuse this time. His father looked at Luin, with eyes full of love and immense pride. I feel ashamed. It seems I am only ever in your debt. Now, to see my son off. Moved by his son's filial piety, his father didn't hesitate to pull him into a warm embrace. Thank you, son. All right then, it's time for you to be on your way. Luin then let his mind drift. I have to admit this was an incredibly productive break. I said my goodbyes to everyone and walked a ways with Iron. When our paths finally diverged and I was about to part ways, Luin heard Erin say something that made him do a double take. Huh, what did you just say? I must have misheard you. Erin deliberately repeated herself, her voice full of conviction. No, you heard me right. She beamed at Luin. After we graduate, I'll help you with the monster-slaying missions. I told you I'm going to follow you until I finally defeat you. Master Luin. Watching Erin's retreating figure, Luin mused that she hadn't forgotten after all. What a peculiar person she was. And just like that, we parted ways, promising to meet again someday. After traveling for about 1 week from AEL, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern region, this place was teeming with people. The moment he set foot here, Luin's attention was snagged by a street brawl, and he couldn't help but stop and watch. Someone was bellowing. Say that again. A gangster dressed in black was viciously berating a young man in a white shirt. What did you just say, you pathetic little weakling? The shrill shouting grew louder with each passing moment. Say it again, you bastard. Witnessing this blatant bullying, Luin felt a knot of unease form in his stomach. What in the world was going on here? The thug in black maintained his high-pitched, condescending tone. Repeat yourself. What did you say, kid? The young man, his face a canvas of bruises, softly pleaded. Please let my sister go. But a second later, his eyes shot open, glaring at his tormentor as he raised his voice. I am a knight as well. If you people don't release my sister this instant, I won't let this stand. The man in black cackled, his voice dripping with mockery. Did you guys hear that? And what exactly are you going to do if you don't let this stand? He then rose to his feet, continuing to lecture the pitiful young man. This all happened because your family couldn't pay up, and we have to make a living too. His fist clenched as his mouth spewed provocative insults. So now, I'm going to collect the debt your father left behind, even if it means selling your sister. Ha ha. The young man's brow furrowed, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. What? Upon hearing his family threatened, he instantly lost his cool and charged forward recklessly. You think I'd just let that happen? For the first time in their exchange, he dared to scoff at the thug. How ridiculous. But before he could even land a blow, he was met with a brutal punch, followed by a vicious curse. Do I look like I'm joking to you? The thug relentlessly kicked the boy while spewing a torrent of insults. And you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Is this the standard for apprentice knights in foreign? Not stopping there, he grabbed the young man's hair, yanking his head up and ordering him around as if he were his personal slave. Say it again. What did you just say? The brave young man enunciated each word with defiance. Go on, try and sell my sister. He fixed his fiery gaze on his opponent, his voice chillingly calm and devoid of all emotion. I will literally end you. This whole scene felt like it was ripped from a dark manhwa recap, and as Luin watched, his own brows knitted in frustration. Is this kind of thing really happening in broad daylight? The boy looked like an apprentice from a nearby territory, but even for a trainee from a lesser Magic Academy he was shockingly weak. However, that wasn't an ordinary gaze. It was the look of someone who had something they would die to protect. As Luin began to step towards the commotion, someone suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. A frightened man warned him. Young man, don't meddle in other people's affairs. Just walk away. If you mess with the Ongi lumber crew, it'll be a disaster. Seriously, those guys are absolutely ruthless. Luin didn't even bother to thank him. In fact, he felt an urge to taunt these onlookers. I see. But in that case, what are all of you doing here? The men looked confused. Huh, what do you mean? Luin pressed on. You're not trying to stop them, nor are you trying to save that young man. His eyes narrowed, and he bared his teeth in a show of pure disgust. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You're no different from them. With that said, he continued walking towards the young man. That look in his eyes, it was good. It was a gaze that held the potential to become so much stronger. Suddenly, I became curious about that boy's true worth. The man who had offered the well-intentioned advice was now furious at being lectured by Luin. What fine, do whatever you want then. Is that all my concern was worth to you? The brutish gangster tormenting the young man noticed Luin's approach and immediately froze. He shot Luin a razor-sharp glare. Then with a gruff, condescending tone, the thug demanded, "Who the hell are you? You here for a beating too?" He was all talk before even realizing who he was up against, barking, "Scram before I." But before he could even finish his threat, Luin unleashed his magic, sending the goon flying backward. The thug's eyes shot wide open with a mix of pure confusion and terror as he stared at the face of the stone-cold Luin. "Why am I seeing stars?" he wondered dazedly. The onlookers gasped, their jaws dropping in utter shock while his lackeys just stood there completely frozen. "What the heck was that?" they muttered. The main thug, meanwhile, was completely helpless, forced to endure as Luin mercilessly pummeled his body with raw magic. "What's happening to me?" After toying with his prey for a moment, Luin decided to finally vent his anger, blasting a wave of magic straight into the thug's face. He howled in agony, screaming pathetically, "Oh, stay back, get away from me, retreat, retreat." The young man Luin had saved was still on the ground, completely stunned. He stammered, "You, who in the world are you?" Luin stood proudly, his silhouette cutting a confident figure as he replied simply, "Luin Aden." Then he turned back to face the young man, his expression softening into a relaxed, kind smile. "That's my name," he added. Later that night, Luin found himself at the young man's home where the boy introduced himself. His name was Han, and after inviting Luin over, he shared his tragically familiar story. He and his sister were saddled with the debts of their drunkard father, forcing the young man to pick up a sword to keep his sister from being sold off to a den of iniquity. Curious, Luin immediately asked, "So what's the deal with this Ongi lumber gang? The name sounds almost harmless, but their actions are anything but." Han shuddered just talking about them. "Don't let the name fool you, they're completely ruthless. They get their name because they tie people to the base of an Ongi tree, and then finish them off. Their leader alone has taken down 4 people, so absolutely nobody dares to cross them." Luin was still trying to piece things together, and pressed on. "And the foreign territory just lets a group like that run wild." Han clarified that the gang's turf wasn't technically within Florin's direct control. "They operate in our village and a few other small hamlets around here. All of them are too small to have their own guard detachments." Luin's gaze dropped, his eyes narrowing in thought. "They're even worse than I imagined. I'd love to handle them personally, but I don't have the time to hunt them down individually." Han bowed his head, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much for helping me, and I've heard your name before." He then asked tentatively, "They said you were the champion of that big tournament, weren't you?" Luin's quick confirmation seemed to catch Han completely off guard. "Yeah, that's right. Let me guess, you heard that from Sir Gunter Perante." Han sat up straight, staring at Luin in amazement. "How did you know that?" With a slight smile, Luin explained, "I heard that goon mention you're an apprentice knight from the Fen territory, and if we're talking about Sir Gunter, it's only natural he would have mentioned me." At this, Han shot to his feet, his voice brimming with excitement. "That's right. Our captain talked about you all the time. He said there was this incredibly powerful mage at the Magic Academy, but, well, not quite as strong as him, of course." "Oh, is that so?" Luin thought wryly. "Funny, I seem to recall beating him in an arm wrestling match." Meanwhile, Han was still passionately puffing out his chest, declaring, "I want to become strong and fast, to be an outstanding knight, just like my captain." Luin fell silent for a moment, observing Han with a thoughtful, almost critical expression. Having the captain as a role model is great, but the reality is Han is far too weak to reach that level. Forget becoming a knight, I'm not even sure he could graduate from the academy. Luin assessed internally. As if on cue, Han's voice dropped, tinged with shame as he confessed, "To be honest, I'm ranked dead last at the academy, so I get made fun of every single day. They all say things like, 'How are you even still at the academy with skills like that?'" His confession was sad, but Luin could see a flicker of hope in his eyes. "Everyone else tears me down but my captain. He's different. He told me I have a special talent, one that no one else possesses." As he spoke these words, his face lit up, his entire demeanor shifting to one of pure optimism. "And he said that if I just keep working hard, my day to shine will come." A spark of recognition lit up in Luin's mind. It's the exact same thing he realized. Just like how Professor Haydn and the headmaster believed in me, all the way to the end. Sir Gunter must believe in Han, because he probably went through something similar himself. Watching this unfold feels like a classic part of a **** Manhwa recap ****. Luin didn't hesitate to encourage him. He's right, you know. Hard work will never betray you. He popped a piece of food into his mouth, continuing to motivate his new friend. Even if you're slower than everyone else, as long as you keep pushing forward, a miracle is bound to happen someday. It happened to me. But just as he finished his inspiring speech, Han noticed Luin's face contorting in pain. He panicked. Oh, I am so sorry, I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking is, rather unique. Luin silently screamed in his head. A little late for that warning, don't you think? But their warm if slightly painful conversation was suddenly shattered by an aggressive shout from outside. Get out here, you filthy brats. It was the Ongi lumber gang, and they'd brought the whole crew. Their leader roared in fury. That damn noble brat. I should have ripped him apart when I had the chance. Instead, I'm here to take care of these two brats. The gang leader growled. Forget taking them out, we're going to sell them. He then stormed towards the house and kicked the flimsy wooden door clean off its hinges. Come on out, no more hiding. But his face suddenly froze as he squinted into the darkness. What the? Where did those two kids go? Inside the house, there was no sign of Han or his sister. Only Luin stood there waiting for them. The gang leader barked out, "Who the hell are you, Luin?" Who had equipped some light armor on his arm, simply smiled. I was wondering what to do, but thanks for serving yourselves up on a platter. Not even 3 seconds later, Luin blasted the man with his magic, sending his body flying in a straight line out of the house and onto the dirt. The terrified henchman could only stammer, "W." What was that? Every single one of them was thrown into a state of panic, staring wide-eyed as whispers erupted among them. Isn't that the noble from earlier? Why is he here? Only then did they spot the two siblings huddled together in fear. Luin instructed calmly, Han, it's dangerous here. Protect your sister. The boy asked anxiously, Luin, what are you going to do? A slight smirk played on Luin's lips. His hand clenched into a fist. As he spoke with conviction, I have to earn the meal I was given. Meanwhile, one of the thugs tried to rally his men. Don't be scared. No matter how good he is, we still have more than 20 men. That's right, let's get him. The black-clad thugs charged forward with their weapons drawn. Fine by me, Luin said coolly. Come at me all at once. A blue power began to radiate from his hands. It was a stream of blue energy. Thanks to my duel with Baron Bova, I picked up a new skill in this Manhwa recap, Steel Destruction. When I use this, the moment a sword makes contact with my fist, the very essence of the blade just vanishes. Just then, a thug cried out in terror, What is this? My dagger? Normally, I'd go easy on them, Luin thought, but these guys are clearly villains through and through. Therefore, there will be no mercy. A massive surge of power from Luin crashed down on the thugs. Please, sir, spare us. We've committed a terrible crime. The men groveled on the ground, begging for their lives. As by now, they surely realized that fighting back was pointless. As Luin was considering his next move, a scream cut through the air. Just as he'd feared, he hadn't gotten all of them. Someone had taken a hostage. You bastard, a voice snarled. Move an inch and I'll slice this woman's throat. What are you lot doing? Get up, all of you. Get up and tie that damn noble up, the black-clad man commanded. Luin's eyes narrowed. Damn it. You must be the leader of this crew. That's right. I'm the leader of the Ong Yi Nu gang, he announced. Now that you understand, get on your knees, you bastard. Luin's gaze shot towards Han. Han, what happened? He saw that Han's sister was hurt, and he realized Han must have been injured trying to protect her. Well then, Luin muttered, there's only one way to settle this. He began to walk towards the leader. The leader screamed, don't you dare come any closer. You think I'm bluffing? Stay put. If you so much as twitch a finger, I'll carve her up right here. Luin seethed internally. Damn it, this isn't something they teach you at the Magic Academy. I don't have enough time to cast a spell. Crap, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, a blade flashed through the air. The leader looked down in stunned disbelief before collapsing. You bastard, he gasped. It was Han holding a sword, his eyes blazing with fury. If you don't want to end up like your leader, then get out of here now. The remaining thugs didn't need to be told twice. That little bastard, let's run, they yelled, scattering in every direction. Han, are you okay? His sister cried, rushing to his side. But Han stared at his hands in disbelief. I took a life. How could I? It's all right, Han, Luin said, placing a hand on his shoulder. You did what you had to do. And congratulations. Han looked up confused. Congratulations, Luin explained. That was a Pareto sword strike, wasn't it? That's aura mastery. I saw a blue aura emanating from you just before you struck. You just reached the 4th level, didn't you? The appearance of that invisible blue aura means you've awakened. Han was flabbergasted. Huh, I'm at the 4th level, that's right. Luin confirmed. Reaching the 4th level is considered top tier among the Night Orders. Of course, you can't fully control your aura yet, but you've undeniably made a massive leap forward. Yes, you did it. Just as I predicted. My faith in you wasn't misplaced. Han was visibly moved. Thank you, Luin. This is all because of you. Without you, I never would have found the courage. All right. Cut it out with the sappy stuff, Luin replied, waving it off. At least now, no one will be bothering your sister anymore. And just like that, the incident involving Han was smoothly resolved. As soon as morning came, Luin headed straight for the academy, And now he was back. Before I left Ale, I was wishing the break would never end. But now that I'm back at the academy, I realize I actually missed this place. So Luin, what did you get up to during the break? Jia-san asked as they walked. Me, Luin replied, and the two began to chat. What is there to say? So much has happened, yet none of it feels worth mentioning right now. He hesitated for a moment before I spoke up. I've been training. His eyes widened in surprise. You have. Someone as powerful as you still needs to train. Swordsmanship of all things. Good heavens. Luin, the vacation is meant for relaxing. Besides, swordsmanship is a core part of the night-related classes. For the second semester, right? Why would you get a head start on that? Practicing ahead during the break is called preparation, I retorted. Just as we were chatting, a professor called out my name. Professor Aden, so you're here. I said. What brings you here, sir? He simply gestured outside. Look, you have a visitor. I glanced over and saw a procession of knights, their banners bearing the symbol of a golden sunbird. It was emblazoned on their flags. It had to be him. A flicker of recognition crossed my face. I knew exactly who this visitor was. I'll be right there, I told the professor. We had exchanged letters, but I never expected to meet him so soon. The champion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament has arrived. As the carriage door opened, the announcer declared, the princes have arrived. One by one, two royal figures stepped out. Don't even think about getting between me and Luin. Prince Croster Rydan. The younger brother shot back at the first prince. Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Luin will choose me in the end. While the two were still bickering, I stepped forward and gave a slight bow. It is an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I am Luin Aden. Ah, young master. My apologies for arriving so unexpectedly. I've brought a gift, and was hoping we could speak in private. The younger prince cut in. No, the gift I've prepared is far more valuable. Forget my brother, and speak with me first. Their intentions were painfully obvious. If I, the champion of the martial arts tournament, were to back one of them, it would be a massive advantage in their race to become king. I have a proposition, I announced, cutting through their argument. A proposition? The older one asked, intrigued. Very well, we will follow your lead, young Master Luin. Let us discuss this together, I began. The Ladian Kingdom, to which both this esteemed magic academy and I belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Despite this, the kingdom remains internally divided. The first prince's monarchist faction is in constant conflict with the second prince's reformist faction, leading to endless strife. Most of the nobles and mages are just pawns in their power struggle. In hindsight, it's obvious why they sought me out. As we settled in to talk, the first prince declared, I'll sit here. No. The seat directly across from Sir Luin is mine, the younger one insisted. The two princes began arguing over who would sit opposite me. I could only sigh, feeling completely exasperated with these two. Honestly, what a nuisance. Stop making a scene, one said. Aren't you the one making a scene, brother? The other retorted. It's precisely because of childish antics like this that our country is in its current state. The thought swirled in my mind. How utterly ridiculous. What did you just say? One of them snapped. I finally had enough. Stop arguing, I said firmly. I must admit I am a bit surprised by your sudden visit, but it is good that you both came. I have something I need to make clear. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. I anticipated this, the older prince nodded, but hearing it directly still stings. Indeed, the younger one added, but even the legendary strategist Gigas refused the great emperor's offer 3 times. Surely you know that story. The very same Gigas who refused the great emperor 3 times eventually joined his cause. Are you truly comparing yourselves to the first emperor? I thought to myself. The first emperor was a 9th circle knight. Even if you continue to press the issue, my answer will remain the same. As Luin Aden, I have my own duties to fulfill. Your own duties? I intend to return to my homeland, I explained. The prince's eyes lit up. The Aden territory, so that means you won't be leaving the kingdom even after you graduate. Of course. At that point I can become a true asset to the kingdom. Oh, that is wonderful news, the prince exclaimed. However, the situation in Aden is far from simple. I trust you both understand why I cannot abandon my homeland. Hearing this, both princes looked at each other, a new understanding dawning on them. A future pillar of the kingdom should not be burdened by such trivial concerns. Ah, yes, I, Prince Croster Ryden, will fully support you no matter the issue, the younger prince shouted. Don't listen to my brother, listen to me, money. Supplies, I'll give you everything you need, the older one snapped back. Hey, can't you see I'm speaking with the young master? Stay out of it. And just like that, the two of them started bickering again. As this Manhwa recap shows, no matter what happens, I will never choose a side. That's a certainty. And why is that? Because as long as the two of them are fighting, I stand to gain far more. My mind was already running through the calculations. The first prince promised I will send a magnificent gift for your graduation. No, the second immediately countered, I will send a gift that is even more magnificent than my brother's. Gifts are appreciated, I said smoothly. However, I do hope you'll address the matters I've raised. Haha, don't you worry about a thing, one of them said. Just focus on your graduation from the Magic Academy. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied that I wasn't siding with their rival, and they departed. I had also managed to clearly demonstrate my loyalty, not to them but to the kingdom itself. Myself, by confirming that I would not be leaving the kingdom. However, I did present a few demands. First, I requested approval for the plans that AEL is currently pursuing, and I asked for military support to coincide with the punitive expedition. Everything is progressing smoothly. Is this the true nature of power? And my train of thought was cut short. Everyone listen carefully. Duke Luin Aden is a hero and a treasure of this kingdom. Therefore, I hereby appoint Duke Luin as the royal protector. All of you shall show him the respect he rightfully deserves. This was not part of the plan, but this is how things have unfolded. The protector as the guardian, closest to the royal family within the kingdom, is a position no one would dare to look down upon. Although it's not yet official, the prince's public acknowledgement essentially makes it so. I felt a wave of relief that everything was resolved, without a hitch. Well then, we shall be on our way. The two princes bid us farewell and departed. It was truly remarkable. Being appointed the protector of the kingdom is incredibly impressive. Murmurs of awe filled the air. Make way, you're blocking our path to class, Jia Shan shouted as he walked, clearing a path for us. Now that the princes were gone, it was finally time for our classmates to gather around. It seems things are about to get noisy again, aren't they? The position of protector had previously been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, keep it down, Em is coming over there. All the chatter immediately ceased. What were they talking about? Were they discussing me? He approached with a scowl. How laughable, seriously. Who is talking about whom? It seems my presence alone had truly provoked him. Have you all forgotten I am a Gary Hill, you know? No matter how much of a scene you cause after graduation, every single one of you will be under my authority. Gary Hill. Michelle Gary Hill. The very same student who was once considered for expulsion after using a forbidden substance during the first semester's midterm exam, managed to evade that fate with the severe punishment of a 30-day suspension. It was all thanks to the influence of the Gary Hill family name. The magical world of this academy, no, even the magical world of the royal palace, is now almost entirely under the control of the Gary Hills. Is that so? But it doesn't seem to align with what the princes want. Long time no see. The scoundrel. He spat out each word. You think you've won, don't you? What? Just you wait and see who will be laughing in the end. He turned his back, but the sheer dissatisfaction was still plastered all over his face. John tried to comfort me. He's just jealous. Don't pay it any mind. When you won the grand tournament, the look on M's face was truly something to behold. This new development with the princes has probably hit him even harder. He's right, jealousy, that's far too simple. M's tarnished reputation in this matter is now directly tied to the honor of his entire family. He could be plotting something. This class is a special lecture, by an alumnus, right? Yes, let's go attend. This Manhwa, recap is certainly getting intense at the Magic Academy. After all, my opponent is the ruthless Gary Hill family. Alumni are coming to the academy to lecture. I wonder who it will be. Hopefully it's someone decent. Jiashan silently prayed. And somehow, this uneasy feeling is never wrong. It seemed the person behind the door had completely crushed his expectations. The entire class was staring in utter shock at the two of us. He was bewildered. What's going on? The person standing on the podium finally spoke. Is there a problem? Why is the atmosphere so peculiar? Could that person be Luin Aden? It's a pleasure to meet you, Luin Aden. The man was Jakin Gary Hill. The second semester for the graduating class focused more on practical application than theory. As mentioned before, there would be classes involving knights and alumni would visit the academy to share their stories about being active mages. A kind of lecture. It was a well-intentioned event, but somehow that foreboding feeling is never mistaken. Luin and John cautiously took their seats. They both stared forward in silence, especially since the alumnus invited to lecture was M's older brother Jakin Gary Hill, who held a book and chalk as he introduced the lesson. Today, the story I will share with you is about the relationship between the mages of the Gary Hill house and the court mages. He smirked with pure arrogance. Everyone is already aware, are you not? Among the 14 court mages selected last year, a full 11 of them came from the house of Gary Hill. He smiled, but his eyes were chillingly cold and impossible to read. As a senior from this Magic Academy, I will share with you a truth you must know to succeed. In this world, there is nothing that I can possess all by myself. From up here, Luin listened intently to every single word. Therefore, those who are weaker must band together even more tightly. From the seats below, you should all focus more on reality instead of lofty ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Luin Aden doesn't mean your lives will magically become like his. He suddenly called out Luin by name, leaving the entire hall momentarily stunned. He enunciated every single word. Luin Aden, what are your thoughts on this? One of Luin's friends slammed his fist on the table, ready to stand in anger. But before his friend could do anything rash, Luin quickly rose to his feet and interjected. Well, if I may say something. Before the eyes of everyone in the hall, he fearlessly spoke his mind. Even if you combine 10 pieces of trash with sheer determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it'll just be one giant pile of garbage. Realizing he was being mocked, the speaker paused for a moment. Are you perhaps talking about me? Luin immediately feigned innocence. Not at all. Do you feel that it applies to you? The tense atmosphere between the two of them sent ripples of murmurs throughout the surrounding students. Seemingly at a loss for words, he quickly changed the subject. Well, I've heard a great deal about you from my younger brother Mike. You're quite the unlucky fellow, aren't you? Luin simply replied with composure. I suppose you haven't heard the other stories, about how that same unlucky fellow utterly crushed him. The confident smirk vanished from the man's face, replaced by a dark scowl. What an arrogant brat. At that moment, both of them knew the feud between Luin Aden and the Gary Hill family was a confrontation that wouldn't be easily resolved. As we continue this manhwa recap, ever since Jin appeared, the entire atmosphere at the academy began to shift rapidly. With his declaration that anyone could join the Gary Hill faction if they wished, Jin managed to dazzle the lower-ranking students. His practical and direct approach was proving to be remarkably effective. Meanwhile, a debate broke out among the students. One of them said, "Did you hear what Senior Jin said? If we work for the Gary Hill family, we can also to be successful." But another student immediately shot back. "Ha, do you honestly think the Gary Hill family cares about you? Have some self-respect. I'd rather not work under a guy like Mike, who uses dirty tricks to manipulate people." Ultimately, the student body of the Magic Academy was split into two factions, Gary Hill and Adele, with the Gary Hill faction's petty attempts to humiliate Luin and Luin's own growing anger at their childish provocations. The atmosphere at the academy grew more and more heated with each passing day. However, it wasn't long before an opportunity arose to finally put the Gary Hill faction in its place. Headmaster Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table and spoke gently. "Oh, come in. Please have a seat." Luin walked over and sat across from him, replying promptly. "Yes, sir. How have you been, Headmaster?" The older man leisurely lifted his teacup. "Haha, I'm doing just fine." His voice was deep and steady, carrying a tone of understanding and trust. "Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, can't we? So tell me, how has life been at the academy?" Luin closed his eyes for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. "It's been the same as always, with one exception. There's a troublemaker stirring up chaos." As a man of great knowledge and experience, the headmaster immediately understood the situation. He set his teacup down. "I see. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're referring to." He then leaned back in his chair. "The Gary Hill family. I don't like them one bit. But what can be done? Nearly every mage in the kingdom has some connection to them, and this esteemed Magic Academy is no exception." He continued to explain the current situation. "However, unlike last year, this year we've only assigned them courses that don't directly impact student grades. Despite that, they're still causing quite a stir, both on and off campus. And it's because of you, Luin. It seems they hold a significant grudge against you." Luin grew curious. "The alumnus Jane of the Gary Hill family. What kind of person is he?" The headmaster recounted. He was incredibly popular, known for his handsome looks and eloquence. His social connections were flawless, and his academic results were outstanding. At the age of 23, he became the youngest archmage in the entire kingdom. But then, the headmaster's expression grew grim. "However, behind that perfect facade lives a giant serpent. Deep inside of him, he possesses profound ambition, a thirst for power, and a personality that compels him to achieve whatever he desires, no matter the cost." After understanding the true nature of this serpent lord, Jane, Luin grew wary. The man might seem fine on the surface, but he was completely rotten on the inside, and would use any means necessary to get what he wanted. That was the Gary Hill way. Luin clenched his fists. At this point, he had more than enough reason to take action. The only question was, which reason would serve as the best justification? Suddenly, the headmaster spoke up again. "By the way, I wanted to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you." Luin's face showed his confusion. "Special lessons?" he asked. "That's right, the upcoming classes." Suddenly, a wild idea sparked in his mind. Asterisk. "I've got a brilliant plan. But will he ever agree to it?" Asterisk. He had already pitched the idea to several people, but the feedback was overwhelmingly negative. Mulling this over, he made his way to the classroom. Just then, the words of Headmaster Tyrion echoed in his mind, giving him a surge of courage. What if you just ask him directly? And with that, he pushed the door open. At the sound of it creaking, every student in the room turned to look. Even Jane, standing at the podium, stopped mid-sentence, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Huh, Luino." Addressing his upperclassmen directly, Luin stated his purpose. "I've come with a request for you, senior." Hearing this, Mikael, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Asterisk, whoosh. Asterisk. He shot up from his seat, pointing a finger directly at Luin, a massive grin splitting his face from ear to ear. "Fine by me. It was only a matter of time before you'd come up with something like this. Luin's expression turned serious. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not that kind of request. He then continued laying out his true intentions. I heard that you received a proposal from the headmaster for a joint night class next week, and you turned it down. As he said this, the corner of Luin's mouth curved into a slight smirk. So I'm here to make the request in person. Please allow the alumni and the current students to have a joint class. In that instant, Jane's entire body went rigid. His face, which was usually a mask of pure arrogance, was now completely stunned. A joint class. In this type of *** Magic Academy, *** session, the alumni act as special instructors and participate in the classroom alongside the current students. In other words, it was an official opportunity for me and Jane to finally face off on the same stage. That single sentence was enough to make the entire atmosphere of the room electrifying. A joint class, does that mean we'll finally get to see Jane Gary Hill's skills for real? The surrounding students couldn't hide their excitement. All eyes were fixed on Jane, imagining him and Luin facing off directly on the same stage. Wow, after a moment of silent contemplation, Jane finally spoke. Why? He asked slowly. Our alumni are seasoned professionals with years of experience working in the field. There's absolutely no need for a class like this, and to be honest, it would just be a pointless waste of time. Do you really think so little of us that you'd propose something so demeaning? His argument sounded reasonable, but Luin had anticipated it perfectly, and he delivered the critical blow. That sounds a little ridiculous. Isn't the whole purpose of alumni visiting the academy to teach the next generation? Jane was taken aback. What? Luin put on a disappointed expression. And yet, you're brushing aside the joint class, the single best opportunity to pass on your knowledge to your juniors. It's for classes exactly like this that you constantly emphasize how Gary Hill is a collective. At this, Jane's face turned incredibly sour. Luin's voice was dripping with provocation, a taunting smile playing on his lips. So why the sudden change of heart? Or maybe there's another reason. For instance, are you afraid? Jane broke into a classic villainous grin. Even though you won the grand tournament, you're still just a student with limited experience. Then, just as quickly, he composed himself, his expression returning to a calm mask as if nothing happened. Faced with a real blade, you'd be able to do nothing but cling to that useless, stubborn pride of yours. So why would we need such a troublesome class? But before he could finish his sentence, the other students started to chime in. We want to see your skills too. Jane froze for a second, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. The moment one student spoke up, the others immediately joined in. Yeah, that's right. We'd love to see the skills you've honed in real combat. This is better than any *** Manhwa recap. ***. At the same time, Michael excitedly slammed his hand on the desk. Come on, bro. What are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Go on and accept it. Luin Aden, you're going to regret this proposal for a very long time. My brother is a powerful mage. His reaction was exactly what Luin had been hoping for. He smirked inwardly. That's right, Michael, you've said it perfectly. That's exactly how it should be. So our esteemed senior won't be able to refuse any longer. Jane let out a weary sigh. All right, if it's a joint class, the apprentice knights from foreign will be participating. Right. However, the senior tried to justify himself. I only rejected this proposal because I didn't want to steal the spotlight from you, the student representative of this class. But if you're willing to overlook that now. Luin didn't hesitate for a second, closing the distance between them with each step. No, please, let's do it. I'm insisting. He extended a hand. As a junior at this magic academy, I also want to witness your skills. The senior had no choice but to reluctantly shake his hand. Well, if that's how it is, I have no other choice. Let's give it our all. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, so intense that he had to grit his teeth. He seethed. This damn kid. Luin leaned in close, whispering the secret words into his ear. So I'll leave it in your hands, senior. The boy's eyes lit up, filled with excitement and a thirst for a challenge. Prepare to be amazed. 3 days prior, just as the apprentice knights of foreign arrived at the *** Magic Academy, *** Lin had a brief sit-down before the official meeting. It was with Headmaster Tyrion. He proposed a special class. Is that so? The headmaster calmly rested his chin on his hand, recalling, that day I was considering the idea of pairing up alumni with current students to form teams for the class, but most of them had already refused. He smiled. However, if a senior is asked directly, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think? Recalling the proposal made the headmaster chuckle, a smile, mixed with both helplessness and surprise. The headmaster is quite the sly one, Luin thought, devising a plan the senior couldn't possibly turn down. Suddenly the atmosphere erupted with unexpected energy, as one person couldn't contain their excitement. Pointing straight ahead, their voice filled with enthusiasm, they shouted, "Look, they're here!" It was the apprentice knights of foreign. A wave of cheers washed over the courtyard. The moment Gutter spotted Luin in the crowd, a brilliant smile spread across his face, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Well, look who it is. How's it going, you stubborn brat? Luin shot back. Of course, I'm doing great. And you, Gutter? The man just shrugged, his lazy demeanor unchanged. Same as always. I heard some news about you a while back. You won the grand festival, didn't you? Luin tilted his head slightly, a humble expression on his face. That's right, and it's all thanks to your guidance. Hearing this, Gutter let out a hearty laugh. Turning to leave, he waved a final goodbye. Haha, I'm off to see the headmaster now, so please do me a favor and guide these kids. Luin immediately accepted the task, I understand. He placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself formally. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Luin Aden, the representative of the *** Magic Academy, ***. Might I ask who the representative for the Apprentice Knights is? An Apprentice Knight's eyes darted away evasively. Our representative is currently busy. Following his gaze, Luin's eyes widened in shock. Before him was a classic scene of the strong preying on the weak. A guy was laughing with glee. Haha, come on, man up, you're scaring the little guy. The other one shot back. Nobody would even care if this brat dropped dead. So what if they don't? Luin froze for a second, his gaze fixed on the slightly bruised but familiar face. Han, the boy being bullied, looked up. Luin, what are you doing here? Just then, a brown-haired guy in the group let out a chuckle. Ah, so you're the famous Luin A. I've heard a lot about you. And with that, the guy introduced himself. He lifted his chin, his eyes filled with arrogance. I am Manhwa Gegen, the representative of Foreign. He continued, his tone dripping with self-importance. Vengras Gegen, commander of the Golden Knights, the one and only 7-star knight. Ever heard of him? He's my father. Luin's face pretty much screamed. And who asked, bro? Why on earth was this guy bringing up his dad during an introduction? Was he trying to flex that his old man was a big shot too? Whatever. Luin brushed his words aside. That's great, but I'd be more satisfied if you answered my question first. Manip's face soured at being ignored. My question? What question was that? Luin's eyes turned sharp. I'll repeat myself once. I asked, what are you doing? The guy answered casually, as if it were nothing. Oh, this little punk hasn't been listening lately, so I'm personally training him. Is there a problem with me personally training a commoner? He scowled, his annoyance clear as he ground his teeth. And you're the one being disrespectful. Paying attention to a commoner while you're supposed to be greeting us. Do you know him, or something? Luin's hand clenched into a fist. He's my friend. Is that a problem? The guy's laughter echoed across the courtyard, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke of the day. Wait, are you serious, friends? Ha, it seems commoners really do stick together. Manip sneered. The Adele family is no different from commoners anyway. For the Academy's representative to be of such low birth, just talking to you is disgusting. This whole *** Manhwa recap *** is getting intense. Luin couldn't understand why the guy's attitude had flipped so drastically. What was he trying to pull? Suddenly, Manip spotted someone in the distance, and his eyes lit up. Brother. Luin instinctively glanced behind him, wondering. His brother. The moment he saw who it was, he finally understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Jane walked over, a casual smile on his face. Greetings, Manip, you're here too? What's an apprentice knight like you doing here? Interesting. Birds of a feather flocked together, so even if Luin didn't know Han, their paths were destined to cross. Mr. Gutter's voice boomed. All right, now, everyone, focus up. As you all know today, we're conducting a joint training session here at the Magic Academy. He stood with his hands on his hips, radiating confidence, with the ever-stern Mr. Hido by his side, who wore his usual severe expression. Gutter commanded. Before we start the training, you'll form groups. He went on to explain that each team would be composed of 2 students from the Academy and 1 knight apprentice, making a total of 54 groups. The moment the words left his mouth, Mantip groaned and scratched his head. I really didn't want to come here. Why do I have to train with these brats? Jane was quick to chime in. I graduated ages ago. I still have no idea why they dragged me back here. Clearly the two of them were on the same wavelength. With great minds thinking alike. He proposed with a smirk. So what do you say? Let's just breeze through this and get it over with. It's obvious that no matter what happens, we're going to win anyway. Jane nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's a solid plan. If we add Mick to the mix, that makes us a team. The guy let out a smug laugh. Hey, sounds like a plan to me. We'll have no trouble taking down these weaklings together. Meanwhile, the atmosphere buzzed with energy as the other students quickly formed their groups. Yet amidst all the commotion, Han just stood there with his head down, a silent, forgotten shadow. Suddenly, Luin walked up to him. Han, why don't you join my team? Han looked as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He stammered, Luin, are you sure? You're really okay with me on your team, having been an outcast himself? Han knew the sting of being ostracized all too well. Luin's voice was gentle yet firm. Why wouldn't I be? You're my friend. At that, Han looked at Luin with profound gratitude, barely able to whisper his name. Luin. Just then, John casually strolled over. Wow, a little surprising. If we're picking teams based on friendship, then I should be in, right? He stepped closer with a radiant smile. Since you're a friend of Luin's, that makes you my friend too, doesn't it? Luin explained. Thanks, John. I saw Han was in a tough spot, so I thought I'd step in. John then reached out and gently patted Han's shoulder. You're Han, right? From now on, just be yourself around us, all right? Han was taken aback at first, but quickly warmed up. Huh? Oh, yeah. Okay. Luin then announced clearly, listen, everyone. Our objective here isn't just about getting a high score. John put his hands on his hips, tilting his head with a raised eyebrow. He asked, huh? Then what else is there? Luin's eyes darted over to the other side, where the venomous trio of Mikjekin and Mantip were gathered. He narrowed his eyes, his expression full of caution. We also have to deal with that troublesome bunch over there. Once the teams were finalized, a short break was announced. As Luin and Han walked through the hall, Luin gently asked, Hey, Han, are you doing all right? After that beating you took, I can take you to the infirmary if you need. Han quickly waved his hands, refusing the offer. No, it's fine. I'm okay. Really. I don't need to go. He lowered his gaze, clutching one arm with his other hand. Luin, I'm really glad we met, but maybe it's not a good idea for you to act like you know me. Luin stopped in his tracks. What are you talking about? Overwhelmed by insecurity, Han stared at the floor. A lot of people, they don't like me. So when no one is around. Luin looked him straight in the eye, his gaze steady as he refuted Han's childish notion. No. Like I said before, I'm your friend, so you don't have to be so wary. Anyway, that guy from before. The one who was giving you a hard time at the training center. That was him, wasn't it? Han simply replied, yeah. With that, both of them looked ahead towards Mantip. After pulling up the guy's information on his status window, Luin finally understood why Han was so terrified. A 4-star knight with high potential like Mantip was bound to be incredibly powerful. At the same time, Luin glanced over at Han, recalling the image of a brilliant aura of blue light surrounding Han's body, as he ended a gang leader with a single slash. Even though he seemed weak and timid now, the information on his status window gave Luin pause for thought, a key moment in this manhwa recap. Though Han was currently a 3-star, he already met the requirements for a 4-star, and with such high potential, there was still so much room for him to grow. With this in mind, Luin suddenly spoke up. I'm planning on dealing with that Mantip guy sooner rather than later. What about you? Han's eyes went wide when he heard that, in sheer astonishment. Huh? Luin pressed on, trying to instill some confidence in him. Are you just going to let him push you around forever? What happened to that determined look you had when you were protecting your sister? Where did that fire go? Han hesitated. Could I really win? Without a moment's hesitation, Luin stated with absolute certainty, you can. It was as if Han had never even considered the possibility before, and he asked again, his voice filled with disbelief. I can. Up above, Mantip had overheard them and turned around annoyed. I can't listen to this garbage anymore. For someone with an ego the size of Mount Everest, losing at the feet of a person he'd always despised was completely unacceptable. You think you beat me? You useless commoner, you're just taking up space. Han, come here. Though terrified, the boy dared to stand his ground. No, I don't want to. It seemed this was the first time Han had ever defied him, and the nobleman flew into a rage. What? This bastard must be crazy. Standing next to him doesn't make you special. You're really just a bunch of fools sticking together. He drew his sword fully, intending to teach the boy a lesson. Have you lost your mind after all those beatings? Come here. Today I'll end you with my own hands. Han immediately went on guard and drew his own sword, but Luin quickly stopped him. Don't fight him. Han looked bewildered. Huh? But Luin explained, you're not like him, are you? You shouldn't act like the scumbag he is. Then, he slowly stepped forward. Today isn't the day for you to face him. Wait for the right opportunity to wipe the floor with him. So for today, I'll handle this. The moment he finished speaking, the two charged at each other like moths to a flame. Mantip's face was flushed with fury as he screamed, Who the hell are you? Get lost. Scram, you bastard. Suddenly someone kicked him square in the face. A single kick sent him flying 5 meters, his sword catapulting into the air. Luin's eyes widened in disbelief. See, Sir Gutter. The instructor's brow was furrowed in anger. Luin stared, completely stunned by Gutter's appearance. His intervention was something Luin hadn't anticipated at all. Mantip was hit so hard his entire body was flung backward, slamming into the stone wall behind him. Gutter questioned him sternly. Mantip Gegan, what is the meaning of this? The boy stammered in panic. That is, he immediately cooked up an excuse. They started it. I didn't do anything wrong, I swear. Gutter stood tall, his severe eyes seeming to pierce right through the boy's pathetic lies. So you drew your sword to strike another student? His voice dropped as cold as ice. Mantip Jegon, as of today, you are relieved of your position as Knight Captain. The Vice Captain will take over temporarily, and your full punishment will be decided upon your return to the Magic Academy. Unable to accept this reality, the boy shot back with a threat. But if you dismiss me, my father won't let this go. But a single sentence from Gutter was enough to shut him up for good. Yes, I imagine so. But when he learns his only son drew his sword inside the academy and intended to strike someone, I believe Lord Vengerus Gagan might just faint from shock. Hearing this, the boy had no choice but to concede. I'm sorry. Standing to the side, Luin's sharp gaze swept over him, silently judging with a scornful look. All that bravado, yet he's terrified of his own father. Luin frowned. Catching the murderous glare Mantip shot his way, a look that promised to tear him to shreds, he realized, well, it looks like I've officially made an enemy. This manhwa recap is getting intense. The first day of intensive training began, and the first lesson was on combat and defense. Sir Gutter Perante taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, their casting time to neutralize them. Professor Haido then demonstrated how to predict a knight's movements and effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques under supervision, while the other students were diligently training out front behind a large tree. Miliu's crew was comfortably enjoying the shade and watching the others. Mantip scratched his head, his scowling face a clear picture of frustration. I was already ticked off because of that Luin guy, and now I have to train in a place full of people like him. Jin just replied calmly, just let it go. We already know all this stuff anyway. Right? Mantip sighed. Let's just do that. Despite his nonchalant facade, Jin's mind was a chaotic mess. He said that, but how was he supposed to actually train? He considered his options, but quickly dismissed them. In front of all these students, do they really expect me to reveal my full strength? Not a chance. Meanwhile, Luin's group was training relentlessly. Han, with his hands on his knees, was panting heavily. Ha. Luin, let's take a break. Luin, however, stood perfectly straight, without a single drop of sweat on him. All right. Jiashan, watching from the side, marveled. Is this guy even capable of getting tired? I haven't even fought him yet, and I'm already intimidated. Feeling that the last exercise wasn't nearly enough, Luin casually rested the wooden sword on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. This just feels like a warm-up. The other two, wondering if he was human or a monster, shouted in unison. What? Suddenly, someone approached, interrupting their conversation. If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment? Luin exclaimed in surprise. Sir Gutter, the instructor, was already holding a wooden sword. I want to confirm something. Luin was puzzled. Confirm something? What do you mean? He then explained, swordsmanship of this caliber, learned in such a short period, simply isn't possible through self-study, unless you had an exceptionally talented master. Hearing that, Luin paused for a moment, his thoughts drifting to his own master. Wow, Sir Gutter is far more perceptive than he appears, he mused. Then the man continued, and that's why I want to ask you for a favor. He pointed his sword towards the boy, issuing a challenge that sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Luin Aden, I want to have a sword fight with you. Luin froze, a look of pure astonishment on his face. What in the world was happening? A murmur quickly swelled into a loud buzz like a disturbed beehive. A duel with the Academy's representative? Why would the commander do something like that? After a moment to compose himself, Luin found his voice. Are you joking, Sir Gutter? I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly defeat you? Besides, I've only been training for a single week. The man looked him straight in the eye. I'm not asking you to win. This only deepened the boy's confusion. Then what is it? He asked, completely baffled. And then Sir Gutter revealed his true objective. I want you to teach the trainees here. There's no one in this magic academy with swordsmanship skills that surpass yours. The knight trainees who overheard this were left dumbfounded, completely flabbergasted. What did you say? Commander Luin took a quiet breath, thinking to himself that being thrust into the spotlight like this was overwhelming. Becoming the center of attention so suddenly was a bit much. But his brow furrowed slightly, and his lips pressed into a firm, determined line. He didn't say it out loud, but deep down, he was certain this was a golden opportunity. If he put on a good show here, he could use this chance to solidify his standing. Not a bad idea at all. With that thought, Luin's interest was piqued, and he quickly assumed a ready stance. I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gutter. The commander smiled in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth turning up naturally. Your stance is impressive, he noted. Then here I come. The words had barely left his lips before Gutter launched himself forward with astonishing speed. The onlookers watching from the sidelines couldn't help but gape in unison. People cried out, wait a minute, what kind of speed is that? Isn't he taking this a bit too seriously? If that blow connects, there won't be enough left of him to bury. And yet Luin managed to parry the attack with ease. Someone gasped in disbelief. Did he really just block that? Despite his success, the boy let out a heavy sigh. The sheer force of the commander's swing sent him sliding backward across the training grounds. Gutter spoke slowly, seeing it up close again. I find your skills truly hard to believe. I'll ask you one more time. Where did you learn these sword techniques? He narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with suspicion, as it fixed on Luin. Is it perhaps from someone whose name you cannot disclose? Luin fell into a contemplative silence, debating whether or not he should reveal the truth. It wasn't as if his master was deliberately hiding, so it was probably fine. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally uttered a name, Sir Bovapan. This was a name no one expected, and every single person present was left completely speechless. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, including Sir Gutter. Going from one surprise to another left everyone stunned. Bovapon, the legendary god of war. That's impossible, I heard he was dead. Gutter, however, quickly regained his composure. Oh, is that so? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Could you be more specific? How exactly did you come to know him? Luin immediately explained. Sir Bova retired and has been living in AEL all this time. He's the one who has been by my side since I was a child. But before he could finish his sentence, Mantip hastily cut him off. Don't you lie, the young man snapped, stepping forward angrily, his eyes blazing as if he wanted to burn Luin to a crisp. Don't you dare lie to me. Luin was confused. Lie. Mantip pointed a finger right in his face as if he'd just caught a con artist. That's right, it's a lie. My own father said it. Bovapon is dead, and you have no way to prove otherwise. Right. Luin's annoyance was plain to see. Why should I have to prove it? And stop talking about a living person as if he's dead. Mantip quietly ground his teeth. His face, still holding a mocking smile, but his eyes betrayed a deep-seated bitterness. Even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't matter. After all, the strongest man in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing that, Luin instantly understood what was truly bothering him. The officially recognized strongest knight in the entire kingdom was none other than Mantip's father, Sir Vengras Gagon, the commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bovapon were still alive, the official hierarchy could be completely upended. Luin gave a lazy reply. All right, think whatever you want. Mantip was taken aback. What did you say? Luin's gaze was sharp as steel, his tone unshakable as he laid out his perspective. Go ahead and believe in your precious titles, like strongest in the kingdom or whatever you want. Sir Bova couldn't care less about such trivial rankings. Hearing this, Mantip became so enraged that he was grinding his teeth in fury. Trivial. Did you just call it trivial? He immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? At that moment, he was like a psychopath who could obliterate anyone he saw. Luin Aden, I challenge you to a duel with real swords right now. As he screamed like a madman, come on, and fight me, he was met with a solid bonk on the head from Gutter, making his eyes go crossed. Gutter struck him to prevent him from doing anything incredibly foolish while he was out of his mind. What in the world? A challenge? You seriously want to fight Luin? The guy cowered like a scolded pup, clutching his head. Yes. Finally, the instructor announced. All right. Then the first match in tomorrow's group sparring session will be Luin's team against Mantip's team. Are there any objections? Both sides shouted in unison. No. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The instructor's powerful voice echoed across the field. All right. Is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first sparring match will be Luin's team facing off against Mantip's team. The two groups stood opposite each other, under the curious gazes of everyone present. Suddenly, Jane stepped forward and called out to our protagonist, Luin. His face showed no signs of worry. On the contrary, he looked completely at ease. You guys prepared well. Luin immediately went on high alert. What's this? Why the sudden question? Jane flashed a wicked grin. Ah, never mind. Just try to put on a good show, he said. Hearing this, Gutter gave the signal. All right then. Prepare to begin. As if that was his cue, Jane shot forward with astonishing speed, leaving our hero completely bewildered. Luckily, Luin reacted just in time. A split second slower, and he would have been caught. He wondered, what is this speed? What's going on? No one should be able to move this fast. Then his eyes fell on the status window above Jane's head, and his expression turned to one of contempt. Ha, how pathetic. Just how desperate is he to win? Is he really wearing 6 artifacts? The scene shifts as it often does in a tense manhwa recap to the night before at the manor where polite greetings filled the air. Well, who do we have here? Lord Vengras. Ha ha ha, it's been a while. Commissioner Jose George, commander of the Golden Knights, Vengras Gagan continued. I heard about Jane. That he was invited to give a special lecture at the Magic Academy as a representative of the alumni. Is that right? George Gary Hill, a high-ranking commissioner of the Ga Tower Council of the Lady Dian Kingdom, replied humbly. It was quite a surprise that Headmaster Tyrion Xnit personally invited the boy. Is Mantip doing well? His face showed a look of helplessness and clear frustration. Yes, but he causes so much trouble, it's a real headache. That's why I sent him to Sir Gutter, to be properly disciplined. I believe he's at the academy now. The old man sighed, closing his eyes, as if he'd been wrestling with this problem for a long time. Actually, I came here about that academy's star representative, he mused. The representative? You mean Luin Aden? He then recalled the information he'd heard before. The rumors have spread so far that even I remember his name. They say he won the grand tournament and even caught the Empire's attention. But just as quickly, his tone changed completely. A country bumpkin from Ale shouldn't have such a smooth path. As if on cue, the old man immediately agreed. Haha, exactly. We must stop someone like that from gaining favor with the princes. Don't you agree? As loyal subjects who truly care for the kingdom. Of course, the man inquired. Do you have a plan? As if waiting for the question, the other man replied. This time, my son and Mantip are on the same team, and they'll be fighting Luin Aden. So I was thinking, why not give Mantip an artifact? He never expected the man to be so brazen. His eyes widened in shock, his breath catching in his throat. What? The man assured him. If you leave that necklace behind, I will make sure Mantip receives it, he stammered. Are you suggesting we cheat? The man placed a hand on his shoulder. That's not what's important right now. If we want to crush that kid, before he becomes an even bigger nuisance, we must do whatever it takes. I've already given an artifact to my own son. However, the other man was still hesitant, but even so, this is. Seeing his reluctance, the man played his final card. Bova Pawn. Does that name ring a bell? The man's expression changed instantly, and he stammered, Why? Why are you suddenly bringing up that name? The other man's face darkened. I heard he's still alive. And it seems he taught swordsmanship to Luin back in Ale. The schemer continued. Luin Ale, the one favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bova Pawn, the Radiant Knight. If he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our positions will be finished. After hearing those words, the man hastily unclasped the artifact from his coat. He handed the necklace over. All right, I hope this brings a favorable outcome. The schemer let out a calculated half-smile. Character. Of course it would be. In the end, the two of them shook hands firmly. All of this is for our kingdom. Back in the present, Jekin let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha ha, what's the matter, Luin Aden? He cast a spell summoning vines that coiled tightly around Luin's group. You came into this Manhwa recap with all that confidence, but this is all you've got. It was truly disappointing. The magical vines tightened like chains, causing them to writhe in agony. Luin's face darkened, a mixture of fury and contempt. He had suspected they would pull a fast one, but he never imagined they'd stoop this low. Jekin stood there constantly, provoking him. What are you just standing there for? Luin, show me that incredible power of yours or else Mantip is going to wipe the floor with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the brute charged from the side, a wooden sword in hand. Jae-sun screamed in panic. Luin, get out of the way. But Luin's feet moved swiftly, severing the vines as a brilliant golden light tore through the ground, erupting with a violent explosion. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. He was stunned. What? How can a simple wooden sword be that durable? Just then, a strange light began to emanate from the blade. It was the artifact Manti Gagon received from Lord Vengerus, an amulet of fortification. This artifact was designed as a necklace for easy carrying, and it enhances weapons, making them sharper and far more resilient. The man let out a sarcastic laugh, his lips curling into a sneer as he feigned regret. Ah, I missed. I could have ended you right there. Then he charged forward again, swinging his sword. This time, I'll definitely take you out. Luin Aden. Luin watched him intently. As hard as steel, huh? In that case. With that thought, he clenched his fist, activating his steel-shattering technique. With just a single swing of his arm, the wooden sword that was hurtling through the air instantly exploded into splinters. The man was horrified. How the hell did you do that? Before his opponent could even recover, Luin shot forward like a lightning bolt. A thunderous punch landed, the impact so powerful that it sent the guy flying backward. Seeing him sitting on the ground in agony, his eyes trembling in disbelief at what had just happened, Jekin's voice grew hoarse as he called out in shock. Mantip. His face contorted from the pain, radiating through his body. How could this happen? Even though we're all equipped with artifacts, he wasn't pushed back in the slightest. Luin slowly pulled his gloves on tight. I was planning to go easy on you if I could, but it's clear that's not going to work. Since it's come to this, I'll fight for real. After saying this, the will of the chieftain was instantly unleashed from his hand. Everyone present was completely frozen, their jaws on the floor, at the unbelievable scene before them. Even someone as composed as Professor Hide Gutter couldn't hide his utter bewilderment. If the onlookers were that shocked, can you imagine how the one facing it directly felt? He stammered, no way, a spirit. And indeed, behind Luin, a colossal lion spirit had materialized. The crowd descended into chaos, panicked screams echoing everywhere. Run, everyone run, it's a spirit, a giant spirit. The immense pressure made his legs turn to jelly. His body trembled as he collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. Luin spoke calmly. Let's just end this now. I mean, it seems like 6 artifacts still aren't enough for you. Hearing this, Jekin's mind went blank. What? Luin didn't bother to explain, simply extending his hand forward. The massive spirit behind him majestically mirrored the movement. Its giant finger slowly slipped inside the collar of Jekin's shirt. The artifact necklace snapped into several pieces and fell to the ground. The atmosphere immediately boiled over as discussions erupted everywhere. What is he for real? Did he just expose a cheater in our Magic Academy? Did Senior Jekin really use an artifact? Using an artifact against a junior? Unable to bear the whispers directed at him, Jekin's face twisted with rage. You bastard. How long do you think you can last? Gary Hill won't just sit back and watch. Luin, cut him off, annoyed. You say Gary Hill won't let me be. First it was M. Then the eldest son, Zekin Garahill. Who's next? Don't tell me it's Lord Joss Gary Hill himself. The moment he heard his father's name, Jekin charged forward like a moth to a flame. What did you just say? You son of a dog, how dare you speak that name? Luin raised a hand, and a sharp spark of fire shot out, striking Jekins squarely on the forehead. Luin said irritably, "You're too loud. Just lie down and rest for a while." Suddenly, Gao Trang appeared on his shoulder. "Are you sure about this?" Luin was puzzled. "Huh, about what?" "The spirit. Is it really okay to reveal it like this in front of everyone?" Only then did Luin realize that thousands of strange looks were fixed on him. She continued, "Just look at the headmaster's face. He's in complete shock." Luin simply replied calmly, "It's not like I could have hidden it anyway. Forever." He concurred, "Indeed." Then his expression shifted as he became lost in thought. After all, Jane Gary Hill was down for the count, and it looked as though Michael had passed out cold. He was practically foaming at the mouth from the sheer shock of it all. This meant the winner had been decided. With that thought, he shot a glance over at Mr. Gutter. The instructor caught his eye, cleared his throat a couple of times, and announced boomingly, "And so the winner is." Suddenly, a loud shout cut him off. Wait a minute. Everyone was startled by the sound, their heads snapping towards its source. They saw Han approaching with 2 wooden swords, indicating the match was not yet finished. He stopped directly in front of Manip, tossing one of the swords at his feet. "Your sword broke, didn't it? Use this one. Pick it up, Manip." The atmosphere instantly grew thick with tension, as all eyes focused on him. It seemed no one expected him to make a move like this, and naturally, the noble immediately blew a gasket. Veins throbbed at his temples. "Are you completely out of your mind?" he seethed. "You filthy commoner. How dare you?" His voice was a low snarl, but he suddenly froze as his eyes drifted down. His attention was caught by the sword in Han's hand. That was Perito's sword. The weapon was now enveloped in a crackling torrent of fierce blue energy. Perito's holy sword, a weapon for a knight ranked 4 stars or higher, someone who had mastered aura manipulation. In this Magic Academy, tradition dictated that a 4-star knight has a blue aura, while a 5-star knight has a red one. From the 6-star rank onward, the aura deepens to a formidable purple. Beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound by a specific color, but manifests according to the unique traits of each knight. The average skill level of the knight apprentices was about 3 stars. The other male students still couldn't believe the situation unfolding. Manip was struck silent, completely speechless. Behind him, someone whispered in disbelief, "No way." Numerous eyes were fixed on Han, and whispers rippled through the crowd. "How could a weakling like Han do that? I haven't even mastered my aura yet." Which means that even among official knights, many still haven't reached the 4-star rank. Chang, sitting on Luin's shoulder, whispered, "Luin, aren't you going to stop this? The match is already over." Luin's gaze was firm as he replied, "No, let's watch a little longer." Inside, he thought with a jolt of excitement, "It's finally back." That look in Han's eyes. Luin was completely mesmerized by Han's serious face and his deeply furrowed brows. Manip finally bent down and snatched the wooden sword from the ground, then declared, "I refuse to accept this." He charged at Han, screaming, "I will never accept this." The sword in Manip's hand swung high into the air. Then it came crashing down on Han's head. He growled, "You're just a lowly commoner, and now you dare claim you can use an aura." Han also powerfully raised his sword to block the potentially fatal blow. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force, as Manip's voice hissed in his ear, "Impossible." He pressed down harder, his face drawing close to Han's, his expression full of scorn. "There's no way a pathetic weakling like you could ever be on my level." Manip swung his sword in a wide arc, shouting, "Get on the ground where you belong." Han expertly parried with a sweeping counterattack. A cold smirk played on Han's lips, still clinging to that commoner excuse. Manip was stunned that he was fighting back, asking in confusion. What? Han's voice boomed across the arena. "You're nothing but a lucky punk who was born into a good family." A selfish, narcissistic good-for-nothing. Veins bulged on Manip's forehead. He cracked a bizarre, twisted smile. You've completely lost it." Manip stomped his foot hard, making the ground tremble with a loud thud. He said in a low, dangerous voice, "All right then, Han." Manip channeled his power into the weapon, and a brilliant blue light engulfed the entire blade. He spoke, as if granting a mercy. "If you're so eager to die, I'll gladly help you achieve that." Manip stomped again to launch himself high into the air, bringing his glowing sword down on Han, while screaming, "Die, you bastard." Seeing the critical situation, Luin shot forward like a blur, shouting, "Han, be careful." Gutter also sprinted towards the arena. He ran cursing under his breath. "That damn Manip." His 2 apprentices followed close behind, rushing to intervene. A deafening boom erupted from the center of the field, and the blue light exploded outwards like ink, spreading in water, a sight you'd see in any epic manhwa recap. The light continued to expand. Luin's pupils constricted in shock. He froze in his tracks, staring at the unbelievable scene before him. In front of the stunned crowd, Han still held his defensive stance, while the sword in Manip's hand had been sent flying, and Manip's entire body was thrown far into the distance. Manip let out a roar of pure, unwilling rage. "You bastard!" Han was unfazed by the insult, his entire demeanor radiating an intense seriousness. Seeing Manip lying motionless on the field, the other students finally rushed toward him. Next to the fallen man, someone called out to Mantip, "Get a grip." "Damn it, did he really knock him out cold?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "What just happened? It was so fast. Did Han just defeat Mantip? And he's still standing there, completely unfazed." Luin rushed over, calling out before he even got close. "Han, are you all right?" Han turned to face him, and simply said Luin's name. Luin froze in his tracks, his eyes widening in astonishment as he let out an audible gasp. Pointing a trembling finger, he exclaimed, "Han, your wooden sword, look." Han glanced down at his hand, confused. "My sword." Just then, a dazzling golden light erupted from the blade, and Han muttered in disbelief, "An aura. And it's glowing red." Later, inside the grand halls of the academy, a voice rang out with admiration. "You are truly astonishing." Xnit the headmaster was strolling alongside Luin, and he continued with a sigh of wonder. "I had a hunch you were special, but I never imagined you'd defeat a senior graduate from a noble house." Luin clenched his fists, pressing the matter. "Just a hunch," Luin countered, his voice firm. "Sir, you were the one who called Giant Gary Hill here in the first place. This whole situation feels like a setup from a classic manhwa recap. Didn't you anticipate this exact outcome from the start?" Xnit chuckled warmly. "Oh dear, it seems you've seen right through me." His gaze drifted towards the portraits lining the walls, and he spoke thoughtfully. "I had hoped to use this as an opportunity to teach young Gary Hill a lesson in humility. Instead, it appears I've only managed to deepen his family's resentment." Luin's brow furrowed. "Resentment," Tyrion elaborated. "News of your duel has already spread to the capital, because you defeated the firstborn son of the Gary Hill house. The nobles are now whispering that this could signify the family's decline." He looked at Luin with a serious expression. "And be assured, Joe's Gary Hill will stop at nothing to restore his family's honor. This means, Luin, that you may soon find yourself in grave danger." Xnit's voice grew somber. "As the headmaster of this magic academy, I cannot stand by and allow one of my students to be put in harm's way. And that is precisely why we've come here." They now stood at the top of a grand descending staircase. The headmaster explained that this stairway leads to a secure area in the academy's depths. A few days ago, Tyrion began Kingram finally awoke from his long hibernation. And the very first thing he said upon waking was, Luin's hand instinctively tightened into a fist, as Tyrion relayed Kingram's words, "I smell the scent of my own kind." The headmaster's expression was cryptic. "Now then, we just need to head down. Kingram is waiting for you with a gift." Noticing Luin's quiet composure, Tyrion prompted, "Aren't you going to ask about it?" Luin replied cautiously. "Ask about what, sir?" Tyrion gave a wry smile. "Well, for starters, I once appeared before you with an elf on my back. A feat unheard of in this world. Aren't you the least bit curious about that?" Tyrion's gaze was filled with unwavering trust. "Luin, whether you appear with an elf on your back or carrying the head of a goblin king, the Luin Aden, I know, is a man I can always trust implicitly. That's all that matters." Moved by his words, Luin replied with genuine sincerity, "Thank you, sir." Xnit gestured towards the stairs. "Now, go on down. Kingram has been anticipating your arrival for a very long time." Luin found himself before a massive, ornate door. With a great heave, he slowly pushed it open, the sound of grinding stone echoing in the chamber. He stepped through the threshold, his footsteps the only sound, as he ventured deeper into the vast, dark space. After a few moments, a deep, resonant voice boomed from the shadows. "It has been a long time, little destroyer." A small smile touched Luin's lips as he replied, "Indeed it has." Before him, seated upon a colossal throne, was the imposing figure of Kingram. Luin formally greeted him. Kingram's voice rumbled like an earthquake. "Little destroyer, I can scarcely believe it. I can smell the scent of my people from the heavenly mountain all over you. I can even smell my father, Kun Kan." He paused, lost in thought for a moment, then looked at Luin intently. "If you are willing, would you tell me everything that transpired?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luin nodded. "Of course. I will tell you the entire story." And so the two of them stood face to face, as the tale unfolded. Luin recounted everything to Kingram. He spoke of the events on the Heavenly Mountain, and explained how he had forged a powerful artifact from the molar of Kun Kan himself. After listening to the whole incredible story, Kingram let out a deep booming laugh of pure delight. "You challenged 100 of my kin to arm wrestling. You are a reckless one," Luin added with a grin. "Not only that, but I won every single match." Kingram nodded in approval. "Ah, that sounds just like you. My tribe must have had a wonderful time." Kingram then covered his face, his voice thick with emotion. "I thought I was doomed to be trapped within this artifact for eternity, fated to simply fade away. I never dreamed I would hear news of my home again." He lowered his hands and looked at Luin with immense gratitude. "Little destroyer, thank you. You are my benefactor." Luin accepted his thanks with a respectful nod. The honor was all mine. And just then, a system screen materialized in front of him. A shimmering screen lit up before Luin, announcing that a treasure had been unlocked. He wondered to himself as glowing text appeared displaying the title, Friend of the Goblins. This then upgraded to Lord of the Goblins. Thanks to the passive effect of this new title, his power surged by 1,000 and Chang's incarnation finally reached 5 stars. His human form was now usable as a special skill, and the companion buff permanently boosted his power by another 500. Kingram then spoke, "You are the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor and the only human trusted by the goblins of the Heavenly Mountain. This is my gift to you." Luin was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. His power had instantly skyrocketed by 7,000, and Chang had hit 5 stars. With his hands on his hips, Chang let out a long, satisfied burp. Now that was an excellent meal. I reached 5 stars much faster than I anticipated. Then he leaped from Luin's shoulder to the ground, exclaiming, "I've been stuck in this useless child's form for far too long." Chang's body began to expand, enveloped in a brilliant light. He scowled, clenching his fists, and asking, "Do you have any idea how boring that was?" A blinding yellow light erupted, forcing Luin to shield his eyes with his arm. He stammered, "What? What in the world is this?" Long brown hair swayed gently in the air, followed by a soft laugh. "Well," a girl's voice asked, though it sounded incredibly familiar. "Pretty amazing, isn't it?" Luin, the figure, tossed her hair back with a smug look. "This is the form I've been craving for so long, Chang's human form." A short while later, Luin made his way back. He returned to the top of the stairs. "From my reunion with Kingram, I received 2 more gifts. The authority of a leader, allowing me to command the goblins as a summoner lord. The second gift was a special privilege to summon Kingram, who is bound to this magic academy for life, to my location just one single time." Luin remembered Kingram's final words before they parted. "Only summon me if you are in truly life-threatening danger." A faint laugh echoed in his ears, and he thought with a bit of annoyance, "Let's just put that aside for now." Chang, meanwhile, was jumping for joy. "This is great. Being in human form is the best." Meanwhile, Xnit looked on with suspicion and asked Luin, "Who is that young lady?" Luin realized that the moment Chang transformed, she became visible to everyone else. It was so surprising that Luin himself had to confirm. "Wait, you're actually a girl?" Chang, with her hands on her hips, retorted angrily. "How many times do I have to tell you?" His voice dropped to a mumble. "I just thought you were lying." Xnit's voice cut in again. "Only one person went underground, yet 2 have emerged. Can you explain this?" Luin closed his eyes and sighed. "Ah, I'm so busted." In the quiet space, the headmaster cleared his throat and spoke up. "So," Xnit stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with inquiry. "With my limited understanding, I can only guess that you are a spirit, is that correct?" Chang put her hands on her hips and replied, "Close enough. To be precise, I am an incarnation." Luin was a bit flustered, wondering if this explanation would actually work. Chang glanced around and continued, "He and I share a symbiotic relationship, so we can't be separated." Luin, slightly embarrassed, whispered, "Hey, are you really going to talk so informally to the headmaster?" Chang scoffed coldly. "I've lived dozens of times longer than he has." Luin, finding it hard to argue, conceded, "Well, that may be true." But Xnit's voice cut him off. "Since you came here through Kingram, Luin's noble incarnation, I will make arrangements for you to stay at the academy." Chang seemed quite intrigued by this, asking, "Oh, you have a plan?" The headmaster nodded slightly, as if to confirm, replying, "Of course." The scene then shifts, and as this manhwa recap continues, a shocked voice rings out from inside the Magic Academy. "Wait, what is this?" Everyone stared at Chang, utterly stunned, before someone hesitantly asked. Then a male student shouted in surprise, "You have a cousin who looks like this, and she just enrolled today." With her hands on her hips, Chang laughed and introduced herself. "I'm Chang Adele." Luin then awkwardly added, Yeah, she's in the same year as us." Jason clutched his chest, his heart pounding, and asked, "The graduating class?" "But Luin, didn't you just say she was younger than us?" Luin explained. "She skipped a few grades. She's a genius." Jason's voice rose to a shout. "A genius." He then politely extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady." Jason dropped to one knee and introduced himself. "I am Jason, son Damon, Luin's best friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you around," Chang asked nonchalantly. "And you are." Meanwhile, Luin couldn't comprehend what was happening, wondering to himself, what on earth is he doing? Sean suggested they head to the cafeteria, tempting her with their famous baguettes, but Trang shot him down flatly. "I don't like bread. Get lost." Undeterred, he tried a different approach. "Do you like the sea? It's breathtaking," he offered. Trang closed her eyes and sighed. "Well, as long as everything goes smoothly, I suppose it's fine." But just then, a voice called out, "Luin." Recognizing the newcomer, Luin greeted him warmly. "Han, that's right, today's the day you leave, isn't it?" Han smiled back. "Yes, I just came to say my goodbyes." Luin lamented, "It's a shame we have to part ways again. I'll come visit you in foreign someday." Han replied, "I'd really look forward to that. You're always welcome." After a moment's hesitation, Han asked, "And Luin, after I graduate from the training center, would it be possible for me to come to AL?" Luin's response was generous and immediate. Ale. Of course, come whenever you want. But Han clarified with determination. No, I don't just want to visit. I want to become a knight of ale. These words caught Luin completely off guard. Are you serious? He asked, stunned. Han nodded firmly. Yes, I want to do something meaningful. Like protecting ale, the place you will one day lead. So please give me that chance. A smile spread across Luin's face. Of course. Thank you, Han. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted. Are you two planning on keeping this a private party? Jason yelled, leaping onto Luin's back. I want to go to ale too. I'll even wash the dishes and clean. But I'm staying with Lady Trang. Luin threw a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm, retorting, I never said you were allowed. Jason's face fell, and he tightened his grip on Luin's neck, shouting angrily. Hey, that's just mean. I know you're joking. Despite the chaos, Luin was secretly overjoyed, thinking, my friend's moving to ale after graduation. This really is a fantastic idea, isn't it? The scene shifts to the capital of the Duchy of Latian, where an enraged man slammed his fist on a table screaming, it's over. Everything has collapsed. Do you have any idea how much money I invested in this Lord Wenger, and yet a mere knight apprentice defeated Mantip? His voice rose with every word, his face turning red with fury. The same thing happened with House Gary Hill. Even Ian Gary Hill, their eldest son, was defeated by Luin Aden. The era of Gary Hill is finished. For ages, House Gary Hill had maintained its reputation as the premier family of magic and Wenger, as Gagan was celebrated as the kingdom's strongest knight, all because they had the backing of the aristocracy. That support has been their bedrock. But what happens if it vanishes? The man shouted, his neck veins bulging. You might be the strongest now, but when our children become the pillars of this nation, your descendants won't stand a chance. Another noble chimed in. The solution is painfully obvious. We should switch allegiances. The sentiment grew louder and more insistent. We must switch our support to ale, and we must do it immediately. Then a hesitant voice spoke up. But the head of House Adel doesn't accept bribes. Someone else scoffed mockingly. Oh please, who in this world doesn't love money? Just look at the Gary Hills. As they argued, a figure stepped towards the crowd. A cold voice cut through the chatter. Were you by any chance speaking about me? The nobles gasped in shock, their mouths agape. Commissioner Jose George. The old man's voice was gravelly. Having quite a lively discussion, are we? So tell me, whose side are you all planning to join? One of the men forced a laugh, trying to play it off. Ah, that was just a slip of the tongue. I didn't realize you were listening. Jose wasn't giving him an inch. A slip of the tongue. If I hadn't been here, you'd be spouting this nonsense all night. The old man's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. Listen closely, all of you. Since the founding of the Duchy of Latian House, Gary Hill has always been in power. History does not lie, so your worries will never come to pass. A noble replied with a strained smile. Yes, of course. We will keep that in mind. Internally, Jose was seething, cursing under his breath. Luin Aden. I intended to use him as a stepping stone to elevate the reputations of Jakin and Mikkel. But instead, he completely trampled upon our honor. Green veins pulsed on Joss's forehead, as pure fury contorted his face, his eyes glinting with a murderous light. I will kill him, he vowed, no matter the cost. The scene transitions. Another crucial class for the second semester is a field trip to the capital. Inside a train carriage, excited chatter filled the air. We're actually going to the Mage's Tower. We'll see the Royal Mages. This is incredible. As Luin observed his classmates, he thought to himself, this really is a fantastic class, getting to visit the Mage's Tower and the Royal Palace firsthand. It's a rare opportunity to observe and learn from practicing mages, but a slight worry nagged at him. Then again, this whole Magic Academy experience is full of surprises. His thoughts were interrupted when Trang suddenly asked Jose Gary Hill, does this mean we're finally going to see him in person? Luin also didn't deny it. Probably. He was keenly aware that the head of House Gary Hill must be overflowing with resentment for him right now, and this whole Manhwa recap is getting intense. Stepping into enemy territory. A place where he could easily manipulate the royal mages, creating countless opportunities to target me, Trang voiced. His concern, is Jose Gary Hill strong? Lai quickly replied. According to rumors, he's a 7th level mage, just like the headmaster. Hearing this, Trang exclaimed in shock. A 7th level. If I were still in my old state, I could have taken him down with a single finger. Luin meanwhile simply thought, I'm not sure how powerful Trang used to be, but a 7th level mage is nothing to scoff at. Luin then glanced towards Tiri Xnit up ahead, but the headmaster's system panel only displayed a single message. Information cannot be viewed at this time. From that, he understood one thing: for someone at the headmaster's level, he couldn't confirm any information through his player's eyes. Luin told himself, I can't let my guard down for even a second while in the capital. A moment later, an announcement rang out. Next destination is Raiden, the capital of the Raiden Kingdom. Everyone cheered with excitement. We're here. They began to chatter excitedly amongst themselves. Just as expected, the capital is something else. It's so magnificent, isn't it? Truly the best. Luin too felt a flicker of admiration. The capital was indeed impressive, but he remained extremely wary deep down. It was just a glamorous facade far too grand for such a small kingdom. Just then, someone approached to greet Tiri Xnit headmaster. It's been a while. The headmaster asked suspiciously. What brings you here in person? Tiri identified the man, Chairman Jose. As Jose walked over, he began to speak. Why am I here? That sounds a bit harsh, don't you think? When the future buds of our kingdom visit the capital as this nation's protectors, the least I can do is come out to welcome them. Then, he added with a sinister emphasis, but there is another reason. Jose looked directly at Luin and said I wanted to see how those buds have grown, and confirm for myself just how you managed to crush our son. He glared menacingly. So you're Luin Ale. Luin felt a bit uncomfortable under that gaze. It felt like a snake coiling around his body. But something's not right. The Jose Gary Hill I know of is a 7th level mage, but the system panel is displaying something different. Jose Gary Hill, 6th level mage. After reading it, Luin was completely baffled. My player's eyes are telling me he's only a 6th level mage. How could he have deceived everyone? He was suddenly struck by a realization. Could it be? Luin looked at Jose's hands adorned with golden bracelets and rings, and speculated. All of those items, they're all artifacts. A sarcastic smirk crept onto his face. Like father, like son, he thought. Noticing his expression, the old man asked irritably, is something funny? Luin turned away, then replied, no, it's nothing at all. I'll be on my way. Jose immediately grabbed his arm tightly. Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with my questions. The old man glared and demanded, I asked you what you were laughing at. Tiri Xnit quickly stepped in to mediate Chairman Jose. He is still just a student from our Magic Academy. Please stop this. Trang was visibly furious, thinking, this lunatic Jose, snap back, stay silent headmaster. He then threatened him, you may be the headmaster within the academy. But once the students set foot in the capital, their management becomes my responsibility. This is a classic power struggle, a key moment in this manhwa recap. If that authority is being misused as a tool to threaten an innocent student, I will never accept it. I will take my students back to the academy immediately. Hearing this, Jose found it utterly laughable. You're going to turn back? Of course, our noble headmaster, Tiri, is always like this. He continued, with heavy sarcasm. Do you think I don't know? Your goal was to humiliate my son in front of the entire school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed as the guardian instead of you? What a petty display of jealousy from our esteemed headmaster, Tiri Xnit roared in anger. Jose Gary Hill. A fierce gale immediately whipped up, enveloping everything around them. The people there cried out in fear. What is this wind? Jose just gave a faint provocative smile. Do you want to take this all the way? Fine, have it your way. Luin suddenly spoke up. How interesting, the old man asked, stunned. What? Luin then revealed. The reason I was laughing, I laughed because it's amusing. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before. Luin's next words left Jose astonished. Mikkel and Jael, my seniors, were also very fond of accessories. It seems that all rich people are the same. Startled, the old man wondered, what is this brat trying to imply? Jose quickly found an excuse. There's no special reason, it's just that we happen to have too many accessories. Luin acted as if he understood completely. Ah, I see. Of course. The old man glanced towards Tiri Xnit and then barked an order. In any case, Principal Tyrion, step aside and let me lead the tour. From this day forward, I will personally direct all classes under my authority. Hearing this, the principal remained silent, his thoughts unreadable. Jose turned and announced, I'm off now. However, the tour of the capital turned out to be nothing like a real tour at all. Luin recalled that George Gary Hill, who had declared he would join the entire schedule, had vanished without a trace the moment they arrived at the royal palace. In his place, a substitute mage guided them. Luin mused that while the tour's content was bland, the atmosphere wasn't too bad. The students from the Magic Academy were rather enjoying the trip, with praises echoing constantly. Is this really the Magic Tower? It's incredible. Except for one thing. Trang asked Luin. You feel it too, don't you? He honestly confirmed. Yeah, I noticed it immediately. Luin knew full well that they were being watched far too blatantly. As night began to fall, Luin sat by the window pointing out to Trang. Look over there, Trang. When they looked down, they saw a few suspicious individuals lurking around the inn. The two began to discuss. Isn't that the guy we saw before? Yeah, he's been there since we first entered the lodging. What I felt, something was wrong earlier. What is he planning? Luin pointed out that it was an illusion. A slightly stunned, Trang asked illusion magic. He revealed a few details. I can feel the magical energy all around us. He's creating a phantom using illusion magic. Luin quickly added, the scenery and the pedestrians down there are all fake. Above us, he's using a magic shield to cut this place off from the real world. Trang cried out in frustration. Damn it, I can't believe I didn't recognize this spell. Even after successfully becoming human, I'm still a long way from my original power. Luin, however, was lost in thought. I predicted this, but I didn't expect him to move so quickly. As we see in this part of the manhwa recap, Luin suddenly noticed something as the black-cloaked figure abruptly took off. Trang exclaimed in surprise. He's running away. But Luin calmly refuted that no, he's trying to lure me out. If we fight in a confined space like the inn, I'll have the advantage. But he knows I can't let the other students get hurt. So I have no other choice but to fight outside. Luin recalled what the system panel displayed behind Gary Hill, a 6th circle mage. He then began to speculate that a 6th circle mage was a level he could handle, but the sheer scale of this illusion magic couldn't be the work of just one. Luin analyzed meticulously. There are 2, possibly 3 enemies, maybe even more. If all of them are 6th circle mages, my chances of victory are very slim. In his mind, the face of Joss appeared, and if Joss Gary Hill himself joined the battle, Luin thought, perhaps I can use times that asterisk. Seeing him turn, Trang asked curiously, are you going right now? Luin gave a single nod. Yeah, I have to go down. As he walked, he remarked, tonight is probably going to be a very long night. A few hours earlier, an enraged Joss had slammed his hand on a table and roared. Is this everyone? He bellowed, in extreme dissatisfaction. I was the one who personally convened this meeting. And this is all who showed up. Someone timidly reported. Ah yes, it seems everyone is deliberately avoiding this meeting. Joss grumbled with annoyance. Luin Ale is as good as finished starting today, yet they're still so afraid of the Ale family that they dare not come. He raged. Normally, this place would be packed to the brim with people even standing for lack of space, but today, only 4 people appeared. Joes ground his teeth, silently cursing Luin in his head. Damn it, that bastard has ruined everything. Finally, he let out a sigh. Fine. Sooner or later, they will regret this. I assume the matter I entrusted to you has been handled properly. The other man quickly replied, yes, sir. The capital's night watch is now entirely our people, so no matter what happens, there won't be any problems. Joes then turned to Vengras. And what about the mission I gave to the captain? He answered flatly. Last night, we received confirmation that the assassins have reached the Ale estate. Vengras continued with the plan. After midnight, they will infiltrate the mansion and take care of Luin Ale. Hearing this, Joes exclaimed with glee. At least the father and son won't be lonely in their demise, for they will perish on the same night. He then added, and not just the father and son. Luin Ale also has a young daughter. Vengras further emphasized. And Ba Payton must also disappear. He believes there should only be one sun in the sky. Heavens. At that moment, Bova was strolling along, thinking to himself how strangely quiet everything was. He mused thoughtfully that the young master's recent victory over the eldest son of the Gary Hill family had certainly drawn the attention of many nobles to Adele. But the Gary Hill I know isn't the type to give up so easily. Bova recalled the words of Lord Ailey. If you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. He nodded in agreement. It seems the Lord shares my thoughts. I must be cautious. Bova then noticed a man carrying a wooden crate. He asked with concern, finished with your work for the day? The worker smiled cheerfully and replied, Lord Bova, yes. I've just finished cleaning up and was about to head home. Bova continued to probe. I'd like to ask, did any suspicious individuals visit today? The man pondered for a moment. Suspicious people? The worker quickly remembered. There were 5 merchants, but I've never seen them sell anything, nor have I seen them leave. Bova finally came to a conclusion. Assassins often disguise themselves as merchants, and now they've completely vanished after entering the territory. The worker suddenly exclaimed. And they were carrying swords too. You should be careful as well, Lord Bova, just in case. He then abruptly dashed off in the opposite direction. Seeing this, the worker felt a bit relieved, thinking perhaps there was no need to worry too much. Inside the eerily silent mansion, a group of assassins was lurking, moving, and whispering among themselves. That Lord Ailey, could he have figured something out? He still hasn't returned to the mansion. You saw the atmosphere in town. No one suspects a thing. He'll be back soon. We just need to wait for the right moment. His companion nodded in agreement. Yeah, we still have time. Suddenly, one of the assassins collapsed to the ground. When the others saw the figure before them, they gasped in horror. What the is that, Bova? He glared at them and roared, how dare you? Do you have any idea where you've just stepped? The assassins asked each other in confusion. Wait, how did he know we were here? Is this what you'd expect from a 7-star knight? Our concealment tactics are useless against him. One of them immediately drew his dagger and said, but this actually works out for us. We were planning to take him out anyway. They let out a battle cry. Everyone attack. These were the assassins hired by Vengras. A crucial plot point in this. Asterisk asterisk. Manhwa recap asterisk asterisk. All of these intruders, hiding in Ailey, were masters of at least 6-star rank. Bova was seen murmuring softly, very well. He, a 7-star knight, had long ago set aside his spear to pick up a fishing rod. Because of this, the people of the territory believed his skills were no longer what they once were. However, that was a grave miscalculation. Bova raised his spear and bellowed, come at me all at once. The tip of his spear danced, carving elegant lines through the assassins, and in no time they were utterly defeated by him. They were sent flying through the air. The heavy bodies of the assassins slammed hard against the walls. One of them, terrified, wondered aloud, 7-star. He's a 7-star knight. He doesn't look like one at all. We've taken down more than 10 of the Empire's 7-star knights before. Just then, he heard Bova's deep voice speak slowly. Do you know why I stopped training my spearmanship? The assassin gasped in horror. It can't be. He cursed inwardly. This monster, don't tell me he was once. The assassin didn't dare say it. Was he an 8-star? Bova revealed the truth to him. No matter how much I polished my spear techniques, I had reached the limit of what mere skill could teach me. A desperate assassin leaped up, attempting a sneak attack. Perish, you monster. But a cold, sharp spear point pierced straight through him, leaving the assassin dangling helplessly in the air. Held aloft by Bova, the last remaining man backed away in terror until his back hit the wall. This guy is insane, he screamed, in horror. Vangeras, that bastard, this is absolute nonsense. He dared to lie about the target's true power. Even if you paid us 5 times the initial fee, we would never have accepted this mission. The assassin stammered, cursing his fate. Only then did Bova learn who was behind the attack. Vangeras, so it was him. He grabbed the man by the collar and said, "Go back and tell Vangeras Gegen this." Bova emphasized each and every word. Never set foot in Ale again. Meanwhile, in another corner of this *** Magic Academy *** world, Luin and Hain were finally facing each other in a profoundly silent place. Hen exclaimed with amusement. "So, you've come to me on your own." He continued to mock Luin. "But it seems you didn't come alone. A companion for your journey to the underworld." "How amusing," Luin quickly retorted. "Don't worry, we have no intention of perishing here." Hearing this, Hain was quite surprised. No intention of dying. Han sneered disdainfully. Wouldn't it be wonderful if everything in the world went according to people's wishes? But reality doesn't operate like that. That way. The moment those words left his lips, a swarm of black-robed mages closed in surrounding Luin and his companion. Luin silently took stock of the situation. There were about 7 of them, a sizable ambush crew. The old man raised a hand, conjuring a ball of crimson fire. "As someone who has lived far longer than you," he sneered, "let me offer you a piece of advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to extend your life. Your lifespan." Haidan continued his monologue, gesturing to the surrounding mages. "And as of now, you only have one possible future." Just as they launched their attack, Luin roared. Haidan burst into a delighted laugh, watching the boy supposedly accept his fate quietly. What a magnificent spectacle. This was the destiny he had brought upon himself, so there was no need for resentment. However, when he witnessed the aftermath, his laughter died in his throat. "What?" Haidan choked out in disbelief. "How is this possible? How are you still standing after that barrage? You should be dead." Luin simply let a small knowing smirk play on his lips. "Well, let's just say that people like me exist in this world," he declared, with unshakable confidence. "People who can never truly die." Luin was well aware of the incarnations within him, the entities that cannot be destroyed or vanquished. The only way to truly defeat them is to eliminate me, the one who binds them. Suddenly, the system interface flashed to life, displaying a unique skill. Will of the Chieftain. It read, "Until your very last breath, Kun, can the first chieftain chosen by the Sky God, will always have your back." Luin raised his fist, his voice booming with conviction. "But like I said, I have no intention of dying here." He unleashed a punch as powerful as a raging tempest. Luin thought confidently. "Excellent. At this rate, I can win this without even breaking a sweat." But his confidence shattered as his eyes widened in shock. Haidan had latched onto his leg and began to speak. "Honestly, I never expected you to be this strong, you little punk," he rasped. "But it doesn't matter how powerful you are," he whispered maliciously. "Let's see if you can survive this." Luin's mind raced in alarm. "What? The dark art of the water seal. I've only read about this in the forbidden section of the Magic Academy library. Practitioners of forbidden dark arts, a type of magic despised by all true mages. These are the dark sorcerers. Among their vile techniques, the water seal created by the original dark sorcerer of water is infamous. Once it takes hold, it never lets go until it has siphoned every last drop of life force. It's one of the most notorious dark arts ever conceived." An agonizing pain shot through Luin, causing a cold sweat to bead on his forehead. "Dark magic. I can't believe these scumbags would stoop this low." Haidan's voice was filled with manic glee. "Such a pity, Luin. Now that you've witnessed this forbidden art firsthand, you'll have to die." He continued his taunts. "Although, to be fair, I was planning on killing you anyway," Haidan added smugly. "And now with your little friend, who dared to interfere, rendered completely powerless, things have become much, much simpler." Luin roared in fury. "You despicable bastards." The old man just sneered and told him, "Don't hold too much of a grudge. After all, your journey to the afterlife won't be a lonely one." Hearing that, Luin froze, a chilling realization dawning on him. "What did you just say?" Haidan's next words struck him with pure terror. "By now, I imagine your father and sister are already dead." Luin could only stammer. "What?" The old man graciously elaborated. "Ah, of course, you didn't know. If you had, you wouldn't have been standing here in the first place. Dan's eyes narrowed as he questioned him. So why? Why did you dare to defy the commissioner? Did you honestly believe you could win? He spat. All for a sliver of pathetic fame. But before he could finish his sentence, Dan found his face gripped tightly by Luin. He shrieked in panic. What? How? How are you using the water seal? Dan's eyes bulged in agony, and a mere second later, Luin effortlessly crushed his skull. The remaining mages watched, in absolute terror. Luin muttered coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. Now, none of that matters anymore. The system interface promptly appeared again. Unique skill summon Kingrum. Summons Kingrum to the caster's position one time. He growled, enunciating every single word, with chilling clarity. You bastards have crossed a line you should have never ever crossed. A colossal monster materialized out of thin air, a deep, guttural growl echoing through the air. Don't hold any grudges. You brought this upon yourselves. Luin thought to himself, his mind narrowing to a single point. In this fleeting moment, only one thought resounds in my mind. Kill. He began to sink into a deep well of hatred, much like the world destroyer Draka before him. I will annihilate every last one of them. Kingrum's deep voice rumbled. Hey, little destroyer, for what purpose have you summoned me? Luin's reply was dead serious. I want them all slaughtered. Spare not a single one. The behemoth immediately grabbed its axe and charged forward, declaring, very well, then it is decided. The mages shrieked in terror. Somebody help us, as Kingrum moved in to provide cover for Luin's onslaught. This whole scene feels like something straight out of a dark manhwa recap. Luin clenched his fists and charged straight at his enemies. In his mind, there was no forgiveness for them. The mage was beaten senseless, unable to fight back, which is exactly why. He was going to obliterate every last one of them. He furiously told himself, it didn't matter what his hands destroyed. Luin completely lost a reason, began slaughtering his opponents, not caring who his magic eliminated. It was all irrelevant. But just then Trang rushed in to stop him. Snap out of it, he yelled, trying to bring Luin back to his senses. Stop. That's enough. The battered mage on the ground struggled. To speak so. You were a madman all along, huh? How are you any different from us? Luin roared in fury. Let me go. I'm going to end that son of a gun. Trang shot back. Why are you acting like this? Nothing happened to Ale. You have to trust that knight. Besides, he's way stronger than you think. He kept pleading with Luin. Get a grip. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you'll end up just like Draka. Don't you remember his final days? Trang pressed on, reminding him, why do you think they called Draka the world destroyer? He went insane with limitless power, and ultimately, he destroyed the entire world. Grabbing Luin's shoulders, he said, but you're not Draka. Don't let yourself meet the same fate. Finally, Luin began to calm down. All right. I'm sorry for making you worry. Luin then turned to the surviving mage and began his interrogation. You. Tell me everything you know. What is happening in Adel? The man struggled to speak, a smirk on his face. You're going to regret asking that. The mage then excitedly revealed. Have you ever heard of the Luin Aden? It's an elite assassination guild composed solely of warriors ranked 6-star or higher. 5 of their top assassins have already arrived in Adel. He then let out a deranged laugh. By now, your father and sister are probably already gone. But before he could say another word, a sharp spear pierced through his chest. Joes clicked his tongue. I only came as a precaution, and look at this mess. The old man was furious. You pathetic fools. I can't believe the elites of Gary Hill couldn't even handle one snot-nosed kid from the Magic Academy. Luin stared in disbelief. Joss Gary Hill. You dare to lay a hand on my family? Suddenly, a crushing force slammed down on him. Joss's voice was low and menacing. You should have just kept your head down and studied quietly at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us? Both Luin and Trang were forced to their knees by the immense pressure. They instantly recognized what it was. Dark magic. Luin questioned him angrily. You're a dark mage too. If this gets out, you'll be thrown in prison for life. Joss just sneered. Then it won't matter if you die right here and now. In the end, you're nothing but a useless brat. Luin was furious, but he was completely powerless. Damn it, I can't move a muscle. Kingrum's summoning time ran out, so he's gone too. He heard the old man declare. Now let's bring this to a close, as he summoned countless lances from a magic circle. Joes launched the barrage. Straight at Luin, roaring. It's time to die, Luin. All Luin could do was think in terror. No, I can't let it end so helplessly like this. An enormous explosion erupted just as expected, but somehow, Luin was completely unharmed. He stared, stunned at the figure shielding him. It was the headmaster. Joes was just as shocked. Tyon Xnit. Why is the headmaster here? But Tyon Xnit angrily cut him off. Joes Gary Hill. The sheer power radiating from him was terrifying. Impossible. The illusion field. This simulated world, created by the 6-star mages under Joes, was supposed to ensure that no one on the outside could sense what was happening within. However, that only works on ordinary people. A mage on the level of Tyon Xnit could instantly detect the presence of abnormal mana. Furthermore, this magic has a fatal flaw if a higher level spell is cast by someone stronger. Cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion itself would easily shatter and be destroyed. Just like that, Joss's illusionary field began to crumble apart. The old man didn't. He tried to threaten the headmaster Tyon Xnit. Are you really going to destroy the entire capital just to take me down? But the headmaster immediately shut him down. No, the only one getting hurt here is you. Tyon Xnit then revealed, I've already erected a barrier to prevent any harm from reaching the capital. You not only dabbled in that disgusting dark magic, but you dared to harm one of my students. He charged forward, his anger reaching its peak. For these crimes, Tyon Xnit unleashed a massive amount of magic straight at Joe's, roaring, I will execute your punishment myself. The old man gritted his teeth, you, and let out a final furious scream. As we close this part of the manhwa recap, Trang could only whisper the headmaster's name in awe, Tyon Xnit. In other words, just as predicted, the power gap was immense. The difference between the two was so obvious that the match ended in an overwhelming one-sided victory. Luin had to agree with that assessment. Yeah, I think so too, he thought, acknowledging that the difference was on another level entirely. Luin silently sized up the headmaster, a 7th circle mage, a power level he couldn't even dream of reaching even at this prestigious magic academy. It was a level he didn't dare aspire to. I thought I was pretty strong, but I still have a long way to go, Xnit asked with concern. Luin, are you alright? Luin stammered in reply. Ah yes, it's all thanks to the headmaster. The commotion outside had woken everyone in the house, and they all came out whispering amongst themselves. What's all this noise in the middle of the night? What's going on? One person suddenly exclaimed. Huh. That person recognized the headmaster, then gasped. But why is Counselor Joes in that state? Just then someone suddenly shouted, Luin. Luin, we're here. Stunned, he looked up. Those people were. Luin finally recognized the princes. Forder spoke hastily. We came as soon as we heard that Gary Hill had seized control of the capital's security. Croster added, and the only person Gary Hill is targeting is you, Luin, the one who just happened to be visiting the capital. Panting, he asked with concern. Are you okay? Luin replied humbly. Yes, I'm fine. The two of them then began to express their frantic relief. The entire way here we were worried something terrible had happened. I was so scared. Me too. My heart was pounding like crazy. Luin was a little speechless at their dramatic display. You guys haven't changed. They quickly turned to greet Tyon Xnit. Oh, headmaster, Tyon Xnit is here as well. In that case, who is that lying on the ground? Luin didn't deny it. That's right, it's Joes. He tried to target me with dark magic, but the headmaster stopped him. Hearing this, Croster furiously roared. That demon. How dare he try to harm our beloved Luin? This is a direct challenge to the royal family and an act of treason. I will go to my father at once and have Gary Hill arrested. For high treason. Forder also spoke up. It's rare for us to be in agreement, brother. Indeed, this whole affair is high treason. And since we've confirmed, he learned forbidden dark arts, we must arrest the entire Gary Hill clan in this land. Luin suddenly interjected. Before that, I have a request. The two princes immediately inquired. What is it? We will grant you anything you ask for. He quickly stated his need. In Adele, I need to check on the situation with my father and my sister. Luin waited anxiously. To get news from Adel as quickly as possible from the capital, they had to request information from the nearest trade city, Monzo. This was a critical moment in our manhwa recap. The wait for that news took nearly half a day, which felt like the longest period of his entire life. A messenger carrying a letter approached him and spoke up. We've finally received the information from nearby Monzo. He quickly reported. Fortunately, they are all safe. He continued to read from the letter. His lordship had already taken precautions against potential assassins, and Serbova completely subdued 5 of them. Furthermore, they've identified the person who ordered the assassination. Croster asked impatiently, isn't it obvious that Joss Gary Hill ordered the assassination? The messenger didn't deny it. That's correct, but there were accomplices. He revealed a name. The one most deeply involved is Sir Bengras, captain of the Golden Knights. Croster slapped his forehead in frustration. Sir Bengras. Damn it, they're all rotten to the core. Forder immediately gave the order. From this moment on, Bengras is stripped of his captaincy, and Joes is stripped of his position as a high counselor of the Mage Tower and his guardianship rights. The messenger suddenly spoke up. Your Highnesses, because those two held very important positions, you must also appoint replacements. He made a swift decision. The vice captain will temporarily take over the captain's position. Forder continued to declare. As for the position of counselor and the guardianship rights that Joes held, he looked towards Tyon Xnit and asked, could the headmaster perhaps help out temporarily? The old man was taken aback, cried out, forgive me, your highness, I am but a simple old man. Forder was quick to reply, yes, I understand better than anyone that you have no interest in politics. But as you can see, the situation is far from stable. For now, at least until a new successor is decided, I implore you for your help. Tyrion Xnit still hesitated, but the story of the prince's great efforts to bring the headmaster to the capital was famous throughout the entire country. However, the headmaster had always refused, stating that an educator should not be involved in politics. He had declined every single offer until now. Suddenly, a new voice spoke up. "Headmaster, please." A group of students eagerly chimed in. "I think that position would really suit you, sir." "That's right. No one is more suitable than you." Their words, their pleas moved him. "Please, headmaster." Finally, Tyon Jignit made his decision. If this is what the students believe in, we should honor their wishes. He did, however, add a condition, but only until a successor is chosen. Hearing this, everyone erupted in joyous cheers. "Excellent. We're counting on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more." Now, Luin, however, had a gut feeling, suspecting that a new successor would appear sooner rather than later. His mood began to lighten, relieved that everything had ended well. Once this tour of the capital concluded, the graduation exams would soon begin. Bringing his long yet fleeting time at the Magic Academy to a close, Luin recalled that the capital tour had been uncertain from the very start, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled. But ultimately, it was decided that everything would proceed as planned. Therefore, they stayed in the capital for a few more days. He overheard people gossiping. "Did you hear Mikkel Gary Hill from the Gary Hill family is dropping out? Is it true?" With graduation just around the corner, the rumor that Mikkel had withdrawn from the Magic Academy spread throughout the royal palace. His father, George Gary Hill, was imprisoned in the dungeons, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him had all disbanded, so it seemed plausible. The students added. "They say Jane Gary Hill has also vanished. I heard he joined the PNA rebels. What's the real story?" The name Gary Hill had been completely erased. The fall of Gary Hill, the victory of Adele banners with these words, began to appear all over the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, a shout echoed, "Hey, I already said no, get lost. Wait just a moment, please." Jane tried to argue his case. "I truly only need a moment of your time." Just then, someone approached asking, "What is all this commotion?" A guard hastily explained, "Apologies, sir, this man keeps trying to force his way inside." Jane immediately knelt before the newcomer. "My apologies for this sudden intrusion. I am Jane Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It is a true honor to meet the Crown Prince."